Bai Yuemian is a corporate slave working in a library. In an accident, she was created by good fortune and ended up in another world as a succubus? Help! Why is she a succubus? What? If I don't have sex with her, she'll send me back to be reincarnated? This is a tonic. I'm straight. The spirit of the little yellow book chuckled mischievously, I'm going to turn you into bronze. No, you'll accept it. The imperial princess, the human genius girl, the catgirl classmate, the church saintess, and the vampire princess were all attracted to her abilities and wanted to possess her. If you dare to leave, I'll kill you. If you abandon me, believe me, I'll drain you dry. Yuemian, don't force me to lock you in the palace. If Sister Bai's limbs were numb, would she not be able to leave? Bai Yuemian cried, Waaah, can I still go home? Chapter 1, Even after becoming a succubus, can I only get close to girls? Press 1 to become a succubus. Deduct 2 to enter the harem group. Press 3 to become the protagonist's wife. I can't live without you. If you stay, I'll give you the throne, the black-haired girl pleaded, clutching her arm tightly. Bai Yuemian, you promised to do research with me for the rest of your life, how could you be such a jerk? The white-haired girl glared at her. Sister Bai, please stay. Ivy will be scared tonight alone. A little girl with white hair knelt down and hugged her leg, wiping her tears with her skirt. Hey, you little punk, if you leave, I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life, the red-haired vampire threatened, baring his sharp teeth. Little white, can you not go? I can let you touch your ears every day, the catgirl whispered. Waaah, how am I supposed to live without you, Mian? Can I give you the church? Waaah, the blonde saintess rubbed against her chest and cried incessantly, snot and tears all over her face. The purple-haired girl at the front remained silent, but her murderous intent was unmistakable. No, I just want to go home, the girl shouted helplessly at the sky. I'm not dead? I survived all that. Good luck. Bai Yuemian opened her eyes on the grass, touched her chest and gasped for breath, suddenly realizing that the texture felt strange. Isn't it different now? Was this how I originally looked? She looked down at her chest in confusion, and it seemed a little bigger. Then she looked up and saw 3 pale purple moons hanging in the sky, which completely stunned her. What the hell are you doing here? Is this still in China? I've been transported to another world. Bai Yuemian stood up and then let out a scream. She felt something she could control moving on her buttocks. When she turned around, she saw a long, thin tail with a heart-shaped tip, gleaming with a pearly luster in the moonlight. What is this thing? It created a tail on me. Bai Yuemian had a bad feeling. She stumbled and ran to the edge of a pool. Her original shoulder-length black hair had turned light blue, her pupils were tinged with pale gold, her eyebrows and eyes were delicate, her skin was very fair and tender, there were 2 faintly visible sharp teeth on her lower lip, and a pair of small horns grew on her head. Who is this? It looks like a succubus. I should have known better than to slack off and gone home earlier, sob. Bai Yuemian was filled with regret. She was a librarian who had gotten so engrossed in reading a novel that she had been driven home late by a lucky driver who was trying hard to live. Now, she was no longer even human. So, do you like this body? A sweet, girlish voice suddenly echoed in my mind, but for some reason it sounded rather cheeky. Who are you? Bai Yuemian was a little nervous, the surrounding environment made her feel very insecure. In your pocket. Bai Yuemian quickly pulled out a pendant. When was this placed here? Wait, this design looks familiar. That's right, it's the book you found before. Are you that strange book? Bai Yuemian remembered seeing a very old-fashioned red book when she left. She knew very well that the library did not have this book in its collection, and assumed that a book lover had forgotten to take it and left it on the lost and found shelf. Oh yeah, and then I flew into your bag when you weren't looking, the red book chuckled. I only kept the original red book because I liked its design, but this pendant is my true form. So you're the one who caused me to be injured. No, don't slander me. You were thinking about those strange things while you were walking, and the driver was secretly transporting goods at night. When they combined, it caused you to fly away. Don't worry, the body I sculpted for you is even more advanced. It's based on your current physique and has been comprehensively enhanced in every aspect. Don't you think your cleavage is even more exaggerated? It's for trading. What did you give it to me for? This is the world I was born in, and you are the first person I encountered during my travels who can see me, so I chose you. Is it even possible for me to go back? Bai Yuemian suddenly thought of her parents. They must be very sad if something happened to her. You're already G, so going back would just mean your soul returning, but well. The Red Book paused for a moment. If you listen to me and spend some time with girls to improve your strength, you should be able to travel back in time with this body. How about that? Aren't I good to you? Huh? Sticky? I'm straight, why would I need to find girls to stick to after turning into a succubus? This isn't some succubus. Besides, can't a straight person become gay? Anyway, if you want to improve, you have to listen to me. If you don't go and try to seduce someone, I don't mind sending you back to be reincarnated. So what should I do now? Bai Yuemian pretended not to hear her threat. Hee, finally focusing on the important thing? This is a vast forest at night, let's find a way to town first. I brought your soul here and also created a new body for you. I've used up all my mana, I need to hibernate for a while. The quest will be written on the pendant later, remember to pay attention. Well then, Ghana. Hey, wait a minute. There was no response. Looking at the 3 moons in the sky, thankfully the lighting was still sufficient, the night here was very bright. But how to get out? Waaah! No way, there are wolves here. Although the Red Book is very impressive, I don't know anything about it. Am I supposed to be fed extra food by Hockey Wolf as soon as I arrive? Not long after, several wolves emerged from the bushes ahead. Is that a wolf? Bai Yuemian had never seen such a big wolf before. Its mouth was bigger than her head when it opened. At this moment, the Wolf King, the leader of the wolves, was slowly walking towards her. Hello. Bai Yuemian tentatively greeted him, thinking that maybe the wolves from another world would be easier to talk to. The alpha wolf seemed to understand, looking at her with a mocking gaze before charging straight at her. Jiumin. Bai Yuemian wanted to run, but after living in comfort for so long, she was unable to move because of the huge legs of the beast. She could only sit there and watch the gaping maw get closer and closer. Thunder! A girl's whisper came from behind, and then several bolts of lightning struck down from nowhere. The alpha wolf was hit squarely and lay paralyzed on the spot for a long time, unable to get up. The pack looked at the girl in fear and dragged the alpha wolf away in a sorry state. Thank you. Bai Yuemian turned to look at the girl who had saved her. She was wearing a large magic hat and had a cold look in her eyes. My name is Sophia. What are you doing here, a succubus? Chapter 2 features white hair. I'm Bai Yuemian. I got lost and ended up here. Sophia didn't speak. She squinted at Bai Yuemian for a while. The girl in front of her had exquisite features, perfectly matching her aesthetic standards. After a long while, she sighed and said, "Never mind, I hope I haven't misjudged you. Would you like to come to my house first?" Bai Yuemian nodded quickly, jokingly asking, "Aren't you going to stay here and become an extra meal for the other wild beasts?" Sophia led her to the carriage, and it was dawn soon after. Soon they arrived at the royal city that Sophia had mentioned. This was the capital of the empire, and students in uniforms could often be seen on the roadside. My name is Sophia White. I was born and raised in the imperial city, and I'm currently a student and researcher at the Arcane Academy. What about you? My name is Bai Yuemian, and I come from, well, a remote rural area. The demon countryside? That's quite far. I thought you lived in the demon capital, since succubi mostly live there. So it really is a succubus? Red Book really knows how to make grand promises. How did you figure out I was a succubus? Sophia stared wide-eyed in surprise, pointing at Bai Yuemian's tail. Don't you know your tail is a distinctive feature? And whose tail is heart-shaped? Seemingly sensing the approach of the other's fingers, Bai Yuemian hadn't even reacted before her tail wrapped around Sophia's hand again. Sophia pulled her hand back abruptly as if she had been burned, and the tips of her ears turned a suspicious red. Bai Yuemian quickly grabbed her tail and smiled sheepishly. "Sorry, I think I can't control my tail." "I'll be more careful next time," Sophia stammered. The carriage finally stopped in front of a 3-story building covered with glowing vines. Sophia led Bai Yuemian through the porch, and the automatic candlesticks in the stairwell lit up one by one with their footsteps, illuminating the dense notes and drafts on the wall, some of which were floating in mid-air and revising themselves. "My parents are doing research at the northern branch, so it's just my sister and me living here." Sophia pulled out a brass key. "She's currently attending classes at the junior academy and won't be back until later. There's a barrier in the attic on the 3rd floor, so you can stay in the guest room on the 2nd floor for now." Is this really okay?" "We've only known each other for a short time now," Bai Yuemian said, feigning politeness. "Then you can sleep under the bridge." "Hey, I was just being polite, don't be so cold. Otherwise, where am I supposed to sleep?" "You really want me to sleep under a bridge?" Sophia rolled her eyes at her, took off her large hat, revealing her striking white hair, casually combed it, and pointed to the room at the end of the corridor. Bai Yuemian was somewhat surprised. She hadn't noticed Sophia's white hair even with the hat on. "You can stay here for now, just don't rummage through my things. My research materials are on the 1st floor." Bai Yuemian opened the door and found the bedroom tidier than she had imagined. A 4-poster bed was draped with a dark blue canopy, and a snowflake was frozen in a crystal ball on the desk. Bai Yuemian slumped onto the cashmere carpet, listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom next door, her tail unconsciously curling around the bedpost. This tail is so hard to control. It gets wrapped around something the moment I'm not careful," she said, touching it with her hand. The warm, soft texture felt very comfortable. "It feels as smooth as skin. I've left your change of clothes by the door. Why don't you take a shower first?" "I see you're a bit dirty," Sophia's voice muffled through the door. "Okay, thank you, FIA." Bai Yuemian took off her coat, which was stained with grass juice, opened the door and took the clothes. Hearing Bai Yuemian's address, Sophia blushed and turned to leave. "Why does she seem angry?" Bai Yuemian shook her head. "Never mind, I'll take a shower first, I feel awful." Bai Yuemian took off her top and felt her breasts eagerly pop out. Even though it was her own body, she blushed for some reason. "Wow, is it really this bouncy? I don't remember my previous ones being this bouncy." She couldn't resist touching it. "It's big, but it doesn't really feel like much." Without much probing, Bai Yuemian entered the shower room. There was a showerhead, but no handle. Looking at the gem-like object in front of her, Bai Yuemian's lips twitched involuntarily. No wonder this is a magical world. I really don't know how they adjust the temperature like this. Bai Yuemian tentatively touched the gemstone, only to feel a force within her body rush to her fingertips and enter the gemstone. Then, scalding water was poured directly onto Bai Yuemian's hand, making her exclaim in surprise, "It's so hot." "What's wrong?" Hearing Bai Yuemian's exclamation, Sophia immediately opened the door, and then what she saw was a room full of hearts. No exaggeration, they were all pink hearts. Before Sophia could even react, she inhaled a few breaths of the sweet fragrance and, without wearing the heart gem, was instantly captivated. Blushing, she walked towards Bai Yuemian and, before the latter could react, firmly pinned her down with both hands. Their bodies pressed tightly together, and then, meeting Bai Yuemian's shocked gaze, she slowly moved closer to her lips. "What? No lewd stuff, I'm straight." Bai Yuemian forcefully broke free from Sophia's embrace, making a big X with her hands over her chest. Sophia, having lost her support, went limp and was about to fall when Bai Yuemian quickly helped her to the bed. Looking at Sophia, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, she sighed. "Is this the power of a succubus? It's a bit hard to control." She had only been burned, but she felt something go berserk inside her, and she couldn't control her power at all. "Never mind, let's wait for FIA to wake up first. Ugh, my head is so dizzy." After a while, Sophia slowly sat up, holding her head. Looking at Bai Yuemian in front of her, she instantly remembered her embarrassing moment, and blush quickly spread across her face. You didn't see anything. Certainly. Sophia felt embarrassed that she had been bewitched by the succubus she had rescued. Even when it was time to eat, Sophia still sat there sulking. Her puffed-up face was a stark contrast to her cold demeanor when they first met. Bai Yuemian found it amusing, but she was displeased to see Sophia forcibly suppressing her laughter. Stop laughing. It's all your fault, you perverted succubus. Get out if you laugh again. Bai Yuemian forced down her smile and carried the dishes out of the kitchen. Since she usually lived alone, she was quite good at cooking. Seeing that Sophia's house happened to have some ingredients, she made some. Fortunately, this world seemed to have chicken, beef, and lamb, so she made some diced chicken and egg drop soup. Sophia was immediately drawn to the food that Bai Yuemian brought out. I didn't expect you, succubus, to have this trick up your sleeve. Let me try it. Delicious. Sophia couldn't help but praise her. What kind of cooking method is this? I've never eaten this before. Some secret recipes from my hometown, Bai Yuemian replied with a grin. Nothing makes her happier than having her homemade food praised by others. At this moment, her tail seemed to sense her owner's joy and kept wagging behind her. Sophia's gaze was once again drawn to the tail, and she subconsciously whispered, I wonder what it feels like to touch, it must feel amazing. What? FIA, I didn't hear you clearly. She didn't say anything. Sophia sat up straight instantly, startling Bai Yuemian as she announced a number. Oh, no, if you didn't say anything, you didn't say anything. Why are you making such a big reaction? Bai Yuemian was a little confused about Sophia's reaction. La 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 la. The gem pendant on Sophia's waist suddenly made a bell-like sound, interrupting their conversation. What happened, Professor? Is there some progress in your research? Okay, I'll be right there. You wait at home for now. I'll go to the academy to get you a uniform. Now everyone can tell you're a demon at a glance. Bai Yuemian nodded, but before she could say anything, Sophia hurriedly left. Looking at the empty porch, she scratched the back of her head and continued eating by herself. But not long after, there was another knock on the door. Did you forget anything? You're here. She then opened the door. Because Shinesama elbowed my skirt and forbade me from posting design drawings, Birdbeast 886 buns and drank 33 cups of water at 6 a.m. on July 6 and bought the 02 figure, which I then posted in the skirt. Chapter 3. Little Lolas should be petted and rubbed as much as they want. Did you forget something? I'm here. Bai Yuemian slowly opened the door, only to be met with a pair of round, wary amber eyes. Standing at the door wasn't Sophia, but a white-haired loli who only reached her chest. Her skin was as smooth as white porcelain with a baby-like pinkish hue, enticing people to reach out and pinch it. She wore a different uniform and held a thick magic book in her arms. She tilted her head slightly, timidly sizing up Bai Yuemian, like a little rabbit ready to run away at any moment. So cute. Who are you? The white-haired loli's voice was soft, with a slight tremor. Bai Yuemian's heart melted. She had loved cute creatures since she was a child. Who could resist petting a soft and adorable little girl standing right in front of them? So she reached out and touched the white fur in front of her. It felt silky smooth and was definitely a rare find. The little girl blinked, seemingly not quite understanding what was happening. When she realized what was going on, her face flushed red instantly, making a steam-like sound. The white-haired girl's pupils contracted instantly, and she hugged the book even tighter with a snap, shrinking back a little. No, don't touch my head, or I'll stunt my growth. The little girl seemed quite resistant to being touched on the head. Judging from her wary expression, perhaps food could be used to lower her guard. Are you hungry? Would you like to try my cooking? You haven't eaten yet, have you? The white-haired loli's stomach promptly let out a gurgle in protest, and her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. I would never eat food from a stranger. I don't even know who you are. The little girl is small, but she's quite wary. The white-haired loli couldn't help but swallow hard when she smelled the aroma coming from inside the house. Just a small bite. 3 minutes later. The white-haired little girl sat at the dining table, her cheeks bulging, chewing frantically like a hamster. Is it delicious? Bai Yuemian asked with a smile. She nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. May I have your name? Avira. She swallowed the food in her mouth and answered softly. Avira? That's a beautiful name. Are you Sophia's sister? Yes. Avira lowered her head and poked at the meat on her plate, her voice gradually fading, although I am nowhere near as good as my sister. Bai Yuemian tilted her head. Why do you say that? My sister is a genius. She was specially admitted to the Arcane Academy at the age of 14, and completed high-level magic research independently at the age of 16. Now she is a formal researcher at the Academy. Sulia became more and more depressed as she spoke, while I can't even do basic elemental manipulation well. Seeing her dejected look, Bai Yuemian suddenly reached out and ruffled her hair. It's okay. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Little Ivy, you must have your own shining points too, you just haven't discovered them yet. Avira stared at her blankly, then suddenly blushed and lowered her head, saying, Thank you. Noticing the tail swaying behind Bai Yuemian, Avira asked. So you're the research subject my sister found for me? The demons are willing to cooperate in research. More or less. Anyway, your sister brought me back on her way back to the city, and now we have nowhere to go. Then are you a succubus? She asked softly. Yes. Bai Yuemian wagged her tail and readily admitted it. Anyway, it was inevitable that she would come into contact with Sophia's sister while staying at Sophia's house. Then would you? That Avira's face suddenly turned red. Which one? Bai Yuemian asked, somewhat puzzled. Were Sophia's family so easily embarrassed? It's about bewitching others. Bai Yuemian was silent for 2 seconds, then approached with a mischievous grin. Yes, little Ivy, would you like to try it? It'll definitely feel great. Avira froze instantly, looking at Bai Yuemian, who resembled a big bad wolf, and tears welled up in her eyes. Hey, don't cry. I was just kidding. Am I that scary? Bai Yuemian felt very sad. After all, she was quite confident in her appearance, and her temperament had improved a lot after becoming a succubus. Seeing that the little girl's tears wouldn't stop, I inexplicably picked her up and hugged her, and started to pet her. As expected of the white-haired guy, he smells so good, Sensing Bai Yuemian's infatuated behavior, Avira forcefully broke free from Bai Yuemian's embrace and, blushing, went upstairs. Looking at the empty embrace in her arms, which still seemed to retain the scent of milk, Bai Yuemian couldn't help but sigh. Is it too hasty? But who can resist this? Bai Yuemian didn't even dare to imagine the scene of the little girl rushing into her arms begging for a kiss after being hit. She felt like her nose was about to bleed if she continued to fantasize about it. No, Avira is Sophia's sister. How can I harm Sophia's family? I must restrain myself. Inside the room. Ugh, the succubus my sister brought back is so scary. Avira wrapped herself in the blanket, curling up like a frightened fledgling. But the image of that warm embrace kept flashing through her mind. She should be scared, so why was her heart beating so fast? It's been so long since anyone hugged me like this. My sister is always busy with research, and Mom and Dad aren't home much if. Seemingly remembering something, Avira shook her head, banishing the unhealthy thoughts from her mind. She's my sister's helper, we can't do that. Just as she was lost in thought, a loud bang suddenly came from downstairs. Avira pricked up her ears and heard Bai Yuemian's hurried footsteps and the sound of a spatula hitting the ground. She hesitated for 3 seconds, then tiptoed to the top of the stairs and peeked through the gap in the railing. The kitchen was filled with smoke, and Bai Yuemian was frantically waving a pot lid around, the tip of which was covered in a suspicious black paste. She wailed at the pot of charred remains, her face contorted with despair. I just wanted to heat up some milk. Why did this damn magic stove suddenly burst into flames? Avira hurriedly covered her mouth, but it was too late. Bai Yuemian's ears perked up instantly. As she turned her head, soot was still falling from her face. The moment their eyes met, Bai Yuemian said softly, Little Ivy, how about you teach me how to use the stove? Avira lowered her head and thought for a moment. Looking at Bai Yuemian's harmless smile, she nodded. The switches on the furniture are all controlled by these gems. You need to learn how to release the amount of mana to control the temperature or the amount of water, Avira said, tapping the sink lightly. Then, a moderate flow of warm water came out, and she waved her hand at Bai Yuemian, washing her dirty little face clean. What is mana? Hearing Bai Yuemian's question, Avira was a little puzzled, but still explained. Magic is stored in the body in the form of mana. It is called magic in the air, and when we inhale it, it is called mana. Wow, Ivy, you're so amazing. You know so much. After saying that, she subconsciously tried to hug Avira again, but the little girl couldn't stand her enthusiasm and quickly dodged away, leaving Bai Yuemian empty-handed. Chapter 4, I couldn't tell you were a hidden character. I'm back. Sophia's voice came from the doorway as the two were playing around. Hearing her sister's voice, the little white-haired dumpling quickly hid behind her and tilted her head to look at Bai Yuemian with her bright, watery eyes. What's wrong now, Avira? Sophia affectionately rubbed her little sister's head. Interestingly, the little white-haired girl didn't seem to mind her older sister's rubbing, which made Bai Yuemian a little envious. She's the helper I found, her name is Bai Yuemian, and this is my sister, Avira White. Sophia ignored the farce between the two and, after a brief introduction, handed Bai Yuemian a uniform identical to hers. This is your uniform. My mentor is very interested in you. Since Succubi rarely leave demon territory, we don't see them often. Also, this uniform is protected by a shielding spell, so others will only see you as an elf. Bai Yuemian took the clothes. The fabric was very soft and silky, clearly a top-quality item. Your mentor? Doesn't she mind my background? It's not a big deal whether I mind or not. The war ended a long time ago. Although the two sides weren't exactly friendly, there wasn't that much hatred between them either. Can I ask you why you've been so kind to me? First, you saved me from the wolves, and then you gave me student status. Sophia was silent for a moment, then sighed. Just consider this as me needing an assistant for my research. What a flimsy excuse. I thought you had fallen in love with me at first sight. After all, you were at home this morning. Waaah. Bai Yuemian was talking nonsense. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you mute, believe it or not. Bai Yuemian's mouth was suddenly covered. Looking at Sophia's blushing face and Avira's curious gaze, she suddenly wanted to tease this big white-haired girl and couldn't help but lick Sophia's little hand. Ha! Feeling the dampness in her palm, Sophia was startled and immediately let go. What are you doing? I'm not doing anything, you're making it hard for me to breathe. Yes, I'm sorry, but you're not allowed to mention this again. Oh? It's nothing, just a joke, I understand. Bai Yuemian didn't expect Sophia to be so serious, and she was at a loss for words. She quickly waved her hand to indicate that it was nothing. Sophia shook her drool-covered hand, looking at the glistening liquid on her palm but reluctant to wipe it away. Seeing Sophia lost in thought again, Bai Yuemian tilted her head and asked. So I have to go to school tomorrow? Yes, I've arranged for you to be a first-year transfer student, and I'll be your homeroom teacher. Wow, you can be a teacher now. Bai Yuemian couldn't help but sigh. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Sophia was about the same age as her. Of course, I became an assistant tutor when I was only 16. Sophia's lips curled up, her hands on her hips, and her expression, pleading for praise, was undeniably adorable. These two sisters are really like two white fluffy balls, one big and one small. Bai Yuemian couldn't help but mutter to herself. Ha! What did you say? You're truly amazing, so incredibly talented, you're practically the dawn of humanity's future. Ha, it's not that amazing, hee hee. Sophia blushed and turned her face away, laughing hee hee hee. She really is a bit slow. To get back to the point, the identity I've given you is that of a half-blooded forest elf, and an orphan whose parents were killed by magical beasts. You're currently staying with my family. Bai Yuemian's eyes twitched. What kind of powerful female lead background is this? She then shook her head and stopped thinking about it, starting to change her clothes in the living room. Beep. Seemingly hearing two horn blasts, Bai Yuemian turned around and saw the two people blushing again, pointing at her and stammering, You're going to change right in front of us. What's the big deal? We're all girls, and I have other clothes underneath. That won't do. Get to your room. Okay. It feels a little tight. Bai Yuemian pulled hard on her collar, feeling a bit stuffy. Sophia glanced at her small tablet, then at Bai Yuemian's shapely figure outlined by her uniform, and her lips twitched involuntarily. I didn't realize you were the hidden type. No wonder you're a perverted succubus. Huh? Why? Bai Yuemian was puzzled. She wasn't small before, but after transmigrating, it became even more exaggerated. Was it really that big? Upon closer inspection, she was probably a D+. It's nothing, I'll fix it for you. Sophia then placed her hand on the cuff of the uniform, and soon Bai Yuemian felt her breathing become much easier. As expected of a magical world, it's so amazing. Bai Yuemian was amazed by the clothes that could freely enlarge and shrink. Nothing special, it just has a transformation spell on it. Don't demons have those? I've never seen it before. Bai Yuemian answered honestly, saying that she had no idea what the situation was like with the demon race. Sophia took a couple of steps back and looked her up and down. As expected of a succubus, her looks are truly undeniable. Ignoring Sophia's quiet mutterings, she walked to the full-length mirror and looked at her waist-length light blue hair. Her face was fair but not pale, so soft it seemed like she could squeeze water out of it. The dark gold in her eyes added a touch of mystery. It's not bad, but I can't see the horns and tail. Others may not notice it, but if someone touches it, they'll see it, so watch your tail. You actually look quite presentable in our school uniform. Who's the dog? Whoever agrees, that's who it is. So, this is what you usually eat for dinner. As evening approached, Bai Yuemian looked at the calorie-boosting food and couldn't help but think of those white housewives preparing dinner for their families that she had seen online before, foods that caused blood sugar to spike with every bite. Yeah, isn't something sweet delicious? Can't you cook for yourselves? You only eat takeout. Bai Yuemian was also just realizing that takeout existed in this world, but it was delivered by flying. The two little dumplings, one big and one small, didn't answer. Instead, they looked at her as if she were an idiot. Bai Yuemian stood up resignedly. Don't eat yet, I'll cook. What's the meat slices in your kitchen for? Sweet sliced meat. Sweet sliced meat? Then, where's the soy sauce? It was a gift from someone. I think it came from a country in the East. This is the first time I've ever eaten it. So this dark stuff is called soy sauce? You succubi eat this. Bai Yuemian was completely speechless. She could only imagine sweet and sour meat slices, but according to Sophia, sweet meat slices were made by simply pouring chocolate or something similar on top. Fine, since we're staying at FIA's house, let's show them the mysterious power of the East. Bai Yuemian rolled up her sleeves, full of energy. She usually cooked quite a lot of meals, and now she could finally put them to good use. Chapter 5. Sister Bai, your lips are so beautiful. In the kitchen, Bai Yuemian tied on an apron, actually Sophia's spare lab coat, since no one was cooking and no apron could be found, her tail wagging unconsciously with excitement, occasionally curling up kitchen utensils and handing them to herself. This tail is actually quite useful, huh? Let's make some sweet and sour pork first. It's a bit sweet, they should be able to handle it. She deftly cut the chicken into small pieces, and with a sizzle of oil in the hot pan, a rich aroma instantly filled the entire kitchen. Wow! Avira leaned against the doorframe, her eyes wide with surprise. Is this some new food-making magic? Why does it smell so good? This isn't magic. Bai Yuemian tossed the pot triumphantly, and the flame shot up 1/2 meter high, startling Avira whooshed back behind Sophia. 20 minutes later, the table was filled with golden and glistening sweet and sour pork tenderloin, tender steamed meat slices, and a bowl of corn chowder. The way they eat is quite different from ours. I didn't expect the demons to have so many dishes. I only remember that demons only roast meat, Sophia said slowly, sipping her soup. I like to eat, so I've learned quite a bit, Bai Yuemian laughed. How could she know the recipes of the demon race? Avira couldn't resist reaching out with her fork, poking a piece of sweet and sour pork into her mouth. Mmm. So delicious, her eyes lit up like stars, and her cheeks puffed out like a hamster's. It's sweet and sour, but not greasy at all. 100 times better than the meat slices I usually eat. Sophia took a bite with some skepticism, and then fell silent. What's wrong? Is it not tasty? Bai Yuemian asked nervously. Sophia slowly raised her head, saying incredulously, this is a taste I've never had before. I never imagined chicken could taste like this. To be honest, I really underestimated food. Ha ha ha, huh? I beat up your takeout delivery service with one blow. You'll have to eat properly from now on, sigh, nabla, sigh. Bai Yuemian stood to the side like a proud peacock, hands on her hips, a smile involuntarily creeping onto her lips. Sure enough, Chinese cuisine could easily outshine local food wherever it went. Avira, like a kitten that had stolen a fish, stealthily dragged the entire plate of sweet and sour pork towards herself, only to be pulled back by Sophia with some unknown magic. Don't you dare eat it all by yourself. Bai Yuemian couldn't help but laugh as she watched the two of them scrambling for the food. It seemed that her cooking was quite popular with the locals. There's not much entertainment in this other world at night. After dinner, people either read or rest. Bai Yuemian lay on the bed in her guest room, suddenly remembering what the red book said about a mission. She took out the pendant that the red book had turned into and examined it closely. The pendant glowed faintly red in the moonlight, and upon closer inspection, she discovered that there seemed to be a few lines of blurry text on its surface. Contractor, Bai Yuemian. Synchronization rate, 3%. Ability unlocked, basic charm, passive. Race, half succubus? Introduction, you are a creature that resembles a succubus, but how can your fragrant body seduce the opposite sex? Therefore, you have an almost 100% ability to seduce the same sex. The more you seduce, the higher the synchronization rate. Go and get moving. Huh? Why do you keep asking me to get adhesive bandages? I've already told you I'm straight. As Bai Yuemian was complaining and pondering, the door suddenly creaked open. Avira. Bai Yuemian looked at the little white-furred creature at the door in surprise. Is something wrong so late? Upon hearing Bai Yuemian's voice, Avira shuddered, seemingly surprised that she was still awake so late. Jokingly, she usually stays up until at least 2 a.m. It seemed her plan was doomed. Bai, older sister? Can I call you that? Avira awkwardly brought up the topic because she didn't organize her thoughts well. Yes, of course. Bai Yuemian seemed very excited, not expecting that the little dumpling who was so shy during the day would become so close to her so quickly. Sister Bai, your pendant is so pretty. Did you buy it from the demon clan? Seeing that she couldn't find a topic to talk about, Avira grabbed onto Bai Yuemian's pendant as if it were a lifeline, and then climbed over to Bai Yuemian's side. Yes, do you want to take a look? Bai Yuemian handed the pendant to Avila, and also to see if little Avila could see the words inside. The moment Avira took the pendant, Bai Yuemian felt a small force being drawn from her body, and then the pendant suddenly emitted a strong pink light, immediately enveloping Avira. What is this, Sister Bai? Avira looked flustered and asked Bai Yuemian for help, but the pendant flew back to Bai Yuemian's hand on its own shortly afterward. Is it still possible to find a master? Little Ivy, you. Sister Bai, I am so hot. Avira's face flushed, and she began to pull at her pajamas, quickly revealing a small patch of her fair, fragrant shoulder. Then she pounced on her, clinging to her like an octopus, burying her face in the crook of her neck and rubbing against her, so comfortable, so fragrant. Wait. Ivy, wake up! Bai Yuemian tried to push her away in a flustered manner, but was afraid of hurting her, so she could only struggle in vain. Avira, however, became even more aggressive, straddling her waist and unconsciously clutching the collar of her pajamas. Sister rarely hugs me, it's so warm. Bai Yuemian. Help! What a terrible pose. Although Bai Yuemian liked small things, it was limited to things like touching her hair. How come this little white ball of fur is so strong? It sat on her and grabbed her wrist, and now she can't move at all. Bai, sister, your lips are so beautiful. After saying that, he lowered his head and moved closer to Bai Yuemian's small face. What are you doing? It's so noisy and keeps you up all night. Sophia slammed the door open. She had gone to bed early because she had a lot to do the next day, but then she heard a lot of noise coming from Bai Yuemian's room. When she looked into the room, her eyes twitched uncontrollably. She saw Vera straddling Bai Yuemian, their lips just centimeters apart. Yes, I'm sorry, Sister Bai, I don't know why I couldn't control myself. Hearing her sister's voice, Vera snapped out of her daze, quickly got out of bed, glanced at Sophia, and then ran back to her room with a blush. Sophia watched as Vera closed the door, then looked back at Bai Yuemian, who was kneeling on the bed in a mocking manner, and said, Well, you perverted succubus, you seduce me during the day and then bewitch Vera at night, huh? You're quite the player, aren't you? How about we sisters team up? Red Bean Paste Private Marseille Bai Yuemian got out of bed and gave Sophia a 90-degree bow. What nonsense! From now on, control your abilities properly. If you release them at us again, you'll be living alone under a bridge. Yes, Lady Sophia. Chapter 6 The Catgirl Competes. Get up! If you don't get up, I'll throw you into the teleportation array. In the early morning, Bai Yuemian faintly heard Sophia's roar. Because she was a night owl and couldn't get up in the morning, she opened her eyes groggily and found Sophia standing by the bed, holding a ball of crackling lightning in her hand. Vera was standing behind Sophia with half her head sticking out. Wait! I'm getting up. I'm getting up right now. Bai Yuemian sprang up from the bed with a somersault, but her tail accidentally got tangled in the bedpost, and she fell back down with a bang. Sophia sighed, Are you really a succubus? I think you look more like a slime in disguise. Why? Because slimes, like you, have no brains. The Arcane Academy complex is vast, divided into several large sections according to Sophia. It is filled with the atmosphere of magic. Bai Yuemian followed behind Sophia, looking around with curiosity magic books that could turn pages by themselves, teapots floating in mid-air, and even patrolling armored golems. Sophia tugged at her sleeve, When you meet your classmates later, remember you're a half-elf. As for your name, just use your own. Bai Yuemian nodded, and before she could react, her tail suddenly started wagging uncontrollably. She quickly grabbed it and stuffed it into her skirt. Put! Sophia couldn't help but laugh. You're like you're hiding contraband. It feels weird. Can I punch a hole in the back? Will anyone notice? Bai Yuemian complained to Sophia in a low voice. To be honest, it was really hard to break the tail that was being pressed down by her panties. Her tail also seemed uncomfortable and kept moving around. You can try it, but others might see the hole in the back of your clothes, and guess what they'll think? The two were playfully fighting when a soft, gentle voice suddenly came from ahead. Newborn. Bai Yuemian looked up and saw a girl with long pink hair leaning against a pillar in the corridor. She was wearing the same dark green uniform as the other students, but with a sparkling star brooch pinned to her collar. What was most striking were her eyes slightly drooping as if she hadn't woken up yet, exuding a lazy cuteness. Good morning, Senior White, the pink-haired girl greeted Sophia softly, then turned her gaze to Bai Yuemian. Is this the transfer student in our class that the senior told me about? Sophia coughed lightly. This is Mia from class 3, grade 1, who is also your classmate. And this is Bai Yuemian. Hello, little White. The pink-haired girl took a step closer and suddenly reached out to pinch Bai Yuemian's cheek. Wow, your skin is so soft. Are you really a half-elf? Bai Yuemian stood frozen in place. Mia's fingers were icy cold, yet carried a chilling sensation. Worse still, she felt her succubus nature stirring again. Mia, Sophia frowned, looking at Bai Yuemian, who seemed to be enjoying what made her somewhat uncomfortable. Don't touch me inappropriately. Sorry. Mia chuckled and withdrew her hand, but her eyes remained fixed on Bai Yuemian. I just think Bai Yuemian is very special. She emphasized the word particularly, her fingertips lightly brushing against Bai Yuemian's neck. Bai Yuemian was a little nervous. Was she going to be exposed so soon after entering the school? This kind of thing is so important. Let's head to the classroom first, the first period is about to start. Okay. The classroom of Class 3, Grade 1 was more lively than expected. When Sophia led Bai Yuemian into the room, the noisy classroom instantly quieted down. This is Bai Yuemian, who will be joining our class today, Sophia introduced to the students. I hope everyone will get along well. Bai Yuemian suddenly felt a burning gaze. She turned around and saw that Mia had slipped into the classroom at some point and was sitting in the last row, winking at her. Your seat is in front of Mia, Sophia said, pointing to an empty seat. Let's begin the element theory class. Bai Yuemian felt like she was sitting on pins and needles throughout the entire class, not only because she couldn't understand the principle of mana-particle resonance at all, but also because the subtle gazes from the student behind her made it impossible for her to concentrate. The morning classes went by quickly. She was supposed to eat with Sophia, but she suddenly had something to do and had to eat by herself. At lunchtime, Bai Yuemian was hiding in a corner of the courtyard, munching on bread, when she suddenly heard Mia's voice behind her. Miss Succubus. Bai Yuemian spat out a mouthful of bread. What nonsense are you talking about? Mia sat down next to her with a smile, taking a pink candy out of her pocket. Want some? Bai Yuemian took a wary step back. How did you know? The scent. Mia leaned closer to her neck and sniffed. You have that sweet scent that Succubus has. I smelled it a few times when I was little, it's so familiar. Bai Yuemian then noticed that Mia's pupils would turn into eerie vertical pupils in the sunlight just like those of a feline. Don't be nervous, Mia put the candy in her hand. I'm a cat person, very sensitive to smells. I mean you no harm. Cat person? Does that mean catgirl? That's amazing. Catgirl is the best. Bai Yuemian instantly dropped her guard and became excited. Bai Yuemian's sudden change made the dazed catgirl tilt her head in confusion. Mia, may I take a look at your ears? Ears? I've hidden my cat ears, my human ears are just like a normal person's. Can I take a look, Eugene? Bai Yuemian suddenly pressed her face against Mia's, startling Mia so much that she jumped back. Even her usually lazy and unchanging eyes were now warily watching Bai Yuemian as she approached. Wow, Spinosaurus form. At this moment, Mia changed from her usual sleepy appearance, and her sharp eyes made Bai Yuemian feel very novel. What spineback dragon? Don't suddenly come near me again, I get nervous easily. Mia dropped her guard and reverted to her soft, docile demeanor. As for my ears. Mia smiled without answering, then suddenly reached out and poked the base of her tail, a spot that was invisible but definitely present. The sudden attack startled Bai Yuemian, who cried out in surprise. Let's talk about it later. During the afternoon practical class, Bai Yuemian was forced to participate in the basic magic adaptability test. As she held the test crystal and racked her brains to try to cheat her way through, the crystal suddenly burst out with a dazzling pink light. This is the teacher in charge of the test adjusted his glasses, somewhat puzzled, adaptability to mind magic. The whole class erupted in commotion, while Mia, sitting in the back, still looked like she hadn't woken up yet. Sophia walked over, somewhat puzzled, and asked in a low voice, "What did you do?" I didn't do anything," Bai Yuemian cried, tears welling up in her eyes. She had simply followed Sophia's instructions and slowly injected the mana into her. Do elves have a high aptitude for mind magic? I seem to only think of demons. The teacher talking to himself during the test made Bai Yuemian nervous. There might be some exceptions, everyone continue the lesson. Fortunately, the teacher didn't pay much attention to the little incident and continued the lesson. After afternoon classes, Bai Yuemian slumped onto her desk, utterly dejected. I'm so tired, I can't understand a word. Oh, it really does have horns, though we can't see them. Mia reached out and poked Bai Yuemian's little head. The strange feeling sent a shiver down Bai Yuemian's spine, and she quickly covered her head with her hands. Mia? Why haven't you left yet? Hee, you seem a bit listless. Well, I'm off then. See you tomorrow, Miss Succubus. Goodbye. Watching Mia leave the classroom, Bai Yuemian slowly packed her things to go home. As expected of a catgirl, she always speaks in such a soft, gentle voice. When will I get to see Nia's cat ears? I really want to touch them, hee hee hee. What are you grinning about? No. Bai Yuemian didn't notice Sophia at the door and, feeling a little embarrassed, quickly explained. Did you know that Nia goes to a catgirl academy? Catgirl? What's that? We're registered as cat people, but she seems to dislike having her ears seen, so she always hides them. I see. So where are we going for dinner? Look at you. Avira told me today that she wanted to eat your cooking too. Sigh, so I become a chef after all. Why are you sighing? It's your honor to cook for this genius beauty. Yes, FIA's way of speaking is quite different from when we first met. I initially thought she was a cool and aloof older sister type. Anyway, it's nice to see the little white dumpling, hee hee. Chapter 7. It seems I really need to control you. Oi, dinner's ready. Bai Yuemian prepared a few simple dishes, but no one responded. Hey, where did they go? Just as she was about to look for someone, she suddenly heard the sound of splashing water and laughter coming from upstairs. Her ears perked up. It was Avira's voice. And it sounded like she was in the bathroom? Sister! A bubble got in my eye. Don't move, let me rinse you off. Hee hee, it's so itchy. Bai Yuemian's tail suddenly froze in midair. This conversation, could it be that the two sisters were? She swallowed hard, unable to control herself. No. Don't look at what you shouldn't see. Bai Yuemian shook her head vigorously, but then she heard a snap sound. Her tail had somehow gotten tangled in the stair railing and was dragging her upstairs. Hey! Let go of me, she hissed in a low voice, but the tail only tightened its grip. She seemed to sense that the tail was excited. Hey, you perverted tail, let go. I'm not interested at all, oyster. When Bai Yuemian was forcibly dragged to the bathroom door on the second floor by her own tail, she gently pushed open the slightly ajar door and witnessed a scene that made her blood boil. In the rising steam, Sophia stood under the showerhead, her long, silvery white hair clinging wetly to her smooth back. Meanwhile, Avira sat in the bathtub, a foam crown piled on her head, her face flushed red from the heat. Sister's hair is so beautiful. Ivy reached out and touched Sophia's hair. Come on, yours is clearly softer. Sophia rarely showed a gentle smile. Bai Yuemian felt a heat in her nasal cavity. Oh my god. This scene is too exciting. Although both sisters are extremely flat-chested. Just as she was engrossed in watching, the tail seemed to be very interested as well, wiggling excitedly, and suddenly slapped the floor with a thud. Sophia turned her head sharply. Miao. Bai Yuemian was so startled that she fell backward and tumbled down the stairs. 5 minutes later. Sophia, wrapped in a bathrobe, her right hand crackling with lightning, glared down at Bai Yuemian, who was sprawled on the ground, with an expression of utter disbelief. You mean your tail forcibly pulled you up here? Absolutely true. Bai Yuemian swallowed hard, rubbing her sore bottom as she looked at the lightning ball. That traitor's tail is completely beyond my control. Avira hid behind her sister, her little face still flushed. Bai, how much did Bai see? I didn't see anything. Bai Yuemian immediately raised her hand to swear, the mist was too thick. Really? Sophia sneered, then suddenly grabbed the tip of her tail. Looks like I really have to control you. Ouch. Ouch. I'm sorry. Stop pinching me, ouch. Bai Yuemian's tail was stimulated and couldn't hold back. A surge of heat gushed out from her whole body, and she exploded all over the ground with hearts. The two white-haired creatures, one large and one small, hurriedly retreated, but the room was already filled with hearts, and it was too late. Ugh, sister, I'm so hot. You perverted succubus. Yes, I'm sorry, no, please don't come any closer. Help. After dinner, Bai Yuemian curled up on the sofa, sullenly poking at the red book pendant. Sophia had put an electric metal ring on her tail, of course, by threatening her to sleep under a bridge, and now she would get shocked whenever she had any evil thoughts. I can't take this anymore, I still have to wear it for another day, she lamented, suddenly noticing that the inscription on the pendant had changed. Synchronization rate, 5%. Reward available for 1 draw. Ha! It went up. Bai Yuemian's eyes lit up. Could it be because of my interaction with Mia today? Or, Sophia and the others? She eagerly pressed the draw button, and the pendant immediately emitted a pink light, revealing several lines of new text. Gain skill, sticky energy. Effect: when touching a girl, it will slowly increase the total amount of mana. Note: as a succubus, you should naturally be able to gain power from your seduced. The effect is doubled when you are close to your seduced. Unlock task feature. Mission: kiss anyone of Mia, Sophie, or Olivia within 2 days. Reward: intermediate charm spell. Failure: unable to control charm ability for 1 hour. Energy from touching. Bai Yuemian's eye twitched. This skill and this quest even said I'm straight, bro. And what's with this mission? Who's Sophie? As for Olivia, that name sounds familiar. Just as she was pondering this, the bathroom door suddenly opened, and Avira walked out wearing a thin nightgown, her hair still dripping wet. Sister Bai, can you help me blow dry my hair? She asked timidly. Sister Bai usually does it for me, but today she's locked herself in her room. Bai Yuemian's tail immediately started wagging excitedly, only to be jolted by the electric shock from the metal ring. Yes, of course, she said, trying to sound calm. I'm so sorry about earlier, Ivy. It's all right, Sister Bai. Avira obediently shook her head and then sat directly between Bai Yuemian's legs. Little Ivy, could you, sit next to me? Avira smelled so good. The milky scent of the little white dumpling was overwhelming, and Bai Yuemian could already feel a slight electric current at the base of its tail. Bai, does Sister Bai not like me? Of course not. Seeing Avira's tearful expression, Bai Yuemian quickly denied it, enduring the risk of being electrocuted, and held up the hairdryer, magic version, behind Avira to dry her hair. When her fingers ran through the soft white hair, she suddenly remembered her newly acquired skill. How about we give it a try? Bai Yuemian stroked Avira's beautiful white hair, and could indeed feel a power rising within her body. Wow, it really works. What's wrong? Avira turned her head, her innocent big eyes looking at her. And nothing, Bai Yuemian stammered, my hair's all styled. By the way, does little Ivy know who Olivia is? Olivia? That's the first princess's name. In Sophia's room, the girl covered her face with a pillow, the pink tips of her ears betraying her inner turmoil. Waaah, that damn succubus. She saw everything, and I even fell for her trick again. How could I forget that I can't touch her tail without the gem? Waaah. Unaware of Sophia's shame, Bai Yuemian had a strange dream that night. In her dream, she stood in front of a giant red book, on which a line of blood-red words appeared, and she heard the red book's lewd voice. Want more power? Go meet more people, hee hee. She suddenly woke up and found that the pendant was emitting a faint red light in the darkness, and the synchronization rate had somehow changed to 6%? Why has it gotten a bit taller again? Bai Yuemian stuffed the pendant under her pillow. Is this thing stealing my experience points? Outside the window, the third purple moon quietly rose, casting eerie spots of light on the windowsill. Bai Yuemian looked up and couldn't help but sigh. So I am in another world after all. Can I ever go back? During the day, she always felt like she was dreaming, but the 3 moons at night felt incredibly real. An intermediate charm spell, It sounds a bit unorthodox, but it should be quite useful. Chapter 8 is about the princess. Little White, why are you staring at my lips? At lunchtime, Mia lazily lay on the stone table in the courtyard, her long pink hair gleaming like honey in the sunlight. Bai Yuemian suddenly snapped out of her daze, and the sandwich in her hand fell plop onto her skirt. And nothing, she frantically wiped the hem of her skirt. I just thought your lipstick color looked really nice today. Mia narrowed her cat-like eyes and suddenly leaned in so close their noses were almost touching. Really? Then would you like to take a closer look? Bai Yuemian's tail snapped upright. At that moment, Mia's moist lips were almost within reach, just a little more and the mission would be complete. What are you doing? A cold voice came from above. Bai Yuemian looked up and saw Sophia standing beside her with a tray, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Sophia senpai. Mia straightened up casually. We were talking about lipsticks, and Shiro said she wants to try my new flavor. And no, Bai Yuemian instantly felt like she was about to be killed. Listen to my excuses, oh no, my explanation. Sophia slammed her plate down on the stone table with a thud and calmly said, you tell me. I want to, okay, I want to try Mia's lipstick. Then why are you standing so close? Let's see the effect, it really works. Bai Yuemian held up 3 fingers to swear. Sophia ignored her, glanced at the jewel on her chest, and grabbed Bai Yuemian's tail. Do you think I'm stupid? Ouch. 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 I was really just curious about catgirls. Mia, however, still wore a languid smile, as if she hadn't slept properly, as she looked at the 2 people in front of her. Although she thought Sophia was just hanging onto thin air, she knew that this was Bai Yuemian's hidden weakness. Alright, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Stop thinking about nonsense all day long. Princess Olivia will be making a surprise inspection at the academy this afternoon. She's an intermediate-level mage, and so is my mentor. She might be able to see through the disguise of her uniform, so be discreet. The ranks are divided into low, medium and high apprentice, then low, medium and high archmage, low, medium and high mage, and finally grand mage. Sophia is a low-level mage. Yes. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting dappled shadows in the hall of the Arcane Academy. Bai Yuemian stood at the end of the student line, nervously clutching the hem of her uniform. I heard that Princess Olivia is already a mid-level mage. When she came to inspect it last year, she immediately noticed a flaw in the library's defensive barrier. The whispers of the surrounding students made Bai Yuemian even more uneasy, and she subconsciously touched the red book pendant in her pocket. Suddenly, the sound of orderly footsteps echoed from the gate. A squad of royal guards in silver-blue uniforms marched in, and the girl who followed made Bai Yuemian hold her breath instantly. Princess Olivia had long, lustrous black hair, adorned with a small golden crown. She wore a sharply tailored white magic robe, and her azure eyes swept across the crowd with a majesty beyond her years. That's the princess, Bai Yuemian muttered softly. Why is her hair black? I thought everyone in another world had colorful hair. Sophia turned around and made a shushing gesture. The princess was inspecting the student representatives, accompanied by the dean. Bai Yuemian was glad that she was standing in the last row when she suddenly realized that the princess's gaze had passed over the front row and was looking straight at her. That student, Olivia pointed to Bai Yuemian, please come here for a moment. Bai Yuemian felt her blood freeze. Under Sophia's questioning gaze, she mechanically stepped forward. What's your name? The princess's voice was unexpectedly gentle, and a delicate fragrance wafted into Bai Yuemian's nose, the scent of gardenias. Bai Yuemian, she stammered, her tail wriggling wildly inside her skirt. An interesting name. Olivia tilted her head slightly. You're not from the Empire. I come from the Great Tree Forest. Bai Yuemian recalled her disguised identity. The princess suddenly smiled. What a coincidence. I just visited there last month. Which area do you live in? A cold sweat broke out on Bai Yuemian's back. Just as she was racking her brains for an excuse, the princess suddenly changed the subject. Your magical fluctuations are very special, like. Your Highness. Sophia suddenly squeezed to the front. The dean invites you to visit the newly built observatory. Olivia looked thoughtfully at Sophia, then at Bai Yuemian. You two know each other. She's my student, Sophia answered quickly, a little nervous in front of the first princess. I see. The princess took a silver badge from her waist and handed it to Bai Yuemian. I hope you can come to the royal tea party tomorrow afternoon. I'm very interested in elven culture, so please don't refuse me. Bai Yuemian took the badge in a daze. It was engraved with delicate rose patterns. We appreciate your highness's kindness, Sophia said hastily, but she has to prepare for her midterms. It's only half a day. Olivia's tone left no room for doubt. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I will have someone waiting for you at the west gate of the palace. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving Bai Yuemian and Sophia frozen in place. What should I do, FIA? The pill feels spicy. What do you mean, what to do? The princess specifically asked you to go. It'll be doomed if you don't go. But what if she finds out? No, you're not dead. This is a special shielding spell my mentor added for you. And even if someone finds out, just say you're collaborating with the Academy on research. The princess is currently preparing for the succession struggle, so she won't disrespect the Academy. Ignoring Bai Yuemian beside her, Sophia picked up a magic book and began taking notes. What are you looking at so intently? Bai Yuemian rested her head on Sophia's shoulder, then looked at the book in Sophia's hands. Well, she couldn't understand a single word. Feeling Bai Yuemian's softness pressed against her arm and smelling the fragrance emanating from Bai Yuemian's body, Sophia's face instantly turned red, but she was reluctant to pull away, and the blush gradually spread to the tips of her ears. Hey, Sophia, what's wrong? Your face is so red. He reached out and touched Sophia's forehead. You don't have a fever. And nothing, it's just that it's too hot when you're so close. Oh, sorry, I was just a little curious, and then released her hand. It's nothing, Sophia said, smoothing her beautiful white hair, but her pink earlobes betrayed her true feelings. Sister, I'm done washing, it's your turn. A soft voice came from the bathroom. Sophia closed her magic book, responded, and then said to Bai Yuemian. Although it won't be a big deal if you're discovered, try to keep the princess from knowing there's a succubus student at the school. Just go there in your uniform. I'll teach you a concealment spell this weekend. Honestly, all you do in your life is seduce others, you can't even conceal your own presence. It wasn't seduction. What about tomorrow's class? I can just sign you in directly, don't forget I'm the assistant tutor. Oh, I almost forgot that I'm also considered a connected person. Sophia, unaware of her inner thoughts, picked up her clothes and went to take a shower. Sigh, what a mess. I'll just have to deal with it one step at a time tomorrow. Surely a princess wouldn't make things difficult for a mere elf like me. Bai Yuemian looked at the 3 white moons outside the window and muttered to herself. Feeling a vibration in her pocket, she took out the pendant. Oh dear, the synchronization rate is a bit higher again. I shouldn't have used charm today, but the mission is a bit troublesome. There's only 1 day left. I can't really kiss the princess, can I? Oh, Luda. Chapter 9 Your Highness, please let go. Bai Yuemian stood in front of the west gate of the palace, nervously tugging at the collar of her uniform. The white uniform with gold trim was the formal version that Sophia had slightly decorated and altered last night. In her words, the academy uniform was still a bit monotonous for meeting the princess. The silver tassels at the waist of the uniform swayed gently with her movements. I didn't sleep well last night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the image of kissing the princess and then being chopped into mincemeat by the guards. It was really hard to shake off the image. Please show me your invitation. Before I knew it, we had reached the main gate, and a guard with his nostrils flared up said this. Bai Yuemian looked at the guard's nostrils with some displeasure, took out the rose badge, and after inspecting it, the guard seemed flustered and suddenly bowed to Bai Yuemian, saying in a somewhat obsequious manner, "Honored guest, please follow me." After passing through 3 carved archways, Bai Yuemian was led to a glass conservatory surrounded by roses. Princess Olivia was sitting at a wicker tea table, her black hair draped over her shoulders. She looked less dignified and more gentle than yesterday. You've arrived. The princess gestured for her to sit down. I've specially prepared honeydew tea, which elves love. Bai Yuemian's tail was taut under her skirt. She carefully picked up the teacup, but because she was too nervous, her hand trembled and she spilled half a cup of tea on her skirt. I'm so sorry. Olivia suddenly laughed. You're quite different from the elegant elves of legend. Bai Yuemian blushed, but maybe I was a bit too playful when I was little, huh? That's actually better, the princess said, resting her chin on her hand as she watched her frantically wipe her dress. Those etiquette-obsessed elves are utterly boring. As the conversation deepened, they talked about the magical class in the empire. At this time, almost all the high-ranking mages in the empire came from noble families. Bai Yuemian was surprised to find that the princess had amazing insights into the education of commoners. Therefore, I believe magic shouldn't be monopolized by nobles. Olivia's eyes sparkled. If more commoners could have access to basic magic. Just like the education system back home, Bai Yuemian muttered to herself, recalling China's educational policies. The education system in your hometown. The princess leaned forward curiously, causing the sapphire pendant on her chest to sway, and at the same time, a glimpse of her abyss was revealed to Bai Yuemian. Bai Yuemian quickly corrected herself, yes, it's an elven tradition. Every child must learn basic nature magic. Bai Yuemian felt a little embarrassed after seeing something she shouldn't have. Damn, it's huge. Just as she was racking her brains to fabricate details, a loud boom suddenly came from outside the greenhouse. Olivia stood up. It's the alchemy lab. I wonder what my dear mother is up to now. She pulled Bai Yuemian and ran outside, but tripped over her own skirt. Amid the guards' gasps, the princess fell headfirst onto Bai Yuemian. Bai Yuemian's back slammed heavily onto the carpet, and Olivia's hand happened to land on her chest. For a moment, both of them froze. So soft. The princess unconsciously squeezed it. Your Highness. What? Bai Yuemian's face was so red it could drip blood. This was the first time she had ever felt shame. A tingling sensation washed over her, and she almost couldn't resist becoming seductive. Olivia then came to her senses. Bai Yuemian had a body fragrance that fascinated her, but she didn't know what it was. Olivia didn't get up immediately. Instead, she thoughtfully pressed down again. So, under that uniform there's quite a lot underneath. Please get up. Bai Yuemian's tail wiggled wildly under her skirt, seemingly very excited. The princess then gracefully rose and pulled her up, saying, I didn't expect you to look so thin. It's a problem with the uniform design, Bai Yuemian argued, on the verge of tears. Another explosion echoed in the distance. Olivia sighed, looks like today's tea party will have to end early. She suddenly leaned close to Bai Yuemian's ear. I'm free this weekend, wanna go shopping in the mall? I know a shop that makes really good cream puffs. Bai Yuemian hadn't recovered from the shock she'd just experienced. Realizing she'd never properly strolled around here before, and that she usually enjoyed shopping, it would be even better if someone was there to carry her things, she nodded blankly. Chirp. Before Bai Yuemian could react, Olivia suddenly kissed her lightly on the cheek, and the fragrance of gardenias wafted from her body. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Bai Yuemian had never faced an opponent of such a high rank before. Today, she was completely charmed, and even their words had a classical feel to them. It's just expressing a close relationship between girls, Miss Elf, please don't overthink it. Olivia ran a couple of steps away, put her hands behind her back, bent slightly, and gave Bai Yuemian a playful smile. Her black hair cascaded down her shoulders. It was truly a picturesque scene. Help! Mommy's so good at this. Oh no, my nose is bleeding. Hey Sister Bai got pinned down by the princess? What happened? Tell me. Back at Sophia's house, Bai Yuemian was recounting her day's experiences when Avira, sitting on the sofa swinging her legs, heard this and her eyes lit up. Where did the princess touch you? Sophia looked at Bai Yuemian, seemingly a little displeased, and asked, where did she touch? You too. Why are you always focusing on such strange and unusual things? No, I've heard that Her Highness has been a germaphobe since childhood. You and the princess were holding hands and touching each other all the time. Could it be that she has feelings for you? Sophia probed. It was just an accident. Okay, what if the princess really does have feelings for you? So what? I'm not a lesbian, we can just be friends at most. Really? That's a bit of a shame. What are you saying now? Why is your voice always so soft? It's nothing. We're going to the forest for practical training tomorrow. You'll be paired with Mia, and I'll be your group's safety mentor, although nothing should really happen. Oh, how come I didn't know anything about this? Bai Yuemian had never known how to deal with this kind of sudden exam, especially since it was a practical course. You start to get sleepy after only a short time in class. Do you think you can pass all your assignments? It's because I've been lenient with you. Ugh, what a joke. How dare this arrogant little brat be so cocky? I want to touch yours too. Ah, you stay away. Bai Yuemian laughed and pounced on Sophia, startling her into screaming repeatedly. Hey, I want one too. It's been so long since I've been close to my sister. Avira. As night fell, Bai Yuemian lay alone on the bed in the guest room, her fingers unconsciously tracing the cheek where the princess had kissed her. Suddenly, a pendant slipped out from her collar, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. Task completed. Reward, intermediate charm technique. New quest, use charm on Mia during your forest adventure. Requirement, get Mia to willingly show her cat ears and allow her to be petted. Reward, mind intrusion, you can control a target with less magical power than you and can read their memories to a certain extent. Failure penalty, become a catgirl. What kind of crazy mission is this? Bai Yuemian sat up with a jolt. And why does it have to be a seduction? Although I really want to pet catgirls. Wait, Mia is my friend. She paced restlessly in the room, her tail thumping nervously against the bedpost. The thought of completing this shameful task tomorrow sent chills down her spine. Knock knock, a gentle knocking sounded on the door. Please come in. Avira's little head peeked out from under the door. Sister Bai, can I sleep with you? I had a nightmare. Before Bai Yuemian could answer, the little white-haired boy crawled in with a pillow in his arms and nimbly jumped onto the bed. Ha! Wait a minute. Before she could finish speaking, Avira had already burrowed under the covers, leaving only her big eyes peeking out. She said with a smile, Sister Bai, am I scared to be alone? Then why not go find FIA? Because I've never slept with Sister Bai. Bro, you can't say things like that. I'm not some weird older sister. Well, the little white-haired guy seems to be sleeping quite soundly anyway, and I won't lose out in any way, so I nodded. Hee, thank you, Sister Bai. He then snuggled closer to Bai Yuemian. A milky scent wafted into her arms, and Bai Yuemian couldn't help but inhale it, then hugged the little white ball of fur tightly. It smelled so good, it made all the day's fatigue disappear. At this moment, Olivia's room, a space of nearly 1,000 square meters, seemed somewhat empty. The black-haired girl, dressed in pajamas, looked at the blue magic stone in her hand with some confusion. Wait, why is Miss Elf's location the White family's? The naive Bai Yuemian was unaware that she had already attracted Olivia's attention. Chapter 10 First Encounter with Sophie. I only realized later that Sophie's entrance time was a bit early, but there was no way to change it, otherwise I would have to revise every chapter afterward. If you feel it's abrupt, you can skip these chapters. Thank you. The morning mist shrouded the outskirts of the Emerald Forest. Bai Yuemian followed behind Sophia, constantly adjusting the backpack straps. The exploration gear distributed by the Academy was incredibly heavy and filled with all sorts of strange magical items. Each of you will receive a communication crystal. Crush it if you encounter danger. Sophia distributed the blue crystals. Today's assessment involves collecting 3 different magical plants and recording their characteristics. Mia yawned lazily. In previous years, wasn't it enough to just pick moonflower grass? The church sent supervisors this year, Sophia said. See that paladin? He's one of the church's sent. They said they're going to pick a few promising students from the academy. Bai Yuemian followed her gaze and indeed saw a tall man in silver armor standing not far away, the sun emblem on his chest shining brightly. Start grouping, the professor's voice rang out. Each group will be assigned a senior student as a safety officer. Bai Yuemian and Mia, you will be under the supervision of Sophia White. As you enter the forest, you'll find many strange sights along the way, including glowing mushrooms and tiny specks of light flitting about in the grass. Let's gather Silverleaf first. Sophia flipped through the map. I remember they like to grow near water, and there happens to be a river nearby. There should be water about 200 meters to the northeast, Mia suddenly interjected, her fluffy ears peeking out as she turned to gather the surrounding sounds. I can hear water. Bai Yuemian looked at her in surprise. Your hearing is that amazing. This is a talent of the cat people. Mia shook her head proudly, her gaze lingering on Bai Yuemian as she watched the fluffy ears sway. The process of collecting silverleaf grass went unexpectedly smoothly. Just as Bai Yuemian was squatting by the stream recording the plant's characteristics, Mia suddenly came over. Little White, what do you think of the Demon King? Bai Yuemian didn't react for a moment. That's the Demon King who was defeated by the hero 30 years ago. Mia drew circles on the ground with a twig. Why did you start the war back then? Did your clan consider her a tyrant or a wise ruler? Bai Yuemian secretly glanced at Sophia and noticed that she had also stopped what she was doing. I don't know, Bai Yuemian answered cautiously. After all, she didn't understand the Demon King either. Both sides in a war have their own positions, and history is always written by the victors. Mia's cat ears perked up. Is that what you're thinking? Looking at Mia's fluffy ears, Bai Yuemian resisted the urge to rub them. Of course. Bai Yuemian recalled the various wars in history, and only the victors had the right to write history. As far as I know, the demon race doesn't seem to face any survival challenges. I suspect it's possible that some other force instigated the war. The Demon King shouldn't be someone who acts impulsively. Sophia looked at her thoughtfully. I didn't expect you to be so objective. I thought all demons were brainless monsters like slimes, only capable of loyalty. How prejudiced are you against slimes? I knew it. Demons shouldn't be so cruel. I'll go scout ahead. Mia suddenly stood up, seemingly in much better spirits. It was rare to see her so lively. I smell evening primroses over there. Watching her disappearing figure into the bushes, Sophia asked. She knows you're a demon. Bai Yuemian nodded helplessly. They could smell it as soon as we met. Indeed, I forgot that demi-humans also have a sense of smell, but since she doesn't seem to have any intention of telling anyone, it's probably not a big problem. Let's split up and search. We haven't found any dangerous monsters around here. Okay, FIA, you be careful too. Don't worry, no monsters have appeared yet that can hurt me. Bai Yuemian remained where she was, searching for traces of the moonflower, when she suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes on her right. Mia. Instead of seeing the pink-haired catgirl, a red-haired dwarf emerged, wearing an academy uniform that was clearly a size too big. His ears were pointed like an elf's, and his silver eyes warily scrutinized Bai Yuemian. Who are you? Bai Yuemian asked in surprise the little girl in front of her, who was even shorter than Avira. Are you also a student here for practical training? Well, I'm Sophie, the little girl said, tilting her chin up. I'm in third grade. The little girl named Sophie seemed a bit nervous and stammered when she spoke. Bai Yuemian was a little puzzled. This girl named Sophie looked no more than 12 years old. How could she be in the third grade? Hey, which class are you in? Bai Yuemian bent down and asked with a smile, recalling the fear of being dominated by Olivia, but she was getting her revenge on the little girl. Class 6, grade 3. Who is your advisor? Yes, ugh, those wretched little fish spirits. Sophie, lying is something only bad kids do. It's dangerous for a little kid like you to go into the forest. Mind your own business, you worthless little devil, you worthless little devil. For some reason, this little brat seems a bit asking for a beating. Bai Yuemian hardened her fist, and a well shape appeared on her forehead. That elf, do you know where Sophia White went? Sophie hesitated for a moment before asking Bai Yuemian. Are you looking for FIA? But this isn't the way to ask for a favor. Ugh, a mere lowly sprite, how despicable. Excuse me, Miss Sprite, do you know where Miss White is? Yes, that's more like it. FIA walked ahead. Do you need me to lead the way? No need, I can manage on my own, she said, and hurried off to catch up with Sophia. What a strange child. Where did she get her uniform? Oh well, let's find the moonlight grass first, it's really hard to find during the day. Let me go, you wretched human, ugh. Not long after, Bai Yuemian heard Sophie's familiar voice again. Walking forward, she saw a paladin lifting Sophie up by the back of her collar, her little legs kicking incessantly. Hey, you elf, come quick and save me. This is your chance to make a name for yourself. Sophie fluttered her little feet, reaching out to Bai Yuemian for help. Bai Yuemian sighed and asked, Holy Knight, is there something wrong with this child? Miss, I sense the filthy aura of demons on her. We must take her back for judgment. You're the filthy one. Your magic is disgusting. If only your magic weren't sealed. Sophie was still struggling, but Bai Yuemian flicked her forehead and she immediately quieted down. Ouch, that hurts, you mere little fish spirit. Alright, be honest, Sir Knight. I think this is a misunderstanding. I've known this girl for a long time, and she's not suspicious at all. Although it uses the church's monitoring system, the detection rate is indeed quite low, so there's a possibility of error. Can you swear on your student status? Bai Yuemian hesitated for a moment, but looking at the pitiful Sophie being lifted into the air, she still chose to believe her, since Sophia was there to cushion her fall. I swear, this young girl is not a suspect. Okay, then please keep an eye on her and don't let her run around. I understand, thank you, Holy Knight. Bai Yuemian waved goodbye to the knight. Alright, stop being angry. They were just following the rules. By the way, why do you have a demonic aura on you? Are you a demon? Bai Yuemian poked Sophie's chubby little face. It really felt nice. Probably just the scent of some minor demons. Anyway, thanks for today. I didn't hear you clearly. Surprisingly, Sophie actually said thank you. Bai Yuemian found it rather amusing. Thank you. Are you satisfied now? Yes, you're welcome. Chapter 11. Small fish are cowards. Hey, you little fish spirit, are you taking this long to gather grass? Sophie kicked at a pebble at her feet, urging impatiently, the sun's almost setting. Bai Yuemian crouched in the grass, carefully digging up a glowing moonflower. This plant only blooms during a full moon. It's already quite difficult to find it during the day. By the way, why are you following me? Who's following you? Sophie's little face suddenly flushed a lovely blush. I just happened to be walking this way. Bai Yuemian chuckled as she put the moonflower into a specimen bag. Although this little red-haired girl had a sharp tongue, she was surprisingly not annoying. Ha! What's that? Sophie suddenly pointed to a cave not far away. The entrance was half covered by vines, and a strange blue light could be vaguely seen inside. Don't go over there. Bai Yuemian grabbed her collar, instinctively sensing something ominous inside. I feel danger in there. Sophie shook off her hand, put her hands on her hips, and scoffed, such a cowardly little elf, he. This isn't a matter of courage. Before Bai Yuemian could finish speaking, Sophie had already dashed towards the cave entrance. Etc. Bai Yuemian was worried about leaving the red-haired little girl alone, so she quickly chased after her. When she rushed into the cave, Sophie was standing in front of an ancient stone platform, curiously touching the runes on it. See? There's no danger at all. A very ominous crack sound rang out. Forehead. Sophie accidentally pressed a mechanism, and the runes on the stone platform suddenly lit up with a blinding blue light, while a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath her feet, covering the entire cave. Before Bai Yuemian could react, she was engulfed by a blinding light. When the dizziness subsided, Bai Yuemian found herself lying in an unfamiliar stone chamber. The walls were covered with strange murals depicting various battles between demons and humans. She scrambled to her feet in a panic and saw the red-haired little girl huddled in a corner, her silver eyes filled with helplessness. Where is this? Sophie's voice was unusually soft, befitting her age. I want to go home. Bai Yuemian comforted her, don't be afraid, we'll definitely find a way out. She touched her pocket and found that the communication crystal had shattered during the transmission. Sophie suddenly pushed her away. It's all your fault. If you hadn't been blocking me, I would have gotten out of the way. Ha! It was clearly you who ran off. Trash. Idiots. Moron elves, Sophie cursed as she walked deeper into the stone chamber. I'm going to find my own way out. Bai Yuemian sighed and followed. This child's temper was even more stubborn than Sophia's. At the end of the stone chamber was a long, narrow tunnel, its walls inlaid with glowing purple crystals. Sophie's pointed ears twitched. Ahead, I think I hear water. The two followed the tunnel to the edge of a huge underground lake. The lake was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the crystal clusters on the cave ceiling, creating a strange and unknown beauty. See? I told you we could find the way. Sophie turned around triumphantly, but suddenly froze. A huge black shadow slowly rose from the center of the lake. It was a giant crab, 3 meters tall, its sharp claws rubbing together with a teeth-grinding sound. I wonder what it tastes like. Wait, Sophie-chan, run! Bai Yuemian grabbed Sophie and rushed back. I Gerudo. But the giant crab was faster, quickly catching up sideways and blocking their path in the blink of an eye. Sophie's legs went weak with fear, and she collapsed to the ground, stammering, My magic has been sealed. Get behind me! Bai Yuemian blocked her way, her tail taut with tension. No one had time to notice her skirt at that moment. The giant crab hissed and lunged forward. At the critical moment, Bai Yuemian's pendant suddenly became hot, and the intermediate charm spell was automatically activated. Keep dreaming, her voice echoed strangely, and her pupils glowed pink. The giant crab's movements suddenly slowed down, and its 8 long legs became increasingly sluggish, but it was so big that it began to struggle after only 3 seconds. Bai Yuemian felt her magic power rapidly draining away, and her head was throbbing. She gritted her teeth and persevered until the crab collapsed. Hurry up! She weakly pulled Sophie up, but after running a few steps, her vision went black and she collapsed to the ground. When Bai Yuemian woke up again, she found herself lying in a narrow crevice between rocks, and Sophie was wiping the cold sweat from her forehead with a small handkerchief. You're awake? Sophie's voice was unusually worried. Bai Yuemian tried to sit up, but felt weak all over. Where are we? By the lake. Sophie lowered her head. That monster seemed to be the boss here. I took care of it while it was unconscious. How did Sophie manage that? That crab is so hard all over. You don't need to worry about me. I am the noble lady Sophie. Even with my magic sealed, I'm not someone to be trifled with. But this time, thank you. Ha! The haughty lady Sophie actually said thank you. Bai Yuemian couldn't help but tease her. Idiot! Sophie's face flushed again. I just didn't want to owe you a favor. Bai Yuemian smiled, then suddenly noticed that Sophie's sleeve was torn, revealing a hideous wound on her fair arm. Are you injured? Sophie quickly covered her arm. It's nothing, I just got scratched while running away. Bai Yuemian forced herself to sit up and took out a healing potion from her backpack. Give me your hand. No need. Stop talking nonsense. Bai Yuemian directly took her hand and gently applied the medicine. Does it hurt? Sophie shook her head, her silver eyes glistening with tears. Why protect me? You could have run away on your own. Because I promised to take you with me. Bai Yuemian ruffled her red hair. And you're so cute, how could I leave you behind? Minor fish. Sophie muttered softly, but quietly moved closer to her. Coo. An untimely sound shattered the warm atmosphere between the two. Looks like Sophie is a little hungry, Bai Yuemian said with a smile, looking at the little red-haired girl beside her. No. Before she could finish speaking, there were 2 more sounds. Okay, I'm just hungry. I haven't eaten all day. You can laugh at me, though. Sophie gave up on herself. How could that be? Let me prepare it for you, so you can taste the flavor of Bai Yuemian. Don't use such strange language. By the way, so your name is Bai Yuemian? What a strange name. Wait, there's no food here, how are we going to prepare anything? Could it be? Sophie couldn't help but look at Bai Yuemian's fair neck, and couldn't resist licking the corner of her rosy lips. I still don't know what elf blood tastes like, he. Chapter 12. Why does everyone seem to like my bear? Seeing Sophie staring straight at her, Bai Yuemian blinked in confusion. Sophie, why are you looking at me like that? Sophie wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. How are you going to prepare anything with nothing here? Bai Yuemian stared at the giant crab that Sophie had dealt with, stroked her chin, and said with a smile. Sophie, do you think this thing will taste good? Sophie's eyes widened, her face filled with disgust. Are you crazy? How could such a monster? Before she could finish speaking, her stomach growled in protest. Bai Yuemian's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Oh? It seems Lady Sophie is starving. In no way. Sophie's face flushed red, and she stomped her little feet on the ground twice. You mere little fish spirit, don't flatter yourself. Alright. Bai Yuemian squatted down with a smile, took out a small knife from her backpack. Then Lady Sophie, just wait and see how I turn it into a delicious meal. Sophie sat to the side with her knees drawn up, secretly glancing at Bai Yuemian's movements. She originally wanted to continue being stubborn, but watching Bai Yuemian skillfully dismantle the crab shell and remove the inedible parts with smooth and effortless movements, she couldn't help but swallow. Hey, you really know how to do it. Of course. Bai Yuemian wagged her tail proudly. In my hometown, crabs are a high-class delicacy. Sophie muttered to herself, the elves' homeland is really strange. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the cave. Bai Yuemian quickly prepared the crab meat and then used the heat source gem to start a fire, roasting the meat until it was golden and crispy. Here, have a taste. Bai Yuemian handed over a piece of perfectly grilled crab leg meat. Sophie hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the aroma and took a small bite. Ugh! Her eyes lit up instantly. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sweet and juicy, it was more delicious than any dish she had ever eaten. How is it? Delicious, right? Bai Yuemian smiled smugly. It's barely passable. Sophie wouldn't admit it, but her hands moved faster and faster, and in no time she had eaten the whole piece of crab meat clean. Bai Yuemian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sophie-chan, you eat so cutely. Shut up, Sophie said angrily, but with a bit of crab meat still stuck to the corner of her mouth, she looked completely intimidating. After the two had a hearty meal, the temperature inside the cave gradually dropped. Ugh, it's so cold. Sophie shrank back and hugged her knees. Bai Yuemian looked around and sighed helplessly. It's a pity there's nothing else to burn, otherwise the fire could be even bigger. Sophie curled her lip. Humph, a small fry is a small fry. Hey, I just saved you. Bai Yuemian poked her forehead, pretending to be angry. Sophie snorted and turned her head away, but soon her eyelids began to droop. Are you sleepy? Bai Yuemian asked softly. No way, Sophie retorted stubbornly, but her voice was already soft and drowsy. Bai Yuemian smiled helplessly and moved to sit down next to her. Go to sleep, I'll watch over you. Sophie mumbled an in her sleep, but soon after, her body unconsciously leaned towards Bai Yuemian. So warm, smells so good. Bai Yuemian was stunned for a moment, then looked down at Sophie curled up beside her like a kitten, her little hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothes. Honestly, he's so sharp-tongued, but he's quite well-behaved when he's asleep. She sighed softly and carefully adjusted her position to make Sophie more comfortable. However, not long after, Sophie seemed to feel that it wasn't warm enough, and she pressed herself against Bai Yuemian, wrapping her arms around Bai Yuemian's waist, burying her face in her chest, and even rubbing against her. Bai Yuemian froze instantly. Sophie's body temperature is lower than normal, but when she was pressed against her, she felt a strange softness, especially her little face. When she rubbed against her chest, Bai Yuemian could even feel her even breathing, warm and with a sweet scent. So soft, Sophie murmured unconsciously in her sleep. Bai Yuemian's face flushed slightly. Why did everyone here seem to like her bear? Hey, Sophie-chan, I can't sleep like this. She tried to gently push Sophie away, but Sophie only hugged her tighter, even wrapping herself around her like an octopus. Ugh, don't move, Sophie mumbled sleepily, burying her little head further into her arms. Bai Yuemian. That's it, I'm completely immobilized now. She looked down at Sophie's peaceful sleeping face, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, her rosy lips slightly parted, looking completely unguarded. Honestly, she's usually so fierce, but she's actually quite cute when she's asleep. Bai Yuemian couldn't help but reach out and gently rub her hair. Sophie seemed to enjoy it and even rubbed against her palm. Touch it again. Bai Yuemian couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I'll touch you until you're satisfied. The next morning, Sophie opened her eyes groggily and found herself holding something warm. She blinked, her gaze gradually focusing, and what came into view was Bai Yuemian's smiling face. Good morning, Sophie. Sophie. She looked down at her current position. She was clinging to Bai Yuemian like a koala, her arms tightly wrapped around her waist. Sophie jumped back instantly, her face as red as a ripe apple. What did you do to me? Bai Yuemian innocently spread her hands. I didn't do anything, Sophie-chan carried me up herself. Nonsense! How could I do such a thing? Sophie was filled with shame and indignation, her little fists clenched tightly. Really? Bai Yuemian grinned mischievously and leaned closer. You said you were so soft, and told me to touch you more. Sophie! She was practically fuming. She jumped up, pointed at Bai Yuemian, and yelled, "Shut up! If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you into the lake." Bai Yuemian smiled even more brightly. Okay, I won't say anything more. After playfully bickering for a while, the two finally began looking for an exit. Just how big is this awful cave? Bai Yuemian sighed, rubbing her sore ankle. Sophie walked ahead, her little face still flushed, but she still said defiantly, "Humph, a nobody is a nobody, they can't even find their way." Would Lady Sophie lead the way? Fine, I'll take it, Sophie said angrily, quickening her pace. However, after walking for quite some time, the two finally saw light. It's the exit, Bai Yuemian ran over excitedly. However, when she crawled out of the cave and saw the scene before her, her smile froze instantly. Sophie-chan. What? We seem to be even more completely lost. Before them lay an even denser forest than before, with towering ancient trees blocking out the sun, and not a single decent road in sight. Sophie was silent for 2 seconds, and then. It's all your fault. Bai Yuemian? You must have led me astray from the start. How could I possibly have gone astray? Hey, you were the one who pressed the button first. Trash. Idiot. Moron. Dumb sprite. Ugh, what an unlovable little brat. The two bickered as they reluctantly stepped into the unknown forest. I really don't know how long this will take. Chapter 13 Vampire Princess Sophie. The light in the forest grew dimmer and dimmer. Bai Yuemian leaned against a tree trunk, panting heavily, with fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Hey, you little fish spirit, are you even capable? Sophie stood in front of him with her arms crossed, her little face full of impatience. Bai Yuemian wiped her sweat. I still feel weak. I guess I overexerted myself yesterday. Humph, can you even walk then? Sophie pouted, but still slowed her pace. Fine. Suddenly, a series of rude shouts and curses came from afar. The two women exchanged a glance and tacitly hid in the bushes. Through the gaps, they saw several fierce-looking men dragging a blonde elf toward them. The elf girl was bound with specially made ropes, her mouth was stuffed with strips of cloth, and her beautiful face was covered in tears. They're elven smugglers. Sophie lowered her voice, her silver-gray pupils slightly contracting. Bai Yuemian clenched her fists. Save her. Sophie looked at her with some surprise. Are you a saint? You can't even stand up straight. But I couldn't bear to see her being bullied, and I still had the strength. Ugh, what a wickedly gentle person. Bai Yuemian knew there might be danger, but she felt that this elven girl was the key to finding their way back, and she really couldn't stand those lewd men with their lewd grins. Sophie, you better hide. After speaking, Bai Yuemian slowly walked forward, intending to find an opportunity to wipe them all out. Just then, Bai Yuemian accidentally stepped on and broke a tree branch, the sound of it snapping sounding rather abrupt. Who's there? The burly man in the lead whirled around, a sinister grin spreading across his, jingling, ferocious/hideous, face. Oh, 2 more delivered to our doorstep. Bai Yuemian struggled to her feet. It was too late. She immediately unleashed her charm, but because she hadn't timed it well, 2 people missed. Damn it, she's a mage. She's exhausted, hurry up and attack. Just as the men were about to catch her, Bai Yuemian hurriedly called out in her mind, Hey, has Big Sister been sleeping for so long and still hasn't woken up? The red book didn't respond. It seems like it's really going to be shut down. At this moment, Sophie's pupils suddenly contracted. She glanced at Bai Yuemian, then at the smugglers who were approaching step by step, and suddenly bit her lip. Sorry. Before Bai Yuemian could react, Sophie wrapped her arms around her neck, forcing Bai Yuemian to lower her head. The next second, a sharp pain shot through her neck. Bai Yuemian's eyes widened as she felt Sophie's sharp teeth pierce her skin, and warm blood was being drawn away. Strangely, she didn't feel any pain. Instead, a strange tingling sensation spread throughout her body from her neck. Ugh! Bai Yuemian's legs went weak, and she unconsciously hugged Sophie's petite body tightly. The smugglers were stunned. What is this kid doing? Sophie slowly raised her head, a trace of crimson still lingering at the corner of her mouth. Her pupils had turned completely blood red, and her nails had become as sharp as knives. Phew, why does elven blood taste sweet? Oh well, since you've seen it, you can stay. Next, it was Sophie's turn to act unilaterally. Her figure was so fast that it was almost invisible. Her sharp claws easily tore apart the throat of the first strong man, and blood splattered on the leaves, turning dark red in the dappled sunlight. Yes, it's a demon, or a vampire. The remaining people turned and ran, but Sophie was like a red lightning bolt, catching up with him in the blink of an eye. Screams echoed through the forest, eventually fading into silence. When Sophie returned to Bai Yuemian's side, her hands were still dripping blood, but her pupils had turned back to silver white, and her fangs had retracted. At this moment, Sophie's little face was full of trepidation. I'm sorry, I'm a vampire. I was afraid you'd hate me, so I never told you. How can that be? Vampires are so cool. Bai Yuemian's eyes sparkled, as if she had seen some treasure. Ha! Sophie-chan, can vampires only drink blood? Then why did you eat crab tonight? How many forms do you have? Can you also transform into a mature woman? Seeing Bai Yuemian approaching, Sophie involuntarily retreated until her back hit a tree trunk, realizing she had nowhere left to go. Looking at Bai Yuemian's curious expression, Sophie was unsure what to do. Get out of my way. Sophie clenched her fist and punched Bai Yuemian across the face, instantly waking her up. No, I'm sorry, Sophie-chan, I'm a little excited to see a vampire for the first time. Bai Yuemian touched her cheek where she had been slapped. Sophie hadn't hit hard enough, so it didn't hurt much. Then how did you end up at the assessment site? And what do you want with FIA? Well, something unexpected happened, and I had to leave the demon's territory. My mother sent me to the Empire to ask Sophia White for help. As the two were talking, they suddenly heard a soft sob. The kidnapped elf girl had somehow untied herself and was looking at them timidly. The elf's voice was as melodious as a clear spring. Thank you for saving me. Bai Yuemian and Sophie turned their heads at the same time, their three pairs of eyes meeting under the moonlight. The elven girl had dazzling golden hair and emerald eyes, and even her disheveled clothes could not hide her noble temperament. I am Lily, from an elven village in the south. She gave an elegant bow. If you two don't mind, you may rest in my village. Sophie asked curiously, aren't you afraid of me? I'm a demon. Leah smiled gently. The demons saved me, yet humans, who are supposed to be on friendly terms with me, secretly kidnap elves. Race can never define good and evil, can it? Besides, the fact that you're traveling with this elf lady suggests you have no ill intentions towards elves. Bai Yuemian touched the uniform. It was indeed as good as the one Sophia had treated. It was still usable after all this time. That makes sense. Let's go then. Since the two of them were completely lost in the forest, they might as well ask the locals. Lily's village wasn't too far, and the three of them arrived in no time. Most of the houses there were tree houses, with only a few hand-built cottages, though their structures were quite simple. As soon as she arrived at the door, a busty young woman gave Lily a face wash, her face still wet with tears. Waaah, Lily, I'm so glad you're alright. I thought I'd never see you again, Waaah. Lily tilted her head back and patted her back with some difficulty. It's okay, I'm back now, Mom, don't cry. Mom, this girl looks no more than 20, yet she's already a young woman? No wonder she's an elf. Ugh, what a sinful body, Sophie muttered, rubbing her flat chest in dissatisfaction. You're the ones who saved Lily, aren't you? I'm her mother, Eve. Please come with me. Watching Eve's ample bosom sway as she walked, Bai Yuemian was a little curious. She couldn't feel anything when she touched her own breasts, and everyone around her had flat chests. She wondered what it felt like to touch other people's breasts. Alright, the clan leader is already inside. I'll wait outside. Ignoring Bai Yuemian's thoughts, Eve led them to the central treehouse. Inside, they found a male elf already waiting. Hello, I am Kate, the chieftain of this village. It's quite rare to have demon guests here. What brings you to this remote place? Sophie and I accidentally activated a teleportation array while entering the cave, and then we came here after exiting the cave. That's probably an abandoned magic circle from a long time ago. As far as I know, no demons have come here for almost 100 years. Although the demons haven't harmed us, everyone is still somewhat afraid. Thank you for saving Lily, but I still have to send you away. Yes, we understand, but we don't know where we are either. It's a bit of a shame that I couldn't learn more about the elf village, but I'm worried about Sophia and the others since I haven't contacted them for a day. This is south of the Central Forest. Where did you come from? Imperial Arcane Academy. The Empire? That should be north of the Central Forest. I'll just teleport you back. Hey, do you guys know teleportation magic? Now it was Sophie's turn to be curious. Many methods for setting up teleportation arrays had been lost. What was being used now were those set up by great mages long ago. Yes, there's a small one near the village, set up by my grandmother. It's just right for 2 people. Thank you then. The group quickly found the teleportation array, and luckily it was still usable. Well then, goodbye Lily. Thank you for saving me. I hope we'll meet again someday. Bai Yuemian and Sophie stood in the center of the teleportation array and said goodbye to the others. With a flash of white light, the two left the spot. Chapter 14, she turned into a catgirl. The white light from the teleportation array dissipated, and Bai Yuemian and Sophie stood once again at the familiar cave entrance. Phew, finally back, Bai Yuemian stretched, her uniform clinging to her body, revealing her perfect curves, and her ample breast swayed with her movements. Ugh, this is so annoying, Sophie couldn't help but complain, then touched her little tablet. It'll definitely grow bigger, right? The two slowly walked towards the light when suddenly a series of hurried footsteps came from afar. Bai Yuemian. Sophia and Mia rushed out of the woods, their faces filled with anxiety. Sophia's white hair was quite disheveled, indicating that they had been searching for a long time. Where have you been? Sophia grabbed Bai Yuemian's shoulders, looking her up and down. Do you know we've been looking for you all night? Mia's cat ears stood straight up. Little White, if you don't show up soon, Senior White is going to blow up the whole forest. Bai Yuemian scratched her head sheepishly. Sorry, we accidentally triggered a teleportation array. She couldn't help but feel that it was really nice to have someone care about her. Sophie stood to the side, awkwardly turning her face away. Only then did Sophia notice the red-haired little girl. She paused, then asked, "You are?" "This is Sophie, she says she's looking for you." "Looking for me?" "Little friend, do we know each other?" Sophia was a little confused, she didn't recall recognizing this little girl. "It was my mother, Karina. She said she would go find Sophia White once she reached the Empire." "Oh. It's Miss Karina. You must be her daughter. You do look alike." Bai Yuemian asked curiously, "Aren't you studying in the royal city? How do you know the vampire lady?" Miss Karina was invited by the academy to participate in the research. My parents weren't home at the time, so I stayed with her. She's a very kind person. Yes, after all, she's mother. / /. No wonder you don't dislike demons. I only target individuals, I never discriminate against races unless every member of that race is bad. He then said to Sophie, "Then, Miss Sophie, why don't you stay at my place for now? There are empty rooms. Let's go back first, Avira is worried sick." Back home, Avira rushed to Bai Yuemian's side as soon as she saw her. "Sister Bai. Are you all right?" It's nothing. Bai Yuemian rubbed her little head, then suddenly felt a strange sensation in her body. Why does it feel a little itchy?" The next second, to everyone's astonishment, a pair of fluffy cat ears popped out from Bai Yuemian's head, and her tail turned into a fluffy cat tail. Meow! Bai Yuemian was startled herself. Sophie's eyes widened. How did you become a cat person? Bai Yuemian then remembered the penalty for mission failure. She hurriedly took out the red book pendant, which read, "Mission failed, transform into a catgirl for 12 hours. New task, get up close and personal with Princess Olivia while shopping. Reward, attack magic blind box. Failure penalty, catgirl form extended for 1 week. Damn it, I completely forgot about the mission." Bai Yuemian was on the verge of tears. These subsequent missions are just trying to kill me. Last time it was pure luck. We got carried away with just sticking to each other. I don't even know if holding hands would be okay. What if the guards don't like her and chop her up? Ignoring Bai Yuemian's little scheme, Avira's eyes lit up, and her little hand couldn't resist reaching out. "Sister Bai, can I touch your ears?" Meow. Wait up! The moment her ear was touched, Bai Yuemian went limp. Don't touch there. Sophie couldn't help but come closer. "Humph, just some trash. Is this a cat person or an elf?" "Never mind." As she spoke, she secretly pinched the base of her tail. Meow! Bai Yuemian jumped up, her face flushed red. "Don't touch them all at once." Sophia had been maintaining her composure, but seeing Bai Yu's fluffy appearance, she couldn't resist reaching out and ruffling her head. "She's quite cute." Bai Yuemian. That's it, all authority is gone. The next day was the weekend, and Bai Yuemian's cat ears finally disappeared. Sophia looked on in astonishment that morning. She had never seen a succubus transform into a cat person and then back. However, after examining the body for a long time, she found nothing. Since there was still research to be done, she had to leave it at that for now. Bai Yuemian was delayed for a while, and after Sophia left, she rushed to the palace, only to find that Princess Olivia was already waiting there. "You're 3 minutes late." The princess was dressed casually today, her black hair tied in a ponytail, making her look exceptionally refreshing. Bai Yuemian smiled sheepishly. Sorry, something came up." Olivia didn't speak, but pointed to her cheek. Bai Yuemian didn't understand what it meant. "Idiot, I'm late for our first kiss." "Didn't you even try to show it?" Bai Yuemian looked at Olivia's flawless skin and felt a little embarrassed, but Olivia was still waiting. How could she let the princess wait so long? A kiss wouldn't hurt, they were both girls anyway. Having convinced herself of this, Bai Yuemian leaned closer, first smelling the familiar scent of gardenias, and then gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. "Yes, Your Highness, I'm so sorry." Because she had never kissed someone on the cheek before, Bai Yuemian kissed her a little too hard, leaving a noticeable saliva stain on Olivia's face. Olivia remained silent, gently wiping her face with a handkerchief before flashing her standard smile. "Let's go, those who haven't passed away." As expected of the princess, she shines with brilliance. The commercial street in the royal city was indeed quite bustling. It was Bai Yuemian's first time shopping in another world, and she couldn't help but go and take a look at everything new she saw. "Miss Bai seems quite interested in this place. Didn't Miss White show you around before?" "White? Are you referring to Sophia? Why was Sophia mentioned?" Seemingly noticing Bai Yuemian's confusion, Olivia explained. "My friend saw you go into the White House and got a little curious." "Oh, so she saw me." "Anyway, there was nothing to hide, so I explained it to her." "I see. Where did you go yesterday?" "Miss White almost set the forest on fire while looking for you." "Well, there was a slight mishap, but ultimately nothing serious happened." "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." Olivia pressed her index finger to her lips. "That's too formal. Just call me Waaah from now on." Bai Yuemian nodded, and Olivia smiled and lowered her fingers, then took her arm. Feeling the sudden softness, Bai Yuemian's face flushed. "Your Highness." Olivia was somewhat displeased with the way she was addressed. Bai Yuemian quickly corrected herself, then smiled and nodded. "Isn't this how girls always do when they go shopping?" "Yuemian, please don't take offense. So this is how girls get along?" But on Earth, no one can be this close to her. What she doesn't know is that because of her stunning beauty, even girls are too shy to hold her hand. Hey, Yuemian, what do you think of this dress? Don't you get uncomfortable always wearing your uniform? Olivia suddenly pointed to a light blue dress with exquisite patterns, which looked quite expensive. Bai Yuemian only had a few silver coins in her pocket, probably only enough for a meal, let alone buying clothes. Besides, she was counting on the protective magic of her uniform. Chapter 15 Big-breasted fetishists deserve to die. This dress really suits you. Olivia picked up the light blue dress and held it up in front of Bai Yuemian. Want to try it on? Bai Yuemian subconsciously took a step back, her fingers unconsciously clutching the collar of her uniform. Haha, no need, right? I think the uniform is fine. Just kidding, if she took off her uniform, wouldn't Her Highness the Princess be able to see through her succubus identity at a glance? Moreover, because Sophia was afraid of being restricted, she hadn't registered her yet. If she got caught, she would have to go to work for the government for a few days. Olivia narrowed her eyes slightly. Why is Yuemian so nervous? Could it be she's wearing lingerie under her uniform? Ha! Cough, 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 cough. She was initially worried the princess had noticed something, but what she said made her choke. And no. How could I possibly wear something like that? Bai Yuemian hurriedly waved her hands, her tail wriggling uneasily inside her skirt. I just What is it? Olivia took a step closer, and the faint scent of gardenias in her black hair made Bai Yuemian even more flustered. At this critical moment, a familiar voice rang out from behind. She's just shy. Bai Yuemian turned around abruptly and saw Sophia standing at the shop entrance with a pile of magical materials in her arms, her face full of displeasure. FIA. Miss White. Olivia raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. Yes, what a coincidence. Sophia walked over with a forced smile and pulled Bai Yuemian behind her. My student is rather shy, Your Highness, please don't take offense. Olivia's eyes swept between the two of them, then she suddenly smiled meaningfully. I see then, how about? She then took a deep V-neck black dress from the shelf. Shall I try this on for Yuemian? Bai Yuemian? Sophia. Ignoring Bai Yuemian's shock, Olivia quickly changed her clothes. The dress perfectly outlined her curves, and the deep V-neck line accentuated her full figure, making her almost burst out of Bai Yuemian's arms. How was it? Olivia blushed and twirled around, her black hair cascading down her back. This is the first time I've ever dressed so revealingly for someone. Yuemian, you should take a good look. Bai Yuemian tried to resist looking at herself, telling herself that she was straight and that she had what others had, so there was nothing to see. But she couldn't help looking at them. Her own things just couldn't compare to the other people's. After only a few glances, Bai Yuemian almost had a nosebleed, so beautiful. Sophia scoffed. Ha, you're a big breast fetishist. No, I'm not, Bai Yuemian retorted, blushing, but her eyes couldn't help glancing at the princess's chest. It's just since Via is wearing it for us, we should definitely admire it, right? What a pervert. Sophia rolled her eyes at her, looking at her own flat, shapeless body compared to Olivia's curvaceous figure, and could only lament the unfairness of fate. Seemingly sensing Sophia's displeasure, Olivia added fuel to the fire with a coquettish laugh. It's all right, Miss White, small ones are cute too. You don't think I won't hit you just because you're a princess? Olivia smiled but didn't answer. Suddenly, she reached out and pinched Bai Yuemian's cheek. Then let's buy this one, and I'll wear it for you to see next time. Alone, Sophia's voice suddenly rose several octaves. Really? Oh no, how can this be? Princess, you should be more reserved. She almost blurted out her true thoughts. Being reserved? Fine, from now on, the more explicit stuff will only be shown to you. I feel so happy. Is this an angel? Such a generous angel. The subsequent shopping trip turned into an awkward three-person affair. Olivia seemed to enjoy teasing Bai Yuemian, accidentally touching her hand every now and then, or unintentionally rubbing her chest against her arm, each time causing Bai Yuemian to blush. Bai Yuemian was a little confused when she felt Sophia hug her other arm. I'm a little tired, let me lean on you, Sophia explained, blushing as she felt Bai Yuemian's questioning gaze. Bai Yuemian nodded, but couldn't help but sigh, it is indeed quite hard. What did you say, underscore? There's nothing there. Olivia watched the two interact with a smile, and then nudged Bai Yuemian's other arm. Bai Yuemian felt her arm sink into something soft, which made her tremble involuntarily. The group found a cake shop to rest for a while, and Olivia quickly ordered a few cakes and cream puffs. Yuemian, try this. Olivia used a fork to pick up a piece of cake and held it to Bai Yuemian's lips. Bai Yuemian obediently opened her mouth, but cream got on the corner of her mouth. Really? Olivia chuckled, wiping away the remaining cream with her finger and then licking it off. Can't waste it. Bai Yuemian. Sophia, ugh, I'm getting more and more annoyed. Just kidding. Olivia winked playfully, then turned to the clerk and said, another one, please, Miss White's on the treat. Sophia. Just as the group was interacting, a message suddenly came from the communication magic stone on Olivia's body. After checking it, her expression suddenly changed. Something happened at the palace, I'll go take a look. That's all for today, Yuemian, see you next time, Miss White. Okay, bye-bye Via. Seeing Bai Yuemian's absent-minded look, Sophia was furious. Humph, Via, you call me that so affectionately, unlike me, who's just a flat-chested person. In the end, I've only managed to annoy my older sister. Sophia's way of speaking, which she seemed to have picked up from who knows where, left Sophia speechless. What does it matter if we're all girls? Then why have you never looked at me with those lewd eyes? Huh bro, do you want to hear what you're saying? There are people who like being viewed with prejudice? No, I didn't say anything. On the way back, Sophia kept a gloomy face. Fia, are you angry? No. Then why keep crushing the magic stone? Practice. Bai Yuemian shrank her neck, deciding it was best to keep quiet, but not far away, a clothing store in front of her suddenly exploded. Clothing store owner, Clown JPG. What happens? There's an attack. We need to get out of here. Sophia, disregarding everything else, quickly grabbed Bai Yuemian's hand and sat on the magic broom. Hold on tight. Hey! Wait a minute, I haven't even settled in yet. Ignoring Bai Yuemian's exclamation, Sophia quickly led her away from the commercial district. However, they hadn't flown far when a figure blocked their path. Oh my, isn't this White? He's gotten so lousy in the last few years. Is he running away from me? Sophia looked coldly at the red-haired girl in front of her and said in a low voice. Qiqiao, as a member of the Demon King's staff, how can you destroy the royal city like this? Aren't you afraid of starting a war? War? I can't wait for it to start. The Demon King is too timid to attack. If I alone cripple the royal city, the Demon King will definitely look at me differently. Wahahaha. Looking at this somewhat shinibu, delusional, girl, Bai Yuemian leaned close to Sophia's ear and said. Fia, let's go back first. She seems difficult to deal with. Sophia felt the warm breath on her ear, her face slightly flushed as she nodded, then flew off in another direction, leaving Qiqiao hopping mad. Hey, how dare you ignore me? Chapter 16. The Demon King will punish me severely. Fia, who is this Qiqiao? Bai Yuemian asked curiously, hugging Sophia tightly around the waist. A high-ranking officer in the Demon King's army, a troublesome fellow. Sophia's voice was as cold as ice. The last time we clashed was 3 years ago, she blew up half of my lab. Before Bai Yuemian could react, a sharp laugh suddenly came from behind her. Ha ha ha. White, do you think you can get away? Qiqiao sprouted bat-like wings from her back and quickly caught up. She held a crimson spear in her hand, the tip of which was shrouded in ominous black mist. Tisk. Sophia abruptly turned the broom around. Hold on tight. The broom made a sharp turn, and Bai Yuemian was almost thrown off. Ew! Qiqiao's spear grazed past them, striking a distant clock tower with a deafening explosion. The upper half of the clock tower slowly tilted before crashing into the street. Thunder net. Sophia waved her left hand, and countless fine lightning bolts intertwined to form a net, catching the falling building. Oh. You've improved a bit. Chixiao licked her lips, but how about this? She stretched out her right hand, and dozens of fireballs appeared out of thin air, raining down on the two of them. So annoying, Sophia finally snapped. She lowered the broom to an open square and pushed Bai Yuemian towards the safe zone. Stay here and don't move. Wait, FIA, what are you doing? Sophia ignored her, and the next second, blinding lightning erupted from her body, her white hair stood on end, and blue and white electric sparks danced in her eyes. 3 years have passed, and all you know how to do is play with fire, Sophia said coldly. Let me teach you what real magic is. Chixiao scoffed dismissively, pointing her spear directly at Sophia. Come on. Shatter the darkness with thunder. Bai Yuemian couldn't help but twitch her lips when she heard this familiar line. Was the prison boss coming to cross over? The sky suddenly darkened, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck down, hitting Chixiao right on the head. Chixiao's whole body convulsed, her hair stood on end like an afro, but that wasn't all. Rakeage. Dozens of bolts of lightning, as if alive, coiled around Chixiao's body, crawling across her skin. Chixiao screamed repeatedly, and the spear in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter. It's over. As the final spell struck, Chixiao was trapped in a cage made of lightning, her whole body billowing black smoke, charred and cracked. Chixiao pointed at Sophia with trembling hands. When did you become so strong? Sophia brushed non-existent dust off her hands. You're too weak. You're no match for the executives from the Human Demon War. Although I haven't fought them, your executive status is far too inflated. She made a merciless assessment. Damn it, I still can't do it in the end. Remember to tell your boss to submit an account statement. It seems the lesson from 3 years ago wasn't enough. Ugh, those wretched humans. I'd rather die than tell the Demon King. Sophia raised an eyebrow, said nothing, but crackled with electricity again in her hand. Oh. No, I'm so sorry, I'll reimburse you for all the losses. Please don't tell the Demon King. Otherwise, she'll definitely punish me severely. As if recalling some unpleasant experience, Chixiao suddenly began to tremble all over. Alright, quickly call your men back. Well, I can only call my subordinates back. Some of the low-level monsters followed me here on their own, and I can't control them. Tisk, as useless as ever. Hey, there's nothing we can do about it, Chixiao argued. Bai Yuemian stared in disbelief as the two went from fighting to chatting. Suddenly, she felt her pendant begin to vibrate, and she quickly took out the red book pendant. Task completed. The blind box has been automatically opened. Light Magic Dawn, Beginner. New mission, Rescue Avera, Junior Academy. What? Little Ivy is in danger. Ignoring the reward she received, Bai Yuemian's heart tightened. At the same time, a series of magical explosions came from the direction of the academy in the distance. Bai Yuemian had no idea why Avera was at the academy. She couldn't tell Sophia how she knew, so she could only rush to Avera's school while Sophia was dealing with the other little monsters. FIA. I'm going back to check on Avera and Sophie. Sophia looked puzzled. Wait a minute, aren't Avera and the others at home? I feel they are in danger, so I'm going back first. Understood. There shouldn't be any other officers. Just be careful of the smaller monsters. Bai Yuemian ignored what she was saying and rushed towards the academy at full speed. Avera, clutching her school bag, huddled in a corner of the classroom with Sophie, trembling. She had only come back to retrieve a magic book she had forgotten, while Sophie had followed along out of curiosity about what human schools looked like, only to be attacked by monsters. Avera only knows a few simple spells, and Sophie just drank Bai Yuemian's blood, so she has no fighting ability now. Hearing several bat-like monsters rampaging nearby, Avera trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of breaking through the gate. Sister Sophie, what should I do? Waaah. I don't know either. I can't break the seal right now. Sophie had originally intended to comfort Avera, but seeing her crying uncontrollably, she didn't know why she started crying too. Sister Bai, save me. Waaah, little monster sprites, come quick. Just then, the classroom door burst open with a bang. Stay away from them. Bai Yuemian stood at the door, a dazzling white light gathering in her hand the newly acquired dawn. The arrow of light pierced straight through the monster, and the few small karami were quickly dispatched. Bai Yuemian rushed to the two little ones' faces, and before she could speak, they threw themselves into her arms and burst into tears. Okay, it's all right now, I'm here. Bai Yuemian saw that the two little ones in her arms were clearly frightened, so she could only comfort them first. Click. As a very ominous sound rang out, Bai Yuemian looked up and saw that the entire classroom ceiling was about to collapse. She quickly grabbed the two little ones and ran outside. Careful. Avira pointed to the ceiling. It was too late, Bai Yuemian could only shield the two of them with her body. Boom. As the building collapsed, Bai Yuemian felt her internal organs being compressed, her chest tightened, and a mouthful of blood spurted from her mouth. Sister Bai and little fish sprite. Seeing that the two were not seriously injured, Bai Yuemian slowly closed her eyes. In the last moment before plunging into darkness, Bai Yuemian saw Avira and Sophie's tear-streaked faces. This is the first time I've ever seen Sophie cry. Chapter 17, The Sensual Little Yellow Book. Admit it, you're a copper. Are you guys alright? Suddenly, Sophia's voice came from outside. Avira, finding solace in her sister, immediately called for help. Sister Bai is badly injured and has fainted. Please save her, Waaah. Sophia quickly used gravity magic to move the surrounding rocks, and then she saw the unconscious Bai Yuemian. How did you end up at school, and why are you so badly injured? I'm so sorry, it's all my fault, Sister Bai. I bled so much. Avira's face was pale, and tears streamed down her face. Sophie bit her lip hard, looking at her smooth, harmless nails. It's all my fault. If only I still had my strength. Sigh, now is not the time to blame myself, Sophia said, forcing herself to remain calm. She summoned her wand. Sophie, take off her blouse. I'm going to cast a healing spell. Sophie, a little rascal, struggled a bit. Just as she finally managed to undo her uniform, before she could even wonder why Bai Yuemian's elven aura had vanished, two fruits sprang out, leaving all three of them stunned. So big, Avira murmured unconsciously. Sophie's face instantly turned red to her ears. Idiot! Is this the time to be focusing on this? Bai Yuemian's scale was far too overwhelming for the three small tablets. For a moment, they all forgot about the treatment. Sophia's earlobes turned pink, but she quickly composed herself. Turn her over, be careful. The two children had no choice but to turn Bai Yuemian over with great difficulty, revealing a rather gruesome wound. Sophia approached with her wand and quickly cast a healing spell. The wound gradually healed in the green light. Ugh! Bai Yuemian groaned unconsciously, her brows furrowed. Sophia didn't speak, but her movements became even gentler. A faint green healing magic light emanated from her fingertips as she slowly brushed over the bruises. 3 ribs are broken. Sophia took a deep breath. And there's a minor spinal injury too. This is the best we can do for now. He then took off his coat and gently draped it over her shoulders. Fool! Sophia scolded softly, then leaned down and pressed her forehead against Bai Yuemian's. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You'd be willing to risk your life to save someone else's sister. You. Where am I? Wasn't I hit by the ceiling? Bai Yuemian rubbed her head and slowly sat up. She was surrounded by pink cherry blossom trees. It had been a long time since she had seen such a sight. This is my spiritual realm. A playful girl's voice came from behind her. Bai Yuemian turned around and saw the red book floating in front of her. Big sister, you're finally awake. Red book slapped her on the head. How rude. I am a book god who has developed self-awareness after being immersed in magic for a long time. That's not wrong either, Bai Yuemian couldn't help but mutter. Don't forget, you were taken away by good fortune. I was the one who sculpted this body for you. So you ended up doing it on the succubus. Ouch. This time, he didn't hold back and slammed the gilded spine of the book hard against Bai Yuemian's forehead. I already said it's not a succubus. This was modeled after the progenitor of the demon race. The succubi of today are just a secondary species, lowly creatures that can't move when they see something. Then why do you always assign sticky tasks? Bai Yuemian touched the spot where she had been hit, and sure enough, a bump had appeared. Because you said you're straight, I'm going to turn you into bronze. Ha! Bai Yuemian expressed dissatisfaction and shock at the book god's reasons. If you keep swearing, you can go and reincarnate. I'm telling you, if you can't hook up with at least 10 cute girls within 6 months, you're dead meat. Go away. It's not that simple. Damn it, are you some kind of slut? You have such a perfect body and you don't know how to use it? How many girls can resist rubbing your slutty thing against their arm? If that doesn't work, just drug her, send her to a room, and that's it. Are you the little lewd book god? Admit it, you're a loser. Have you ever liked any guy so far? It's just that I haven't met anyone I like yet. Come on, you just like watching gay men. You're not attracted to guys. Think about Olivia, Avira, Mia. Thinking of the princess's enormous breasts, Mia's languidness, Sophia's haughtiness, and Avira, no, she's still a child. But I was definitely tempted. Bai Yuemian had to admit that she might, perhaps really be a bronze? Right? Do the task I gave you well, you'll thank me. So, gonna, go see the girls who love you. Oh, and I'll give you a present, I don't really have a feeling this is anything good, wait a minute. It was late at night, but the treatment was still ongoing. This isn't right, Sophia wiped the sweat from her brow. Healing magic shouldn't be this slow. The wound is almost healed, why hasn't he woken up yet? Sophie hesitated for a moment. I can provide blood, vampire blood has a healing accelerating effect. But you are also very weak right now. It's better than her remaining unconscious, right? Sophie suddenly became agitated. That weakling elf, she's so weak yet she acts tough. Who asked her to save us? Bai Yuemian couldn't help but hum. Bai Yuemian, how are you? Sophia hurriedly checked her over, but before she could finish, Bai Yuemian's tail suddenly stretched out uncontrollably, the heart-shaped tip of the tail vibrating rapidly, and a large amount of pink mist gushed out from her body. The hidden red book couldn't help but let out a mischievous laugh. Bai Yuemian, I'm sure you'll like the gift I gave you. What the heck? Sophia exclaimed hastily, hold your breath. But it was too late, the pink mist quickly filled the entire room, and the three people's eyes gradually became blurry. Sophie was the first to fall for it. She staggered to the bedside, lay down on Bai Yuemian, and rested her head on those soft breasts. So fragrant, give me another sip. Avira couldn't help but move closer, rubbing her face against Bai Yuemian's neck and kissing it repeatedly. Sister Bai is so warm. Sophia, who was still somewhat conscious, shook her head desperately, but she couldn't hold on for long. As soon as she stood up, she tripped over her own foot and fell onto Bai Yuemian. I'm sorry. Sophia's face pressed against that softness, her voice growing softer and softer, just a little bit. And so, the three girls clung to the unconscious Bai Yuemian in all sorts of strange positions, while the culprit's tail continued to wag happily. Chapter 18. Sophie, stop sucking. In the early morning, Bai Yuemian slowly opened her eyes. This is. She felt a heavy weight on her body, and looked down. Sophia clung to her waist like an octopus, burying her face in her chest. Sophie curled up beside her, her little hands still clutching her tail, and Avira nestled against her neck like a kitten, drool dripping onto her shoulder. The worst part is, I wasn't wearing a shirt. Bai Yuemian's face instantly turned red to her ears. What's going on? Her scream woke the three of them, and the room fell into a deathly silence. Then, the three girls screamed at the same time, followed by a loud bang as Bai Yuemian was hit squarely by the magic book. Perverted succubus. Minor miscellaneous fish. I'm sorry, Sister Bai. Only Avira felt embarrassed, while the other two directly gave Bai Yuemian a beating. The three of them rushed out of the room, their faces flushed, leaving Bai Yuemian, bruised and battered, completely bewildered. What did I do wrong? It's me who's disheveled. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she picked up the pendant from her chest, which had somehow already been tied around her neck. How was it? Do you like the gift I gave you? Isn't it nice and soft for a girl to smell like? Hearing that familiar, smug voice echo in her mind, Bai Yuemian gritted her teeth. So this is good news for you? Look what you've done. No need to thank me, well then, gonna. Hey, wait a minute. Before he could finish speaking, the pendant's light had already dimmed. Damn it, Little Emperor's book runs pretty fast. Oh, the mission rewards have been distributed, let me see. Special event completed. Synchronization rate, 11%. Reward, beginner shapeshifter, lasts 8 hours, 16-hour cooldown. Oh well, at least it can now hide its demonic features, at least it has some conscience. I glanced at the time and realized it was only 8 a.m. Ugh, I still have to make breakfast. That wretched little emperor. After quickly making breakfast, Sophia and Avira arrived, drawn by the aroma. Sophia appeared completely at ease, as if nothing had happened that morning. Avira, however, stole a glance at Bai Yuemian and was caught red-handed, then blushed and lowered her head. Hey, where's Sophie? Bai Yuemian was a little puzzled that she didn't see Sophie. I don't know, I guess he just doesn't want to see a pervert like you. Hey, I didn't do it on purpose, and you guys didn't lose anything, I'm the one who lost out, okay? Shah, who's interested in your body full of fat? That's still better than your little tablet. You're making it sound like yours is some kind of more appealing thing. What did you say? What's wrong with being slim like me? You like someone like Olivia? You're such a perverted big-breasted fetishist. Why are we bringing up princess again? Never mind, I'm going to find Sophie, or I'll be in trouble. Bai Yuemian didn't know how she had stepped on Sophia's sore spot, and seeing the electric arcs already forming in her hair, she quickly took cover. Sophie, are you all right? Have you had breakfast? Bai Yuemian knocked on Sophie's door, but there was no response. Hey, Sophie, what's wrong? I'm coming in. After saying that, he opened the door and saw Sophie lying weakly on the bed. As if she had heard the noise, she slowly opened her silver eyes. Bai Yuemian? I'm so tired, I want to drink blood. Drinking blood? Bai Yuemian suddenly recalled the scene of being sucked blood and blushed a little. Weren't you doing fine before? Why do you want it again? I don't care, I have no strength, I just want to sobs. After saying that, she began to sob softly. Hey, don't cry, okay? Okay, this won't happen again. Bai Yuemian was completely powerless against the little girl's tears, especially since Sophie's current soft and cuddly appearance was quite a contrast, and she inexplicably agreed. Thanks. After saying that, he suddenly changed his listless state, wrapped his arms around her neck, kissed her, licked her a few times, and then began to drink. Hey, wait a minute, I'm not ready yet. Bai Yuemian instantly lost her strength and collapsed onto her bed, clutching Sophie. Feeling Sophie's petite body pressed against hers, and with blood continuously flowing from her neck, she quickly felt dizzy. Sophie, stop sucking, isn't it done yet? I think I'm losing a little blood. Ignoring Bai Yuemian, Sophie continued to suckle with rapt attention. Bai Yuemian's blood was simply too delicious, she had been craving it ever since the last time, until a scream interrupted her. What are you doing? Hearing Sophia's exclamation, Sophie snapped out of her daze and hurriedly got up. Seeing Bai Yuemian looking somewhat anemic, she felt a little embarrassed. Sophia was unsettled. Seeing that Bai Yuemian hadn't come downstairs for a while, she went upstairs and saw the two of them being intimate, from her perspective. Are you a perverted lolicon? Getting horny first thing in the morning. No, Sophie suddenly got hungry, she then explained to Sophia. Seeing Sophie nod, Sophia was still somewhat skeptical, but seeing Bai Yuemian's pale face, she had no choice but to believe her. Sophie, didn't you say you could control yourself? How did you end up like this after sucking Bai Yuemian so much? Yes, I'm sorry, but the blood of those lowly succubi was so delicious I couldn't resist. While healing Bai Yuemian's injuries, Sophie learned from Sophia that she was a succubus. Bai Yuemian swayed as she got up, but suddenly her legs gave way and she almost fell. Sophia and Sophie instinctively reached out to help her. Feeling the slight rise and fall of their chests, Bai Yuemian suddenly blushed. Realizing what she was thinking, she quickly shook her head, thinking, no, why am I shy? We're all girls. She hadn't felt anything before, but suddenly remembering Xiao Huangshu's words, she couldn't help but wonder if she really was a virgin. Impossible. I'm someone who's going to ship my brothers for life. How can I lose to a girl? Bai Yuemian roared inwardly. The morning's little incident quickly passed. After breakfast, Bai Yuemian slumped on the sofa, reflecting on her life. She realized she had never been attracted to any man, she actually preferred spending time with her close girlfriends. Heave ho. Not long after, I felt a small, milky-smelling ball on my leg. Little Ivy, why are you sitting here? Don't you feel hot? Avira blinked her big, watery eyes at Bai Yuemian. Is it wrong for me to like the scent on Sister Bai? I don't smell like anything, it's just your imagination. No, Sister Bai must have a lovely fragrance that makes others feel comfortable. My sister and I really like it, right, sister? After speaking, Avira mentioned Sophia, who was sitting next to Bai Yuemian reading a book. Sophia's hand holding the book trembled slightly, and she blushed as she retorted. No, I only smell a strange odor. Hey, why is my sister standing so close? Because there's no room on the sofa. But. Alright, I'm going to read now. Avira, focus on your work. Just as I was about to remind Sophia that she hadn't turned a page yet, I silently shut my mouth, savoring Bai Yuemian's comforting scent, and buried my head in her chest, taking a deep, satisfied breath. Bai Yuemian felt ticklish from Avira's movements, smelled the milky scent of the dumpling in her arms, and the pleasant body fragrance of the big dumpling next to her. Bai Yuemian suddenly couldn't sit still. She stole a glance at Sophia and noticed that Sophia's eyelashes were exceptionally long, her long white hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her focused face as she read the book was quite captivating. Chapter 19. Go and forcefully kiss Sophia. Why are you staring at me like that? Are you in heat again? Noticing Bai Yuemian's gaze, Sophia couldn't help but ask. No way, what's so interesting about your little tablet? Crackling. Oh dear. I suddenly remembered I haven't bought the groceries for dinner yet. I'll go out for a bit. Upon seeing the familiar electric arcs in Sophia's hair, Bai Yuemian immediately backed down. The afternoon sun shone on the street. Bai Yuemian tried out her newly acquired shapeshifting ability, and her tail instantly disappeared. Not bad, I can't sense any demonic aura at all. She tentatively walked towards the street, and no one noticed her. The street vendors selling daily necessities filled the air with a lively atmosphere. No one noticed. Finally, I don't have to run around in my uniform anymore. What should I buy? Maybe I should try making some white core bread. The bread in this world is so hard. Bai Yuemian muttered to herself, and after taking only a few steps, a figure collapsed at her feet. A staged accident? Don't those exist in other worlds too? Bai Yuemian was startled and quickly jumped to the side, but the person grabbed her ankle with incredible strength and she couldn't break free. Give me a piece of bread, I'm starving. Only then did Bai Yuemian notice that it was a blonde girl dressed in what looked like a nun's habit. Her small face was hidden under a veil, and she looked very haggard. Thinking that a piece of bread wouldn't cost much, Bai Yuemian bought her one, but she finished it in just a few bites. Don't you feel this is too dry? Thank you, God bless you, goodbye. Ignoring her, the nun finished her meal and left. What a strange girl. Oh well, let's buy everything first. Before long, they arrived at a square, which was quite crowded due to the weekend. On a temporary stage in the center of the square, a handsome man with black hair was giving a speech. I am Prince Levi, and if I take office, I will definitely prioritize the people's livelihood. The people's lives are the most important thing. Prince Levi stood tall and straight, the sunlight gilding his features, his voice gentle yet powerful. Therefore, I propose that 30% of the royal grain reserves be distributed to the slums. A cheer erupted around them, and many girls whispered excitedly, their eyes sparkling with hearts. His Highness is so handsome. Handsome and kind, he's practically the ideal husband. To be fair, Levi is indeed handsome. She might be interested if he appeared in a BL manga, but as for him as a romantic interest, she finds it hard to accept. Speaking of romantic interests, for some inexplicable reason, she thought of Olivia. What am I thinking? Her Highness only sees me as a friend. Right? Girls are definitely better than boys. The cheeky voice of Xiao Huangshu echoed in her mind again, and Bai Yuemian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why did you run out again? You're awake now? I have a quest for you, do you want it? After you finish it, I'll upgrade your Dawnbreaker and raise your magic power to the level of a mage, how about that? What mission? Go kiss Sophia, mouth to mouth. Don't me. Don't refuse so quickly. This is a direct path to becoming a mage. The entire empire only has a little over 200 mages. Think about it, Sophia is such a tsundere, you might see some surprising contrasts? Just think about her scent, and the soft feel of holding her in your arms. Thinking of Sophia's flushed face as she begged for a kiss, Bai Yuemian didn't know why she got excited. Levi was still giving a speech, but his plan was so simplistic that there was no motivation to listen. This kind of person is incapable of governing a country. I have no idea what FIA thinks of me, she seems to dislike me a bit. How will you know if you don't try? Go and force a kiss on her, pin her against the wall and kiss her, I don't believe she won't give in. The thought of being chopped to a crisp before she even got a chance to try sent a shiver down Bai Yuemian's spine. Seeing Bai Yuemian's hopeless state, the little erotic novel sighed humanely, fine, you figure it out yourself. Anyway, I'm not giving you a time limit. Back home, Bai Yuemian first crushed the grapes and put them in a glass jar, then prepared the yeast first. Ha! When did you learn to hide your tail? Sophia was curious as she watched Bai Yuemian manage to conceal her demonic aura despite not wearing a uniform. In short, I just suddenly learned it. Forget it, I can't be bothered with you. Hurry up and make dinner, I'm hungry, Sophia said haughtily, turning her head away. Yes, my young lady. After a quick dinner, with nothing to do in the evening, Sophia was still engrossed in a book, while Sophie went to learn to draw with Avira. It was unexpected that she would enjoy drawing. Now I know why you're called a genius. You read more books in a day than most people your age do in a week. Seeing Sophia holding a magic book thicker than internal medicine, Bai Yuemian couldn't help but admire her. When I wasn't an assistant mentor, many girls liked to gossip about me behind my back and ostracize me, but none of them thought about surpassing me. Until I became an assistant tutor and had the authority to stay on probation to supervise students, no one dared to talk about me anymore. While you're foolishly bad-mouthing others, they're still surpassing you, which is why I'm now extremely eager to become stronger. I never imagined Sophia had gone through something like this. Looking at her slender hands, I wondered how such a fragile body could endure those vicious comments. Although they spoke so casually, every girl still cares. FIA. What's wrong, what are you doing? Take a break, you've been reading all day. Bai Yuemian held Sophia's head in her arms, letting her rest her head on her lap, and gently massaged her temples. Sophia's face flushed slightly. So soft. Everything was beautiful until Sophia realized she could only see half of the ceiling, and her mood instantly soured. What's wrong? She noticed that Sophia's mood had suddenly soured and was a little puzzled. Nothing. Sophia simply closed her eyes, out of sight, out of mind. FIA? Is she asleep? Sophia seemed genuinely tired, and soon began breathing evenly. Her cherry-like lips, glistening and translucent, were quite alluring. Aside from her bad temper, FIA is practically perfect. No wonder she's ostracized. Bai Yuemian smoothed her soft white hair, leaned down, and gently kissed her forehead. She still couldn't bring herself to kiss someone's lips while they were asleep. Mom, I miss you so much, when are you coming back? Seeing Sophia's small mouth slightly open as she talked in her sleep, Bai Yuemian couldn't help but smile. Dad, please don't come back. I hate people who smoke. Still a child at heart, FIA. Sweet dreams. Bai Yuemian draped a blanket over Sophia, and the two of them fell asleep like that. Sister Bai, seeing the two of them sleeping on the sofa, Ivira, who had returned to her room, gently draped a robe over Bai Yuemian and smiled as she looked at them. That's great. My sister is finally willing to be close to Sister Bai. Chapter 20. Call me Master. In the early morning, Sophia opened her eyes to find the ceiling half hidden. Ha! Where am I? Why can I only see half of it? Hearing Sophia's voice, Bai Yuemian also woke up, stretched, and patted her little head. Good morning, Fia. Did you sleep well last night? Oh, so that's what it is. I felt really annoyed first thing this morning. Why? By the way, do you know what day tomorrow is? As the two walked to school, Sophia suddenly asked. How would I know? Is it your birthday? What? You don't pay attention to your surroundings at all you do is flirt. Tomorrow is the school festival, lots of royalty will be there. Try your best to get a good ranking, I have a prize money to win, and I was just thinking of buying a book. So you don't have to do anything then. Bai Yuemian complained. I'm an assistant tutor, so I have quite a bit of work to do. When they arrived at school, before Bai Yuemian could even sit down, Mia impatiently patted her on the shoulder. Little Bai, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Not yet. Then come help out at the Catman restaurant, you happen to have an extra piece of clothing. After saying that, she took out cat ears and a tail, leaving Bai Yuemian stunned. No, I have a feeling you've been planning this for a long time. Hey, don't say that. If you help me, how about I touch your ears? Is this how you test cadres? That's incredibly low class. I can even meow for you. Make a deal. I'm sorry, teacher, I really want to improve. When Bai Yuemian got home that evening, Sophia suggested that she prepare a special dish for the class. Looking at the pile of ingredients, she felt at a loss as to where to start. I've never seen any of these vegetables before. By the way, are they even edible on moonlight grassland? Bai Yuemian held the fluorescent little grass in her hand and tentatively took a sip. It has an unexpected fragrance, it seems like it could be used to flavor dishes. On the day of the school festival, the entire Arcane Academy was decorated in a riot of colors. Ribbons floated on the tower, magical lanterns hung in the corridors, and even the professors took off their usual robes. Bai Yuemian stood in front of the class's stall, looking at the row of food she had prepared, and nodded in satisfaction. Moon mushroom soup, flaming pepper grilled fish, she checked the menu, plus the special honey cream puffs, perfect. Just as she was basking in her sense of accomplishment, she suddenly felt someone grab her collar from behind. Gotcha. Mia's languid voice rang in my ears, you promised to help out at the restaurant. Ha, I was just preparing the dishes. Before Bai Yuemian could finish speaking, Mia dragged her towards the dressing room. The moment she saw the outfit unfolded, she instantly regretted it. What is this? Bai Yuemian pointed at the catgirl made outfit hanging in the dressing room, her voice trembling. The pink tutu was shockingly short, and the matching cat ear headband had bells hanging from it. The most outrageous thing was the fake tail with a heart-shaped tip. It just didn't look proper. Our signature outfit. Mia wagged her cat tail. I wasn't originally going to use any props, but the class monitor prepared one for me too. You can have mine. Because natural catgirls don't need catgirl outfits, so they made me wear one? But this is too. Oh no, he's not dead. Look there. After saying that, he pointed to the signboard, below which was another line of text. Only for cute girls. You even differentiate by gender. Do you really want boys to see you doing such embarrassing things? I can't refute it. Alright, it's about to start, cheer up. 10 minutes later, a catgirl who looked utterly hopeless stood at the entrance of the Catwoman restaurant. Welcome. Bai Yuemian repeated mechanically, feeling her cheeks burning hot, as the fake tail was stuck on her own tail. The feeling was truly unbearable. Wow! What an adorable catgirl! Is this new here? I've never seen them before. The tail looks so realistic. Can I touch it? Bai Yuemian desperately protected her fake tail, Demi. Just then, a familiar white-haired figure appeared in the crowd. Sophia crossed her arms and wore a malicious smile. So you have a part-time job as a cat person, Miss Cat Person, she deliberately drew out her words. Could you please arrange a seat for me? Bai Yuemian wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Sophia, please, don't do this. Sophia pretended not to hear. As a waitress, shouldn't you address the guest as master? Seeing Sophia's smug little expression, Bai Yuemian gritted her teeth and forced a twisted smile. Master, please come with me. Sophia's triumphant smile made Bai Yuemian want to slap the menu in her face. I want to order this meow meow special set meal. Sophia pointed to the most expensive option. And could you perform a cat-like affection act? What the hell is that? It's not on the menu at all. But other catgirls can do it. Sophia blinked. Could it be you're a fake? Under the questioning gazes of the onlookers, Bai Yuemian could only steel herself, raise her paw, and shout in the most shameful voice of her life. Meow, meow. Sophia couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. You actually screamed. Sophia's face lit up with pride as she managed to turn the tables on Bai Yuemian. The light in Bai Yuemian's eyes had faded. Just as Sophia was laughing so hard she was doubled over, Bai Yuemian suddenly had a brilliant idea. She leaned down, whispered in Sophia's ear, and used a slightly seductive, sweet voice to say, Master, would you like to try a special service? Cough. Cough, cough, cough. This time it was Sophia's turn to choke. The jewel on her chest flashed a few times before her eyes regained their clarity. She hurriedly pushed Bai Yuemian away, and no need. Having won back a point, Bai Yuemian proudly wagged her fake tail. As afternoon approached, the restaurant finally emptied out a bit. Bai Yuemian slumped on the table, unwilling to move. Seeing Mia approaching, she couldn't help but complain. What? Why are there so many of us? The other classes seem to be doing fine. It seems everyone gave the food rave reviews. People originally just came to check out the cat-themed service, but ended up being drawn in by the food. Little White is the real hero. Ugh, I'm so tired. Suddenly noticing that Mia's ears were slowly swaying, Bai Yuemian licked her lips. Mia, didn't we say before that we could do that? So, what do you think? Noticing Bai Yuemian's gaze, Mia readily agreed. Okay. Then he snuggled into Bai Yuemian's arms, nuzzling her chin with his ear. Feeling the softness in his arms, Bai Yuemian giggled incessantly. Wow, so soft and comfortable, catgirls are the best. Meow. Mia let out a very authentic cat meow and licked Bai Yuemian's cheek with her little tongue. Feeling the slightly wet sensation on her face, she couldn't help but sigh. This must be heaven. Chapter 21. Catgirls are also cats. As expected of you, getting horny in broad daylight. Bai Yuemian was enjoying herself when she suddenly heard Sophia's voice, and for some reason felt like she'd been caught in the act. She quickly helped Mia sit up, then remembered that Sophia wasn't her boyfriend, so she pulled the catgirl back into her arms. You. Seeing Bai Yuemian touching Mia's ear right in front of her, Sophia felt inexplicably angry. Okay, Senior must have something to do here, let's do it next time. Although Mia didn't want to leave Bai Yuemian's embrace either, as she loved Bai Yuemian's reassuring scent, Sophia's hair was already crackling with electricity. Bai Yuemian looked at her empty arms and felt a little disappointed. Xiaomeng, who's supposed to sing on stage tonight, suddenly took the afternoon off. We need to find someone to replace her. Mia, can you sing? No, I don't have any pitch variations when I sing. That's true, I can tell just from the way you talk. What about you, you perverted succubus? Why is he called a pervert? I have a name, okay? Isn't there anyone else? Bai Yuemian protested against the way Sophia was addressed. If you're not a pervert, then who is? There's no one left. I've asked everyone else. If all else fails, I'll just have to give up. I can give it a try. Knowing that she sometimes goes out to sing karaoke, Bai Yuemian was quite confident in her voice. You can sing? Don't embarrass yourself on stage. No way, did they say what song we'd be singing, or when? There are no requirements, you can create your own. It will probably be around 8 p.m. So rushed? I understand. Bai Yuemian plans to sing a simple song from Blue Star. She doesn't need to prepare anything special. The music in this world is relatively traditional, and the public might not be able to accept overly trendy rock music. Since she had nothing to do in the afternoon, Sophia kept staring at Bai Yuemian, which made her afraid to pet the cat's ears. She glared at her somewhat sullenly and then noticed that Sophia had pulled out a book from somewhere and started reading. My senior really loves reading. It feels like a book appears in her hands whenever she has free time. Yeah, she's practically the reincarnation of the Queen of Curry. Thinking back to when I took the administrator exam, I wasn't as currying as Sophia, and I felt ashamed of myself. What are you guys doing? The two people's gazes were almost unbearable for Sophia, especially Bai Yuemian's bright eyes looking at her, which always made her heart beat faster. There aren't many people in the afternoon, so I don't need to help out at the Catman restaurant. Bai Yuemian and Mia exchanged a glance and suddenly remembered Lan Xing's method of teasing cats. Thinking that they wouldn't lose anything by trying it, they took out something that looked a bit like a foxtail grass from their pockets. Meow. Mia watched as the foxtail grass swayed back and forth on her face, and an instinct seemed to make her reach out and grab it. Hey, it really works. Seeing Mia reach out to grab it with such curiosity, Bai Yuemian couldn't help but pat her head. Meow? Little White, how did you know you could play like that? This is the first time I've ever seen someone tease a cat with just a blade of grass. Hee hee, it's a secret. Bai Yuemian smiled and then gave the cat toy to Mia. It doesn't feel the same when I hold it myself. Mia glanced at the foxtail grass and immediately lost interest, then took Bai Yuemian's hand and prepared to go to the playground. Let's go, Xiao Bai, we should head to the playground. See you later, senior. Sophia didn't say anything, but she still glared at Bai Yuemian with a look that seemed incredibly aggrieved, leaving Bai Yuemian completely confused. Speaking of which, am I the only one here? What about the accompaniment and stuff? Mia was taken aback when she heard Bai Yuemian's question. Of course I'll make it myself. What musical instruments do you play? No way. Mia sighed, then I guess I'll have to sing it a cappella. It's too rushed, there's no time to prepare. Oh dear, looks like we've run into a problem. I have a task for you, would you like to? Stop. Before the little yellow booksmith could finish, Bai Yuemian interrupted the spellcasting. Don't be like that, this mission is very simple, do you want to give it a try? Hearing the slightly seductive tone of the erotic novel, Bai Yuemian couldn't help but ask, what kind of mission? Hee hee, it's simple, just try singing and focusing all your attention on it. That's easy? All you have to do is focus. Bai Yuemian always felt that such a serious task wouldn't come from the hand of a lewd book. That's right. How about giving it a try? Okay then. She mainly didn't want to give up, and felt that singing a cappella wouldn't get her a good ranking. Okay, I'll send you the beginner-level advanced piano manual first. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Yuemian felt a piano-playing technique appear in her mind. This feeling was magical. As long as she sat down at the piano, she could play a complete piece. Xiao Bai, why are you spacing out? What should we do? Should we help you withdraw? After all, Xiaoming suddenly took leave, and we didn't have time to prepare. No need, I can do it. She then recalled the lyrics and melody of Green, and by the time it was her turn, she could basically play it. Bai Yuemian took a deep breath, slowly walked onto the stage, and began to play. The piano in this world is similar in layout to that on Earth, but it is more exquisite. The pitch of each key is very accurate. Bai Yuemian closed her eyes and felt the sheet music in her mind. The notes flowed out smoothly. This succubus can play the piano. Sophia, sitting in the audience, was very confused. She had thought Bai Yuemian was just going to sing a few simple songs, but it turned out to be so formal. This succubus was really capable of cooking and being artistic, which made her, who only knew how to eat and read, feel very embarrassed. Bai Yuemian on stage was unaware of what others were thinking.
As the intro ended, she slowly began to sing, and at that moment, it seemed as if magic was being transmitted from her mouth and fingertips.
Bai Yuemian was puzzled. How strange, I feel like my mana is leaking away. Where did the lost magic go?
The performance on stage continued, but the audience was having a hard time. Sophia became more and more engrossed in watching until the jewels on her chest were flashing wildly, at which point she realized Bai Yuemian was unleashing her charm again. Sophia shook her head vigorously, but still felt dizzy.
Mia next to her was already staring at Bai Yuemian with rapt attention.
The boys were okay, they just felt that she was very charming, but almost all the girls were captivated. As expected of a succubus, and she only targets women.
As the mana within the gem was depleted, Sophia tried to replenish it but ultimately didn't have time. At this moment, all she could see was Bai Yuemian playing her instrument. Thank you everyone.
As the performance ended, Bai Yuemian smiled and thanked everyone, but when she saw the audience below, she was stunned.
What the hell?
Some of the boys were still clapping, but without exception, all the girls were staring at her intently, like hungry tigers eyeing lambs.
The boys realized something was wrong and were just about to move away when Mia shouted, "Sister Bai, I choose you."
The audience erupted in cheers, and countless girls rushed towards Bai Yuemian, scaring her so much that she ran away from the other side of the playground.
What the hell? Did you do this, dirty little book? No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Don't wrong me.
You just unconsciously release your allure when you concentrate, it has nothing to do with me. The little yellow book quickly denied it in her mind.
Then why didn't you tell me? Wouldn't that be boring? Don't you find it interesting to see so many young and lovely girls chasing after you? It's still that cheeky tone. Damn it. I feel like they want to eat me alive.
A true warrior is one who, even knowing defeat is inevitable, will rise to the challenge.
Go, young man.
Seeing that she was about to be caught, Bai Yuemian quickly ran into the grove of trees, only to find that people were also coming from ahead.
No. Is heaven going to destroy me?
Just as Bai Yuemian opened her arms, preparing to painfully apply the ointment, a hand suddenly reached out from the bushes on her right and pulled her in.
Chapter 22 I Like You.
For 200 years since its founding, the Arcane Academy has always emphasized the holistic development of its students, adhering to the educational philosophy of emphasizing both wisdom and morality, and combining magic with humanities. The principal introduced the academy to the inspection team. We have trained a total of 12 Grand Mages, 30 high-level mages, and shaped countless outstanding souls who possess both talent and a sense of responsibility.
Yes, it's really nice. That big rock at the school gate is quite picturesque.
The inspection team leader nodded. Of course, the academy spent a huge sum of money to buy this stone so that it would serve as a reminder to students every day as they go to school. The principal smiled broadly, while the student council president thought to himself, "Damn it, they have money to buy stones but no money to repair the dorms." Yes, Principal Hubble, the gentlemen and ladies of the Empire are all sent here to study. The academy must teach them diligently. Please rest assured, sir, we will certainly live up to His Majesty's expectations.
Principal Hubble was overjoyed.
At this rate, he could buy another large rock, and then a few statues.
What? The students want to improve the dormitories? Can't they even endure this little hardship? Are they really gentlemen? Can the future of the Empire be entrusted to you?
Principal Hubble, was that also part of the event? One of the inspection team members pointed to the dark mass of people ahead and shouted in unison, "Bai Yuemian, we like you." The inspection team leader's face immediately darkened. "Principal Hubble, if your job is to teach young ladies to idolize celebrities, then I think your educational approach is problematic."
Ha, sir, you're joking.
We only hold this campus festival because we value the students' physical and mental development. Turning back, he whispered to the student council president, "Quickly find out who started it." "Sir Principal, we will truthfully report what we witnessed today to His Majesty," the head of the inspection team said coldly.
The principal wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Sir, I think this is a misunderstanding." The commander snorted coldly and led his men away without looking back. Investigate this. Who's ruining my plans?
At this moment, Bai Yuemian, the person involved in the accident, had no idea that she had caused the principal's bonus to slip away. She went into the bushes and was surprised to find Sophia there.
Phew, thank you, FIA, otherwise they probably would have torn me to pieces, huh? Sophia didn't reply. Sensing something was wrong, Bai Yuemian glanced at her. FIA? Are you feeling unwell?
The surrounding darkness prevented Bai Yuemian from noticing Sophia's flushed face. She was struggling to suppress her urge to rush forward. Bai Yuemian was a little confused, so she reached out and touched Sophia's head.
It's not hot, why are you staring blankly?
Feeling Bai Yuemian's small hand stroking her head, Sophia could no longer resist.
She rushed forward and hugged Bai Yuemian tightly, nuzzling her head against Bai Yuemian's two large breasts and taking a deep breath of her fragrance. Hey, FIA, what's wrong? It's so itchy. Bai Yuemian tried to push Sophia away with all her might, but Sophia's strength was surprisingly great. Sophia looked at Bai Yuemian with red eyes and said, "Why did you have to get involved with so many girls? Can't I handle you? I really like you so much. Every time I see you with other people, I feel so sad, sob.
Hearing the outrageous remarks from the big white fur in her arms, Bai Yuemian assumed that Sophia had also been bewitched by her. She didn't think that someone as outstanding as her would like her. Just as she was about to break free, Sophia suddenly grabbed both of her hands and raised them above her head.
Well, they've been controlled again.
These two white-haired guys' charm power increases dramatically after being charmed by him.
Mian, I wanna kiss you, is that okay?
After speaking, she brushed a stray hair behind her ear, slowly lowered her head, and looked at Sophia's small and alluring lips. For some reason, Bai Yuemian suddenly froze, and when she came to her senses, their lips were only 1 centimeter apart.
Should we just let it go? Bai Yuemian couldn't help but think that since Sophia was so outstanding, she wouldn't lose out either way, but...
Dame Bai Yuemian turned her head, and Sophia only kissed her on the cheek.
FIA, don't do this. You've just been bewitched. Don't do something you'll regret. Bai Yuemian ultimately rejected the kiss.
Sophia had saved her and given her a place to live. She couldn't possibly steal her first kiss, especially since Sophia didn't even like her.
TSK, how clueless about romance.
In the realm of the Red Book's mind, a petite girl, standing on tiptoe, watched what was happening inside.
But you're really impressive for being able to hold back like that. Sophia was already annoyed.
Bai Yuemian kept playing with Mia, making it impossible for her to concentrate on her book.
She had finally mustered some courage under the influence of Bai Yuemian's charm, only to have Mia turn away and avoid her. Sophia felt incredibly wronged. Hey, what are you doing? Are you a dog?
Unexpectedly, Sophia suddenly bit her bear hard, causing her to gasp in pain.
Snort.
Sophia didn't get up, she remained sitting on her stomach, glaring at her angrily. Feeling Sophia's soft body and seeing her unhappy little eyes, Bai Yuemian suddenly had a strange feeling and quickly shook her head to stop thinking about unhealthy things.
FIA, are you awake?
Luckily I stuck to my principles just now, otherwise I'm starving. Hearing Bai Yuemian still stammering her explanation, Sophia became even more furious, stood up, and forcefully sat back down on her stomach.
FIA, why are you doing this? Sophia's strength was considerable this time, and Bai Yuemian felt she couldn't use her abdominal muscles anymore.
Just for no reason other than to punish some idiot.
Sophia touched her face, it was finally not so hot anymore.
Under the influence of her charm, she had blurted out everything she was thinking. What was even more unsettling was that the idiot hadn't even figured out her true feelings.
Why?
Bai Yuemian sighed helplessly and slowly stood up. Sophia lost her balance and cried out, quickly grabbing her neck. The two looked at each other, and Bai Yuemian blinked her big eyes and said,
"Hasn't FIA had enough fun yet?" Sophia's face flushed slightly again, and she quickly got off her. Who was playing around? This is just your punishment for seducing others again today. That's right, I knew it wasn't what you truly meant. Yes. Sophia, who originally wanted to refute, ultimately refrained from expressing her thoughts due to her inner turmoil. Okay, so what are we going to do about this mess? Bai Yuemian started to worry again. All the girls in the school were still searching for her in a huge wave. She had turned a perfectly good school festival into a celebrity press conference. Who knows? Maybe we should wait a bit longer? Who knows, you pervert, you might even get horny while singing. Hey, I didn't know either. Who knew mana could travel so far from being sung? No need to wait any longer, I've already taken care of it. Just as the two were arguing, a clear voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Chapter 23. Who put this in my closet? No need to wait any longer, I've already taken care of it. A crisp sound came from behind, and Bai Yuemian and Sophia turned around at the same time. A blonde girl was standing under a big tree. She was wearing a simple white dress with delicate gold patterns embroidered on the hem. She looked both sacred and a little girlishly playful. Her long golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall, with the ends slightly curled. What's most striking is her eyes, which are as blue as a clear sky. At this moment, she stands with her hands on her hips, looking at the two of them with a smug smile on her lips. You are Bai Yuemian blinked. Ah! It's you, she suddenly remembered, the one who asked me to buy you bread on the street last time. The blonde girl chuckled, that's right, I didn't expect you to still remember me. Sophia stared at her with a hint of confusion, feeling she looked vaguely familiar. Who are you? How did you do that? Oh, don't be so serious, the girl waved her hand and said with a grin, my name is Alice, I'm she tilted her head and thought for a moment, a nun from the church. Why is it a question? Bai Yuemian complained. My name is Bai Yuemian, and her name is Sophia White. Sophia asked, somewhat puzzled, what are you doing coming all the way from the south to the royal city? Well, Ellie scratched her cheek sheepishly, there's this old lady at home who's always nagging, not letting me eat a lot of things because she says I have to maintain my figure, it's so annoying. So I came out for some fresh air. Then, I just wandered around, hitching rides when there were cars, and walking when there weren't. When I got to the royal city, I was starving. Luckily, some kind people helped me. And today I discovered the food at the school festival here is absolutely delicious. Ellie's eyes lit up. Especially that honey cream puff. It was divine. Anyway, thank you for your help. I couldn't have handled something this large scale on my own. It's nothing. Consider it a return gift for the bread you treated me to last time. By the way, are you an elf? But I sense something's off about your aura. Although it only affects ordinary people or apprentices, magic with such a wide casting range is truly rare. Well, luckily there's still some time left in the transformation today, so Ellie hasn't recognized me yet. It might have something to do with the singing. Really? Something feels off. Ellie tapped her chin with her finger and pondered. Doesn't Ellie like cream puffs? I made those, you know. I can make them for you again sometime. Bayu's abrupt change of topic was surprisingly effective, quickly capturing Li's attention. Really? Such delicious food was made by a student. Would you be interested in teaching them how to cook? Suddenly, Li moved closer to Bai Yuemian, her bright blue eyes filled with longing for food. Well, I'm still in school. Thank you for the invitation. Hey, what's so fun about going to school? Working at the church means you get 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and it's a government job. Why don't you consider it? No, thank you for your kindness, Bai Yuemian waved her hand and declined. What a pity, but I'll keep the position for you. You can contact me anytime. She turned and skipped away. Okay, let's go get something to eat. I'm starving. Sophia watched her retreating figure thoughtfully. Can a nun decide on positions within the church? Meanwhile, the papal palace. Where has the saintess gone again? Report it said someone saw her leave the city and head north. How come it took so long to realize he was gone? Because the holy maiden used a mannequin and left a player behind. We only found out after making cream puffs and realizing she hadn't come out to eat them. Then hurry up and go find it. Yes, Your Holiness. The old Pope's roar echoed throughout the church. Alice. The three of them originally planned to find something to eat, but halfway there, Bai Yuemian was called away by the principal. Seeing this, Sophia had no choice but to follow, giving Ailey some money and letting her go scavenge the stalls by herself. Entering the principal's office, the decor was simple, with only a table and a few chairs. An elderly man with gray hair looked at Bai Yuemian with a forced smile, making Bai Yuemian feel a little uneasy being stared at by an old man. Bai Yuemian, right? Do you know what you did today? Bai Yuemian panicked a little from the questioning and turned to Sophia for help. The white-haired girl then started wandering around the office as if she were at home. With a click, and as the bookshelf slowly slid open, Bai Yuemian seemed to hear background music. A few strokes on the inkstone, the ink falls, and the partridge cries. Oh, headmaster, I didn't mean to. Upon seeing the pile of rare magic scrolls and the staff carved with rare gems in the hidden compartment, Principal Hubble panicked and repeatedly protested, "Who put these behind my cabinet?" "I don't know." "So you admit this is your closet?" "None of my ancestors were magicians. We were terrified of poverty, and we really never used one." "Alright, headmaster, there's too much stuff again." Getting back to the main point, Sophia clicked on something in the hidden compartment. Where did this amethyst staff come from? It was a gift from a border count. He wanted his child to get in through connections. You agree? How could that be? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Sophia glanced at him. And, we also asked for a few more magic books from their family collection. Sai, Grandpa, I've told you so many times, don't just accept things from people. It'll give them leverage against you. Taking too many valuable items like that is no different from taking money. Grandpa, hearing Sophia address the principal, Bai Yuemian's young heart was greatly shocked. So Sophia not only had money, but also a grandfather who was the principal of the Empire's first academy? She really is a rich, beautiful, and successful woman. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Because my grandpa isn't very serious, I didn't tell you, and then I just forgot about it. Ahem, I'll let you off this time since little Fia called me grandpa, but don't let it happen again. Then, looking at Sophia with a doting expression, he said, Little Fia, when are you going to stay with grandpa for a few days? Your grandma misses you very much. Later, I'm quite busy these days. Alright then, remember to tell grandpa if you go. Sophia waved her hand to indicate that she understood, and then left the office with Bai Yuemian. After they left, Ellie walked in, and Principal Hubble didn't even look up. What brings the Holy Maiden here? Didn't I say I only support the royal family? Oh dear, Principal, I don't care about these things. I came here to ask about Bai Yuemian. Such a large-scale spellcasting event just passed by like that. Since my granddaughter is so protective of her, it must just be an accident, a minor matter. I can handle it. A small matter? It reeks of power. Bai Yuemian isn't an elf, is she? Yes, she used some kind of concealing magic, a very sophisticated one that I couldn't see through. Can't even the headmaster see it? I'd like to ask why she's allowed to live with Miss White. What? Chapter 24. Then kiss me. So, it just passed by like that, all fresh and beautiful. There was nothing wrong to begin with. The only difference is that everyone's impression of you improved a little, there's no real loss. Sophia spoke casually, and Bai Yuemian's lips twitched. She had to admit, having connections at home really did make things easy. Let's go home first. I'm exhausted, and I still need to write a report for you when I get home. Sophia stretched, her white hair seemingly glowing in the moonlight, making her look like a fairy. Bai Yuemian was a little stunned, realizing for the first time how beautiful Sophia was. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Noticing Bai Yuemian's direct gaze, Sophia's face flushed slightly again. She really was prone to blushing. It's nothing, Fia is really beautiful. What nonsense are you talking about all of a sudden? No, it looks good, that's all. I never lie. Sophia looked up at Bai Yuemian, the blue-haired girl gazing at her with a smile, her large eyes seemingly filled with admiration. Then kiss me.
Don't get me wrong, I was taken advantage of by what you did to me today, so you have to kiss me too.
Don't say things that are easy to misunderstand.
Let's get down to business. Who really lost out?
Bai Yuemian cupped Sophia's small face and gently kissed her cheek.
Sophia's blush spread instantly, quickly reaching the tips of her ears.
Oh my, it seems Sophia has been almost won over. She blushes so easily in your presence.
The smug voice of the Red Book echoed in her mind, and Bai Yuemian quickly retorted.
Don't overthink it.
This is just an apology kiss that FIA wanted. She's a rich and beautiful woman from a wealthy family. How could she possibly be interested in an ordinary person like me?
Are you really human? I wasn't originally like that. You molded me into something else long ago, okay?
The Red Book quickly fell silent, and Bai Yuemian ignored it. At this moment, Sophia was behaving strangely, covering her face with her hands and remaining silent for a long time.
Oh dear, I seem to have disturbed you. What did the headmaster say?
I heard Ellie's voice behind me. She must have finished eating.
It's all right, the principal is a nice person, he just told me to be more careful next time. Although it probably wouldn't have been so simple without Sophia. Want to come to the church this weekend? I can show you around.
Ah, Bai Yuemian said, somewhat puzzled. I remember the church is located in Linhai City, which is quite a distance from the royal city, right?
It's all right, we can just use the teleportation array. I'll make a reservation for you. No.
Sophia, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up in denial.
You're a student at the academy, how can you associate with church influence? Could it be that the church and the academy are at odds?
No, it's not that, the Red Book said, waking up again.
It's that the royal family and the church don't get along.
The church has always wanted to become independent, but the royal family won't let go. After all, the church controls half of the land. However, to be fair, Linhai City is practically under the control of the church, since there are no longer any royal troops stationed there.
Hey, Miss White seems to be meddling a bit. Linhai City is also imperial territory, why can't we go there?
Ellie said with a mischievous grin, and Sophia couldn't refute her yet, since on the surface the church's forces were still loyal to the royal family.
Hey, come on, how about I give you a gold coin if you cook a dish, Mian? Gold coins.
Bai Yuemian remembered that Sophia had told her before, the most expensive thing on the market is magic crystal, but it is rare and is mainly used for magic practice and mana absorption. Then gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins are in order, and the exchange rate is 1 to 100. The average income of ordinary people is only 50 silver coins a month. Although Sophia would give her money from time to time, nothing beats the comfort of money earned by herself. The reward from Ellie was enough for her to live on for a long time. Bai Yuemian's eyes lit up.
Really? Can I go? Please, FIA. Sophia's little face quickly puffed up, but seeing Bai Yuemian's hopeful expression, she could only sigh. Sigh, okay, but I want to go too. Understood. I'll go back and prepare the teleportation array now. I've had enough fun this time. Bye.
Watching Ellie walk further and further away, Sophia spoke softly.
You like her? Why?
The next morning, Bai Yuemian noticed something was wrong as soon as she entered the classroom. All the girls were looking at her with slightly embarrassed expressions.
What's wrong, everyone? Bai Yuemian stammered, is it because of what happened yesterday that you're going to beat me up? That won't do. Bai, could you please give me your autograph, okay? Ha! You're telling me that the class monitor brought a group of people around me to ask for my autograph? We want Lady Bai Yuemian too. If there's no autograph, watashi. Bai, your performance yesterday was so captivating. We all admire you. Ha, thank you all.
Everyone will get it, don't worry.
Even the newbie has become a social butterfly.
Mia's soft voice came from behind. Yesterday, Xiao Bai really got me into trouble.
I felt like my life was over if I couldn't have Xiao Bai. Terribly sorry.
It's okay, after all, Xiao Bai is very charming.
Okay, everyone, quiet down. Sophia walked in and reminded everyone that class had started.
The classroom quickly quieted down again, but strangely, Sophia seemed out of sorts today. She blushed every time she made eye contact with someone, and her thoughts were fragmented. She finally made it to the end of get out of class, only to be told by someone that the principal wanted to see her.
That's strange. What does this old man want with me? Bai Yuemian couldn't figure it out for a long time on the way. Could it be that she was unhappy about not being punished yesterday and wanted to make up for it today? They arrived at the principal's office quickly, and before Bai Yuemian could even knock, the principal's voice came from inside. Come in. It was the same old dang from yesterday, one of the 3 great mages of the empire, Principal Hubble. Before Bai Yuemian could speak, the principal pointed to the stool, indicating that she should sit down first, and then actually poured her tea himself, which made her feel a little flattered. Sir, is this about yesterday?
Bai Yuemian asked cautiously, and the principal showed that nonchalant smile again. She felt a chill run down her spine. This old man didn't say a word, and she didn't know why he had called her over. Bai, since you said yesterday's matter is nothing, then it's nothing. Today, I mainly wanted to ask about your accommodation.
You're currently living with Sophia, right?
Yes, I don't have anywhere else to stay.
Is that so? Then look into my eyes.
Hubble suddenly used domination magic, and Bai Yuemian's magical power was too different, so she was instantly put into a state of being dominated.
Will you hurt Sophia and Avera?
No, they are all my best friends.
Hubble nodded and continued to ask. What do you think of Sophia? A genius girl, proud and aloof, kind and reliable. Do you like her? Bai Yuemian did not answer, which made Hubble a little curious. It seems this child is conflicted. What race are you? I am. Wait, what just happened to me? Old Deng used a control spell on you to extract information.
I didn't want to get involved, but I've talked too much, so I released you.
The Red Book explains.
Hubble was shocked this time. It was the first time someone had been able to break free from his mental control. However, considering that she meant no harm to Sophia, he didn't say much and decided to observe further. Bai Yuemian was getting increasingly annoyed with him. He was even trying to trick her. If it weren't for that little yellow book intervening at the last minute, she would have been stripped naked.
Headmaster.
The principal's office door was flung open, and Sophia rushed in.
Seeing that Bai Yuemian seemed unharmed, she said angrily. Principal Hubble, didn't we say yesterday that everything was fine? Why did you call her over again? Little FIA, don't get excited. I'm just asking about something. After all, you're living together, so I need to check for safety. So it's over. It's over, you can leave now. As he watched the 2 girls walk out of the office, Hubble stroked his beard. He had secretly called her over, and Sophia followed him over within minutes. Little FIA, it's obvious you're interested. Chapter 25. I can sit on my lap again. Inside the vast palace.
Your Highness, Lord Levi is already out giving speeches and rallying public support. Why are you still resting?
Olivia strolled through the cherry blossom grove, annoyed by the incessant chatter of her maid. Yao, how many times have I told you to calm down and stay calm? How can you do good things when you're in such a hurry? But Your Highness. Okay, I understand. Quiet down, I'm thinking about something.
Last time someone reported that the wind dragon attacked the palace, I rushed back, but before I got back, the wind dragon flew away. Later I heard that Sophia had captured her master and sent him back to the Demon King. Fortunately, there were no casualties and the Demon King even got a lot of valuable items. I've been so busy these past few days that I haven't had a chance to watch the school festival, and I wonder how Bai Yuemian is doing lately. Thinking of Bai Yuemian and Olivia makes her feel confused. The first time she met her, she felt that there was something about her that attracted her. She had never liked being touched by others since she was a child, so she took the initiative to hug her arm and even wore such a revealing dress for her to see.
Waaah, what was I thinking back then? Thinking of this, Olivia blushed. Yao, who was standing next to her, felt puzzled as she watched her princess blush from time to time. Olivia.
The light in front of her was blocked by a tall figure.
Olivia looked up and saw that it was Levi.
"Brother, what can I do for you?" Olivia asked with her flawless smile.
"I'm determined to get the throne, you just need to be a princess.
And then you'll use them for arranged marriages."
Levi frowned. This is the duty of a member of the royal family.
Since they enjoy the life of royalty, they must make the necessary sacrifices for the empire.
Does your brother like your fiancée? I've never even met her, but I can't refuse.
Her family manages a large-scale crystal mine and is currently wavering between the church and the royal family.
I have to build a relationship with her. Should we really try to win over this kind of opportunist?
Olivia rarely loses her temper, and Levi can't help but frown. How many times have I told you, a princess should be dignified? How can she do this in front of others?
Answer my question. You've handed everything over to the royal family, don't you have the happiness you want? Looking at Olivia's stubborn eyes, Levi sighed. You've really grown up. You were so obedient when you were little. He paused.
I also have someone I like, but she's a commoner, even poor.
We can't be together.
Besides, if we don't weaken the church's power, the empire will definitely split apart.
I have no other choice. Olivia looked at him with unwavering determination. Brother, I will fight for the throne. The empire must change.
By the way, I wonder how Via is doing. She left in such a hurry last time. I wonder if she's taken care of things properly.
Bai Yuemian sat on the sofa, idly thinking about the princess. What, you're getting horny over those huge breasts again? Who's in heat? That's appreciating beautiful things, Bai Yuemian retorted. By the way, what happened to Chichio last time?
The Demon King opened a teleportation array and told me to just throw her in. Then a bunch of gold coins exploded.
Anyway, no one else got hurt. You guys were unlucky.
Chichio originally thought there was no one left at the school, so she sent the monsters to attack.
Or is it a harmless demon?
If there had been casualties, it would have been a huge problem.
I doubt she would have dared to do that.
Luckily, things were handled quickly. The dragon in the palace was recalled before it could even breathe properly. Even if your master is captured, you still have to breathe on him twice before leaving. Hadgerin, you bastard.
A good morning, sister, and good morning, Sister Bai too. Avira yawned and came downstairs. Hey, doesn't Ivy have school today?
You don't need to for the next few days because the school isn't finished yet.
Oh, I almost forgot. With the monsters' attacks and my own dawn break, the school couldn't handle it and several buildings collapsed. They shouldn't be able to trace it back to me, right? Heave ho.
As expected, Avira climbed onto her again. These past few days, she liked to sit in her lap whenever she had free time, so Bai Yuemian reached out and hugged her.
Thank you, Sister Bai.
It's so much more comfortable in your arms, yours is too hard. Sophia was a little annoyed to see the two of them so close together.
Oh Vera. Can't you sit properly yourself? Why do you keep sitting on other people's laps?
But Sister Bai smells so good, it feels so comfortable to get closer. Sister, would you like to try it?
Hearing Avira's innocent remark and seeing that she still had one leg free, she couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. FIA, why don't you give it a try? 2 legs can fit 2 people, and my lap is very warm. She had only intended to make a joke to tease the big white hairy girl, but she didn't expect Sophia to actually walk over with a blush on her face, and then, to Bai Yuemian's shocked gaze, sit on her other leg. Don't get me wrong, I'm here to keep an eye on you and prevent you from touching Ivy inappropriately. Bai Yuemian. Seriously, you're really coming, sis?
Feeling 2 white fluffy balls, one big and one small, in my arms, I felt inexplicably happy.
Hee hee,
I knew it would be comfortable in Sister Bai's arms.
Yes, it really is very soft.
Sophia whispered, admitting that it was more comfortable than her hard tablet.
What are you doing? Bai Yuemian suddenly buried her face in Sophia's hair and took a deep breath, startling Sophia. FIA smells so good, does she use some special shower gel?
No way Sophia said this, but she was very happy inside, and kept twirling her hair with her fingers.
Hee hee, my sister is shy again. No, it's just Sophia didn't know how to explain.
Ignoring her, Avira leaned against Bai Yuemian's chest, comfortably squinting her eyes as she felt the soft touch. Sophia wanted to lean on her too, but since they were about the same height, when they leaned on each other, Bai Yuemian's head ended up touching her chest.
It is indeed a bit hard. Why do I feel like I've been electrocuted? What are you doing?
Sophie woke up to find Bai Yuemian carrying two white-furred children in her arms, a sight that deeply shocked her young heart.
Sister Sophie is up too? We're playing 3P. It's a pity there doesn't seem to be room for Sister Bai. Little Ivy, where did you learn that word?
Bai Yuemian could hardly believe that such words would come from the mouth of the innocent-looking little white-haired girl.
The novel my sister collected, what's it called, My 5 Domineering Sisters? I locked it in a box. How did you get it?
My younger sister found the Yuri, lesbian, fanfiction I read in middle school, and it's even about sisters.
Can anything be more disturbing than this? Isn't the password just my sister's birthday?
All of my sister's passwords are the same.
I never knew, FIA, that you watched this kind of stuff in private.
Bai Yuemian looked at Sophia, whose face was flushed, with a teasing expression.
That was given to me by someone else.
After saying that, he hurriedly got off Bai Yuemian's lap and shrank back into his room.
Avira glanced at Bai Yuemian's free leg and asked with some confusion. Sister Sophie has a seat now, would you like to come? Give me an egg. Chapter 26 has been completely ruined. Little fish, hurry up and cook, I'm hungry. Sophie naturally ordered Bai Yuemian to cook.
Bai Yuemian sighed, gently picked up Avira and put her on the sofa before going to the kitchen to prepare sandwiches.
Knock, knock, knock.
There were a few knocks on the door, and Ivy, wearing slippers, hurried to open it.
You've arrived. Who are you?
Avira looked at the black-haired girl in the dress in front of her and felt that she looked somewhat familiar, but as her gaze moved downwards.
Ah. She's an older sister who's the same age as Sister Bai. Olivia didn't understand what Avira meant and said with a smile. You must be Sophia's sister. I'm Olivia.
We should have met when you were little, back when you were just a tiny little thing.
Oh, it's Princess Sister. It's been so long. Avira only remembered when she heard the name.
Vaya, what brings you here?
Are you looking for Sophia? Bai Yuemian came out of the kitchen after hearing Olivia's voice. No, I mainly came to see you. Looking for me?
Yes, I was in such a rush last time that I didn't have time to explain, and I've been a bit busy these past few days, so I didn't get to attend the Arcane School Festival.
I'm really sorry. It's nothing.
Thinking about the embarrassing things he had done at the school festival, he was glad the princess wasn't there, otherwise, he might have been beheaded by the old king if he had accidentally charmed Olivia.
Bai Yuemian led Olivia to the living room.
Sophie was a little nervous when she saw the princess, with her hands on her lap. It was rare to see her sit in such a girlish posture.
Hey, is this child a demon?
Sophie was a little scared to be recognized so quickly, but Avira didn't think so much about it.
Yes, Sister Sophie is Mrs. Karina's daughter.
So you're Miss Karina's daughter.
No wonder you looked familiar. Hello, Sophie. Sophie was somewhat surprised to see that Olivia didn't seem to be hostile towards her. You don't hate demons. Demons, to be honest, I don't really like them, but Miss Karina is my friend. We even discussed magic back then, so her daughter should be an excellent person as well. Upon hearing that Olivia disliked demons, Bai Yuemian felt a chill in her heart. Why does Vaya hate demons? It's simple. Demons have low levels of education and love to plunder territories and resources, so there's really no goodwill towards them. Then, what about the succubus?
Olivia gave her a strange look, but still spoke. I think they were a race that only pursued physical pleasure, which felt a bit unclean.
Pfft,
Bai Yuemian felt like she had been hit hard. Olivia hated succubi so much. Although according to the erotic novel, her race was the progenitor of the demon race, everyone would just think she was a succubus.
If Olivia knew, she would probably be doomed.
Sophie seemed to have figured out what was going on, and covered her mouth to secretly laugh. Only Avera was too naive to understand Olivia's meaning and sat to the side, somewhat bewildered.
Yuemian, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell?
No, I just didn't sleep well last night. Really, can I take you to visit the palace this weekend as compensation for not being able to come to my school festival?
I'm busy this weekend, sorry Via. Although Bai Yuemian had always wanted to befriend Olivia Adam, after all, who wouldn't like a princess with an elegant temperament and gentle personality?
But it seemed that the two of them were not destined to be together. She couldn't use her shapeshifting magic 24 hours a day, and if she stayed too long, her disguise would eventually be exposed. That's a real shame, since the cats in the palace can do backflips.
You must come next time.
What, did you raise a catgirl?
She can even do backflips. Is Miss White not here?
I was hoping to say hello to her.
She went back to her room. She probably doesn't want to see anyone right now. Is that so? I'll head back now?
I have some things to take care of.
Goodbye, Yuemian.
Please give my regards to Miss White for me.
Bai Yuemian nodded.
After seeing Olivia off, she sighed deeply and buried her face in the sofa.
Sophie walked over with a mischievous grin. Hee, the princess doesn't like lowly succubi, right? No way, she's sad about that? Typical lowly succubus, huh? He. Hearing Sophie's irritating tone, Bai Yuemian's fists hardened instantly.
Taking advantage of Sophie's inattention, she suddenly flipped over and pinned Sophie to the sofa. Sophie's silver eyes were wide open, seemingly still in shock.
Ugh, you wretched succubus, let me go.
Sophie immediately struggled, but without blood, she was as strong as a little girl, so how could she possibly break free? So Lady Sophie is nothing special.
She was actually controlled by a nobody like me.
Well then, take this. Stop scratching, it itches so much. Bai Yuemian reached out and tickled Sophie's armpits, making her laugh non-stop.
Avera, stop looking. Help me. Hey, Sophie seems really happy. I want to play too.
Seeing Sophie kicking her little feet haphazardly, Avera started tickling the soles of her feet.
Sophie, what is the most desperate way to die in the world? Stop tickling me, I can't take it anymore.
As the game progressed, Sophie's small frame gave out and she lost all strength to struggle. Bai Yuemian grew bored, watching her giggle foolishly and twitch occasionally, looking as if she had been thoroughly played with.
Is this all Sophie, the esteemed lady, is capable of? She's rather useless.
Ugh, this is terrible. These lowly minions always take advantage of me when I'm out of magic. In the principal's office, the hard-working principal even had to personally repair the door that his beloved granddaughter had kicked down. After all, he felt more secure only when he set up the security features himself.
Beep.
The communication gem suddenly made a sound, and a mature female voice came from inside.
Hey Dad, how have you been feeling lately? Not bad, much better than that old Pope anyway. Dad still likes to compete with the Pope, huh? What about little Fia and little Ivy? Hubble stopped what he was doing, thought of Bai Yuemian's appearance, and hesitated before saying, they're alright, but it seems like Xiao Fia has someone she likes. Really? Tell me quickly, that silly girl has actually become intelligent? Is she some noble boy?
The person on the other end immediately became excited, their words brimming with gossip.
No, it's a girl. Well, that's a bit unexpected.
But judging from the romance novels this girl keeps hidden, her orientation is probably different from most people's. Sophia thought she had hidden it well, but little did she know that her family knew about the books she was reading.
Everything else is fine. After I hypnotized the girl, she said she wouldn't hurt Xiaofia.
Hubble tapped his fingers on the table, hesitated for a moment, and then continued. That girl used a very sophisticated concealment spell. I couldn't tell her race, and she was also resistant to my hypnosis, breaking free in no time.
That's an interesting child. I'd like to meet her sometime. When will you be back? There's still some time, some research isn't finished yet. Okay, goodbye then. Bye-bye, Daddy.
The call ended, and Hubble walked to the window, looking at the clear blue sky outside. His usually smiling eyes now held a hint of gloom.
Bai Yuemian, is it? I hope you won't disappoint me. Chapter 27 Arrogance versus Obliviousness, do you know? FIA, could this send us to some remote, out-of-the-way place?
The weekend arrived quickly, and the two prepared to head to Linhai City. Bai Yuemian stood on the official teleportation array in the royal city, feeling a little nervous, since she had been teleported directly to the central forest last time. This passage was set up by the authorities many years ago, don't overthink it.
Sophia lightly tapped Bai Yuemian's head. Who would doubt the authorities in front of them? They probably want to drink seaweed and egg drop soup. As the blue light illuminated, Bai Yuemian gradually felt her body become light and airy. Ugh, why am I so dizzy this time? I feel like I've been thrown into a washing machine.
Bai Yuemian felt dizzy and disoriented after landing. She had never experienced such a thrill on a roller coaster before. Perhaps it's because this one is large, larger ones require more mana, and their spatial channels are less stable than smaller ones. Sophia explained uncertainly that she didn't feel much discomfort, perhaps because she often uses teleportation.
This is Linhai City.
Bai Yu paused for a moment before standing at the teleportation array exit. A salty sea breeze greeted her. In the distance, the pure white church spire shone brightly in the sunlight. The entire city stretched out along the coastline, with light blue stone slabs paving the streets and snow-white buildings with arched doors and windows on both sides. The windowsills were filled with flowers and stained glass wind chimes, tinkling in the sea breeze. Sophia tidied her hair, which had been ruffled by the airflow from the teleportation array, and looked at Bai Yuemian, who was looking around curiously, and found her strangely adorable. "This place is so beautiful," Bai Yuemian exclaimed excitedly, pointing into the distance.
"Look, there are seagulls over there."
Bai Yuemian subconsciously took Sophia's small hand. Feeling the warmth of the other's palm, Sophia blushed a little, but seeing Bai Yuemian's happy expression, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly.
"Be careful, there are quite a lot of people here. Did you two teleport from the royal city?"
A paladin clad in silver armor stood at the exit of the teleportation array, bowing politely. His gaze lingered on Sophia for a moment before turning away with courtesy.
"Yes, I am Sophia White, and this is Bai Yuemian. These are our badges."
After the paladin finished his inspection, he nodded. "Welcome to Linhai City, but we prefer to call it Holy City."
"May God protect you." "It feels a bit like Christianity," Bai Yuemian muttered to herself.
Sophia glanced at her and explained. "This is also the reason why the church and the royal family are at odds. The people of the royal city believe in His Majesty the King, but the church believes in a vague and ethereal God, so it has always wanted to become independent. Now, there are no royal troops stationed in Linhai City.
Wouldn't that lead to a split sooner or later?" Bai Yuemian couldn't help but think of several wars in history, where conflicts arising from differing beliefs were inevitable. It's not unavoidable. The little yellow book suddenly spoke, which startled Bai Yuemian. "Hey, can you please stop talking all of a sudden? You haven't said a word for the past few days and then you suddenly come back to life. Have you no manners? Do you think I don't need to stockpile mana? What if something goes wrong and I can't even cast magic? Then tell me how to avoid it." Bai Yuemian didn't want to continue arguing with it, so she took over its topic. "It's simple.
Just win over both the princess and the saintess, plus Hubble's granddaughter Sophia, and you'll be the ruler of the empire all by yourself." As expected of the god of erotic novels, he's still such a scumbag.
"How dare you call me a jerk?"
"I'm not you, I'll only ever like one person," Bai Yuemian said matter-of-factly. "Forget it, communicating with you is too much of a hassle. Go kiss Sophia already, or I won't send you the next one until you finish this one."
"Hey, can you choose someone else? FIA only sees me as a friend, can't I even have a kiss on the cheek?"
There was no response. "That wretched little yellow book, it's pretending to be dead again."
The two continued walking into the city.
The architecture here was somewhat Western European, with white seemingly being the main color. The architectural style here is completely different from that of the empire, Bai Yuemian exclaimed. Sophia glanced around. The holy city is the headquarters of the church, and its architectural style is more classical and sacred, which is different from the royal style of the empire. Just then, a burst of laughter came from the side.
Oh dear, isn't this the genius mage from the Arcane Academy? What are you doing in the holy city? A group of young nobles dressed in gorgeous formal attire walked over with several attendants.
The one at the front was blonde and blue-eyed, with a handsome face, but his eyes held a hint of frivolity. I never expected to meet Miss White here.
It's an honor.
He bowed slightly, his smile radiant. Who are you? Sophia didn't even glance at him, her eyes cold and aloof, a rare sight for her. You, the noble youth, thought of a lot to say, but the other parties simply couldn't select him.
Oh dear, how could Miss White possibly want to talk to these idiots?
After all, she was already an assistant tutor when we were still in school. A noblewoman began to speak in a sarcastic tone.
Sophia ignored them and took Bai Yuemian's hand, preparing to lead her away.
However, the others persisted, turning their gazes to Bai Yuemian, and this beautiful lady is. There was no way around it. Despite using a transformation technique, her personal charm was still too great, subtly influencing those around her.
Bai Yuemian blinked, but before she could speak, Sophia grabbed her wrist and said coldly, "We're in a hurry." The nobleman raised an eyebrow, seemingly displeased with Sophia's attitude, but still maintained a smile. "Miss White, why be so cold?" "I just wanted to show you some hospitality." "No need." Sophia simply pulled Bai Yuemian forward. The nobleman's smile finally vanished.
He snorted coldly and raised his voice. "The people of the Arcane Academy are indeed arrogant.
Don't they even know basic etiquette?"
The surrounding citizens turned their heads and began to whisper among themselves. Bai Yuemian frowned, about to speak, but Sophia stopped and slowly turned around. Her pupils gleamed with a cold light, and the air around her began to stir with agitation. "Etiquette," she said softly. "Then may I ask, what kind of etiquette is it to stop two invited guests and force a conversation with them?"
The nobleman's face stiffened.
Sophia continued, "Or do you think the nobles of the holy city can harass visiting students at will?" Her tone wasn't harsh, it was even calm, but every word pierced the other person's self-esteem like an icicle. The nobleman's face flushed red, and the surrounding citizens began to point and whisper. He gritted his teeth, finally let out a cold snort, and turned to leave.
Bai Yuemian stared at Sophia in disbelief. "Wow, Sophia, you were so cool just now. Are you always this cold to strangers?"
Seeing Bai Yuemian's adoring gaze, and remembering what she had just done, her cheeks flushed again. No, it's just that those guys are really annoying." Sophia covered her burning face. She could have just taken Bai Yuemian away, but when she saw those damned nobles actually setting their sights on Bai Yuemian, she was furious, as if a piece of her heart had been ripped out. So she just confronted them. Sophia knew she had fallen for someone, but that person had always been like a block of wood, and she was too embarrassed to say it.
Last time at the school festival, she finally managed to confess under the influence of a charm, but that person actually said not to go against her heart? Did she not know whether she had gone against her heart or not? TSK, this mission will never be completed like this. Looks like we'll have to add some spice to it.
In the realm of the mind, the red book transformed into a human form, its white jade feet raised as it watched the two interact.
One was dull-witted, the other arrogant to the ends of the earth.
Expecting these two to express their feelings would probably take until the king and the pope shook hands and made peace.
Chapter 28, A Battleground?
The church was located in the center of the holy city and was easy to find. Half an hour later, the two stood in front of the steps of the holy city cathedral. The church is entirely constructed of pure white marble, with a golden emblem inlaid on its soaring spire.
Bathed in sunlight, the entire building seems to be enveloped in a sacred aura.
Choirs on both sides are chanting hymns, their ethereal voices drifting on the sea breeze.
How magnificent! Bai Yuemian looked up and couldn't help but exclaim.
Sophia remained calm, simply giving a soft though she had a feeling that something troublesome was going to happen today. Just as the two stepped onto the last step, a familiar figure rushed out from the church doors.
Man. Miss White. You finally arrived.
Wearing a black and white nun's habit, with her long golden hair partially obscured by her headdress, Ellie rushed over and hugged Bai Yuemian tightly.
Hey, Sophia was displeased when she saw Ellie hugged Bai Yuemian as soon as she arrived, and quickly stopped her.
Ellie blinked, seemingly not understanding, but then, noticing Sophia's slightly annoyed expression, she seemed to realize something and quickly let go of Bai Yuemian. I'm so sorry, I was just too excited to see Mian. Sophia nodded, and before she could react, she found herself in a fragrant embrace.
Miss White has one too, don't be sad. Ellie whispered in her ear to explain. Let me go, I forgive you.
Sophia has never been good at dealing with enthusiastic people. In some ways, her tsundere nature is also a bit of a social anxiety.
Ellie stuck out her tongue, grabbed Bai Yuemian's arm, and said, Let's go, Mian, I've already made arrangements.
Ellie,
Do you have that much influence in the church?
I felt the touch coming from my arm. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Olivia's, it was still quite significant. I tried to pull my arm out, but I couldn't. Sophia was very unhappy, extremely unhappy, as she watched Ailey lingering around Bai Yuemian from the moment she arrived.
Seeing that Bai Yuemian seemed to be enjoying it made him even more unhappy. Hey, FIA, what's wrong?
Bai Yuemian's other arm was also wrapped around, but Sophia's chest was a bit hard.
Ellie quickly saw through Sophia's thoughts, gave a mischievous smile, and breathed warm air into Bai Yuemian's ear. Mian, aren't my breasts very soft? It's all right.
Bai Yuemian felt a little guilty and tried to touch the back of her head, only to find that she couldn't move either of her hands.
She could feel Sophia starting to emit electricity, but why was that? Then, what about mine? Sophia wasn't going to be outdone, but the difference in hardware was unavoidable. Don't worry, FIA, yours is cute too. Sophia's silence was a wake-up call. Bai Yuemian.
You perverted big breast fetishist.
Sophia completely erupted, and even the culprit on the other side felt the tingling sensation and quickly let go, whistling to himself. I'm sorry, I was wrong.
I don't know why, but I was wrong, please forgive me, FIA.
Bai Yuemian was so shocked by the electric shock that she could only grimace and beg for mercy. Miss Saintess, you said you had something to do, why haven't you come back for so long, Yuemian? What are you doing here?
An elegant figure appeared at the doorway, with flowing black hair and azure eyes that widened slightly the moment she saw Bai Yuemian.
Bai Yuemian froze, and the air instantly solidified.
Olivia's gaze slowly shifted from Bai Yuemian to Ellie. Now she's a saint, not a nun, then to Sophia, and finally back to Bai Yuemian's face. So her voice was terrifyingly soft. That's why you rejected my invitation.
Bai Yuemian, Olivia smiled. Last time I invited you to the palace, you said you were too busy, but now you're on a date with the holy maiden in the holy city. Bai Yuemian, wait, no, this is a misunderstanding. Ellie looked left and right, finding things getting more and more interesting. Suddenly, she grabbed Bai Yuemian's arm and said with a smile, Oh, we're all friends, right? Mian just accepted my invitation first.
Lightning began to flicker on Sophia's fingertips again, and Olivia's smile grew even gentler, but her eyes had turned cold.
Bai Yuemian, why do I feel like the girls around me get angry so easily? So Olivia gently stroked her long hair. Yuemian prefers the saintess type. Ellie tilted her head. Mian likes me? Oh dear, I'm not ready yet. Bai Yuemian looked utterly dejected. Holy maiden, please calm down.
You still say you're just a nun, but you're treating me like a Japanese person.
I'm just worried you guys won't feel comfortable around me, hee.
Alice struck a cute pose and said, Let me reintroduce myself.
My name is Alice, and I'm a saint from the church. Olivia sneered, then suddenly looked at Bai Yuemian. Now, choose one. Bai Yuemian, choose what? Olivia, who are you going to sleep with tonight? No, can't I sleep by myself? No.
Because there are no empty rooms available. Alice blatantly lied and, to make matters worse, enjoyed watching the drama unfold.
Bai Yuemian remained silent, then looked at Sophia and found her looking sullen again.
Bai Yuemian can only sleep with me because I brought her back, and I need to prevent her from going into heat uncontrollably. Sophia spoke confidently, but this displeased Bai Yuemian.
Hey, I'm not in heat, don't slander me. No, Yuemian wants to sleep with me.
She hasn't explained why she refused me yet, and I bought new clothes that I need Yuemian's feedback on. After saying that, he gave Bai Yuemian a cold look, as if to say that she was doomed if she refused. Sleep with me, Mian Mian, and I can give you lots of gold coins. Well, he sounds like a customer of a brothel.
Bai Yuemian looked on in bewilderment, completely unaware of why the girls were arguing. Wouldn't it be better to sleep alone? What's there to hesitate about?
Only children make choices, adults want it all. The erotic novel has been resurrected, and its opening lines are full of seduction. Imagine sleeping with Olivia's voluptuous body in your arms, the princess, usually so high and mighty, blushing shyly.
Bai Yuemian felt a little embarrassed as she thought about it.
It seems like she's about to get a nosebleed. No, it must be because Via's figure is too exaggerated.
I'm just shy. Besides, the transformation is still cooling down at night, so it definitely won't work. Receive a random reward, unlimited time phantom form. Note, this is a gift from the great book God.
It can continuously transform into other forms with only a small amount of magic power consumed.
So you can get rewards without doing any tasks. Bai Yuemian couldn't help but complain. This mission is the growth path I planned for you. If you follow it, you'll definitely become stronger. Don't forget you were going home to visit your family, weren't you? But why did you kiss Fia? The body of the demon ancestor was originally powered by love. The more people who love you, the stronger you become, the more people you are close to, the more magic you will have, and the more mana you will store. Is this also the essence of sticky energy? That's right. Chapter 29 Night Raid. Bai Yuemian, who will you choose? Sophia's voice pulled Bai Yuemian back to reality.
Looking at the angry expressions of the two girls, and the other one looking gloating, she suddenly blurted out, "Everyone, stop arguing.
How about we all sleep together?" Realizing what she had said, Bai Yuemian quickly covered her mouth, but it was too late.
Olivia still had a smiling expression, but her eyes weren't smiling at all.
It seems Yuemian is quite greedy.
Judging from this, we'll have to fight.
It's been a while since I've practiced. That's a good idea.
It's been a long time since I've had a contest with Her Highness the Princess, Sophia said, her fighting spirit high.
That's interesting. I want to join the battle for Mian Mian too. Bai Yuemian. How can someone involved not have a voice? That's interesting.
Before Bai Yuemian could react, the three of them had already taken to the sky and started fighting. Unexpectedly, Olivia used water magic, which somewhat countered Sophia's electric current, making her vulnerable to being electrocuted. Alice, on the other hand, used light magic, wielding a lightsaber and slashing wildly, almost hitting Bai Yuemian.
Stop. Please stop fighting.
No one paid her any attention, the three of them were fighting fiercely over her head. Just as Alice was about to smash into the church, a roar rang out.
Alice!
Alice shuddered in shock and quickly sheathed her lightsaber, hiding behind Bai Yuemian. Bai Yuemian glanced at her helplessly, then turned to look at the source of the sound. In front of her was an old man who looked about the same age as the principal, but he seemed to have a rather irritable temper. Alice, I only let you rest for a while because you said you had to entertain guests, and you started fighting right away. I'm sorry, Grandpa, I was just playing around with my friends.
What kind of game requires tearing down the roof?
Alice whistled and fell silent.
You come here and pray.
As for Princess, Miss White, and that other person, you can look around on your own.
The saintess has a lot to do now.
Yes, Your Holiness, Olivia said, feeling somewhat better now that one of her rivals was gone.
The Pope? So I'm the only one here with no background? Bai Yuemian felt a little uneasy, everyone around her was a big shot. Yeah, wouldn't it be more satisfying to get my hands on them?
Shut up, the erotic novel is starting to ramble again.
Their backgrounds are all incredibly impressive, how could they possibly look up to me? At most, they'd consider me a friend. How will you know if you don't try? What if I'm wrong? I'm afraid we won't even be able to be friends anymore. Seeing how useless Bai Yuemian was, Xiao Wangsha no longer knew how to guide her. No, I haven't eaten Nian Nian's cooking yet. Alice began to wail, but the Pope ignored her and dragged her toward the prayer hall. Olivia glanced at Sophia and asked, "Should we fight again?" "No, I can't beat you anyway, and besides, don't tear down the church." Sophia sighed. The two were already a level apart, and her magic was somewhat countered, so she was completely outmatched. What are you doing in Linhai City?" Seeing the two stop fighting, Bai Yuemian quickly changed the subject. "As a candidate for the throne, it's only proper for me to pay a visit to the Pope, after all, he's a great mage. I originally planned to come later, but someone stood me up, so I had to come earlier." Olivia glanced at her, and Bai Yuemian awkwardly scratched her head. "Miss Bai, the kitchen is this way." A nun suddenly approached. Bai Yuemian seemed a little confused, and the nun, noticing her confusion, explained, "It was arranged by Her Majesty the Holy Maiden. She said she wanted Miss Bai to prepare dinner." Wow, so Miss Bai came here specifically to cook for the Holy Maiden. How wonderful. Even I've never tasted Miss Bai's cooking before. Olivia looked at her with a forced smile, her gaze making Bai Yuemian break out in a cold sweat. Vaya, come and eat too. I'll prepare a little extra." Bai Yuemian was very flustered, so she quickly reassured her, afraid that the princess would get angry and chop her into minced meat. The group had been fooling around until the afternoon, and since they hadn't eaten lunch, they were quite hungry. Bai Yuemian went to the church's kitchen, but unfortunately, there were only some simple ingredients, so she made some honey puffs and some cookies and cakes. Waaah, I'm so exhausted today. I prayed for 8 whole hours. I'm starving. Oh, it smells so good. Has Nian Nian already prepared dinner? Just as I was getting ready, I saw Alice walk out, leaning against the wall. It seemed her legs had gone numb. You must be exhausted. Come and eat. Nian Nian is so considerate. Let's get married, then you can cook for me every day. Bai Yuemian took it as a joke and ignored it. Sophia, who was standing next to her, seemed a little nervous. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Bai Yuemian did not respond. The Holy Maiden still has the energy to joke around, it seems she hasn't practiced enough. Olivia savored the food, and although she didn't offer any comments, the upturned corners of her mouth showed that she really enjoyed it. No, I'm sincere. Nian Nian, will you marry me? I can give you my entire salary from now on. Your Holiness, please don't joke around. I'm just a commoner. Bai Yuemian waved her hand, and Alice pouted unhappily but didn't say anything more. After dinner, Bai Yuemian was about to clean up when a young nun stopped her. Miss Bai, you can leave this to us. I'll take you to your room to rest first. Didn't I say Nian Nian wanted to sleep with me? Alice was a little confused, because under her control there should be no empty rooms left. It's His Holiness the Pope's will. Tisk, old Deng really meddles in everything. I will tell His Holiness the Pope the truth. The young nun spoke respectfully. You misheard. Please don't tell the Pope. The young nun ignored her and gestured for Bai Yuemian to follow her. The two quickly arrived at a large guest room, where the young nun stood at the door, bowed, and then withdrew. They're leaving already? This room is pretty big, isn't it? It's called a guest room, but it looks like it's 20 by 20 centimeters, and it has a bathroom and kitchen inside. Even the bed is ridiculously big. Nothing to do now? Nights in this other world are a bit boring. Bai Yuemian turned off the lights. The lights of the holy city had long been extinguished at night, leaving only the moonlight streaming in from outside the window, spreading a layer of silver gauze on the wooden floor. Bai Yuemian curled up in the soft quilt, her breathing even, her long, light blue hair scattered on the pillow. She had been exhausted by the 3 girls today, and the pitch-black environment made her fall asleep almost as soon as her head hit the pillow, completely unaware that the door had been quietly pushed open a crack.
The black-haired princess, barefoot, glided silently into the room like an elegant black cat. She wore a silk nightgown, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps, and her azure eyes gleamed with a cunning light in the darkness.
Yuemian, she murmured softly, her fingertips gently stroking Bai Yuemian's cheek, a satisfied smile curving her lips. Indeed, she looks even cuter when she's asleep. She lifted a corner of the blanket, preparing to lie down. Click. A slight noise came from the window. Olivia squinted and turned to see a white figure nimbly vault in through the window, its pupils gleaming slightly in the moonlight. Humph, I knew someone would launch a night raid.
Sophia lowered her voice, her fingertips faintly flashing with electricity. Olivia raised an eyebrow. Miss White, is it so difficult for a magician to use the main entrance?
Sophia chuckled, so, someone using the main entrance also has ulterior motives.
The two exchanged a glance, and sparks seemed to fly in the air.
Just then. Oh, everyone's here.
Saint Alice was already standing by the bedside, her long golden hair cascading down, a naive smile on her face.
Alice, Sophia and Olivia exclaimed simultaneously. Alice put her index finger to her lips, it'll wake Yuemian.
She casually lifted the blanket, squeezed next to Bai Yuemian, and put her arm around her waist. So soft, she rubbed against him contentedly.
Olivia and Sophia.
Not to be outdone, Olivia lay down on Bai Yuemian's other side, wrapping her long arms around her shoulders.
Yuemian's sleeping face is so cute. Sophia's forehead veins throbbed, you too. She threw off the covers and squeezed herself between Bai Yuemian and Alice.
Hey! It's so crowded, Alice protested. Then go back to your room, Sophia said coldly.
Olivia chuckled. Miss White, being so domineering isn't good.
The three of them pushed and shoved each other, but luckily the bed was big enough and of good quality. Bai Yuemian frowned in her sleep, feeling increasingly heavy and uncomfortable due to the excessive heat around her. Is another wolf coming, she mumbled groggily, instinctively reaching out to push him. It felt incredibly soft to the touch. She slowly opened her eyes and met several pairs of bright, sparkling eyes.
Bai Yuemian sat up abruptly, nearly bumping into Olivia's chin.
What are you doing? She was startled, but Alice grabbed her and hugged her tightly.
We're launching a night raid. Yuemian, let's sleep together, Alice said coquettishly.
Olivia gracefully smoothed her hair, the guest room is too cold. Sophia hesitated, then said, I'll keep an eye on you to make sure you don't misuse magic.
Bai Yuemian. After 10 minutes of friendly negotiation, mainly due to Bai Yuemian's unilateral protest being ineffective, the four finally reached a delicate balance.
Bai Yuemian was sandwiched in the middle, with Olivia on her left, who was holding her waist, and Sophia on her right, who was pressed against her shoulder.
Alice was clinging to her thigh like an octopus. Can I still breathe? Bai Yuemian asked, utterly despondent. Olivia chuckled. Do you need CPR? I can help.
Sophia glared at her and said, you dare. Alice rubbed against Bai Yuemian's thigh. Yuemian smells so good.
Bai Yuemian, someone, please save me.
As the morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, Bai Yuemian, sporting dark circles under her eyes, sat listlessly on the edge of the bed. The three girls slept soundly, Olivia in her elegant sleeping posture, Sophia with her lips slightly pouting adorably, and Alice drooling as she hugged herself.
Why am I the only one who can't sleep? Chapter 30, Sophia's Feelings, Part 1.
Luckily, I didn't stop pretending yesterday, otherwise I'd probably have been exposed. Bai Yuemian sighed, looking at the sleeping faces of the people around her.
By the way, why did you have to sleep with me? Good morning, Yuemian.
The holy maiden remained full of energy, a stark contrast to her listless state.
Good morning, Your Majesty. Oh dear, just call me Alice. It's too formal. We've slept together before.
I'll go prepare breakfast. Ignoring Alice's frivolous remarks, Bai Yuemian went to the kitchen to prepare a simple breakfast for the group. Soon after, Olivia and Sophia also got up, and the group tacitly avoided mentioning what happened the previous night.
I have to go back, I have some things to take care of this afternoon.
Olivia quickly finished her sandwich and said goodbye to the others.
So rushed? FIA and I were planning to buy some things. Well, time is very tight.
I hope Yuemian will accept my invitation next time.
Olivia looked into Bai Yuemian's eyes and said earnestly.
Definitely, definitely, Bai Yuemian said, feeling a little guilty for some reason.
Alice, we're off too. Remember to eat well. Nian Mian, are you really not considering marrying me? I promise I'll treat you well. Then let's talk about it when you become Pope.
Bai Yuemian smiled and waved her hand before leaving the church with Sophia.
To become the Pope. I understand.
The blonde girl made a small decision.
Someone seems to still be hung up on the saintess. Sophia glanced at Bai Yuemian and said unhappily. Didn't you realize she was just joking? I bet Alice doesn't even know what love is.
Before they knew it, the two had walked out of the bustling street, and the scene before them was the complete opposite of the bustling area. I never imagined that the holy city could have such poor places. I thought that as long as people shared the same faith, they would be equal. Sophia exclaimed that she, who usually lived a privileged life, had never really encountered such a scene before. There will always be a distinction between classes, otherwise, if everyone is upper class, where will the lower class come from to serve them? Even if the slums are moved to other places, there will be middle-class people who will come down to serve the higher-class people. Bai Yuemian was used to this, she had seen this situation many times in history. Sophia glanced at her, not expecting that she knew so much.
Aren't we going to the shopping street?
Why are we here? Sophia asked, puzzled.
You don't understand, do you? Maybe we can find something at a good price. It's too expensive in the shopping street.
Hey FIA, look, this hair clip really suits you.
Bai Yuemian picked up a butterfly hair clip and gently pinned it to Sophia's head.
Great, boss, I'll take it.
How much is it? Miss, 2 silver coins. Bai Yuemian readily paid the money, even though it was given to her by Sophia.
Sophia touched the hair clip on her head, and her face flushed slightly, still thinking about Bai Yuemian's unconscious intimate gesture. Seriously, she's always flirting.
Bai Yuemian didn't hear Sophia's mutterings and continued leading her forward.
Although they were all ordinary people, some of the things they made were quite exquisite.
Is this staff gone? I saw it written here.
We're sold out for today, but we still have some at home.
Would you like to come with me to get some? The seller was a woman.
Bai Yuemian was a little hesitant at first, but then she thought that as a succubus, she and Sophia, a magician-level expert, wouldn't encounter any danger. The main thing was that the staff looked pretty good, so she wanted to get one for herself too.
FIA, were you waiting for me here?
It's okay, let's go together. The two followed the woman into the alley. The further they went, the fewer people there were.
Bai Yuemian began to feel uneasy.
Suddenly, several burly men came out from both sides of the alley. The man in the lead gave the woman a gold coin and chased her away.
Who are you?
Bai Yuemian instinctively shielded Sophia behind her, but the man in front of her ignored her and waved his hand to signal the people behind him to take action.
Bai Yuemian felt underestimated.
She was just about to try out Dawn to attack people when she found that she couldn't use her magic and couldn't release the mana from her body.
FIA, I can't use magic. I feel like I'm locked up. Can you still use it?
Bai Yuemian asked softly, but to her dismay, Sophia also shook her head.
This is a bit tricky.
They're not from the slums, and the potion that limits mana's release isn't something just anyone can have. Unable to use magic, the two were just ordinary girls. They were quickly captured by several people, who put bags over their heads. After an unknown amount of time, they finally saw the light of day again and found themselves locked in a cage. I didn't expect to succeed so easily.
One of them was even a demon. This saves us the trouble of going to the demons to capture someone. Hey, who are you? Do you know who we are?
Yes, I know, a succubus plus Sophia White, the granddaughter of the great sorcerer Hubble.
Then you still dared to do it. You've been talking too much nonsense. Keep an eye on her. Some demons have strong bodies. Don't let anything happen before the master arrives. The man who came in earlier gave some instructions, then glanced at Bai Yuemian and left. Don't worry, boss. How much strength could someone with such skinny arms and legs possibly have? As the man left, the burly man in front of her began to stare at her unabashedly, his gaze making Bai Yuemian feel physically uncomfortable. Shut your dog eyes, or I'll gouge them out. Bai Yuemian said viciously, saying that this was the first time in her life she had encountered such a disgusting person. Pa! What are you trying to prove, you succubus? I'll see what you do now. Since I can't use my skills right now, a mage without mana is truly helpless. Don't forget you are the progenitor of the demon race. Right now, it's just a restriction on your use of mana externally. You can try filling your limbs with mana, the little yellow book suddenly reminded you. Bai Yuemian tried to sense the mana inside her body, and it quickly entered her limbs with her consciousness. Then, she gently pried open the cage, and it immediately transformed. Before the burly man in front of her could recover from his shock, Bai Yuemian slapped him to sleep. Wow, that's incredible. How many years of skill must have gone into delivering that slap? Bai Yuemian didn't have time to feel much, her immediate priority was to find Sophia. Give it back to me. Not long after, Bai Yuemian heard Sophia crying. She quickly followed the sound and saw someone slap Sophia while holding the hair clip she had given her. I'll fuck you to death. Bai Yuemian rarely swore, and she charged at the other person, breaking his leg with a single kick. Oh, my legs, my legs. The man was horrified to see his leg twisted at an odd angle. Bai Yuemian, annoyed by his noise, punched him on the head, and he quieted down. FIA, are you alright? Bai Yuemian quickly checked Sophia's injuries. Chapter 31 Sophia's Feelings, Part 2. Watch out! Sophia shouted a warning. Bai Yuemian turned her head and saw that the guards had come in after noticing something was wrong. A masked man swung a stick at her, and Bai Yuemian took the blow to protect Sophia. Ugh! Bai Yuemian groaned, then punched someone unconscious. After confirming that no one was around, Bai Yuemian quickly checked Sophia's injuries. At this moment, her cheeks still bore red and swollen finger marks, and her eyes were filled with tears, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. She tightly gripped the butterfly hair clip that had been stolen from her, and her knuckles turned white. Why? Sophia looked at Bai Yuemian's bleeding arm. Why are you always like this? Bai Yuemian was stunned. FIA. You could have dodged it. Why did you block it for me? Sophia suddenly raised her voice, tears finally welling up in her eyes. Her voice grew softer and softer until it turned into a sob. Bai Yuemian had never seen Sophia like this before. The usually proud and calm genius magician was now trembling like a helpless child. What are you standing there for? Hold her in your arms. Are you an idiot? You don't even know how to comfort a girl who's been frightened. The little yellow book started rambling in her mind again. Bai Yuemian pouted, but I'm a girl too. However, she was also furious to see Sophia being hit, and went forward to hug Sophia but was pushed away. Don't touch me! Sophia wiped away her tears haphazardly. You're always like this, gentle and kind to everyone, but you never understand my heart. Bai Yuemian stood there, bewildered as to why Sophia's emotions were becoming increasingly agitated. Hey, you're so stupid, get here. Before Bai Yuemian could react, she was suddenly switched to bystander mode. She saw her body being manipulated to hug Sophia tightly, and the latter began to struggle. Hey! Let go of me. I'm sorry. Bai Yuemian hugged her tightly, in a superb bubble voice, her chin gently resting on the top of her head. I made you worry. Sophia froze, listening to Bai Yuemian's captivating voice and feeling Bai Yuemian's heartbeat through the thin fabric of her clothes, steady and strong. The familiar sweet fragrance enveloped her, making her blush. Who was worried about you? Sophia said sullenly, but subconsciously grabbed Bai Yuemian's clothes. Bai Yuemian chuckled softly, her fingers gently tracing the woman's swollen cheek. But I was so worried about you. Sophia broke free from her embrace, looked earnestly into Bai Yuemian's eyes, and said, Bai Yuemian, I like you. You attracted me from the first moment I saw you, but I never managed to say it. I'm not bewitched by you now, and that's my feeling. Oh, here it comes. You can handle it yourself.
The Red Book relinquished its responsibilities and withdrew from taking control of the body.
The first thing Bai Yuemian saw when she took over was Sophia's red eyes and the red marks on her face, which made her look even more pitiful. I to say I don't like Sophia? That's impossible.
After spending so much time together, our relationship is no longer just that of a savior or a friend. Bai Yuemian blushed and her heart raced whenever she recalled Sophia's usually shy face and her adorable, resentful expression when she was angry.
Seeing Bai Yuemian's silent expression, Sophia gritted her teeth, wrapped her arms around Bai Yuemian's neck, and kissed her forcefully. Before Bai Yuemian could react, she first felt the softness of Sophia's lips, followed by the pain of their teeth colliding. Ugh, this is unbearable to watch. I should have come instead. These two newbies can't even kiss properly.
In the realm of the mind, Red Book couldn't help but complain while watching the commotion. The two of them even broke their lips while kissing.
Ugh, it hurts so much. Bai Yuemian covered her mouth, a metallic taste spreading through it.
Sophia, oblivious to her bleeding lips, stared at her with a defiant gaze.
This was my first kiss, Bai Yuemian. What will be the result for you?
Bai Yuemian found it laughable that she used to insist she was straight. She probably wasn't straight anymore. But the task given by the little yellow book prevented her from making a promise to Sophia.
FIA, I can't give you an answer right now. Can you give me some more time?
Bai Yuemian's shamelessness in saying such a thing is really inhumane. She gave her first kiss and he can't even make a promise to her. Sophia nestled in her arms, looking somewhat downcast.
Bai Yuemian, I only love you. Can you only love me?
Sophia murmured in her arms, the white-haired girl looking very vulnerable, her tone even carrying a hint of pleading. Bai Yuemian heard this, but thinking about the quota of flirting with 10 people in half a year, she didn't know how to respond.
Sophia sighed. I knew a succubus like you couldn't be faithful. You're such a scumbag, you didn't even make a promise. FIA,
Sophia touched her lips with her index finger and shook her head.
I know you're a fickle person, I just want you to have eyes for me, okay?
Looking at the girl in front of her, Bai Yuemian thought about how her usual arrogance could actually allow her to be affectionate, and felt that she was really stupid.
She nodded solemnly.
That's what I say, but if you dare flirt in front of me, I'll electrify you. Sophia can now use magic, and the white fluffy ball in her arms seems to be getting a little agitated.
Yeah, that's more like it.
It would have been better if you'd just admitted it sooner. 9 more to go in 6 months, keep it up. The Red Book started chattering in her mind again.
Bai Yuemian sighed.
She had originally aspired to write pure love stories, but that damn Red Book was inhuman.
Alright, let's get out of here quickly, it's not safe here. Bai Yuemian gently patted Sophia's back to remind her.
Sophia knew she couldn't stay there too long, so she extended her hand. Bai Yuemian didn't understand at first, but when she pouted angrily, she realized that she wanted to hold hands. The two intertwined their fingers and walked out of the basement.
These people are really strange.
They knew you were the principal's granddaughter, yet they still wanted to kidnap you.
It doesn't seem like a simple kidnapping. They probably wanted to kill me and frame you, so they could start a war between the two tribes. What? Did they do anything to you?
Hearing that Sophia was in such a dangerous situation at the time, my heart ached again. Before I could, they wanted me to write back saying I'd been kidnapped by demons. I refused, and then they snatched my hairclip. But I wasn't afraid, because I knew my hero would come to save me. After speaking, she turned her head and smiled at Bai Yuemian. At this moment, Sophia's eyes were only on herself, which made Bai Yuemian feel embarrassed. She blushed and turned her head away.
Oh, so you can be shy too? This is the first time I've ever seen that.
Sophia found it amusing to see Bai Yuemian blush, which was unusual for her, and couldn't help but poke her with her finger. Bai Yuemian grabbed the restless little hand and said seriously, should we tell anyone about this? At least we should report this to the Pope and His Majesty the King. Perhaps we can find the culprit who started the war 30 years ago.
Chapter 32 What Happened Inside.
The two returned to the church and explained the situation to Alice. Alice was very surprised that someone dared to kidnap a magician from the academy right under the church's nose. She then said that she would deal with the matter seriously, and the kidnappers were quickly brought back. Finally, Alice looked at the two holding hands with some confusion, but before she could ask Bai Yuemian, she left with Sophia. I didn't expect so many things to happen just from staying one night. I wonder how Ivy and Sophie are doing. As the blue light from the teleportation array disappeared, the two returned to the royal city. Bai Yuemian stretched, her clothes clinging to her body perfectly outlining her curves. Sophia blushed slightly at the sight. Seeing the big white fur guy beside her acting coy, Bai Yuemian, unusually perceptive, took the initiative to hold her small hand. Bai Yuemian's hands weren't big either, but Sophia's were even smaller, soft and delicate to the touch, with an excellent feel. The two walked hand in hand on the street on their way home. Feeling the warmth of Bai Yuemian's palm, Sophia felt a sweet warmth in her heart and couldn't help but think that perhaps living like this wouldn't be so bad. Hey, Prince Levi is still trying to win public support. In the same plaza as last time, Levi was still promoting his naive ideas. Curious about what others thought, Bai Yuemian couldn't help but ask Sophia, who was standing nearby. FIA, would you prefer Levi or Via to take over? Bai Yuemian squeezed Sophia's small hand, pulling her back from her reverie. Sophia hesitated for a moment before answering. Although I hate that big breasts, I have to admit that Princess is the born queen. Prince Levi treats the throne like a game and has no idea how to reconcile the conflicts between nobles, commoners, and the royal family. How much do you hate big breasts? Bai Yuemian couldn't help but complain. Looking at her own ample chest, she didn't seem to hate it at all. Usually, several people in her family liked to rub against her breasts. But she didn't expect Sophia to agree with her. It seemed that Olivia had a great chance of winning. Sister Bai, and other sisters, welcome home. When they got home, Avira ran barefoot to open the door. Bai Yuemian rubbed the little white-haired boy's head, and Avira squinted her eyes comfortably. Sophie, standing next to her, crossed her arms and seemed a little unhappy. Seeing Sophie's pouty little face, Bai Yuemian smiled and patted her head. Sophie blushed slightly and turned her head away, muttering, "Who wants you to pat my head, you little brat? Little Ivy, remember to wear your shoes at home, or you'll catch a cold." Avira took her arm and walked into the house. Bai Yuemian looked at the little white-haired boy's bare feet and couldn't help but remind him. "It's okay, it's not cold at home. Sister Bai, I want to eat your cooking. I could only eat takeout yesterday, and it tastes awful now." Looking at Avira, who was chattering away beside her, Bai Yuemian couldn't help but smile. She remembered that when they first met, the little white-haired girl was very shy and didn't like being touched on the head. But in such a short time, she had become so familiar with her. However, the other white-haired girl was unhappy at this moment. Sophia gently pinched Avira's little face and questioned her. "You, Avira, can't you even tell who your sister is? You're calling her sister Bai so enthusiastically." She was already annoyed that the little white-haired girl she had taken care of since childhood had been kidnapped in just a few days, not to mention that she herself had been kidnapped by the same person. "Waaah, I'm done, sister, here comes the weapon." Avira's little face was repeatedly pinched and kneaded, making her speech unclear. Sophia had just been rubbing her own little sister's face for a long time and was just trying to feel it. The little white-haired girl's face looked extremely nice to touch, which made Bai Yuemian's hands itch as well. "By the way, does Sophie want to go to school?" Sophia noticed that Sophie and Avira were about the same height and wondered if she should let the two little ones go to school together. Avira's school would be repaired soon, and she was worried about leaving Sophie alone at home. Is school fun? Only nobles in the demon race hire private tutors, but it seems so boring. We all have to learn magic by ourselves. Sophie hesitated for a moment before speaking. Humans are a bit different, so we can all study together. Maybe Sophie can make some friends. Shall we give it a try? Bai Yuemian also encouraged them, saying that having been exposed to 9 years of compulsory education, she always felt that it was normal for children to go to school. Sister Sophie, want to come along? I'm so bored by myself. Avira was very enthusiastic and persuaded Sophie to go to school with her.
Sophie, can others tell who you are? Bai Yuemian suddenly remembered that Olivia had seen through her vampire identity last time and hesitated. If I don't drink blood, no one can tell. The princess last time was able to recognize me, probably because she drank your blood not long ago. Does Sophie want to go? Sophie lowered her head, thought for a moment, and then nodded. I want to go. I want to become stronger and then go back to prove myself. Suddenly feeling full of energy, Bai Yuemian glanced at the time. It wasn't dinner time yet. Thinking that the yeast she had soaked earlier should be almost ready, she decided to make some white bread. Yuemian, the door, which wasn't closed properly, was pushed open. Bai Yuemian turned her head and saw Olivia rushing over. Olivia quickly came up to Bai Yuemian and checked her over. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that there were no wounds. Thank goodness you're all right. I heard you were kidnapped. They're just a few ordinary people, but there's something strange about them. He then recounted what had happened to Olivia. But how did Vaya know? Bai Yuemian was a little confused. She had just returned and Olivia already knew she had been kidnapped. She had originally planned to tell her about it tomorrow. A friend of mine told me. Olivia spoke calmly, but in reality, she had sent people to follow them. The people she sent had already reached the door when they saw the two of them walking out hand in hand. Now, Her Highness was very eager to know what had happened between the two of them inside. Yuemian, so, what happened in there? Bai Yuemian thought of Sophia's soft lips. Although it was a less than successful kiss, it was her first kiss, and the feeling of excitement made her blush. Seeing that Bai Yuemian was not only silent but also blushing, Olivia knew that the two of them must have done something. For some reason, she felt very unhappy, as if her favorite toy had been taken away. She clenched her fists and smiled at Sophia beside her. Miss White seems to have a penchant for cheating. Listening to Olivia's sarcastic remarks, Sophia didn't tolerate it, saying, "It seems this newcomer isn't quite aware of her place." Sophia knew that Olivia was a strong competitor. After all, she was far inferior to Olivia in terms of physical attributes. Chapter 33 by Ning. Seeing the inexplicable tension emanating from the two, Bai Yuemian was a little confused. What a great opportunity! Why not take the princess as well? My stats will instantly increase by 1 inch. Red Book sensed something was up and quickly urged Bai Yuemian to make a move. Can you be serious for once? The princess probably only sees me as a good friend she's gone shopping with, and FIA just confessed her feelings not long ago. How can you be so quick to get close to someone else? That's just too inhumane. It's really impressive that you have this kind of awareness. Red Book was speechless. It was the first time he had ever seen such obvious feelings treated as a close friendship. By the way, what should I call you, big sister? You should have a name, right? I have no name. Huh? Really? Bai Yuemian found it strange that the Red Book, which possessed the ability to travel between worlds, didn't even have a name. There's nothing strange about it. Thousands of years have passed since I gained consciousness, but no one has noticed me. Without communication, I naturally don't need a name. The Red Book spoke calmly, but Bai Yuemian could sense her loneliness. Then I'll give you a name. How about I call you White Lemon? For some reason, she thought of this name. Although Red Book was unconventional, it did take good care of her. The character Lemon was like an older sister. Surprisingly good. Why is it a Chinese name, and with the same surname as you? Since you chose me, let's consider us family. A family. This feeling is strange. In the realm of the mind, the Red Book now by Ning is sitting under the cherry blossom tree with her knees drawn up. This is a plant that she found on Blue Star. She liked the color very much, so she moved it in. Cherry blossoms drifted down slowly. Bai Ning picked up a cherry and examined it closely. The petals had distinct textures and a faint floral fragrance. Suddenly, the pretty girl revealed the first genuine smile in thousands of years. It's a great name. I like it very much, thank you. I never knew you could be so serious. Bai Yuemian couldn't help but complain that Bai Ning never said anything serious, and today she suddenly became someone she didn't even recognize. What do you mean by can also?
I'm usually guiding you, Bai Ning said softly. I've seen this world for thousands of years.
Do you think I'm only good at abstract things?
Bai Ning suddenly felt a stronger connection with the world.
Now that she had a name, everyone except Bai Yuemian should be able to see her. Pop.
Bai Yuemian was still talking to Bai Ning when she suddenly felt something soft on her face, followed by the scent of gardenias. When she came to her senses, she realized that it was Olivia who had kissed her on the cheek.
Waaah.
Bai Yuemian found it hard to believe.
Sophia was still watching, and you just gave me a bite right in front of her? Don't you like it?
Olivia covered her mouth and chuckled, revealing a mischievous smile. Sensing something was wrong, I turned around and saw that Sophia had a few strands of hair standing on end and was making a crackling sound all over her body. FIA, don't get agitated. Bai Yuemian didn't know how to comfort her, but before she could finish speaking, a bolt of lightning struck at her feet.
Spare me.
After the perpetrator left, Sophia sat on the sofa with her arms crossed, looking sullen. The two little ones were so frightened by her lightning that they hid in their room and dared not come out, so they couldn't be relied on at this point.
FIA, I'm sorry, I was just spacing out, otherwise I definitely would have blocked it. Sophia glanced at her. Although she didn't say anything, at least she was willing to give her a reaction. Bai Yuemian wanted to speed up her output but didn't know what to say.
Idiot, Bai Ning thought to herself again, she's just jealous because she saw you get kissed by Olivia. Why don't you just kiss her back?
Bai Yuemian remained silent. Bai Ning never used a subtle approach here. So she tentatively cupped Sophia's small face, feeling a slight electric current.
Bai Yuemian clearly felt the other tremble, but she did not resist. Sophia looked at Bai Yuemian's face slowly approaching and seemed to understand her intention. She nervously closed her eyes, looking adorably like someone ready to be picked. Looking at the other's small and delicate mouth, Bai Yuemian did not hesitate this time and gently kissed it.
Although they were both novices, Bai Yuemian's movements were very gentle.
The kiss did not last long, but Sophia was already too embarrassed to look up. Bai Yuemian herself blushed a little, and looking at Sophia's blushing cheeks, she said,
FIA, I'm so sorry, can you forgive me this time?
I wasn't really angry, it's just that I gave you my first kiss this morning, and then so soon after, you were being intimate with the princess right in front of me, so I'm a little upset.
As Sophia spoke, she cautiously glanced at Bai Yuemian.
Seeing her adorable, timid demeanor, Bai Yuemian pulled her into her arms. Sophia gasped as she was enveloped in a sweet fragrance. Resting her head on Bai Yuemian's soft body, her mood gradually improved. I'll forgive you this time, but you're not allowed to flirt in front of me again. It means you can flirt with Olivia in private.
Shut up, Bai Yuemian mentally retorted to Bai Ning, then looked at Sophia seriously and said, FIA, I know I might be a jerk, but I will definitely take responsibility for you.
Sophia didn't look up, but buried her face in Bai Yuemian's arms and mumbled an
That night, Bai Yuemian lay on her familiar bed, thinking about the things she had encountered since transmigrating. She couldn't help but sigh.
Bai Ning transformed back into a book and flew out from her chest, turning a page and gesturing for her to look.
Let me see. Mission complete, reward issued. Is it the mission to be with FIA? I don't feel like there's been an increase.
It's just that the total amount of mana in your body has reached the level of a mage, so the amount you can release at one time hasn't changed. Bai Ning explained with a smile, but Bai Yuemian was not satisfied.
No, Sister Ning, are you kidding me? This is like pairing a 5090 with an E5 266v3?
It has all the performance but can only squeeze it out little by little.
What's the point of having so much mana inside?
Take it or leave it, I've already sent it to you.
Bai Ning reverted to her cheeky tone, mainly because Bai Yuemian couldn't refute it, since she hadn't asked clearly at the time.
That's good. Don't forget your Dawnbreaker also leveled up, it'll be more than enough for fighting.
So what's the next task?
Bai Yuemian was still thinking about going back to see what had happened, so she was quite concerned about completing the mission. Why don't you just stay here and enjoy being surrounded by girls?
Your world won't allow that, you know.
Perhaps, but I care deeply about my parents, they would be heartbroken to know I'm leaving this world. Bai Ning remained silent for a long time. Just as Bai Yuemian was about to fall asleep, she suddenly gave herself her next task.
Mission objective, kiss Olivia, mouth to mouth. Quest reward, mana's single cast amount is increased to the level of a high-level mage. You just won't let go of the kiss, huh? Ordinary stickers aren't enough, we're looking for in-depth understanding, hee hee.
Bai Ning smiled mischievously.
Chapter 34 Call Me Husband. Oh dear, looks like you're in for a treat tonight. I'll get some rest now, Ghana. Hey, wait a minute.
Before Bai Yuemian could finish speaking, Bai Ning had already disappeared, leaving her alone with a puzzled look on her face.
Before she could figure out what Bai Ning meant, there was a knock on the door. Is that little Ivy? She's here.
Bai Yuemian thought it was Ivy La who had come over, but when she opened the door, she saw another white-haired person in the house.
FIA?
What brings you here so late? Sophia stood outside the door, hugging a pillow, looking pretty but not saying a word.
Come in first.
Seeing Sophia hugging a pillow, Bai Yuemian knew what she wanted to do even if she was stunned.
Looking at her lonely figure, she really couldn't say no.
As expected, upon entering, Sophia immediately placed the pillow next to herself, lay down on the bed, covered herself with the white cotton quilt, and then mumbled under the covers.
Don't overthink it. I didn't come here because I missed you. I was afraid you'd stay up all night and go find the princess. Bai Yuemian was speechless. Sophia was still so arrogant. Looking at Sophia, who was covered up in bed, Bai Yuemian quietly got into bed. When she lifted a corner of the blanket, the two of them looked at each other. Sophia immediately turned her head away and wrapped herself up in her blanket. Not FIA, I need a blanket too. Bai Yuemian was speechless. Although it wasn't cold, her Chinese genes made her habitually cover her stomach with a blanket. Sophia was silent for a while after hearing this, and then gave Bai Yuemian some of the blanket. First, let's make this clear, you're not allowed to touch me tonight unless you agree to confirm our relationship.
Sophia covered her mouth with her sleeve and spoke in a muffled voice, but her eyes were fixed intently on Bai Yuemian.
Bai Yuemian nodded repeatedly, she was very sleepy and really wanted to go to sleep.
Hearing Bai Yuemian agree so readily, Sophia suddenly felt very unwilling, but before she could speak, she could already hear Bai Yuemian's even breathing beside her. I didn't expect her to fall asleep so quickly.
Sophia sighed, looking at Bai Yuemian's peaceful sleeping face. It's better to be quiet when you're asleep. Have I given in too much? In my fantasies, my other half should be very devoted. Is it all just a fantasy after all? Sophia leaned over and gently kissed Bai Yuemian's cheek. Never mind, no matter what, I love you, Bai Yuemian. I hope you won't let me down. Even if there's someone else involved, as long as you let me know first, I'll accept it. After all, you've got me.
Sophia carefully covered her with a blanket and lay down to sleep, but then she felt a pair of arms wrapped around her waist.
Sophia's heart immediately tightened, this rascal couldn't resist after all? But what's with the little bit of anticipation?
After waiting for a while and finding that Bai Yuemian did not make any further moves, Sophia turned her head in confusion and found that she was just holding something in her sleep as was her habit. Sophia was immediately disappointed, but then Bai Yuemian suddenly tightened her arms and pulled her into her embrace amidst Sophia's gasp.
Bai Yuemian didn't wear underwear to bed, and Sophia's little face was buried in her soft chest.
She could clearly feel two small bumps, and when she realized what they were, her face immediately turned red.
I really don't know what to say about you.
Sophia half closed her eyes and complained.
Bai Yuemian's arms were warm and fragrant, and under the hypnotic influence of this environment, she quickly fell asleep. Just then, another little white-haired boy squatted down against the wall outside the door, clutching a pillow, muttering with a hint of disappointment, "Ugh, my older sister beat me to it. I'll have to be earlier next time."
In the early morning, Bai Yuemian slowly opened her eyes. Last night she dreamed of a very comfortable pillow, which she hugged and slept very comfortably.
Huh? What's this?
Bai Yuemian tried to raise her hand but found that one of her arms was being held down. Looking into her arms, she saw a white-furred creature sleeping peacefully, its little face pressed against her chest. No wonder it felt wet, drool was dripping onto her chest.
Can anyone tell me why Sophia is in my arms? Sensing Bai Yuemian's subtle movement, Sophia slowly opened her eyes. Bai Yuemian dared not move.
The two looked at each other, and Sophia let out a soft moan as if she was still half asleep. She then pressed her lips to Bai Yuemian's and gave her a good morning kiss.
Feeling the softness of Sophia's small mouth, Bai Yuemian raised her head somewhat shyly.
After a while, Sophia realized what she had done and lowered her head with a blush.
Good morning, Fia. Did you sleep well last night? Bai Yuemian greeted her with an awkward laugh, and Sophia responded softly before reluctantly getting up and leaving Bai Yuemian's embrace.
I slept very well yesterday, thank you, she said before rushing out. Bai Yuemian felt a little lost as she smelled the lingering fragrance in her arms, then smiled helplessly and got up to prepare breakfast for the others.
Fia, I'm so sorry about last night.
I tend to hug random things when I sleep.
Today is another dreaded Monday.
As the two walked to school, Bai Yuemian felt a little guilty and apologized first. After all, she had sworn before going to bed that she would not touch Sophia. Sophia shook her head to indicate that she was fine.
Her Highness the Princess is coming to school today, could you? Sophia blushed and couldn't continue, but seeing her pleading look, Bai Yuemian understood what she meant.
She smiled and ruffled Sophia's white fur to comfort her.
Don't worry, Via said she doesn't like demons. We're just friends at most.
Bai Yuemian knew that a relationship with Olivia was impossible, and she would have to see if there were any other options. Sophia didn't answer, but instead extended her hand. Bai Yuemian immediately understood what she meant and tightly grasped her small hand. When they arrived at the academy gate, Sophia, afraid of being seen by other students, shook off Bai Yuemian's hand. Bai Yuemian was a little reluctant, but Sophia had already gone into the teaching office with her books, so she could only go to the classroom first.
Bai, could you please ask me a favor?
As soon as she entered the classroom, a girl with pigtails pounced on her desk and looked at Bai Yuemian with bright, sparkling eyes.
I remember you're Xiaoming, right? Is there something you need? Bai Yuemian wasn't familiar with anyone in her class except Mia.
But she became quite famous after she captivated all the girls in the school with her singing last time.
Bai, our band is looking for a lead singer, would you like to join us? Xiaoming has big eyes, and with her pitiful expression, it's really hard to refuse her. Little White, why don't you join us?
Let's sing together, came the familiar voice of the catgirl from behind.
Hey, is Mia in the band too?
Yes, Xiaoming said she wants to find someone to form a band for life.
Bai Yuemian frowned, suddenly starting to go? Please, Bai, if Bai doesn't join.
Xiaoming suddenly hugged her arm.
Why do all the girls around her like to hug her arm lately?
Bai Yuemian roughly, carefully, sensed it, and it was roughly between Sophia and Mia, with some fluctuations but not obvious.
Cough cough. Bai Yuemian was still savoring the moment when Sophia suddenly walked into the classroom.
Seeing that Bai Yuemian had found a new target after only a short while, the veins on her forehead throbbed. Bai Yuemian was so frightened that she quickly let go, but it was too late. Well, the jealousy jar at home had been overturned again. Bai Yuemian knew she was in the wrong, so she put on a bitter face and dared not say a word. She finally made it to the end of get out of class, but unexpectedly, Sophia called her directly to her office. After entering, she turned her head away from her and, just like last time, crossed her arms and sulked alone.
Bai Yuemian. When his wife got jealous, who else would comfort her if he didn't? At that moment, a wicked thought suddenly popped into Bai Yuemian's mind.
With a gasp, she picked Sophia up from the chair, sat down herself, and then held Sophia in her arms to soothe her.
Put me down. This is the office.
Sophia is usually shy, but this time she really can't accept it. If a teacher or classmate comes looking for her, she'll probably suffer social embarrassment. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. You were like a block of wood at the beginning. Bai Ning couldn't help but admire Bai Yuemian's growth. Now, she could easily handle someone as arrogant as Sophia. This isn't progress, it's just that FIA and I have gotten along better. Admitting to becoming a master at flirting is absolutely out of the question, oyster. At this moment, Sophia's blush had spread to the tips of her ears. To Bai Yuemian, her struggles seemed like flirting, so she slowly gave up and nestled in her arms, listening to her heartbeat.
Is Miss White here?
How are the preparations for my speech this afternoon coming along?
Olivia knocked on the door, and Bai Yuemian clearly felt Sophia in her arms, startled and struggled to get down.
Bai Yuemian had a mischievous idea and used her arms to firmly restrain Sophia so she wouldn't get down. Put me down, please. Sophia's voice trailed off, making Bai Yuemian too embarrassed to tease her any longer. She whispered in Sophia's ear, call me husband and I'll put you down. You. Sophia stared at her in disbelief, but Olivia started knocking on the door again.
Sophia could only blush and whisper, honey, please put me down.
Hearing Sophia's adorable voice filled with shame and indignation, Bai Yuemian's desire to conquer was greatly satisfied, and she finally let go and put Sophia down. Sophia hurriedly ran to open the door, forgetting the blush on her face.
Olivia already felt something was off, and seeing Sophia's red face, Bai Yuemian, who was still in the office, instantly understood. It seems I've interrupted someone's plans. Olivia put on her forced smile again and slowly walked towards Bai Yuemian.
Sophia suddenly blocked her way, raising her head haughtily and saying,
Bai Yuemian was discussing something with me just now. Does your highness need me for something? Looking at Sophia's smug face, Olivia felt very annoyed. What had she done to make her blush like that? How far had they gotten? She really wanted to know. Chapter 35. Does it have to be in the office?
Olivia took a deep breath to calm herself, and with a polite smile returning to her face, she said to Sophia, Miss White, I'm so sorry to have made you laugh earlier. So how is my venue setup going?
We will do our best to meet Her Highness's request. We are ready and can notify the students to come and listen to the lecture at any time. Thank you for your help, Olivia said simply, then turned to Bai Yuemian and said, Yuemian, I need to talk to you about something. Can we talk alone for a bit? No, Bai Yuemian wants to continue discussing magic with me. Princess, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until next time.
Olivia was interrupted by Sophia before she could finish speaking. Having been in close contact with Bai Yuemian for so long, she was now very confident.
Oh, really? I remember the principal wanted to see you about something. How could that be? Grandpa never calls me alone.
No sooner had she finished speaking than a member of the student council came to the door and told Sophia to go to the principal's office. Despite being completely bewildered, Sophia still rushed over, giving Olivia a fierce glare as she left, which Olivia brushed off with a smile.
Bai Yuemian didn't believe that Olivia hadn't interfered in such a coincidence. All right, Yuemian, now it's just the two of us. Would you mind telling me what happened between you and Miss White?
Olivia slowly walked towards Bai Yuemian, her polite smile now looking somewhat strange. Bai Yuemian subconsciously took a step back, and Olivia instinctively tried to grab her arm, but Bai Yuemian dodged it.
Olivia looked at Bai Yuemian in surprise, tried again but was still dodged. Her face instantly turned cold, and she asked in a questioning tone. Yuemian, what do you mean by this? Via, I feel this is a bit too intimate, it's not good.
Bai Yuemian felt that this was a bit too intimate for a best friend. In the past, they could be considered good friends, but now she already had Sophia, and besides, she was a demon. If they were to be so close all the time, there was a risk that Sophia would find out. Olivia narrowed her eyes, making Bai Yuemian break out in a cold sweat. Just as her heart was pounding, she suddenly flashed a standardized smile.
Really? I think that's quite normal between friends.
Olivia chuckled softly.
Yuemian, do you support me becoming king? Bai Yuemian thought of Prince Levi's policies.
In comparison, Olivia was more suitable for the position.
The throne could never be obtained through naivety and kindness. Of course I support you, Via. You are definitely more suitable to be king than Prince Levi. Am I suited to be king? I understand, thank you, Yuemian.
She then left the office, and the instant she stepped out, Olivia's standardized smile vanished, replaced by a sinister expression.
Yuemian, you've been very naughty lately. Have you been bewitched by Sophia White?
You said I'm suited to be king, so it's not a problem for a king to imprison his queen, is it? At this moment, Bai Yuemian was completely unaware of what had happened. She let out a long sigh and said to Bai Ning in her heart,
I knew Olivia only saw me as a close friend. It's really nice to have a princess friend. Bai Ning didn't want to shatter the positive image of Olivia in Bai Yuemian's mind, so she simply didn't remind her of Olivia's personality issues. Instead, she said with a hint of schadenfreude, I'm getting more and more curious about how you're going to end things with Olivia. We'll definitely become best friends. Oh. What's going on? Not long after Olivia left, Bai Yuemian heard Sophia's complaining voice. Why didn't you just tell me the notification with a gem? Why make me come all this way?
What is Grandpa thinking? FIA, you're back. Bai Yuemian stepped forward to pat her head, but Sophia was a little nervous, thinking she was about to start an office drama.
Not now. Get out of class is about to end and someone might come. Let's go home and play together, okay? Bai Yuemian was very disappointed. What had suddenly happened? Why wouldn't she even let him touch her head anymore? Hey, don't be so sad. Can't you go home? Do you really have to stay in the office? Seeing Bai Yuemian's disappointed expression, Sophia felt a little sorry for her.
She gritted her teeth and decided to agree. She went straight up and pushed Bai Yuemian back into the chair, then hugged her neck and sat on her lap. At this moment, Sophia was too shy to look at her and could only bury her face in her arms.
Bai Yuemian was shocked.
She had only wanted to pat Sophia's head, but Sophia had given herself to her. Adhering to the principle that it's stupid not to eat what you've got, Bai Yuemian directly hugged Sophia and started rubbing her. The big white fur wasn't as soft as the little white fur, but it was unexpectedly delicate and cute. Moreover, she could see the blushing expression that she couldn't see on the little white fur, which made her feel very interesting.
Just now, did anything happen between you and the princess?
Sophia raised her head, revealing half her face, and looked at her cautiously. Bai Yuemian was overwhelmed by her cuteness and quickly swore that nothing had happened.
She was just asking herself if she would support her.
Looking into Bai Yuemian's confident, pale golden eyes, Sophia silently lowered her head again, a smile appearing on her lips. After Bai Yuemian sucked on the top of her head again, Sophia slowly got off her lap. By this time, Sophia's hair had been messed up by Bai Yuemian. Looking at Sophia's messy white hair, she couldn't help but smile and press Sophia into the chair to comb her hair.
Feeling Bai Yuemian's gentle movements, Sophia placed her hands on her lap, not daring to move. Seeing her obedient, schoolgirl-like demeanor, Bai Yuemian couldn't help but chuckle. Relax, FIA, it's just me combing your hair.
The white-haired man in front of him relaxed a little after hearing this, but still sat up straight, muttering to himself with some emotion. The last time someone combed my hair was when I was a child, when my mom did it for me.
FIA, what did you just say?
Sophia shook her head and smiled as she said to Bai Yuemian. It's nothing, let's go, Her Highness is about to begin her speech. In the hall, Olivia's idea of popularizing magic education was recognized by everyone. Bai Yuemian initially thought it would be hindered. After all, there were quite a few noble children in the school, but she quickly understood. In terms of magical talent, commoners are no match for nobles. However, if commoners possess magic, it can improve their work efficiency in some ways.
Previously, this was because these
nobles were unwilling to pay for it, but now that Her Highness the Princess wants to pay for it for them, they naturally have no reason to refuse.
As expected, capital will never turn down money as long as it's profitable. Damn capitalism. Levi's heart has always been the common people.
In times of peace and prosperity, he might be able to barely be a king, but the internal relations of the empire are not stable now.
The church has always wanted independence, and the attitude of the demons is still unclear.
If he becomes king, the empire's situation may become more and more dangerous.
In comparison, Olivia saw much further ahead than Levi.
Unlike the Middle Ages on Earth, in this world, the level of magic is determined by the size of one's fist.
Even if 100 mages came together, they couldn't defeat a low-level mage.
Therefore, gaining the approval of nobles was the most powerful support, especially from large and exceptionally talented families. Olivia was very good at public speaking, and her language and gestures were appropriate. However, she always seemed to be glancing in her direction from time to time, which made Bai Yuemian inexplicably nervous. At this rate, Her Highness has a good chance of winning, but it still depends on His Majesty the King's decision.
After returning home, the two discussed the personnel for the next king. Currently, most nobles support Olivia, while Levi's support mainly comes from the common people. However, if the old king cares about public opinion, Levi is not without a chance of winning. Sophie and Avira, standing to the side, naturally didn't care about these things. The two little ones were still learning to draw. Bai Yuemian looked at their results and was surprised that Sophie was learning so quickly. She could already draw people pretty well. Alright, we don't need to worry about the king's affairs. And little Ivy and Sophie, come and try the bread I made. Bai Yuemian took out the bread that had been fermented last time, and after slicing it, everyone was very curious. Hey, your bread, the inside is so soft. Sophia took a small bite. The texture was very soft, unlike the bread she usually ate, which immediately piqued her curiosity. Bread requires fermentation.
Ordinary bread is made from grapes found in the wild, but mine is made from grapes that are specially selected.
It's more efficient, so the inside is softer.
Avira and Sophie knew nothing about fermentation, but that didn't stop them from enjoying the food.
So delicious.
As expected of Sister Bai, please have some too.
As Avira ate, she praised the food, and then handed the half-eaten piece to Bai Yuemian.
Seeing the happy look on the white-furred little dumpling's face, Bai Yuemian smiled, lowered her head, and took a bite.
How could I not have thought of that? I was just thinking about eating. Sophia was filled with regret.
She hadn't expected to be less as clever as her younger sister, missing a great opportunity for an indirect kiss.
Looks like the response was good. I'll send some to Mia and Via next time.
Are you stupid? Bai Ning couldn't help but say in her heart, if you hadn't said anything, Sophia would have thought it was specially made for her.
Now that you've given it to someone else, she doesn't feel like she's being treated specially anymore.
But Via and Mia are both my good friends. Bai Yuemian thought for a moment, then sat down next to Sophia and said softly, Fia, Her Highness the Princess and Mia have helped us before, so can I just send them some things? Sophia turned to look at her, thought for a moment, and then sighed, if you want to send me, can I stop you?
I've said it before, as long as you have me in your eyes, that's enough. As for the rest, I can't care too much. Who told me to be caught by you? FIA, I'm so happy to be liked by you.
Hearing Sophia openly say that she allowed him to build a harem, he didn't know how to make it up to her, so he could only give her a quick kiss on the cheek. A kiss on the cheek wouldn't normally be so serious, but this time it happened in front of the two little ones. At this moment, Avira looked at the two of them with curiosity, while Sophie covered her mouth and laughed cuckoo, which made Sophia lower her head again.
Chapter 36, The Princess's Lap Pillow. Sister Bai, I want one too.
Ivy stretched out her arms and walked towards Bai Yuemian. Seeing the little white hair with its arms outstretched like a penguin, she couldn't help but laugh. Then she picked up the little white hair and gave it a kiss on the face. Avira seemed very happy, her little head bobbing against her chest. Sometimes Bai Yuemian really felt that Avira was younger than she looked, often acting very innocent.
Noticing Sophie watching, Bai Yuemian gently put the little white fur down, then looked at Sophie with a smile and said, Sophie, would you like one?
Who cares?
Just a nobody.
While Sophie was still being stubborn, Bai Yuemian seized the opportunity to grab Sophie's two pointed ears and began to knead them. Contrary to her expectations, she had thought that the cartilage inside such long ears would be very hard, but it turned out to be very soft.
Ugh, what are you trying to do? Sophie's ears seemed a little sensitive. Bai Yuemian hadn't touched Sophie's thighs for long before they went weak.
Bai Yuemian quickly reached out and hugged her. The little vampire lay in her arms with her face slightly red, but she stubbornly stared at her.
Bai Yuemian couldn't help but find it a little funny. Sophie slapped Bai Yuemian's hand away and said angrily, "You stinking brat, don't touch my ears, ugh." While Sophie was warning her, Bai Yuemian sneakily attacked her little face. As expected of a little girl, both of her cheeks were soft and felt wonderful to the touch. You. Sophie touched her face, speechless. Bai Yuemian looked at her shy expression with a triumphant smile. Sophie snorted and turned her head away, ignoring her. Sophia, who was standing to the side, had the feeling that Bai Yuemian was taking care of the child when she looked at the three of them. She didn't feel uncomfortable. After all, no one would lay a hand on a child, right? Suddenly a white dove flew to the windowsill and tapped its head on the window, indicating that it wanted to come in. Why are there pigeons so late at night? It's a special tool used by the royal family to send messages to nobles and social dignitaries. Sophia and the royal family didn't have a communication gem, so they communicated using traditional methods. Sophia pulled the letter from the pigeon's leg. Let me see whom a disgusting robbery occurred in the village that received aid from Prince Levi. Due to the large scale of the incident and the lack of timely handling, his candidacy has been revoked. I didn't expect it to end before it even officially started. Bai Yuemian sighed. Although she knew Levi's chances of winning were slim, it was still a bit of a pity that he was disqualified. After dinner, Bai Yuemian was bored and had nothing to do. Suddenly, she remembered the two white-haired children at home and felt speechless. Now I feel like I can't fall asleep at night without hugging a white-haired person. Then you might be disappointed, it seems neither Sophia nor Avira intends to come today. What about Sophie-chan? Hey, really? Don't you like sleeping alone? Now you can't sleep without anyone to keep you company. Bai Ning teased, and Bai Yuemian, whose thoughts had been hit, couldn't refute it for a moment. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Sophie went to see Avira today, and the two of them stayed up late painting, so they went to bed together. Those are two little girls sleeping. They must be so cute. I really want to see them. Wipe your drool. Bai Ning rolled her eyes in the realm of her mind, then chuckled. How about it, do you want me to sleep with you for the night? Bai Yuemian raised an eyebrow. How can I sleep with a book? I'll get poked if I turn over. Do you think I'll turn into a book? You have other forms? Let me see them. Fine, I've changed my mind. I'll show you after you kiss the princess. Bai Yuemian's curiosity only fueled Bai Ning's desire to keep her in suspense, so she decided to use this to motivate her to complete the task. Ugh, so stingy. Look, it's not like you'll lose anything. Bai Yuemian complained, and then Bai Ning ignored her again, falling asleep in a daze not long after lying in bed. Just as Bai Yuemian's even breathing was heard, the pendant on her chest flew out from her clothes, a flash of red light appeared, and a pair of white jade feet landed on the ground. Phew! Bai Ning let out a long sigh of relief. It must have been hundreds of years since I last used this body. She casually smoothed her long, dark blue hair that almost reached her heels, then gently got into bed and lay down next to Bai Yuemian. Since you're willing to treat me like family, I'll do everything I can to make you happy. Bai Ning whispered, gazing quietly at Bai Yuemian's sleeping face with her blood-red eyes, then gently pulled her into her arms. Sweet dreams. When Bai Yuemian woke up the next morning, she smelled a very peculiar fragrance, somewhat like flower cakes? Does anyone in this world still make these? I didn't pay much attention to it. Although I slept alone last night, I felt like I was hugging something, maybe a pillow, and I slept quite comfortably. There were no classes the next morning, but Sophia seemed to have some research to deal with, so she went to the academy early. After preparing breakfast for the two little ones at home, Bai Yuemian went back to bed to catch up on sleep, but when she lifted the covers, she saw someone who shouldn't have been there. Waaah? What are you doing in my bed? Or rather, when did you come in? Bai Yuemian was shocked. Would Her Highness the Princess really trespass on a private residence? Seeing that her sneak attack had failed, Olivia sat up in bed, patted her thigh, and gestured for Bai Yuemian to lie down. Bai Yuemian felt it was hard to refuse. After all, gentleness plus princess plus lap pillow, it can only be said that the buffs were maxed out, and no one could refuse. However, Bai Yuemian was not human to begin with,
so she shook her head with difficulty.
Yuemian, can't I even have a lap pillow? Am I still your friend? Olivia's sudden change to a tearful appearance gave Bai Yuemian no time to react. She nodded subconsciously and then lay down on her without really understanding what was happening.
Olivia's small hand gently stroked her cheek, feeling a little ticklish. While Bai Yuemian was still carefully avoiding touching that absolute territory under Olivia's skirt, the princess had already placed her hands on her head and started combing her messy hair.
Bai Yuemian dared not move at this moment.
The princess's panties were faintly visible, and each time she was almost able to see the secret inside.
Is it pretty? It looks good. Oh no, I didn't see anything. Bai Yuemian subconsciously remembered, but Olivia pressed her back down.
Her tail wagged excitedly again, but fortunately, Bai Ning's shapeshifting ability prevented Olivia from noticing.
It's okay, Yuemian can see anytime she wants. Does Yuemian want to know what color it is? Olivia said with a smile. Bai Yuemian dared not agree.
Getting a nosebleed was a minor matter, it would be unbearable if she couldn't help but release her charm. Bai Yuemian twisted her body, trying to look to the other side, but she still failed. Her head was firmly held down, and then Olivia, who didn't know where she got an ear pick, started cleaning her ears.
Chapter 37 I Want You to Be My Dog, Xiojin-sama. The last time Bai Yuemian enjoyed a lap pillow was when her roommate provided it during her time at Blue Star University. It has to be said that Olivia was really professional. The feeling of her gently scraping her ear with an ear pick was so good that she didn't want to move.
Are you comfortable, Yuemian? Olivia whispered in her ear. Bai Yuemian was feeling lightheaded and had no ability to think about why Olivia was in her room so early in the morning.
It feels so comfortable, I never expected Via could do this. Yuemian, would you like to listen to something I'm having trouble with? Olivia's tone suddenly became pleading, and Bai Yuemian agreed without hesitation. Thank you, Yuemian.
Olivia stopped what she was doing and began to stroke Bai Yuemian's hair.
Actually, the robbery that happened in the place my brother was helping was caused by me. Olivia's hands suddenly trembled, and Bai Yuemian could feel that she was very nervous.
My brother's supplies were distributed per person. I sent people disguised as villagers to find young people and small families and tell them that His Highness's supplies were being distributed unfairly, with some families with many children receiving several times more supplies than them. Then I incited them to loot, and that's how the violence started.
Does Yuemian think I'm qualified to be king? Olivia fell silent, but her hand didn't stop, reaching down into Bai Yuemian's clothes. Bai Yuemian grabbed the restless little hand and replied. In my heart, Via has always been a gentle person. Prince Levi's understanding of aid is far too naive. How can anyone be without greed? Bai Yuemian successfully rolled over, and Olivia understood her meaning. She began to clean Bai Yuemian's other ear, and Bai Yuemian let out a comfortable before continuing. Whether it's based on the number of people or per household, some people will feel it's unfair. Poor areas are difficult to manage, and once something happens, it's hard to act quickly enough. Via, you've just brought the conflict to the forefront. In some ways, you can control it earlier and avoid greater losses. Does Yuemian think what I'm doing is insidious? How can the struggle for the throne always be fair and square? In the end, the nobles will devour you until there's not a bone left. Those who lack both cunning and courage are absolutely unworthy of becoming kings. Bai Yuemian knew from her school days that the king's path was stained with blood. Rather than saying it was Olivia who did it, it was more accurate to say that Levi was too amazing and didn't even leave himself a backup plan. Methods and courage I understand, thank you Yuemian.
Olivia's emotions suddenly surged, and before Bai Yuemian could react, she suddenly leaned down and kissed the corner of her own mouth.
Via, you. Bai Yuemian quickly stood up, deeply shocked. Why did everyone like to launch sneak attacks? The main thing was that she didn't actually dislike them. This is a thank you kiss for Yuemian. Thank you, I know what to do now.
Olivia smiled sweetly and jumped out of the window.
So that's how you got in.
How can I not be tempted by a princess who is willing to tell you something like this? As soon as Olivia left, Bai Ning spoke up, but she still couldn't stop talking about being affectionate.
What can I do? Via hates Succubi.
If she finds out, we're doomed.
This is good enough.
Bai Ning smiled without saying a word. She knew Olivia wouldn't be content to stop there. Inside the palace, Olivia had already returned to her office when Levi suddenly walked in. His eyes were bloodshot, and he gave her a complicated look before saying,
I never imagined that the once innocent and adorable princess would become so cunning.
Was all of this your own doing?
Olivia smiled and shook her head. What are you talking about, brother? I didn't do anything.
Then who transferred the troops I stationed near the village? Olivia brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and shook her head. After a long silence, Levi sighed and said with a hint of admonition,
Fine, I always thought only the kind-hearted could become king. It seems I was too naive. Without cunning, there's no way to compete.
Olivia, when you become queen, I hope you can live up to the expectations of this country. Olivia wore her signature smile as she watched Levi leave, then muttered to herself,
Brother, don't worry. I will take back everything that is rightfully yours. I will have what I want, and you will definitely find the one you love.
Student Bai, Miss Bai, Dog Xiaojin-sama, please join us. As soon as Bai Yuemian arrived at the classroom, Xiaomeng rushed up again. Bai Yuemian subconsciously looked around before remembering that Sophia was not in the teaching department. After letting out a sigh of relief, she looked helplessly at Xiaomeng, who was tightly hugging her arm, and said,
Xiaomeng, why did you insist on looking for me? You must have heard what happened to me last time I sang, right?
The principal said it wasn't an accident, it must have been because Bai sang so well. Why does it feel like the girls at school have started to admire me a little ever since that seductive incident?
Never mind, I'll just talk to FIA about it later. She shouldn't be angry.
Bai Yuemian herself also enjoys singing, and since Mia is there too, she might as well treat it as going to a karaoke bar. Alright then, Xiaomeng, when do you guys start your activities?
Waaah, I still can't do it. Wait, what did you say? Xiaomeng was about to start wiping away tears when she heard Bai Yuemian agree. Lord Bai, no, from now on you'll be my dog, Xiaojin-sama.
Xiaomeng suddenly pounced on her, pressing her cheek against Bai Yuemian's.
Bai Yuemian blushed slightly, not expecting Xiaomeng to be even more outgoing than she had imagined.
There weren't many classes in the afternoon, only 2 magic theory sessions, which ended around 4 p.m. Xiaomeng smiled and linked arms with hers, leading her towards the activity room. Mia, finding it amusing, took her other arm as well.
Bai Yuemian couldn't move either of her arms and walked into the activity room amidst the envious gazes of the other girls. The interior was very simple. Bai Yuemian only saw a piano and a microphone.
Where are the others? Xiaomeng blinked her bright, sparkling eyes and replied with a puzzled look, just the few of us. So you mean if I don't participate, there will only be 2 of you?
Yes.
Bai Yuemian sighed, how can we possibly form a band with just these few people?
No, we're going to be a band for life. Other members will definitely join us in the future. We have Dog Xiaojin-sama with us. Xiaomeng, just call me Bai Yuemian. We're friends, so don't use that title anymore.
No matter what, being called master is still too embarrassing.
I don't want to be friends with you. I want Bai Tongxue to be my dog, Xiaojin-sama. Chapter 38. It seems we need to capture Yuemian first.
What's with this abstract sense of déjà vu? Xiaomeng seemed to have identified Bai Yuemian, and it took her a while to explain to Xiaomeng before she was willing to call her by her name.
So, Xiao Bai, what else can you do besides the piano? Bai Yuemian tilted her head and thought for a moment before remembering that she was proficient in a musical instrument.
Although she was only at the beginner level, it should be more than enough for performances.
I can play the guitar.
Thinking that the guitar is relatively less prone to mistakes, I figured I could just go through the motions.
Guitar? What's that? Catgirl tilted her head, not understanding the instrument Bai Yuemian was referring to.
She momentarily forgot that there were no guitars or basses here. It's an instrument from my hometown, and it sounds pretty good. Then she quickly asked Bai Ning in her mind. Sister Ning, do you have a guitar? Oh, so you become Sister Ning when something comes up, Bai Ning said sarcastically.
Yes, I am, but. Bai Yuemian suddenly had a bad feeling. What do you think of Xiaomeng? What are you planning to do now? Bai Yuemian asked knowingly. I want to see some more photos. I think Xiaomeng can also be added to your harem, Bai Ning said frankly.
What harem, Sister Ning, please? I suddenly really want to form a band. Thinking about his relationship with Bai Ning, he decided to postpone things for now.
He could do today's work tomorrow and tomorrow's work yesterday. Maybe the task could be changed later. Fine, I won't make things difficult for you. If you teach her to play the piano step by step, I'll give you the guitar and bass as well. Never mind, let's not ask for it to be pasted on. Xiaomeng, can you play the piano? No, I can't play any musical instruments. How can you answer so confidently? Bai Yuemian was speechless. How about I teach you piano? Really? If Lady Bai Yuemian teaches someone like me to play the piano, won't everyone be so envious they'll kill me? No, sister, why are you so angry? No, let me teach you the scales first. Bai Yuemian then began to teach her step by step. Xiaomeng's twin ponytails swayed back and forth with their owner's head, occasionally brushing against her nose and making her feel a little itchy. Xiaomeng's hands have distinct knuckles, especially the two middle fingers which are quite long, which Bai Yuemian always found strange.
Fingers of this length have quite a few other uses. Bai Ning chuckled mischievously to herself again.
Aren't long fingers perfect for playing the piano?
What other use are they? Bai Ning suddenly realized that the sticking task was still a long way off. Right now, Bai Yuemian seemed to only be able to make other girls' faces drool, but she was still completely clueless about deepening her understanding.
Mia, what song do you think we should practice? After thinking for a moment, the catgirl said softly, how about singing the one that Xiao Bai sang last time?
I really remember it so well, even though my memory isn't very good, I can still sing it. After saying that, she yawned and looked at Bai Yuemian lazily.
Ha. Bai Yuemian laughed a little embarrassedly.
Xiaomeng, who was standing next to her, was a little confused. She had taken leave last time and didn't know exactly what had happened.
She only knew that Bai Yuemian's popularity among the girls had skyrocketed since then. Consider your task complete. How should I give you these two? Can I just hand them over to you directly?
Bai Ning reminded herself in her heart. Bai Yuemian thought for a moment and then took it out directly.
Anyway, this is a magical world, so it's not surprising that there is a storage magic.
Let me test the sound first. Bai Yuemian played a few solos and found that they were all tuned very well.
No wonder it was produced by Sister Ning. Hey, Xiao Bai, is this a guitar? Can I touch it? Mia had never seen this kind of instrument before.
At first, she thought it was like a violin that needed to be played with a bow, but Bai Yuemian actually plucked it with her hands, which made her very curious. Yes, pressing here will change the pitch. Bai Yuemian taught her how to press the strings, but the catgirl's hands were as soft as a cat's, with a wonderful feel, but her fingernails were a bit sharp, just like Hakimi's, which ruined the beauty of her hands.
Well, it's getting late, I have to go back now. See you tomorrow, Mia and Master. I told you not to call me that. Xiaomeng checked the time and hurried home. Mia said she had something to do and left as well, leaving Bai Yuemian alone to try singing. Footsteps suddenly came from outside the door.
I thought it was Mia returning, but it turned out to be Sophia.
Hey, FIA, are you done with your work?
Yeah, I've been doing all this research by myself, while someone else has been having a lot of fun with a few girls.
Sophia's sarcastic tone was undisguised. Don't you get jealous so easily, sister?
Looking at her puffed-up little face, Bai Yuemian suddenly thought of singing a little bit for her. She then gestured for Sophia to sit down, but Sophia was unhappy and ignored her. Bai Yuemian raised an eyebrow and took the opportunity to sneakily attack her face, pressing her down into the chair while she was stunned.
Don't be angry, FIA, let me sing you a song.
As the intro began, Sophia ignored the unfamiliar instrument in Bai Yuemian's hand. The melody of the song was very captivating.
Let's get a little closer, just a little closer. There are no love songs in this world.
As soon as Bai Yuemian sang the chorus, she noticed that Sophia had her head down and dared not look at her.
After the song ended, the sullen white-haired girl had no more temper.
She walked over, sat next to her, and rested her head on her shoulder.
Fia, don't be angry. We're just here to practice singing today. Do you like this song that was specially prepared for you? Specially for me. Yes, if you like it, could you reward me with a kiss? Please, my love.
Hearing this title made Sophia feel ashamed. The memory of being forced to call her husband last time resurfaced in her mind, and she angrily pinched Bai Yuemian's thigh hard.
Ouch, I'm sorry, Fia, that hurts, ouch.
Before Bai Yuemian could finish speaking, something soft pressed her lips to hers. It was quick, but very comfortable.
TSK, Sophia's even learned to give a carrot and stick now. These two are improving so fast. Looks like I should find a chance to teach them the art of Yuri.
Bai Ning sat under the cherry blossom tree in the mind's realm, eating flower cakes while watching the play, when she suddenly noticed that there were other audience members.
How come there's still a signal in the palace? Let me see, it's from Olivia?
Looks like the show is about to start ahead of schedule. Bai Ning still enjoys watching the show, and then they just stick together.
As for Bai Yuemian? As long as she doesn't die, that's fine.
In Olivia's office, the black-haired princess had lost count of how many pens she had broken. Surprisingly, her face was expressionless, but the tense muscles in her hands showed that she was trying her best to endure.
So it really was you, Sophia White. Seeing the two kiss, she almost couldn't resist rushing over and killing Sophia. Don't think you can steal my Yuemian just because you have a great mage in your family. Looks like I'll have to capture Yuemian first.
Olivia revealed a sinister smile, a stark contrast to the princess's usual standardized smile.
Chapter 39, He was subjected to imprisonment play. The next morning, Bai Yuemian was a little listless.
Yesterday, she had sung a love song for Sophia, and the girl was so moved last night that she came over with her pillow in her arms.
But that wasn't the hardest part.
Sophia ran into Avera, who said she hadn't slept with her for several days. Sophia couldn't bear to refuse her little sister after Avera's pleading, so the three of them ended up together. The little white-haired boy liked to snuggle into her arms, while the big white-haired boy could only lie on her other side, leaving her sandwiched between the two. The weather was also a bit hot, and when she got up, her chest and back were soaked with sweat.
Good morning.
Sophia always looks dazed when she first wakes up. She tilts her head and gives Bai Yuemian a good morning kiss, but this time she forgets that there is a little white-haired girl next to her. When she realizes that there are audience members, blush instantly rises to her cheeks.
Hey, why is Sister Bai kissing my lips? I want one too, Sister Bai.
When Avera saw this, she also insisted on getting a kiss, and Bai Yuemian quickly turned her head and let her kiss her cheek.
Little Ivy, you can only kiss someone you like on the lips.
Bai Yuemian smiled and ruffled the little white fur, but she pouted, clearly unconvinced, and argued.
I really like Sister Bai, just like I like my older sister. After saying that, the little white-haired girl tried to stick close to him again, but Bai Yuemian smiled without saying anything. She straightened Avera's clothes and then took Sophia to school. Does Fia still have any research to do today?
Upon arriving at the school, Sophia did not enter the teaching department with Bai Yuemian, but instead went to the research building. Yeah, I hope someone doesn't go looking for other girls while I'm not around. Sophia glanced at her, and Bai Yuemian quickly assured her that it was just singing practice.
Ugh, so boring.
The mornings were all theoretical classes taught by several bald old professors.
Not being able to see Bai Yuemian, whom he longed to see, made him feel a little down.
Bai Yuemian was taking a walk when a small figure suddenly bumped into her.
She looked down and was surprised to see it was Sophie. Oh no, something terrible has happened. Someone broke into the house and kidnapped Ivola.
Sophie's face was flushed from running for so long, but what she said made Bai Yuemian feel that something was very wrong.
What? Who kidnapped them?
I don't know, several masked men just broke down the door and stormed in, I was no match for them, sob. Sophie was so remorseful that she burst into tears when her best friend was arrested right in front of her, and she was powerless to do anything about it and could only run away to find someone else. Bai Yuemian patted the little girl's back to comfort her, but she felt something was strange. The other party hadn't kidnapped Sophie, which meant they were probably after Ivola.
But didn't they know who Ivola's grandfather was?
The image of old Deng involuntarily appeared in her mind. After all, the situation was quite urgent, and Bai Yuemian was very worried that something had happened to little white hair. She immediately took Sophie to find the principal, but strangely, the principal was not there either. She tried to contact Sophia with the gem, but there was no response.
This is so strange.
I can't get in touch with anyone I can ask for help, Bai Yuemian muttered to herself, then suddenly remembered Bai Ning.
Sister Ning, do you have any ideas? No, not at all.
Bai Ning started using that cheeky tone again.
Actually, Bai Yuemian had always been curious why such a nice voice sounded cheeky.
Bai Ning knew who did it, but she knew that Avira wouldn't be in danger. After all, Bai Ning had already tacitly agreed that Avira would be part of Bai Yuemian's harem in the future, and she wouldn't let anything happen to her.
I have a feeling you know something.
After all, Bai Ning was too calm, as if she knew that Avira would be alright.
Here's a hint, at home. Bai Yuemian couldn't understand Bai Ning's riddle, so she had no choice but to take Sophie home to see if she could find any clues. When the two returned home, Sophie was still sobbing. Bai Yuemian had no choice but to comfort the little vampire first, since having a little girl crying all the time was affecting her thinking. What's this? Bai Yuemian discovered magical traces left on the sofa, but she didn't know what they were.
She tried injecting a little mana, and a line of text appeared.
Want to save Avira White?
She came to the suburban cemetery alone at noon, only Bai Yuemian there. Are you looking for me? Bai Yuemian felt things were getting stranger and stranger. Sister Ning clearly knew something, but it seemed she wanted to handle it herself this time. Bai Yuemian glanced at Sophie and decided to go alone. She didn't believe Bai Ning would let anything happen to her.
Sophie, stay home alone. I can't find anyone to help you. Be careful, they might come back. What about you? What if you can't beat them? How about you let me suck some of your blood? I can fight too.
Sophie tugged at her sleeve, trying to stop her from leaving, but the other woman only allowed her to pass alone.
Bai Yuemian looked at Sophie's red, tear-filled eyes and gently comforted her. Don't worry, I have a backup plan. Then one person went to the requested location.
The suburban cemetery had been neglected for a long time, and even in the middle of the day, it felt a bit eerie.
Bai Yuemian arrived as agreed, but did not see anyone. Hey, I'm here. Where's Ivira? Bai Yuemian tentatively spoke, but no one responded.
Suddenly, a pink light appeared beneath her feet, startling Bai Yuemian. However, Bai Ning told her not to move.
This is charm magic, it won't work on you. Just pretend to be unconscious. Although completely confused, Bai Yuemian did as instructed.
She inhaled the scent and only felt a sweet taste, but it didn't have any real effect. She pretended to faint on the spot, and soon someone came over.
Honestly, why don't they just arrest her directly? It's so tiring.
Bai Yuemian secretly opened her eyes a crack and saw a girl dressed in a maid outfit, who was still making sarcastic remarks.
Hey, just tie her up, okay?
The girl on the face muttered to herself, and then she put Bai Yuemian into a bag and carried it on her shoulder. She didn't know how much time had passed when she heard a snap sound. It felt like something cool had been put on her ankle.
Bai Yuemian sensed something was wrong. After the maid left, she discovered that it was a magical anklet. Now she couldn't use her magic anymore. What? Who's so perverted as to play imprisonment games?
Bai Yuemian was greatly shocked. After all, she had never been exposed to this type of play before. Not long after, she heard footsteps at the door. She quickly pretended to be asleep, and soon smelled a familiar gardenia scent. Then a small hand touched her cheek.
Yuemian, you've been so naughty, I had no choice but to resort to this, otherwise Sophia might just snatch you away.
Olivia gazed at Bai Yuemian's sleeping face and her incredibly alluring lips. Her face flushed slightly, and she slowly leaned in to kiss her.
Just as they were about to kiss, Bai Yuemian couldn't keep up the act any longer and quickly turned her head away.
Olivia seemed a little surprised, since Bai Yuemian had woken up a bit too quickly. The two looked at each other awkwardly. Just as Bai Yuemian was about to say hello, Olivia forcefully pressed her down onto the bed.
Chapter 40. Please, don't refuse me.
Bai Yuemian originally planned to sweep mana to her limbs like last time, but Olivia was stronger than her and she couldn't move at all.
Olivia remained silent, but Bai Yuemian could clearly see the desire in her eyes. Why would a princess have desire for herself in her eyes?
While Bai Yuemian was still in a daze, Olivia ripped open her uniform. Seeing that Olivia wanted to continue taking off her clothes, Bai Yuemian quickly stopped her, but Olivia simply pressed both of her hands above her head with one hand.
Well, that's what people here like to do, and now we can't move anymore. Waaah, don't do something you'll regret.
We're all girls, how can we do something like this? Bai Yuemian was extremely flustered when Olivia unbuttoned her shirt again, revealing her underwear.
Then why did you do that with Sophia White? She's nowhere near as good as me. In terms of status, I'm a princess. In terms of background, I'm backed by royalty.
In terms of figure, she's flat-chested.
Why didn't you choose me? Olivia roared at Bai Yuemian with all her might.
She had never seen the princess act so strangely before, and now her eyes were filled with intense anger. Olivia was very envious of Sophia. They had done everything that she and Bai Yuemian had never done, and she didn't even know how far they had gone. When Olivia first saw Bai Yuemian, she felt that she was very special. After getting to know her, she found that she had a scent that made her feel very comfortable. Olivia didn't know what it was, but she really wanted to be friends with her. It wasn't until Bai Yuemian agreed with her own insights, even knowing that she had used some means to defeat her brother, that Bai Yuemian still recognized her, and that truly attracted her. Olivia used to feel very tired because she had to play two princesses, but Bai Yuemian was willing to accept the real her. In front of Bai Yuemian, she was the happiest and most relaxed, the real Olivia. Until she saw that Bai Yuemian had prepared a song specifically for Sophia, and even with Sophia Olivia felt heartbroken. She had lost the most important person in her life, and in the end, with nowhere else to turn, she kidnapped her.
Bai Yuemian stared blankly at her. Should she say she liked her?
She probably did, but she always felt it was the kind of liking between best friends. He already had Sophia, and although Sophia allowed him to have a harem, he had always been reluctant to do so, and therefore had always avoided being too intimate with Olivia. But now, feeling Olivia's soft body sitting on him, he seemed to be shamefully moved again.
Hey Yuemian, look, your face is blushing. You have feelings for me too, right?
Olivia gently stroked her cheek, then her hand gradually moved down to explore Bai Yuemian's mysterious area.
When Bai Yuemian realized what Olivia was about to do, she couldn't help but blush.
Bai Yuemian wanted to refuse, but by this time Olivia's eyes were already glistening with tears.
Yuemian, please, don't reject me.
Bai Yuemian felt conflicted, but ultimately kept quiet. Seeing that Bai Yuemian tacitly approved of her actions, Olivia felt a little happier.
Bai Yuemian felt Olivia's small hand pressing on her breasts, a tingling sensation that wasn't uncomfortable. Olivia's hand continued to move downwards, touching her lower abdomen, but the occasional downward movement always startled Bai Yuemian. Yuemian, have you and Sophia been there?
Olivia pointed to Bai Yuemian's genitals, but Bai Yuemian didn't understand what she meant. She had always thought that when girls pressed against each other, it was just a kiss. Today, Olivia had already touched many places that Sophia had never been to.
Where is that place?
Seeing Bai Yuemian's puzzled expression, Olivia instantly became excited. The two of them had only ever kissed.
Princess suddenly felt that it wasn't too late. With a little more effort, she would take Yuemian's first time today. Wow! This was so much fun to watch today.
Bai Ning was engrossed in watching the spiritual realm. Today's stickers gave her a lot of energy, and it seemed that Olivia wanted to go even further.
Bai Yuemian was still wondering when suddenly her skirt was pulled off with a whoosh. As expected of Yuemian, those panties are so cute.
Bai Yuemian was completely clueless about intimate contact. She didn't understand why Olivia had started touching her panties.
Being touched there felt incredibly shameful. Didn't Olivia find it disgusting?
Via, don't touch there, that's that place. Bai Yuemian suddenly felt hot, and became more and more sensitive as Olivia touched her.
It's alright, Yuemian smells wonderful here. Sensing that Olivia wanted to take things further, Bai Yuemian struggled violently. Just kidding, if she didn't refuse, she would be completely devoured.
She only realized now that there were other ways to play besides kissing.
It seems Yuemian is a little resistant. Well, that's enough for today. Get some rest. I have some things to do. If you need anything, just call Yao over.
Olivia got up from Bai Yuemian and carefully helped her get dressed before closing the door and leaving the room. Bai Yu lay on the soft bed, feeling utterly hopeless. Olivia had been too much of a shock to her today. She was learning about so many of the ways she played with Olivia for the first time. After a while, feeling a bit bored, Bai Yuemian got up and sat on the edge of the bed. She tugged at the anklet, but no matter what metal it was made of, it didn't budge no matter how hard she tried.
Yao! Is anyone home? Bai Yuemian suddenly remembered the person Olivia mentioned before she left.
She tried calling out to her, and soon a maid came in.
What are you doing?
I thought I'd get to experience the maid culture in another world, but it seems the maid has a rather bad temper.
I just wanted to see you. Via said I can contact you if I need anything. Ha! You're so free? Nothing better to do than fight me.
Yao tossed her hair and then revealed her slender arms, seemingly wanting to fight Bai Yuemian.
No, it's just how is Ivira?
Bai Yuemian quickly changed the subject, suddenly remembering that she originally wanted to save Avira, but unexpectedly ended up getting herself arrested.
Now that Bai Ning was also silent, she was completely at a loss. The White family's little girl?
She's alright, I've already taken her home, don't worry. If the target is me, why not just arrest me directly?
Yao rolled her eyes at her.
Her Highness said she was afraid you would struggle and get hurt, so she asked me to bring Ivila over first.
After all, children are easy to catch.
Then she would let you come here willingly, knock you out, and then she could get you completely. The princess is quite caring, but Avira got caught in the crossfire.
Chapter 41 Waaah, Sister Bai is gone. Sister, you're finally back.
Sister Bai was nowhere to be found. Waaah.
Sophia was busy all day and was still angry because she couldn't find Bai Yuemian at school. But when she got home, Avira told her that Bai Yuemian was gone. What? Bai Yuemian is missing? What happened to Avira? Don't panic, tell me slowly.
Sophia gently hugged Avira, and the little white-haired girl nestled in Sophia's arms, sobbing as she said. Yes, a few people suddenly rushed into my house and took me away, but later a woman came and gave me a lot of food, and then she took me home. Avira wiped away her tears.
Then when we came back, Sister Bai was gone. Sister Sophie said that Sister Bai left at noon and hadn't come back. We also couldn't get in touch with Sister Bai and Grandpa's gem. No wonder no one has contacted me all day.
Sophia took out the communication gem and found that the mana inside had been completely removed. She always carried the gem with her and only put it in a cabinet when she went into the laboratory.
She guessed that someone from the school had done it.
Avira, you're saying that the people who captured you not only didn't hurt you but also fed you well.
Yes, Avira also felt strange.
At first, she thought she had been kidnapped, but after being fed a lot of cake, they sent her back.
It feels like this is all aimed at Bai Yuemian.
Sophia sighed, realizing that Bai Yuemian only had a handful of people in her social circle, and the number of suspects could be counted on one hand.
Olivia, you did this, didn't you? Inside the room, Bai Yuemian sat cross-legged on the bed.
The room was too monotonous and there was no entertainment.
She could only chat with Bai Ning. Sister Ning, did you already know it was Via who did it?
Bai Ning remained non-committal.
Bai Yuemian sighed, then why didn't you tell me? I can't beat Via either. Who knows when you'll figure it out on your own? Since Olivia has already taken the initiative, how could I possibly ruin her plans? Whose side are you on?
Please get this straight, we're all in this together. Olivia isn't an outsider. Bai Yuemian remains silent. The image of the princess that she had always held in her heart as gentle was crumbling. The way the princess looked at her now seemed obsessive and full of possessiveness.
I feel like Vaya's mental state isn't quite right. Bai Ning chuckled, hee, that depends on how you handle the relationship. If you do it well, you'll be locked up for life. If you don't, Olivia won't hurt you anyway. The tail seemed to sense its owner's confusion, and in a human-like gesture, patted her forehead. Looking at the heart-shaped tail, it suddenly realized it couldn't use magic. Sister Ning, why can't Via use her magic and still not recognize my identity? I've covered for you, nothing in this world should be able to affect me yet.
Thinking of Olivia's views on demons, Bai Ning pondered for a moment before continuing. You can decide for yourself whether to dissolve it or not when the time is right.
I think even if you were a demon, Olivia couldn't possibly dislike you. Bai Yuemian could never figure out Olivia's thoughts, so she didn't dare to be honest with her. She was conflicted.
On one hand, there was her own ideal of pure love, and on the other hand, there was Bai Ning's request. In addition, she had shamefully developed special feelings for Olivia. If she really accepted Princess Bai Yuemian, she would definitely reveal her identity. She would not allow herself to deceive the person she lived with.
Your Highness, where did you go just now?
Inside the palace, Sophia and Avira sat in the reception room waiting for Olivia, who finally arrived more than an hour later.
Miss White, it's none of your business where I go, is it?
Olivia put on her standard smile, but her tone was full of detachment.
Sister Olivia, please give Sister Bai back to us.
Avira cried and clung to Olivia's arm, tears streaming down her face, making her look pitiful. Olivia withdrew her hand expressionlessly, and coldly said to Avira's shocked expression, Miss Avira, please watch your manners and don't touch me without permission. Also, I did not arrest Miss Bai Yuemian, please do not slander members of the royal family. Sophia clenched her fists and stared intently at Olivia, who still wore that standard smile, but Sophia saw a hint of mockery in her eyes.
If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave.
You can help yourselves to the pastries here.
He then walked out without looking back. Sister, this cake is the same as the one I ate. Why did Princess Sister turn out like this? Waaah. No need to say anything more.
Olivia refuses to admit it, and we can't force her to go.
It seems we'll have to ask Grandpa for help. Bump. Hubble was giving a report when suddenly the door was kicked open again.
Before he could even get angry, two white-haired men rushed in and grabbed his arms tightly.
Waaah, Grandpa, please save Sister Bai. She's been kidnapped.
Sophia didn't speak, but she squeezed out a few tears.
Hubble was immediately furious.
Both Sophia's parents were only children, and the two sisters had grown up with silver spoons in their mouths. This was the first time he had ever seen them so aggrieved.
Who did this? Little Ivy, tell me all about it. Just kidding.
If my beloved granddaughter, whom I've doted on since she was a child, is bullied and I don't step in, people will think I'm some kind of magician who was bought.
Avira recounted the events in a choked voice, while Sophia added that Bai Yuemian was most likely in the princess's hands. That was Hubble's first reaction. You mean Olivia risked offending him, the royal family's great magician, just for a girl? Little Fia, do you like Bai Yuemian?
Sophia hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a blush. Me too, I like Sister Bai the most, Avira said from the side.
Does little Ivy like her maternal grandfather more or Bai Yuemian more?
Avira hesitated for a while before answering softly, Grandpa a little more.
Well, he didn't know what method Bai Yuemian used to bewitch his two granddaughters. If Bai Yuemian hadn't attracted girls, he would have suspected that she might be a succubus. Alright, little Ivy, little Fia, stop crying. Grandpa will take you to find that old man, the king.
With that, he led the two of them directly to the palace.
Alright, Yuemian, now no one can bother us. Let's continue doing what we love.
Bai Yuemian was still in a daze when Olivia suddenly walked in and picked her up in a princess carry, her eyes practically drooling with desire.
I was carried in a princess carry?
Bai Yuemian was about to reveal her identity to Olivia when she was thrown onto the bed before she could even speak, and Olivia immediately pressed down on her.
Chapter 42. I'm sorry, Fia, I'm not a good husband. Via, please stop, I can't move.
Olivia felt strange pressing her knee against Bai Yuemian, and with her hands being held, Bai Yuemian was completely unable to move.
But Yuemian won't be good if she doesn't do it this way. Olivia suddenly pressed herself against Bai Yuemian.
Both of them were quite large, and being pressed so close together made Bai Yuemian feel very stuffy in her chest.
Via, it's a little tight, I can't breathe.
Olivia ignored her, moved her head close to Bai Yuemian's neck, and began to kiss her neck.
Ugh! It's so itchy. Via. Bai Yuemian started shaking her head from side to side.
Olivia felt it was inconvenient, so she cupped Bai Yuemian's face in her hands.
Via,
I'm actually Bai Yuemian sensed something was wrong and hurriedly prepared to reveal her identity, but Olivia didn't let her succeed.
The princess couldn't resist in the end and pressed herself against her. Phew, finally, I got it. Although I'm not the first, it's okay, Yuemian's first experience will be mine. Olivia gently stroked Bai Yuemian's cheek. Bai Yuemian was still in a daze. Only after she came to her senses did she realize that she had cheated on Sophia.
Although he didn't dislike Olivia, and could even say he liked her, he wasn't ready to tell Sophia yet, and he'd already been taken advantage of.
I'm so sorry, Fia, I'm not a good husband, sob. Olivia, do you know what you're doing? Olivia didn't stop what she was doing.
Her gaze towards Bai Yuemian seemed to be filled with tenderness as she softly said,
Of course I know, Yuemian, you're the first person I've ever fallen for. Everything I have belongs to you, including myself. Olivia lowered her head, then suddenly took off her princess dress, revealing her fair body to Bai Yuemian's face. Via, what are you doing? Put this on quickly.
Olivia is not flat-chested, her figure is quite a shock to Bai Yuemian.
Ugh, my nose feels hot, I'm bleeding from my nose. Come on, Yuemian, aren't you tempted?
Olivia released her grip, spreading her arms wide as if to say, do whatever you want.
Bai Yuemian swallowed hard.
After all, other people's desires were different from her own. Bai Yuemian felt her desire rising rapidly.
Bai Yuemian tentatively placed her hand on Olivia's breasts.
Before she even started, Olivia blushed, a rare occurrence. She let out a soft groan and turned her head away, not daring to look at Bai Yuemian. I can't take it anymore, Bai Yuemian roared inwardly, forcefully pressing Olivia down onto the bed amidst her gasp, and the two switched positions. The high-ranking princess was now lying beneath her with a shameful expression, and Bai Yuemian felt a strange sense of conquest. Just as she was about to take things further, there was a sudden, urgent knocking on the door.
Your Highness, something terrible has happened.
His Majesty the King has arrived. Hearing that the king had arrived startled Bai Yuemian, instantly extinguishing her desire.
Somewhat embarrassed, she looked at Olivia and quickly got up. Olivia's dissatisfaction was undisguised, but she knew she couldn't continue. She sighed and slowly put on her clothes. During this time, Bai Yuemian couldn't help but steal glances.
It has to be said that even dressed, she was extremely alluring. As if knowing her thoughts, Olivia put it on openly in front of Bai Yuemian, causing Bai Yuemian's nose to bleed a little more.
Yao squinted her eyes. Your Highness, didn't you say you were going to discuss some collaborative matters with this elf?
Why is she bleeding from the nose? Yao had always felt that the princess and this elf were not ordinary friends, and the fact that the two of them stayed in the room for a long time before coming out made her feel even more suspicious. Nothing much, we were just trying to get to know each other better, she might be a little stressed. Olivia's explanation seemed perfectly reasonable, and Yao couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind it. After hesitating for a while, she decided to get down to business first. Your Highness, His Majesty the King has arrived at the manor gate. I estimate he's almost there. Knock knock knock. The words had barely left his lips when a knocking sound came from outside the door, followed by a deep, resonant voice.
Olivia, I know you're at the manor. I'm coming in. This was Bai Yuemian's first time meeting the king.
Although he was about to retire, he didn't look very old, probably around 50.
He wasn't wearing any fancy clothes, just a rather exquisite long robe.
Oh, you must be Bai Yuemian.
You are indeed quite beautiful. No wonder Olivia took a liking to you. All right, you can leave now. No, Olivia gripped Bai Yuemian's hand tightly, glaring at the king before her. Father, I won't allow Yuemian to leave me.
The king chuckled. Olivia, you dare to talk back to me now, that's quite something.
Is it because of Bai Yuemian? Father, I have never asked you for anything in my life. I only want Bai Yuemian. Can you give her to me? So, I'd become an object?
His Majesty the King shook his head. That old geezer Hubble put pressure on me. He specifically asked me to hand over Bai Yuemian.
Can't I just tell the principal it's not with me? It's no use. That old man is even better at finding people than I am.
We'll end up falling out.
Unless this girl is willing to stay with you, you have to let her go.
Upon hearing this, Olivia bit her lip, then suddenly knelt down in front of Bai Yuemian, tightly grasping her hand and saying,
Yuemian, I can't live without you, please don't leave me. Bai Yuemian was startled.
This once proud person was now so humbly begging her. She gave Olivia a complicated look and slowly spoke. Via, it would be self-deception to say I have no feelings for you, but I can't give up on Faya. I'm a terrible person, I already have Faya, yet I still have feelings for you, Via.
How about? Bai Yuemian bit her lip hard. Via, forget about me. I'm not good enough for you. No. I absolutely do not want to leave Yuemian.
Bai Yuemian didn't expect Olivia to react so strongly. She almost broke her hand bones from being gripped so tightly. The king watched with great interest. He wasn't a rigid person, he didn't care who his daughter liked. Even if they didn't have children, he could just grab one from Levi later.
How about this? I have an idea.
The king suddenly spoke. Anyway, you haven't officially started a relationship with White yet. You can always add Olivia to the mix, and then see who you like in the end.
Bai Yuemian was completely dumbfounded. Your Majesty, do you even know what you're saying?
You agree to your daughter dating a scumbag like me, and you even agree to me having multiple partners. Alright, Olivia, stop being so unconvinced.
Sophia's family isn't easy to mess with either. Her parents just aren't in the royal city.
He stroked his beard and pondered.
I'll talk to Hubble about it later. You two can compete. You're a princess, don't you even have that much confidence?
Olivia seemed to have regained her confidence and pride. She stood up, her eyes filled with a fighting spirit, and looked at Bai Yuemian with unwavering determination.
Yuemian, I will definitely be the one who wins you in the end. Bai Yuemian was bewildered. Had she been given a reward without saying anything? Chapter 43. Do you need escort services? Sister Bai, you're finally back. I thought I'd never see you again, sob sob sob. Well, I'm glad you're alright, you little punk.
As soon as she got home, the two little ones rushed into her arms. Sophia was also watching her from behind, her eyes red as if she had just been crying.
I'm sorry, Afaye, Sophie, and Ivy, I made you worry.
Bai Yuemian gently hugged the three of them to comfort them. Suddenly, she felt a gaze behind her and realized that Olivia was secretly looking at her while poking her with her finger.
She looked very uneasy.
Looking at Olivia, I inexplicably feel that the current princess has a rather cute and unexpected side.
Bai Yuemian smiled slightly, walked over and embraced Olivia in her arms amidst Olivia's surprised gaze.
Olivia sniffed and began to sob softly in her arms.
Hey! Vaya, don't cry, I haven't cried yet.
Before she could even cry about being tied up, Olivia was the one who started crying first.
Yes, I'm so sorry, Yuemian. Yuemian is so kind and good, and I still managed to hurt you, sob sob. It's alright, it's alright. I know Via wouldn't hurt me, Bai Yuemian said, patting Olivia's back to comfort her.
Hubble, standing to the side, stroked his beard thoughtfully, watching Bai Yuemian hug her granddaughter and then run off to hug the princess, and felt inexplicably annoyed. Sophia looked at the two people in front of her, pursed her lips. Although she had a premonition that Bai Yuemian would not behave herself, she still found it hard to accept when the time actually came. Olivia lifted her head from Bai Yuemian's embrace, looked at Sophia with firm eyes, and said, "Miss White, the first person in Yuemian's heart must be me."
Sophia laughed in exasperation. "Your Highness, don't forget who brought Bai Yuemian back. Does a newcomer think she can surpass her?"
Olivia smiled without saying a word, and before Bai Yuemian could react, she gave her a face wash.
Bai Yuemian was completely bewildered.
She had been comforting Olivia when she was suddenly stuffed into a soft mound. She was so suffocated that she could only make woo-woo-woo sounds. Olivia stroked Bai Yuemian's head, looking at Sophia provocatively, seemingly mocking her flat chest. "Look, I can give Yuemian face wash, can you?" Sophia was furious. She rushed over and pressed Bai Yuemian's head into her arms. Bai Yuemian felt like she had hit a wall and was dizzy for a moment, but at least she could breathe again.
"Ouch, that hurts. Who pinned me against the wall?"
Bai Yuemian was momentarily disoriented, and only after her eyes focused did she realize that she was in Sophia's arms. At that moment, her face turned ashen.
"Bai Yuemian, tell me, who is the wall?"
Sophia smiled with her eyes narrowed, but Bai Yuemian could tell from her trembling eyebrows that Sophia was very angry.
"No, I didn't say that. I meant I am a wall, I am a wall."
Bai Yuemian offered a frantic and incoherent explanation, which only fueled Sophia's anger at the size of her chest, causing her to crackle and pop all over her body. Bai Yuemian sensed something was wrong and tried to break free, but Sophia held her tightly and she couldn't move.
Bai Yuemian could already feel a tingling sensation.
"Oh, Miss White, how can you blame others for your own shortcomings?"
"Don't you think so, Yuemian?"
Olivia snatched Bai Yuemian back and felt a little relieved when she smelled the familiar scent of gardenias. However, Sophia was unhappy again and rushed over to hug Bai Yuemian from behind.
Avira found it amusing and ran over as well. "No wonder Sister Bai is so popular. I want one too."
Ivy stretched out her little arms, wanting Bai Yuemian to pick her up, but now she was sandwiched between the two and couldn't lift her up. "No wonder she's a lowly succubus, the house is already a mess as soon as I got back," Sophie muttered to herself, but she was also a little envious. It was a pity there were no empty seats.
Ahem, Hubble, standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore.
They were flirting right in front of him, others would think he was being perverted. He waved his hand and pulled Bai Yuemian out from between the two of them, then said to Olivia in a deep voice, "Your Highness, Bai Yuemian is also a student of my school. Please don't do kidnappings like this again."
"I understand, Mr. Hubble." Olivia only then noticed Hubble in the corner. She had been focused on Bai Yuemian and hadn't noticed him at all. She quickly and awkwardly greeted him. Hubble nodded, not noticing Olivia's embarrassment.
He had come mainly to help his beloved granddaughter and had already spent quite some time there.
He had other things to do and had to leave first. There were only 5 girls left in the room. Olivia suddenly walked up to Avira.
The little white-haired girl was a little nervous. After all, Olivia had been so cold to her before. Olivia slowly reached out her hand. Avira thought she was going to hit her and closed her eyes in fear. After a while, she didn't feel any pain, but instead felt a hand gently stroking her head.
"I'm sorry, little Ivy. I did something wrong because I was too impulsive before. I'm really sorry for being so rude to you last time."
Avira shook her head, hugged Olivia, and whispered, "It's okay, princess.
After all, everyone likes Sister Bai.
Sometimes, Sister Bai can lose her temper too."
No. Sophia was a little embarrassed when her embarrassing story was told. Not bad. Olivia accepted it too. "I'll give you the reward."
Bai Ning reminded herself in her heart that Bai Yuemian felt her mana release opening had become larger, and if she released Dawn's power now, it would definitely exceed that of the intermediate level.
"What should we do next? I've got it."
Bai Ning started to get excited, while Bai Yuemian felt uneasy. Nothing good ever came of her acting like this.
I want to see Sophia and Olivia kiss you together. I knew it. Did you think Olivia would agree? I don't care about that. How about I increase the synchronization rate to 25 after it's done? By the way, what is this synchronization rate for? Bai Yuemian took out the pendant, and the synchronization rate displayed on it was still the same number as several days ago, but the color of the pendant seemed to have turned a little redder. You can think of it as a level of intimacy with me. Once it reaches a certain value, you can gain some of my power. Couldn't you just give it to me directly? That won't do. It's impossible for me not to see a sticker that satisfies me. Bai Yuemian remained silent and ignored her. Don't be like that. How about I show you my human form? I can even offer a sleeping companion service, Bai Ning said with a giggle. Bai Yuemian suddenly felt a little flutter in her heart. She was very curious about what Bai Ning, who was usually both cheeky and cute, would look like. Yuemian, let's go on a date. Bai Yuemian was still in a daze when Olivia suddenly came over and took her hand, leaving her momentarily stunned. No, Bai Yuemian has to go shopping with me. Sophia, unconvinced, grabbed her other hand. Wow, Avera is going too. You stay home and watch the house. Waaah, I want to go. Bai Yuemian was once again trapped in the middle, unable to move. Sigh, you guys figure it out, Bai Yuemian sighed resignedly. Chapter 44. You even want your mother-in-law? Yuemian, this necklace looks so beautiful. Bai Yuemian, I want to eat this. Sister Bai, I want that doll. Bai Yuemian walked down the street feeling utterly hopeless. Since neither Sophia nor Olivia wanted to be alone with the other, they decided to go shopping together. Avera was bored at home and wanted to go out and play, while Sophie, who didn't like crowded places, was in charge of looking after the house. It was tough on her, as she didn't have much income, and the gold coins Alice gave her last time were probably gone today. What? A necklace costs 2 gold coins? Is it made of gold or something? Miss, you can't just look at the price. The crystal on it is top grade. Wearing it around your neck will allow you to slowly absorb mana. Yuemian, can you buy it for me? I'm a little short on money lately. Olivia spoke pitifully, and Bai Yuemian's lips twitched. You're telling me a future king has no money? But thinking of her relationship with Olivia, she still gritted her teeth and spent a lot of money. Thank you, Yuemian, I love you the most. Olivia excitedly kissed Bai Yuemian's face hard. Olivia kissed him forcefully this time, and Bai Yuemian could clearly feel the softness of her lips. She subconsciously touched her cheek and smiled as she looked at Olivia's happy expression. However, the big white hair on the other side was not happy. Sophia directly pulled Bai Yuemian into a cake shop, which looked like a high-end store. She didn't have time to worry about her wallet. Sophia had already selected several kinds of cakes, which cost her several more gold coins. Is this cake made of gold? It's so expensive. Bai Yuemian only dared to mutter under her breath that these cakes would cost ordinary people several months of not eating or drinking, and that was the evil of capitalism. Sophia was still not satisfied and pointed to her mouth, indicating that Bai Yuemian should feed her. Bai Yuemian sighed. She already owed Sophia something, so of course she had to fulfill this request. Avera, who was eating heartily, noticed Bai Yuemian's gaze. The little white-haired boy looked up at her with some confusion. Bai Yuemian smiled but didn't say anything. She wiped the cream off the little white-haired boy's mouth and licked it. It really is quite delicious. I have to admit that the taste is truly superb, with a very strong milky flavor. Sophia realized she could play like this, and secretly smeared cream on Bai Yuemian's face when she wasn't paying attention. However, she had only smeared half of it when Bai Yuemian felt an overwhelming urge to urinate and immediately fled in the water. I'm going to the restroom. I think I drank too much water. There's no way around it, girls can't really hold their pee, so when the urge strikes, they have to go as soon as possible. Phew, that was close. Why are the toilets so far away? Bai Yuemian ran for almost a kilometer before finding the restroom. As she came out, she didn't notice that she bumped into someone at the corner.
Ouch! Bai Yuemian is not short for a girl, nearly 1.7 meters tall, but the person in front of her is probably 1.8 meters tall, and she fell backward and sat down.
Oh, I'm so sorry, are you alright?
What a beautiful voice. Bai Yuemian's displeasure vanished almost instantly, and she couldn't help but start to examine the person in front of her. She was wearing a white beach hat, and her white hair was tied up in a bun, revealing her snow-white neck.
As her gaze continued downwards, Bai Yuemian felt a sudden heat in her nose.
Okay, it's so big, but no, it's so white, but that's not right either. The young lady was wearing a strapless dress, and the size of it was comparable to Olivia's, so the impact was quite significant. I must have bumped into that area just now, no wonder it felt soft and didn't hurt at all.
Little sister, what's wrong? Are you alright?
The young woman noticed that Bai Yuemian was staring at her blankly, and touched her forehead in confusion.
It's not hot at all. Oh, I'm fine. Sorry, I was distracted just now.
How dare I lose my composure in front of such a pretty girl?
Ah, little girl, you're so cute. I wish my daughter was as funny as you. He, I got praised for being cute. Wait, daughter?
Miss, you got married. Yes, my daughter is probably around your age, and I have another one a little younger. I don't even know how tall she is now. I have a strange feeling. Bai Yuemian looked at the young lady's white hair and inexplicably thought of the two white-haired people in the cake shop. Excuse me, are your daughters named Sophia and Avira?
Did you fall into a pit?
It takes you so long to go to the toilet. She had just returned when she saw Sophia with her arms crossed, looking at her unhappily. Oh dear, little Fia has such a bad temper with her friends. Sophia didn't react for a moment, and only spoke in shock when she saw the person behind Bai Yuemian.
Mom? Why are you back?
Avira was still eating when she looked up and saw a familiar figure, so she pounced on her.
Mom, Ivy, I missed you so much. Why did it take you so long to come back? Oh my, little Ivy has grown so tall? And she's still so clingy.
Mom wanted to see her this time, so I came back to visit her first. Watching the two white-haired creatures rubbing against her chest, Bai Yuemian realized that their habit of rubbing against her chest was just that, a habit.
But seriously, were they really related? Had Sophia's father cheated on his wife? No, that didn't seem right either.
Bai Yuemian was brainstorming on the side, while Sophia watched Avira snuggling up to her with envy, and after hesitating for a moment, she also rushed into Mrs. White's arms.
Oh dear, little Fia is so big and still loves to act cute. Mrs. White, it's been a while. How have you been?
Olivia had been ignored, so she could only offer a greeting first.
Oh. Isn't this little Via? You've grown up so much. I heard you've been confirmed as the next king? You're truly outstanding. After Mrs. White greeted Olivia, she remembered Bai Yuemian, who was standing there in a daze, and said with a smile, "What's this little girl's name?" My name is Bai Yuemian. Bai Yuemian snapped out of her daze and stood at attention. You look very energetic. My name is Delina White. Are you Bai Yuemian? The girl who stole my daughter away. Mom! What are you saying? You don't like her? I.
That's settled then, you two get married, I'll help you with the wedding. Mom, I like Sister Bai too, Avira retorted.
Oh my, I didn't expect you to be so charming. That makes things easier. How about the three of you come together?
Don't worry, money is no problem.
Wait, Miss Delina, isn't this too fast? What do you mean fast? Little Fia is already 22.
As for little Ivy, you can get engaged first, or Delina's eyes suddenly turn cold.
Do you think my precious daughter is not good enough for you?
As expected of a high-level mage, that pressure is truly formidable. Bai Ning was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle and couldn't help but speak up in Bai Yuemian's mind. Sister Ning, stop gossiping, please help me.
What are you guys doing?
The mother-in-law isn't even asking for a dowry, and you still won't accept it. Bai Ning suddenly thought of something and felt a little nauseous at Bai Yuemian's appearance.
You even want your mother-in-law?
Chapter 45 The Defeat of the Pure Love Warrior. What the hell, Bai Yuemian couldn't help but complain, can't you be serious for once? What will happen to the mission if I marry FIA? Who says you can only get married once here? Ha! There's no limit to the number of times you can get married here. As long as you're capable, you can find 100. Bai Yuemian remains silent. She had to admit, this world was pretty cool. What's wrong? What happened to the pure love god from before? Why are you so excited about this? You can't say that. Waaah has already given herself to me. If I were to refuse her, wouldn't that be even more of a scumbag? As expected of you, you can always find an excuse. Bai Yuemian had to admit that she was already a scumbag. There was only one or countless times when she was promiscuous. The moment she fell for Olivia, the warrior of pure love had already been defeated. Delina found it amusing to watch Bai Yuemian's expressions change repeatedly, and asked again with a smile. So, why can't Yuemian do it? Sophia cautiously stole glances at Bai Yuemian's expression, while Avera looked at her expectantly, making her feel a lot of pressure. How could that be, Miss Delina? It's just that my relationship with FIA hasn't reached that stage yet. Besides, Avera's feelings for me are only sisterly affection, it's really inappropriate. Bai Yuemian smiled awkwardly, and looking at Delina's unchanging smiling expression, she slowly lowered her head. Delina noticed Olivia's occasional furtive glances at Bai Yuemian and seemed to understand something. Is it not enough? Do you want to add Her Highness the Princess in? Olivia was suddenly called upon and immediately sat up straight. As expected, Xiao Yuemian is such a greedy person. Bai Yuemian felt ashamed after being criticized by someone's parents. It was really embarrassing to be criticized in front of them. Alright, Yuemian, don't be too nervous. This mainly depends on Zayafia's wishes, and I won't interfere too much. But if you make Zayafia or Xiaoiwei cry, I'll come and beat you up even if the research has to be stopped. Delina spoke the most threatening words in the gentlest tone, which frightened Bai Yuemian into repeatedly making promises. Delina nodded in satisfaction, then gently put Avera down and said softly, Little FIA, little Ivy, Mommy has something to discuss with your grandfather, so I'll be leaving now. Remember to eat well. Hey, isn't Mom staying for a few days? Where's Dad? There's nothing I can do. The research has reached a critical stage, so I had to leave all the work to your father so I could come back for a day. Goodbye. Ms. Delina seems to have gotten stronger again. After watching Delina leave, Olivia seemed lost in thought, realizing that she couldn't even feel how much mana she had left today. It seems Mom's mana level reached the advanced mage level last month. Avera looked longingly in the direction her mother had left. She had basically grown up eating takeout ordered by Sophia, and it was only after Bai Yuemian came that her meals improved. She hadn't eaten her mother's cooking in a long time. Sai, let's go back first, I'm out of money. Bai Yuemian was on the verge of tears. Not only did she lose a bunch of gold coins today, but she also had to meet her parents for no reason, and she felt that the impression she left was not very good. In the principal's office. Dad, I'm back. How did it go? Oh, Delina, you're here. The old Pope sent me a message. The people who captured little FIA last time were locals. Someone gave them the drug to block Mana's release, but all we know is that it was a tall, masked man. Does the Pope believe they are the organization that started the war 30 years ago? Yes, after all, that war was fought in a very strange way. How could a country with similar strength fight another country when there was no survival issue at all? I don't think the Demon King is a fool. I understand. Dad, I've gone to see that girl, Bai Yuemian. Hubble looked up, somewhat curious, and asked, What do you think of her? Delina tilted her head and pondered. She seems like a good person, but she's a bit greedy. I was even planning to give her both little FIA and little Ivy, but she's still not satisfied. You want to give her little Ivy too? I don't agree. She already has little FIA, why are you still so greedy? Hubble is a seasoned warrior of pure love, and his iron fist has been used against students who engage in promiscuous relationships at school.
Dad, don't be so old-fashioned. Little Fia has finally come to her senses. We can't ruin this relationship.
If she's with little Ivy, they can take care of each other.
No, I just. Alright, Dad, your ideas are outdated. There's no such thing as pure love these days. Let the kids decide for themselves.
Hubble opened his mouth, but finally sighed.
Where's that brat? Why did you come back alone?
She's very busy. I've delegated all my tasks to her these past few days. Humph, that's how it should be, let him practice properly.
Seeing Hubble's unhappy expression, Delina covered her mouth and chuckled.
Even after all these decades, my dad still has such a strong opinion about her. Hubble gave Delina a disapproving look. How can I give him a friendly face when he's taken away the daughter I raised with such difficulty? Delina smiled slightly as she thought of her husband's petite figure, ignoring Hubble's dissatisfaction, and asked about Bai Yuemian. Dad, you said your hypnosis didn't work on little Yuemian. Yes, I could still ask the first few questions, but when it came to race, I sensed a different kind of mana, which, to be honest, was a bit like the Sage's book that I encountered when I was young.
The Book of Sages? This is the first time I've heard you mention it, Dad. Delina was a little curious, as she had never heard of this kind of book before.
The Book of Sages is formed when mindless matter is immersed in a place with extremely high concentrations of mana for a long time, and then consciousness is born. They mostly like to take the shape of a book, hence the name Book of Sages.
Hubble recalled the scene when he first encountered it.
At that time, he was just a mage and came across it while searching for medicinal herbs in the central forest with his captain. He initially thought it was a magic book from thousands of years ago. Before his captain could even touch it, it turned into gas with a hiss. The captain was a renowned high-level mage at the time, yet he was reduced to ashes before he even made a move.
Hubble still feels a bit scared when he thinks back on it. High-level mages are very powerful, but he didn't even know how he died.
Fortunately, the Book of Sages seemed to have no intention of killing us all, and teleported the rest of us back to the royal city. I only found out later from my teacher that we had encountered the Book of Sages.
The Book of the Wise is very rare. I haven't even heard of it in the decades since, so I haven't told you about it. Dad, do you think the Book of Sages helps Bai Yuemian cover it up? Maybe, but I don't think it makes sense.
The Book of Sages is practically invincible in the world, so why would it help Bai Yuemian? At this moment, at Sophia's house, Bai Yuemian, having nothing to do, lay on the bed chatting with Bai Ning.
Sister Ning, are there any other people in this world who have become sentient by absorbing mana like you? It hurts. Can you speak more politely? What do you mean by becoming a spirit? That means absorbing the essence of magic and gaining self-awareness.
Before Bai Yuemian could finish speaking, Bai Ning flew out and hit her on the head.
Chapter 46, she took it off herself, I didn't do it. I'm sorry, so are there other people like Sister Ning?
Bai Ning remained silent for a while before speaking.
I don't know. Over the past thousands of years, I've met many people in races, but none of them could see me. Later, I went to your world and met the first person I could communicate with. If I could develop consciousness, I think there should be other similar beings. I don't know if it would be easy to say if I did. Bai Ning was somewhat dissatisfied. What, am I not enough for you? Haven't I been good to you?
No, I was just thinking about what to do if I encountered that situation. Bai Yuemian didn't say it out loud, but she was cursing in her heart. If it weren't for you, I would definitely be a pure love warrior.
Don't overthink it.
I haven't encountered it in all this time, and even if I did, I doubt I'd want to see anyone. I hope so, Bai Yuemian said, putting her hands behind her head and suddenly thinking of Delina.
Hey Ningjia, why do you think Miss Delina was willing to find me to be Sophia's boyfriend? I'm a girl too. I guess it's because she is too. Oh huh? Doesn't Sophia have a father?
Bai Yuemian was shocked and doubted whether she had heard correctly.
Yes, but has anyone said her father is a man? Bai Yuemian thought to herself, if my father isn't a man, is he a woman?
It's common for two girls to date in this world. If they decide to have a child, the one who doesn't get pregnant will be called dad, and the one who gets pregnant will be called mom.
Bai Yuemian didn't know how to answer.
No wonder Miss Delina wasn't surprised at all that her daughter was made of copper when they met. It turned out she herself was.
Sister Ning, how did you figure that out? It's very simple. Sophia and Avira are both dizygotic individuals, so their father must be a woman. How did you do that? A mid-level mage can do it.
There's a kind of magic that can directly extract an egg, then transform it so it can combine with another egg to produce offspring. And the child born from the same sex will always be a girl.
You should have learned this over there, right? Bai Yuemian was speechless. Theoretically, that's how it is, but how do two eggs combine on Earth? Does the magical world expect me to talk about science?
So that's why there are fewer men in this world, and women like to date other women, and this cycle continues, so there are fewer and fewer men.
In Hubble's generation, there were still a quarter of men, but in Sophia's generation, there are less than a tenth.
No wonder there are so many girls at school. I thought the boys went to school elsewhere.
Right, right? This is your paradise, you know. What? Even if there are many girls, they might not necessarily like me, Bai Yuemian pouted. Can't you be a little more confident with such a perfect body I gave you? Oh, what a rare guest. Before Bai Yuemian could understand what was going on, there was a knock on the door.
Bai Yuemian got out of bed to open the door, expecting it to be Sophia or Avira, but it turned out to be Sophie standing at the door. Is something wrong with Sophie so late? Bai Yuemian asked, somewhat puzzled. This was the first time Sophie had contacted her at night.
Sophie was silent for a moment, then spoke a little shyly. I want to drink blood, could you give me some, you little minnow?
Sophie thought she could resist, but she hadn't drunk it for several days and felt uncomfortable all over, so she had to come to Bai Yuemian. Looking at the little girl in front of him, and thinking that she only had a little blood, he let Sophie in.
Hey, you go to sleep first, you little brat. The little girl was a bit shy and hesitant, and planned to wait until Bai Yuemian fell asleep before taking the medicine. Bai Yuemian nodded, and since she was also sleepy, she closed her eyes first. Sophie waited a few minutes and couldn't stand it any longer. She got into bed and lay down next to Bai Yuemian, gently licking her neck.
Bai Yuemian felt Sophie's little tongue. It was a little itchy, but very comfortable. After licking for a while until Bai Yuemian's breathing became even, Sophie slowly inserted her teeth and began to suck. Her eyes instantly turned blood red, emitting a scarlet light in the dark room. Good, delicious, Sophie said, releasing her mouth after taking a few sips. A pale red thread still connected the two of them. Is that miscellaneous fish really a succubus? It tastes so good. Even the Demon King's blood doesn't taste as good. Looking at the sleeping Bai Yuemian, Sophie hesitated for a moment before not returning to her own room, but instead snuggled into her arms.
I slept so well, but I'm a little tired. What's this?
Bai Yuemian got up and stretched, when suddenly she felt a soft body in her arms. She pulled back the covers and found a little vampire tightly hugging her waist.
Why aren't you wearing any clothes?
Sophie seems to have a habit of sleeping without clothes on, her small body fully exposed. But there's really not much to see in a child's clothes, so she looks cuter dressed up.
Sophie was fast asleep.
Bai Yuemian gently carried her out and was just about to dress her when Sophia opened the door and walked in.
Their eyes met, and Bai Yuemian knew she might be in serious trouble. Sophie, hurry up and tell me. You took it off yourself, I didn't do it.
In the living room, Bai Yuemian knelt on the floor, begging Sophie to tell the truth. However, Sophie was too embarrassed to admit it, so she kept quiet. But Bai Yuemian was in trouble. She had been identified as a pervert who undresses children while sleeping. Avira hid behind Sophia, feeling a little regretful that Bai Yuemian had never done this to her, otherwise they could have been so close. Sophia found it hard to accept that the person she liked was a pervert.
At first, she thought Bai Yuemian just liked cute things, but she ended up actually touching him? FIA, you have to believe me. I just wanted to help Sophie get dressed this morning. It hurts.
Sophia was still trying to contact Bai Yuemian, and her explanation seemed so weak when Sophie didn't admit it. You only didn't come to see you one night yesterday and you already got aroused by Sophie. No, Sophie came to my room yesterday because she wanted to drink blood. Sophia glanced at Sophie with a puzzled look.
Sophie, seeing Bai Yuemian being electrocuted, felt a little ashamed but still nodded.
I'll let you off this time, but you're dead next time. Sophie kept stammering and didn't say anything.
Sophia couldn't bear to shock Bai Yuemian again, so she could only let it go. I'm a little worried, but I have something to do. Go take Avera and Sophie to school, and behave yourselves, you hear me? Clear. For example, if you really can't resist, you can come to me tonight. Sophia's voice trailed off.
FIA, what did you say?
I didn't hear you. I didn't say anything. Why are you angry again? Chapter 47. My cat can do backflips.
It has to be said that Bai Yuemian's appearance with 2 children was quite eye-catching, and coupled with her outstanding looks, she attracted a lot of attention. Sophie was initially a little shy, but seeing Avera holding Bai Yuemian's hand, she silently reached out her hand as well. Bai Yuemian noticed Sophie's little gesture, smiled, and took her hand.
Sophie's hand was small and completely enveloped in Bai Yuemian's palm.
Feeling the warmth of her palm, Sophie lowered her head shyly. As expected of a magical world, the school reconstruction is quite fast. Before long, the 3 arrived at the junior academy and saw that the teaching building was almost completely restored. Bai Yuemian couldn't help but marvel at the speed of the reconstruction. Ha! Suddenly, a carrier pigeon fluttered its wings and circled in front of her. Bai Yuemian thought it looked familiar and then remembered that it seemed to be a royal pigeon.
Let me see a royal invitation to have lunch with Her Highness the Princess Waaah. You seem to have some free time.
Bai Yuemian was too lazy to even comment on this copywriting that was clearly Olivia making trouble for no reason, but she still had to go.
Sophie, I have to go to the palace.
Please take good care of little Ivy. So much trouble from these little fry, I understand. Sophie felt a little disappointed when she heard that Bai Yuemian was leaving, but she turned her head away so that Bai Yuemian wouldn't see her.
Goodbye, little Ivy.
Goodbye, Sister Bai.
Can you pick us up tonight? Sure, I should be free. You all need to study hard.
Sophie was feeling down when her little hand left the warm palm, only to be suddenly taken up again. She turned around and saw it was Avera.
Sister Sophie, let's go.
Sophie couldn't help but smile as she looked at Avera's innocent and adorable appearance. Since Sophia had Hubble prepare Sophie's enrollment certificate in advance, the 2 went straight into the classroom.
So this is the human school? It looks pretty good.
Sophie had always had one-on-one tutoring when she was in the demon realm, and she had never experienced a classroom where she could learn together with others before. Because Hubble had given prior notice, the teachers unanimously assumed that Sophie had extremely strong connections. They heard that she didn't like too many people, so they arranged for her to sit in the back row by the window, and even saved her the trouble of introducing herself. However, Sophie's red hair was bound to attract attention, and with her adorable face, girls would come over to greet her during breaks, but she would always chase them away.
Gradually, no one came over anymore, and Sophie was labeled as aloof. Sister Sophie, you're so popular.
During break, Avera walked up to Sophie and struck up a conversation with her. Sophie smiled slightly, giving a matter-of-fact expression.
Of course, don't you know who I am?
Oh my, this new student seems to have some connections and really thinks he's someone important. Sophie was very annoyed at being interrupted. She coldly sized up the person in front of her, a young girl with long, wavy hair and a very contemptuous look in her eyes. Who is she? Sophie asked Avera, who shook her small white head, indicating that she didn't know either.
How dare you? This is so rude.
I am a lady of the Eli family, and Avera, we've been classmates for a year and you still don't recognize me. Avera was a little scared of the big waves in front of her, so she hid behind Sophie and secretly peeked at her. Avera had always liked to play the role of the invisible person at school, but she had never succeeded.
Wow, that's unfair, so cute.
The woman with the big waves was instantly touched by Avera's cautious and adorable appearance. Blushing, she stepped forward, handed her a piece of paper, crossed her arms, turned her head, and said, "We're having afternoon tea at home this weekend, and we happen to have extra seats. If you're not available, you don't have to come. It wasn't really my intention to invite you anyway."
"Can I bring my family along?" Vera asked softly. Whatever you want." "Then I'll go." "TCH, fine, don't come then what?" "Vera, you're willing to come."
Suddenly, Big Wave stepped forward and grabbed Vera's hand tightly, startling her.
"Hey you little fish, go to the back. You scared Ivy." "What is miscellaneous fish? Is it tasty? And I have a name, my name is Shuya."
"I don't care what you're called, stand back." Sophie pushed her away forcefully. "Damn it, you're so rude." Shuya rubbed her wrist, surprised that Sophie, who was half a head shorter than her, was so strong.
"Alright everyone, class is starting. Please return to your seats."
When the break ended, Shuya, who still had something to say, could only glare at Sophie and sit back in her seat.
"Via, I remember you were preparing for the succession to the throne. How come you have time to ask me to have dinner?"
Bai Yuemian originally wanted to visit Vera's school, but a royal decree sent her straight to the palace.
"The throne is nothing compared to Yuemian. We didn't even have enough fun last time because Ms. Delina disturbed us."
Bai Yuemian swatted away Olivia's restless little hand and said helplessly, "Alright, Via, let's eat first."
"I have class this afternoon. It's a bit early now. Do you want to come to my room? My cat can do backflips."
To be honest, Bai Yuemian was a little tempted, but Olivia had been acting a bit unserious lately, and she was a little hesitant to be alone with her.
"Let's go, Yuemian. I won't do anything to you."
Olivia didn't care about any of that and smiled as she pushed Bai Yuemian toward her bedroom.
Upon entering the room, Bai Yuemian thought it was the living room.
Olivia's bedroom was at least 1,000 square meters, and the bed in the middle was ridiculously large. It was simply too luxurious.
"Via, didn't you say you had a cat? Where is it?"
Bai Yuemian searched everywhere for the cat that could do a backflip. She had never seen one like it before in her life.
"Yao, come here for a moment." Olivia was whispering something to the maid. Yao looked at Olivia in disbelief after listening.
After the latter nodded, Yao sighed, pulled out a pair of cat ears from somewhere, and then did 2 backflips on the spot.
"Via, you don't need to force Miss Yao." "No, Yao was originally a cat." "Is Miss Yao a catgirl?" "No, Yao is a cat beast."
"I brought her back to heal her after she was injured a few years ago. Then she gained the ability to transform into human form, so I kept her by my side."
"Cat beast? Isn't that a monster? I didn't expect the palace to be so lax in its regulations." "Alright, Yuemian has seen the backflip, now come try out my bed."
Bai Yuemian was still lost in thought when Olivia suddenly pushed her onto the bed. As expected of a princess, the mattress was incredibly soft, and Bai Yuemian sank right into it. Before she could even properly enjoy it, Olivia pressed down on top of her.
"Via, this is making you feel a little uncomfortable." Bai Yuemian was speechless.
Olivia liked to press her down on her, and sometimes she would grab her arms so she couldn't move. Sophia liked to turn her back to her and have her wrap her arms around her waist. The 2 little ones were quite well behaved and innocent and liked to be held in her arms.
Chapter 48. If you're going to kiss, kiss properly and don't stick your head out.
Olivia ignored her, simply lifting Bai Yuemian's hands above her head with one hand, supporting her face with the other, and pressing her knee against her thigh.
"Well, another day of being unable to move."
"Via, this is still broad daylight." The main problem was that Yao was still watching with a puzzled look on her face, which made even Bai Yuemian feel embarrassed.
"It's alright, there's no one else here. Yao is just a cat. I really like the things Yuemian bought yesterday, this is a return gift for you."
Then she bent down, Olivia's black hair falling naturally, with a pleasant scent of gardenias. Yao, standing beside them, watched intently, even using her cat-like eyes to get a better view, her vertical pupils scrutinizing their every move.
Being surrounded and kissed by cats was too embarrassing for Bai Yuemian.
She tried to break free, but Olivia was strong enough.
After noticing Bai Yuemian's struggle, she pressed her lips against Olivia's.
Ugh, her lips were completely covered, and to make matters worse, Olivia seemed to be attacking her jaw.
Bai Yuemian didn't know what Olivia was doing, and before she knew it, something soft had entered her.
Waaah, Bai Yuemian had grown up without ever knowing that a kiss could involve sticking out one's head.
Olivia was attacking relentlessly, and in the end, Bai Yuemian couldn't take the oxygen anymore and subconsciously bit her.
Ugh, Olivia cried out in pain and quickly let go, covering her mouth.
Bai Yuemian, who was beneath her, glared at her resentfully.
It could only be said that she was not even in the same league as Sophia.
Don't be angry, Yuemian. I see you're enjoying it. Olivia's lips, adorned with a vibrant red, made her even more alluring. Bai Yuemian licked her own lips and discovered they were swollen. Olivia. Bai Yuemian blushed, realizing she could never gain the upper hand in front of the princess.
Looking at Bai Yuemian's shy expression beneath her, Olivia felt a great sense of accomplishment.
Sophia was still too inexperienced. Wow. That's so cool, sis. It's so boring watching Sophia and those weaklings fight like this. Olivia is so much cooler.
Bai Ning started gossiping as usual, but this time she was really into it, enjoying it immensely.
Huh?
Why is a high-level demon flying over here?
Bai Ning suddenly sensed a demon rapidly approaching.
Due to its incredible speed, the two people on the bed were completely unaware when a fireball flew over.
They're here to kill. Olivia suddenly had a very bad feeling. The next second, the wall collapsed and a fireball 3 meters in size flew in. Olivia subconsciously hugged Bai Yuemian into her arms. It was too late to dodge.
Just when she thought she was going to die, a petite girl suddenly appeared in front of her.
Sigh, why bother? I originally planned to give Bai Yuemian her human form as a reward.
Bai Yuemian heard the cheeky voice, but this time it was very real, coming from the girl with long dark blue hair in front of her. Bai Ning gently raised her hand, and the fireball instantly turned into mist, disappearing without a trace the next second. The demon in the sky stared at her in disbelief. Even a mid-level mage couldn't withstand his all-out attack, which had been neutralized so easily. Before he could even react, the girl in the house reached out and grabbed him, instantly teleporting him to her side, leaving him completely immobile.
Who are you?
The demon was completely imprisoned and struggled to ask a question.
Bai Ning didn't even look at him. She reached out her small hand and squeezed it. He felt the mana in his body draining away at the speed of light, and it was irreversible. Even if he could get out, he would be a cripple. You are, Sister Ning.
Bai Yuemian found it hard to believe that Bai Ning, who spoke so cheekily, was actually so cute. She wasn't very tall, probably half a head shorter than her. Her hair was very long, reaching her ankles, and her chubby face looked like it would feel really nice to touch.
Oh, so, how is my human form? Does it meet your expectations?
Bai Ning answered with a grin, showing no sign that she had just easily crushed a high-level demon.
You're so cute. May I pat your head? Bai Yuemian was a little eager to try.
She couldn't help it, she wanted to pet any cute girl who was shorter than her.
Okay, but consider it a reward.
If I'm satisfied with how you pasted it, I'll let you touch it. Bai Ning chuckled, but even after living for so long, she never imagined that being patted on the head could be considered a touch. In the midst of their conversation, the imprisoned demon had lost all his mana. After one last moment of reflection, he suddenly realized what had happened and whispered.
No wonder.
I didn't expect the princess to be protected by the Book of Sages. She miscalculated after all. At least she probably succeeded over there. Senior, may I call you that? Olivia hesitated to speak. The girl in front of her had easily crushed a high-level demon, her strength was unfathomable.
Oh, no need, no need. Just call me Bai Ning.
I'm her older sister, so don't worry, I'm not here to take her away from you. Bai Ning waved her hand and explained to Olivia, but when she checked on Sophia's condition as usual, her expression suddenly darkened.
Damn it, I should have thought of that. What's wrong with Sister Ning? Bai Ning's suddenly pale complexion puzzled Bai Yuemian. Sophia and Ivira have been captured. They acted very quickly. All I know is that they went to the central forest in the west.
Upon hearing that the two had been captured, and considering the attack on her by the demon before her, Olivia instantly understood.
Someone is instigating a war between humans and demons.
Sophia felt a blow to her back and vomited a small amount of blood, her stomach churning.
He, little girl, stop struggling, or you'll suffer, don't you think?
The woman in the leather jacket in front of her sneered.
Sophia bit her lip and didn't answer.
Instead, she hugged the unconscious Avira tightly in her arms. Today, she suddenly received a distress call from Avira. She had just arrived home when she was teleported away by magic and is now in a completely unfamiliar place.
Do you know who I am? The Demon King isn't afraid of war. Of course I know. As long as the Hubble children die, a conflict will definitely break out between the two sides. After the war is completely over, there will definitely be an incredibly peaceful world.
Seeing the demon's frenzied state, Sophia silently took out the mana potion that Hubble had given her. Drinking it would clear all the mana in her body at once, but the consequence would be that she would be unconscious for a long time. However, there was no time to hesitate in the face of the situation. The demons in front of him were full of killing intent. Although he was only a novice mage, he should be able to force them back with all of Mana's magic.
Elvira, live on.
You must tell His Majesty the King the news. Sophia drank the medicine in one gulp without hesitation.
Chapter 49, Did he panic when his wife was arrested?
The moment the potion entered her body, Sophia clearly felt that Mana's release was no longer restricted. She slowly raised her staff and aimed it at the demons in front of her.
Still want to struggle? Little sister, it's pointless.
The woman in the leather jacket remained indifferent until she saw the electricity still gathering on Sophia's staff, at which point her expression changed.
Oh no, stop her quickly. The group realized the situation was dire and tried to intervene, but it was too late.
The enormous ball of lightning flew straight toward the group, instantly filling the area with arcs of electricity of all sizes. The group was paralyzed and had no time to dodge, so they could only take the hit head-on.
Huff, 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 Sophia gasped for breath. This attack had completely wiped out her mana.
Fortunately, the lightning ball she unleashed was quite powerful. Before the lightning ball disappeared, she quickly took Avira and fled the place. After an unknown amount of time, Avira slowly opened her eyes.
Where is this? Avira looked at the sky in confusion, only to find herself lying on Sophia's lap. Sophia was kneeling on the ground, leaning against a tree, motionless.
Sister, what's wrong? Avira quickly got up and hugged Sophia to prevent her from falling. Avira looked at her sister's pale face and trembled as she reached out her hand. Thankfully, she was still breathing.
Sister, what should I do? Waaah, having been cared for since childhood, this was the first time Avira had come to such a wilderness. Hearing a few wolf howls, her small body couldn't help but tremble.
No, I'm the only one who can save my sister now.
I have to be brave.
Avira patted her face to cheer herself up, and carried Sophia on her small frame as they continued walking forward.
Sister Ning, what should we do? Please think of something.
Bai Yuemian grabbed Bai Ning's shoulders and swayed her back and forth, but Bai Ning pushed her away.
Stop shaking me. I'm not Doraemon. Can't you think of a solution yourself? Bai Yuemian kept pacing around the room, when she suddenly noticed the demon in the corner. Hey, wake up. You have accomplices, don't you? Are you going to talk or not?
The demon gave a haughty humph and turned his head away, ignoring him.
Oh my, I have such a bad temper. Bai Yuemian was amused by the demon's behavior.
She rolled up her sleeves, pulled out a bottle of chili oil from somewhere, and used it as eye drops for him.
Ah! The demon screamed in pain, mainly because his hands were tied and he couldn't clean his eyes. Whether it's good or not isn't a question of whether I'm going to say it or not.
Bai Yuemian glared at him fiercely, and the demon raised his head and answered her with a tragic expression.
What are you pretending to be for? Via, go and call your Shiogo over here.
The demon initially thought they were going to use dogs to bite him, but when he saw several small pugs, he couldn't help but laugh. Bai Yuemian gazed at him with a smile, but that look gave him a bad feeling. Go, take off his shoes and lick the soles of his feet. The one that just ate, lick his face. The demon's expression gradually turned to despair. An hour later. The demon was completely exhausted and collapsed to the ground, looking like he had overindulged in excessive pleasure. Bai Yuemian kicked him hard and shouted. Will you tell me or not? Who knew the demons would react even more angrily? Go ahead and ask, whether you want to talk or not. How am I supposed to know what you're going to ask after being licked by that stinky tongue for an hour, with the soles of my feet still being irritated? Do you know how I've spent this past hour? Didn't I ask? Olivia shook her head. Yuemian only asked him if he had any accomplices, and this was his answer. Ha, Bai Yuemian awkwardly scratched her head. Quickly tell me, where did you take Sophia and Avira? I don't know. Their mission was simply to take them to the central forest and dispose of them. I guess they've succeeded by now. Don't worry, they're both fine. Bai Ning carefully examined the two white-haired spots and discovered that they still showed signs of life. They're in the heart of the central forest. I need to get closer to pinpoint their exact location. White Lemon absorbed the self-awareness that Mana had just developed, so it can be said that all the manas in the world can help her see. Damn it, Sister Ning, let's go. Wait, I want to go too, Olivia followed, wanting to go together. No, princess, stay here to oversee things. You need to appease the nobles. Bai Yuemian and I are enough. Vaya, wait for me here. With Sister Ning here, it'll be over soon. After saying that, she grabbed Bai Ning and ran outside. You're worried now that your wife's been arrested, Bai Ning couldn't help but tease her, seeing her anxious expression. What do you mean by beloved wife? Let's go quickly, or FIA and the others will be in danger. Bai Yuemian's face was flushed. Although Bai Yuemian had not admitted it yet, everyone knew about their relationship. Alright, let's go. Bai Ning waved her hand casually, and the mana in the air automatically gathered to form a portal, leading Bai Yuemian into the forest. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Avira was completely exhausted. Although Sophia was thin, it was still quite strenuous for a little white-haired girl to carry her. Sister, you rest for a bit, Ivy will go get some water. Avira carried Sophia into a cave and gently leaned against the rock wall. She had no strength left and could only gamble that there were no monsters inside. There seems to be some moisture inside. Avira tiptoed inside. After about 10 minutes, the space suddenly expanded, surrounded by flowing water. Avira's gaze was drawn to the altar in the center, on which a book was placed. There was no wind in the cave, yet the pages of the book were turning slowly, as if the book itself was moving. What book is this? It's so beautiful. Avira stepped forward and gently stroked the cover. The paper was clean and spotless, but there wasn't a single word on it. There was a pattern on the book's cover that looked like a pendant. After thinking for a moment, Avira realized that it was somewhat similar to Bai Yuemian's pendant, except this one was purple. Avira gently picked up the book and turned to the title page, which featured a very complex pattern, somewhat like some kind of magic. Oh, little sister, I've finally found you. Where's the other little sister? The sound from behind startled Avira, and when she turned around, she found that the demons had caught up with her. Avira bit her lip, hugged the book in her arms tightly, and finally made up her mind. Avira abandoned her sister. Now Avira is all alone. I don't believe that. Let's deal with this little girl first, to avoid any accidents. A demon cast a spell at Avira. Sensing the approaching deadly aura, Avira closed her eyes in fear. Just as the impact was about to hit, the book in Avira's hand suddenly emitted a strong purple light, and then it seemed to blow a breath, which directly dispersed the attack. This is the Book of Sages? How did you come to have something like this? Chapter 50. She smells like other girls. It's so noisy, who's disturbing my sleep? The book in Avira's hand suddenly spoke, then broke free and flew away on its own. I'm very sorry, sir, we'll leave right away. The demon leader seemed quite afraid of the book and began to quietly retreat with his men. Tisk,
It's demons again. They always smell so awful. Without much preamble, the Book of Sages opened to the cover page and faced the group. The next second, it began frantically absorbing the surrounding mana, and several demons were also sucked in. Phew, it's much cleaner around here now. Okay, little guy, hurry up and go. I need to rest. After finishing with the Book of Sages, he asked Ivy to leave, but the little white-haired girl pursed her lips and stood there stubbornly refusing to go. Little girl, I just have a good temper, but that doesn't mean I won't get angry. I didn't kill you for disturbing my sleep. If you keep going like this, it'll be a bit impolite of you not to leave. Please help Avira. My sister is badly injured and has passed out. There's no one here to help Avira, please. As little white hair spoke, she began to cry. The sage's book looked at her pitiful crying face and remained silent for a while before sighing. Fine, you've slept for so long, I'll help you this once. It then transformed into a ring and landed in Avira's hand. Put it on, then take me there. Without hesitation, Avira put it on, and a surge of pure mana flowed into her body, instantly restoring her energy from her exhaustion. Is this your sister? How come I can't sense any mana at all? Not long after, Avira found Sophia, who was still unconscious, with the Book of Sages. Her condition was very strange, she didn't have any mana at all. Fortunately, it's not difficult to handle. I gave her some mana, and she should wake up in a while. Thank you so much. Thank you for saving Avira and her sister. Avira stroked the ring on her hand, and the white fur's touch inexplicably made it feel somewhat comfortable. It's nothing, another one's coming from afar. Is that a succubus? Having lived for so long, the sage's book had never seen a demon like this before. She was somewhat like a succubus, but not quite the same. Most importantly, she didn't have that disgusting smell of demons, so he could only ask in confusion. That's Sister Bai. We're here. Avira recognized Bai Yuemian immediately upon seeing her signature long blue hair, rushed over, hugged her waist, and buried her face in her teddy bear. Little Ivy, are you alright? What happened to Fia? Seeing that the little white ball in her arms was unharmed, Bai Yuemian breathed a sigh of relief, but the unconscious Sophia next to her made her a little nervous. He, can I call you Little Ivy? She smells like another girl, the Book of Sages suddenly spoke in her mind. Ivy hesitated for a moment, then took a deep sniff. It smells like gardenias. Bai Yuemian's face stiffened. She was still in bed with Olivia when the incident happened, but she didn't expect that she would still be smelled after so long. How ironic. You and your sister are being hunted by demons, while this succubus in front of you is getting intimate with other girls. Little Ivy, don't you find it ironic? No, Sister Bai must have a reason. Really? To put it bluntly, if I hadn't happened to be sleeping here, you and your sister would probably be dead by now. And she only pretended to come over after she was done. No. Sister Bai wouldn't do that. Avira suddenly shouted, startling Bai Yuemian. Just as she was about to ask what was wrong, Bai Ning suddenly appeared and pulled Bai Yuemian away. Watch out, there's something on Avira. Bai Ning stared intently at the somewhat disoriented Avira. She had sensed a strange mana about her since they first met, and now that feeling was even stronger. I knew it, there really are people like me. The Book of Sages was no longer hidden and transformed directly into human form. Unlike Bai Ning, she was quite tall, about 1.85 meters, but her figure was just as ordinary as Bai Ning's. You hate her now, don't you? Go ahead and vent your anger. Leave the rest to me. She crouched down and whispered seductively in Avira's ear. Little white hair was no match for the spiritual influence of the Book of Sages, and hatred immediately filled her heart. Bai Yuemian, be careful, it seems like Avira is being controlled. Bai Yuemian knew this, of course. After all, the once innocent and cute little white-haired boy now looked like he wanted to kill her, which was really a bit scary. Your opponent is me. Let them resolve their own conflicts. She looked at Bai Ning with a smile, and Bai Ning was a little hesitant to make a move. She couldn't see through this thing that claimed to be one of their kind. My fellow mana is my best nourishment, you can't escape it. With a wicked smile, the sage's book covered the surrounding area with mana.
This mana seemed to be under command, and Bai Ning instantly discovered that her mana could not flow out of her body at all.
You're only around 3,000 years old, right?
For beings like us, 3,000 years is just child's play.
I've already lived for over 10,000 years. Ugh, Bai Ning couldn't even transform back into the red book form before she was grabbed by the neck. Alright, go ahead and relax. I'll take your mana.
Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed her arm.
It turned out that Bai Yuemian had somehow broken free from Avira. That little girl can even break free from my mental power? How did you do that? Bai Yuemian did not answer. When she was with Olivia, Sophia and Avira almost got into trouble.
Because of her guilt, she did not notice that Avira was holding a knife and was stabbed hard in the abdomen. After Avira touched the blood, she came to her senses and was filled with regret when she saw Bai Yuemian's wound. She stood there stunned, which gave Bai Yuemian the opportunity to slowly crawl over. "It's all my fault, please don't hurt Bai Ning." Bai Yuemian said weakly, she had lost too much blood.
Bai Ning? Do you have a name?
She lived for over 10,000 years without having a name of her own.
Yes, Bai Yuemian gave me that name, you didn't, did you?
Bai Ning feels proud when she talks about her name, and meeting Bai Yuemian is the happiest thing for her.
Let go of Bai Ning. If you're going to kill someone, kill me. It's all my fault. The sage's book gave Bai Yuemian a complicated look.
She knew it wasn't Bai Yuemian's fault, but she was willing to give her life for Bai Ning. She had seen many creatures, demons, monsters, and humans, all of whom were selfish. She had never seen anyone willing to die for someone else. Finally, she sighed, walked up to Avira, and transformed back into a ring, placing it on Avira's finger. The little white-haired boy looked at Bai Yuemian's abdominal wound with deep remorse and sobbed, "I'm sorry, Sister Bai, Avira doesn't deserve to be with you." Bai Yuemian was unable to move and could only watch helplessly as Avira ran away into the distance. "She's been influenced by one of my kind, but don't worry about Avira's safety, she'll be fine with her around." Bai Ning helped Bai Yuemian up and let her lean on her knees, her mood somewhat downcast.
Chapter 51. There are other people watching, put me down. There's nothing we can do about it, Sister Ning, don't be sad.
Bai Yuemian tilted her head and changed to a more comfortable position, lying on Bai Ning's lap. It has to be said that although she didn't look very fleshy, she was very soft and comfortable to lie on. Bai Ning ignored her and looked at Bai Yuemian lying down. Remembering how Bai Yuemian risked her life to save her, she felt a strange stirring in her heart.
Why did you save me back then? Even I couldn't beat her, you were just throwing your life away. Bai Ning gently stroked Bai Yuemian's hair and spoke hesitantly. There aren't so many whys.
Sister Ning gave me another life, so it's absolutely impossible for me to watch you die.
Bai Yuemian didn't think much at the time.
When she saw Bai Ning in danger, she rushed over instinctively. Only afterwards did she realize that she had been stabbed. Bai Ning fell silent, gently placing her hand on the wound. With the release of healing magic, the bleeding quickly stopped.
It's amazing, it doesn't hurt at all anymore.
Bai Yuemian got up and found that her wounds had completely healed and her mobility was not affected at all.
Alright, stop playing around. Let's take Sophia back first. Avira should be heading towards the demon territory.
We need to explain this to Hubble and the others. No sooner had Bai Ning finished speaking than she had already set up a portal using mana, signaling Bai Yuemian to carry Sophia on her back and come in. As the halo disappeared, the group returned home.
Upon discovering that there were other people at home, Bai Ning transformed back into a pendant and returned to Bai Yuemian's neck. Where did you go, you little fish? Where's Ivola?
Sophie had been waiting in the living room, and the moment the portal appeared, Bai Yuemian was standing right in front of her.
Something went wrong, little Ivy went somewhere else. Bai Yuemian didn't know how to explain it, so she could only give a vague answer. What's going on? Where did Ivira go? Tell me quickly.
You're such a weakling, you can't even speak properly. Sophie was very worried because her good friend had gone missing, and Bai Yuemian was hesitant and stammering, which made her very irritable.
Alright, Sophie, don't rush. We need to check on little FIA first. Darling, come and take a look.
Delina walked out of the room, followed by a short, gray-haired girl.
Bai Yuemian looked a bit like Sophia, especially her chest.
Why is Sophia so weak? The little girl rushed to Sophia's side to check on her.
Darling, who are you? Bai Yuemian seemed to know who this was. Delina nodded, confirming her guess. This is my husband, Hoshino.
He wasn't supposed to come, but the royal city was suddenly attacked, and Hoshino was very worried, so he came directly. Phew, thankfully it's just a side effect of the mana potion.
FIA is fine.
Someone has already given her more mana, and she should wake up soon.
After finishing the inspection, Xingye looked up at Bai Yuemian, took her hand, and walked towards the door.
Upon reaching the door, Hoshino took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a puff, and skillfully blew out a smoke ring.
Bai Yuemian's eye twitched.
How to put it, it was a bit abstract to see a little girl smoking in front of her.
Your name is Bai Yuemian, right? I am FIA's father, Hoshino White.
Thank you for saving my daughter, but I still need to ask about your relationship with FIA. Hoshino's voice is as soft and sweet as her appearance, but the smell of smoke ruins the beauty.
Uncle? Or should I call you Auntie? Bai Yuemian didn't expect that the way to address her would cause her such a dilemma.
Seeing her dazed expression, Hoshino chuckled. Just call me Hoshino, and you can also call my wife by her first name.
We don't mind these things. Okay, Hoshino, as for Sophia, I like her, but you like other people. Hoshino took over the conversation. Yes, I'm very sorry. Bai Yuemian bowed respectfully in apology.
Xingye was a head shorter than her, and while she was bending over, he patted her head.
Excuse me, Bai Yuemian asked, somewhat puzzled. When I met Delina, she always treated me like a younger sister.
At that time, Mr. Hubble was already a high-level magician.
Delina had countless suitors, some with outstanding figures and others with powerful backgrounds.
I, on the other hand, was short and unremarkable, and my family background was also very ordinary.
Do you know why Delina still chose me? Bai Yuemian couldn't help but think, is Miss Delina a lolicon? Oh dear.
He subconsciously uttered an impolite thought, and Hoshino jumped up and slapped him on the head. Because I told Delina that no matter who she likes or how many people she likes, I will only love her.
How about that? Doesn't that sound like a simp? Hoshino laughed self-deprecatingly.
Luckily, I won in the end, so I'm not afraid of FIA losing. But I demand that you don't betray her. Love, once spoken, must be upheld for a lifetime to truly be considered love.
Hoshino took one last drag and extinguished the cigarette with water magic, then said earnestly, FIA probably said she liked you, right?
I only ask one thing, if you love someone, be serious about it, otherwise you'll definitely regret it if Delina and I do. The little girl in front of her looked both cute and fierce, and Bai Yuemian had to desperately tell herself that she was a high-level magician to suppress her laughter.
Okay, there's one more thing. Do you know where little Ivy went? Avera may have gone to the demon territory, but she is safe.
How are you sure? Hoshino asked, somewhat puzzled. Bai Yuemian hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth.
After listening to her explanation, Xingye nodded.
What you're talking about is probably the Book of Sages, but it's only 10,000 years old.
It'd probably make you invincible by now.
Please rest assured, this is because of me.
I will definitely bring Avera back, Bai Yuemian assured Xingye.
Hoshino nodded at her serious expression and led her back into the house. As the two returned to the house, Delina smiled, picked up Hoshino, and placed her on her lap, then ruffled her little head in front of Bai Yuemian.
Hey, there's someone else here. Put me down.
Hoshino blushed and struggled, but Delina wouldn't let go, seemingly enjoying the situation.
My little FIA, my little Ivy, are you alright?
The door was kicked open, and Hubble burst in, only to see Delina sitting on the sofa with a girl in her arms.
Who is she? For a moment, Hubble forgot about Sophia lying down. He had never seen this girl before. Dad, it's me, Hoshino.
Hoshino seemed very shy, while Hubble was even more shocked.
So that brat from back then was a tomboy? Alright, Dad, your daughter wasn't kidnapped back then. Instead, she brought home a young wife, Delina explained with a smile.
Hearing that her daughter hadn't been persuaded to join Hubble, she felt much better. Then, remembering the purpose of her visit, she quickly inquired about her granddaughter's situation. Hoshino took the opportunity to jump off Delina's lap and explain to Hubble. When he heard that Bai Yuemian was going to find Avira, Hubble hesitated for a moment and gave her a letter.
This is a letter I wrote to an old friend. She's currently the second in command of the demon clan. Be careful on your journey. With this letter, the demon clan shouldn't attack you. Chapter 52. Dad, don't cry, I'll pat your head, okay? Hubble sighed. This is something we should be doing, but Her Highness is about to ascend the throne, and I really can't get away. The things at Delina's Research Institute have also been delayed for quite a while, so I can only ask you for help. Ugh, my head hurts so much. FIA, you're awake. Sophia slowly sat up, clutching her head, and Bai Yuemian quickly stepped forward to support her. How long have I been asleep? And how is Avira? Sophia grabbed Bai Yuemian's arm and asked about Avira. FIA, don't panic, Avira is not in danger. Yes, FIA has fulfilled her responsibilities as an older sister. Hoshino walked over and patted Sophia's head. Sophia was stunned for a moment before she remembered who he was. Dad, what are you doing here? And your hair? Hoshino twirled her hair shyly. I came as soon as I heard you and Avira were kidnapped. As for my hair. She looked up at Delina, who explained with a smile. Hoshino has been a tomboy for so long, shouldn't it be time to let her change back? She's cuter with long hair. Delina smiled and patted her head. Feeling the warmth of her palm, Hoshino lowered her head shyly. Sophia wouldn't have recognized her if she hadn't smelled that familiar cigarette scent on her. Dad! What's wrong? You smoked again. FIA's nose is still so sensitive. Hoshino reached out his little hand and touched Sophia's head, trying to get away with it by being cute, but Sophia dodged it. Ugh, Hoshino's little hand froze on the spot, her nose twitched, and she looked like she was about to cry. Hey Dad, don't do that. Can I pat your head instead? Sophia stretched her head out for Hoshino to touch, and as a result, she rubbed her eyes with both hands and tears streamed down her face. Hey, no, don't cry. Sophia really didn't know how to deal with a girl who was crying, so she pulled Hoshino into her arms and comforted her by stroking her head. Hoshino nestled in Sophia's arms, secretly observing her daughter. Only after confirming Sophia wasn't angry did she speak softly and sweetly. FIA, can you forgive me? I won't smoke anymore. It's okay, Dad, don't cry, okay. Real. Hoshino secretly observed Sophia's expression through his fingers, and only after seeing Sophia nod did he smile and pat her head before leaving Sophia's embrace with a relaxed expression. FIA, you said it yourself, you forgave Daddy. Damn it, I knew it. Sophia clenched her fists as she looked at Hoshino's smiling face. Bai Yuemian, standing to the side, watched this family's interaction with some speechlessness. As expected of a family full of girls, their interactions were completely different from those on Blue Star. Seeing that it was almost time, Hubble stepped forward and explained the current situation to Sophia. Upon hearing that Bai Yuemian was going to find Avira alone, he immediately became agitated. No, this is too dangerous, I want to go with you. Sophia struggled to get up, but her legs gave way and she almost fell to the ground. Bai Yuemian quickly went to help her up. Seeing Sophia's condition, Delina sighed and advised. Little FIA, do you think you can help Xiao Yuemian right now? Don't worry, with the letter from her father, she'll be fine. But. Alright, there's no buts. What you need to do now is rest well and recover quickly so that everyone doesn't worry. The aftereffects of mana clear will leave you weak for a long time, including when you wake up from your coma. Hearing Delina's words, Sophia knew she couldn't be unreasonable, so she bit her lip tightly. Bai Yuemian hugged Sophia tightly and comforted her. Don't worry, Sophia,
I will definitely bring Xiao Wei back. Sophia leaned against Bai Yu's soft chest, listened to her breathing, and hugged her back, whispering in her ear, "You must be careful.
I will go crazy if you disappear too." Bai Yuemian smiled and gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. "Fia really does care about me." Sophia blushed but didn't deny it, saying shyly, "If I don't care about you, who else should I care about?" He then took the opportunity to kiss Bai Yuemian's face before lying back down and covering himself with the blanket. Bai Yuemian covered her face, somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Sophia to kiss her in front of so many people. Even she couldn't help but blush at the teasing looks from Delina and Hoshino. Sophie, who had been ignored all along, finally found a chance to speak, walked over and tugged at her sleeve, saying, "I'll go with you, you little punk. My family is noble, and I can help you." Seeing Sophie's stubborn look, she was still a little worried. "Sophie, why did you leave the demon clan back then?" Sophie stammered, unable to speak, and after hesitating for a while, she finally began to explain. "Actually, the Demon King always treated me like a child. I wanted to prove that I was as good as my mother, but the Demon King wouldn't give me a chance. Then my mother recommended that I come to the human realm to train, and that's how I found the White family." Hearing Sophie's explanation, Bai Yuemian breathed a sigh of relief. At first, she thought Sophie had caused trouble and had run to the human realm to escape disaster, but it turned out that Sophie and the Demon King seemed to have a good relationship, and she might be able to help a lot. "Bai Yuemian, you should let Sophie come with you. I'm really worried about you going alone." Sophia lifted the blanket, revealing her small face, and advised. Bai Yuemian thought for a moment and then nodded. Actually, even without the letters from Sophie and Hubble, nothing would have happened to her. Did they really think Bai Ning was a pushover? If she couldn't beat the other sages' books, wouldn't be it easy for her to beat up a few locals? So they decided to set off tomorrow morning. Due to the influence of the ring on Avira's hand, mana beside her was controlled by the Book of Sages, so Bai Ning could only roughly pinpoint her location. A more accurate estimate would require other methods. Because Sophia was worried about both Avira and herself and couldn't sleep, Bai Yuemian had no choice but to sleep with her and coax her to sleep before thinking about tomorrow. "Sister Ning, why do you think that Book of Sages is with Avira?" Unable to sleep, Bai Yuemian started chatting with Bai Ning. Who knows? Maybe he has feelings for Avira? Anyway, if she's willing to let us go, she's probably not some crazy person who can't communicate. We'll just have to wait and see. Sigh, I wonder how Vaya and Mia are doing. I wonder if Vaya will be angry if I leave without saying goodbye. Hee, thinking of other people now? Should we go say goodbye? Forget it, time is tight, and it would be troublesome if Via Mia also insisted on coming. We can't take care of so many people. Bai Ning didn't answer. She thought of her own kind, who, when grabbing her neck, clearly also longed to be loved in her eyes. Was it because of loneliness that you took Avira with you? Bai Ning talked to herself in her mental realm, then, unusually, fell asleep leaning against a cherry blossom tree. Chapter 53 Kukuku, so the weak point of the minions is their tails. Because Bai Ning had used the teleportation portal twice yesterday and was exhausted, and also because she had to take Sophie with her, Bai Yuemian decided to take the teleportation array in the royal city directly to the edge of the empire and slowly look for Avira's traces. Let's go then, Fia, take care of yourself. Bai Yuemian stood in the teleportation array and said goodbye to the group, but unfortunately she didn't tell Olivia, and she didn't know if they would be angry. Phew, I'm still a little dizzy. As the light from the teleportation array faded, Bai Yuemian still felt a little dizzy. When she went outside, she saw that she was in a forest again. Sophie, just how big is this central forest? How would I know? The central forest is so vast that it's impossible to count, but I estimate it's at least dozens of times larger than the demon clan's territory. Sophie thought for a moment and then shook her head. Neither humans nor demons had the time to measure the size of the forest. The demons are just north of the forest. We can just cross this forest and rest in Solag first. Solag is a border city of the demon race.
Because it is located next to a forest, demons and wild beasts often run into it, and the permanent population is only tens of thousands.
Sigh, this is the only way. Bai Yuemian sighed.
Bai Ning hadn't sensed any trace of Avira's presence, which meant they were at least 500 kilometers apart.
Sophie, do you know how to get there? Kukuku, as expected of a small fry, getting lost in the forest? This small fry is really pathetic.
Since learning that Avira was not in danger, Sophie has reverted to her somewhat irritating state, and Bai Yuemian's fists hardened again.
It hurts. It hurts so much. Let go.
While Sophie wasn't paying attention, Bai Yuemian grabbed her a hog, colic, and wouldn't let go, causing Sophie to howl in pain. Sophie instinctively grabbed wildly but ended up grabbing her tail instead. Ew, because she usually hit her tail, Bai Yuemian's tail hadn't been touched in a long time.
Sophie accidentally pulled her tail hard, which was quite a shock. Bai Yuemian couldn't help but burst out with hearts again.
Fortunately, the place was spacious enough, and Sophie took advantage of Bai Yuemian's weakness to break free and avoid being hit.
This is so tangy. Bai Yuemian knelt on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. People without tails don't know how sensitive a tail is, and she couldn't describe the feeling. It was simply that all her strength had been drained. Sophie, who was not far away, seemed to have discovered something new and covered her mouth, laughing out loud. As expected of a small fry, so your tail was your weakness. Now I know. Bai Yuemian suddenly felt that Sophie was cuter when she cried. Alright, stop arguing with her. We've been waiting for the carriage for ages, and don't forget there are still people on the city wall. Bai Ning couldn't help but remind her. Bai Yuemian turned around and realized that some guards were watching them. Bai Yuemian smiled awkwardly and carried Sophie into the carriage. Fortunately, the horses in this world are very smart and know how to walk on their own, so Bai Yuemian felt much more relaxed without outsiders around. At your pace, how long would it take you, Sister Ning, to walk? Bai Yuemian looked at the forest, which was almost dark and still seemed endless, and couldn't help but ask Bai Ning in her heart. This is just a small area jutting out from the edge of the forest, only about 200 kilometers from north to south. We should be there by noon tomorrow.
Bai Ning yawned, looking a little tired, and continued, I need to rest now.
Nana hasn't recovered yet.
I haven't sensed any large monsters around here, so please be careful.
Good night. Hey, wait a minute, Sister Ning.
Bai Yuemian wanted to ask where there was a water source, but Bai Ning had already fallen asleep. Ah, this is such good sleep quality. Bai Yuemian silently complained to herself, then told Sophie to wait where she was while she went to get water.
Wow, it gets dark really fast.
The surrounding area was filled with towering trees, but fortunately, there were 3 moons, so it wasn't completely invisible.
Huh?
What's this? Suddenly, many small points of light flew out of the grass and kept circling around her.
It seems to be alive. Hello, do you know where there is a water source? Regardless of whether they understood or not, Bai Yuemian asked directly. However, they seemed to understand and guided Bai Yuemian in one direction.
Before long, they found a small river. Wow, thank you. Bai Yuemian reached out to touch the tiny lights but found she couldn't reach them, so she had to go back to find Sophie first.
Sophie, I'm back.
You weren't scared all by yourself, were you? Bai Yuemian couldn't help but find it a little funny to see her huddled in a corner of the carriage.
Who's scared?
You little punk, you're so long-winded. Sophie remained defiant, but her small body leaned closer.
Huh? Why are there so many elemental spirits? Sophie was stunned as soon as she got off the carriage. Countless tiny points of light were swirling around Bai Yuemian. Sophie, do you know what these are? They're so enthusiastic, they keep giving me directions. These little creatures are called elemental spirits. They love pure mana, but only mana from a pure human body will attract them. Sophie looked up at Bai Yuemian and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Forget it, I can't believe I thought the little fish was so naive. I guess I'm just exhausted. I'm going to rest now.
Bai Yuemian was about to retort when Sophie returned to the carriage, so she had to give up.
It's a little itchy. Bai Yuemian gathered the mana between her fingers and slowly released it. The little ones immediately surrounded it, feeling ticklish even though they couldn't touch it. Ha! Early in the morning, Bai Yuemian's dark circles under her eyes startled Sophie. What did you do last night? Why are you so sleepy? Ugh, I played with the elemental spirits all night and before I knew it, it was dawn. I'm so sleepy. Sophie was speechless. This was the first time someone had been able to play with elemental spirits for so long, even though they couldn't interact with each other. Oh, by the way, remember to change your appearance. Your size might cause unnecessary trouble in the demon realm. Why Bai Yuemian didn't quite understand. Sophie looked at her bear speechlessly and then slapped it hard. The two little balls shook several times before stopping. Do you understand now? Is the security situation in the demon realm really that bad? Bai Yuemian rubbed her chest. Sophie's thrust had been a bit forceful. It's not about whether the security is good or bad. Demons just like people with good figures. When they all come after you, see how you deal with it. Actually, there's one more thing I haven't said. I'll be very unhappy to see Bai Yuemian being stared at by other demons. Ew, that's scary, I know. The thought of being surrounded by a group of male demons sent chills down Bai Yuemian's spine, so she used her illusion technique to create a boy for herself. How about this, Sophie? Bai Yuemian spoke in a low voice, opened her arms and turned around. Her face hadn't changed much, she looked very pretty and cute, with a somewhat androgynous feel. Her height hadn't changed much either, she was a bit short for a man. Looking further down, where's your bear? It's still there, it's just blocking other people's perception of the bear. Bai Yuemian touched her chest, it was still soft, but others couldn't feel it. Well, that's about right. Sophie, we've arrived. Bai Yuemian suddenly spoke up, and the surrounding trees became sparse. Sophie looked ahead and saw a town appear at the foot of the mountain. Hey, is this Sorug? It's not that small anymore. These small fry are ignorant. Alright, let's go. Seeing Bai Yuemian's naive and unworldly demeanor, Sophie explained smugly. Bai Yuemian smiled and didn't refute it, as long as the child was happy. Chapter 54. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate a young girl's poverty. Why are we dressed like this? Sophie was wearing a gothic mini-skirt. She tugged at the hem of her skirt, feeling like she might accidentally expose herself at any moment. Bai Yuemian, dressed in something resembling a suit, disembarked from the carriage first and offered her hand to Sophie. Didn't you say it would attract too much attention? Then why not just pretend to be a noble lady from a border city and her butler? Besides, you're wearing leggings, so what's the rush? Bai Yuemian smiled slightly at Sophie. Looking at her androgynous face, Sophie blushed and lowered her head, silently reaching out her hand to help her down from the carriage. Please stop the car and come over to register. Seeing that Bai Yuemian and Sophie were dressed in a rather unusual manner, the fierce-looking guards became polite and began their routine inspection. This young lady is a vampire. May I ask who the butler is? Is there a problem with my servant? Sophie flicked her hair and answered calmly, showing no sign of any problem. I'm so sorry to have taken up your time, please come in. Sensing that Sophie was a little angry, the guard immediately let her through. Sure enough, when you're out and about, your identity is something you give yourself. Sophie, you're amazing. Are you a noble woman? The vampires of the Demon King's castle are high-ranking nobles, you know. Being able to meet someone of my caliber is a once-in-a-lifetime blessing for a nobody like you. Hearing Bai Yuemian's praise, Sophie couldn't help but feel smug and laughed with her hands on her hips. Oh no! The guard is hitting someone. Help! Before the two even entered, they suddenly heard an old woman's voice coming from behind them. She was rolling around on the ground, and a young guard next to her didn't know what to do. What happened? A man who seemed to be the captain came over and asked what had happened. The young guard said that the old lady insisted on going in, and when he stopped her, she fell to the ground without him even using force. After hearing the guard's explanation, the captain frowned immediately.
Seeing the old lady rolling around on the ground with great energy, his temper flared up.
You think you're in the human realm when you're trying to scam people with your password?
Get lost! The captain kicked her with his 55-yard-long, sweaty foot, sending the old woman flying into the forest.
Bai Yuemian stared in disbelief at all this. Sophie, is this how you treat the elderly here?
Sophie looked at her with a puzzled expression.
Don't you succubi beat up this kind of unreasonable old woman? These guards are all orcs. They are quite xenophobic to some extent and only trust their own people.
Even if they are in the wrong, they will stand up for their own people.
Let's go inside first. Bai Yuemian was a little afraid of being targeted by these orcs, so she hurriedly led Sophie into the city. Has Sophie-chan been here before?
No, this city is too small, but I heard that the city lord's family are second-generation vampires.
What is meant by next generation? This was the first time Bai Yuemian had ever heard of a second generation of vampires. It's just that their bloodline isn't pure. I'm a pure-blood vampire, while their bloodline contains other demonic bloodlines.
They lack many of the unique powers of vampires, so you could say they're defective. Sophie pulled out a whetstone from somewhere and started rubbing her nails.
Only then did Bai Yuemian realize that they had grown quite long without her noticing.
Bang! The two were chatting when suddenly the gate of a mansion in front of them was kicked open, and a girl was kicked out. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate a poor girl. What I lost today, I will definitely take back in the future. Before the girl could finish speaking, she was kicked again and rolled to her feet. Bai Yuemian's lips twitched. Why did this feeling of déjà vu feel so familiar? She was afraid that this girl's surname was Xiao. Seeing the girl covered in bruises, Bai Yuemian felt a little sorry for her, so she stood in front of her.
Who are you? We are from the city lord's mansion. If you know what's good for you, get out of here.
How dare a few lowly bastards speak to me like that?
Sophie emerged from behind, revealing her two sharp fangs. The group immediately fell silent upon sensing Sophie's pure-blood vampire aura, glared fiercely at the girl at Bai Yuemian's feet, and slunk away. Oh, wow, Sophie, you were so cool just now.
Sophie always kept calling herself a nobody, so I thought she was just a little kid. I never expected her to be so cool when she unleashed her full charisma.
No wonder she's a noblewoman.
Sophie had been thoroughly swayed by Bai Yuemian all day, and her little face couldn't help but smug.
Thank you for saving me. The girl at Bai Yuemian's feet thanked her softly.
Only then did she realize that the girl also had a pair of fox ears, a hybrid of vampire and fox. The girl struggled to her feet and walked outside. Seeing her swaying, Bai Yuemian grabbed her hand, but the girl struggled violently.
Let me go, you scoundrel. Is this how ill-mannered a vampire's servant is?
Unexpectedly, she dragged Sophie into it.
Sophie was immediately unhappy when she heard Bai Yuemian being scolded. Only then did Bai Yuemian realize that she was now a man. She stopped Sophie and quickly apologized to the girl.
I'm so sorry, but you can't go anywhere like this, with so many injuries.
You want to take back what's yours, but you can't do it with all these injuries.
The girl bit her lip, blushing slightly as she looked at Bai Yuemian's delicate face, and reluctantly agreed.
My name is Xiao Xuexin. The real password is Xiao. Could there be some kind of heavenly Tao here? Bai Yuemian was shocked, and Sophie also found it interesting. Your surname is Xiao? What a strange name.
Yes, according to my father and the city lord, the name was given to us by the demon king more than 100 years ago, so we've always had the surname Xiao.
Bai Yuemian touched her chin, feeling that this demon king was no ordinary person. Could he have also transmigrated here? Oh wow, what a pretty little girl. Quickly, take her to bed.
Bai Yuemian was deep in thought when Bai Ning suddenly shouted in her mind, startling her.
She said helplessly. Sister Ning, can you be normal for once? I have a feeling this demon king is no ordinary person. What do you mean? Why does the demon king know Chinese surnames? Could there be other time travelers?
Bai Ning remained silent for a while, and just when Bai Yuemian thought she didn't know either, Bai Ning answered uncertainly.
Since I can go to Earth, my kind should be able to do the same. But there are very few manas in other worlds. Will any of my kind really go to those barren places? Bai Yuemian was speechless. So you just went to Earth because you were bored? Who cares? Hurry up and get her. If you take her down, I'll boost your synchronization rate to 50. Wow, so generous? What can you do with 50-inch? My stamina has increased significantly, and I can last much longer. I'm no longer always being pinned down. Are you sure you have the stamina? Chapter 55. You are a noble lady and her butler who ran away because of a forbidden love. What do you mean by being indecent? Do you want to always be the bottom? You're aiming to become a player. What kind of person are you if you're always stuck on the bottom? I knew it. Ignoring Bai Ning further, Bai Yuemian did not tell Xiao Shuixian her real name due to some considerations, but instead used Bai Yu. Sophie simply called her Miss. Anyway, she was originally a noble lady, so she didn't have to tell others her real name. Since there were many people around, Bai Yuemian simply left the carriage with the coachman for a while, since the horses of the demon race and the human race ate about the same things anyway. By the way, are you really Miss and the butler? Xiao Shuixian walked behind the two and noticed that whenever there were a few people around, the vampire would take Bai Yu's hand. Normally, one would only hold onto their master's arm, not hold hands directly. It felt strange. Oh, no, how is it different? Bai Yuemian was very flustered. Had the illusion Bai Ning had given her been seen through just like that? Are you a noble lady and her butler who ran away because of a forbidden love? How times two? So-and-so likes her. Sophie subconsciously let go of the little hand she was holding and turned her head away in denial. Bai Yuemian breathed a sigh of relief. She had been startled. It would have been truly laughable if even a random noble lady could see through what Bai Ning had given her. Are you thinking something rude? Bai Ning sensed her change in mood and asked with some confusion. You're overthinking it, there's no such thing as Sister Ning. Really? Bai Ning shook her head and ignored it. There's a hotel up ahead with one room available. All the other places are full. Let's go there. Sister Ning, you have this kind of ability. As long as there are no other manas around, they will all obey my commands. What they see is what I see. Listening to Bai Ning's smug tone, she could almost picture a little girl standing with her hands on her hips, looking smug. It was a pity that last time she only got to rest her head on her lap, and hadn't even had a chance to pet Bai Ning's little head. Miss, let's sleep here. Bai Yuemian made an extremely gentlemanly gesture, and Sophie, somewhat shy, snorted and went inside. Xiao Shuixian walked at the back, suspiciously observing the two of them. Hello, could you please give us 2 rooms? Show me your identification. Bai Yuemian was completely bewildered. Demons checking household registrations? Sophie, standing to the side, rubbed her forehead and took out a crystal-clear gem, gesturing for them to hurry up. So you're a noble lady. My apologies. But there's only 1 room left. Would you like me to make room for you? Upon seeing Sophie's identity and the considerable value of her jewels, the waiters immediately realized that a distinguished guest had arrived, and they no longer dared to act arrogantly. No need, 1 room will do then. Sophie forgot that Bai Yuemian was currently dressed as a male butler, and Xiao Shuixian behind her objected. What, you want to rest with your butler? Sophie realized something was wrong after hearing her words, but the waiter had already gone to prepare the room. Never mind, I'll just sleep in the living room. Anyway, with Bai Ning watching over her, no one will try to take advantage of her while she's sleeping. Sophie hesitated for a moment. The temperature wasn't too cold, but she was worried about her getting cold sleeping in the living room that night, so she said, Fine, I'll take pity on you and allow a nobody like you into the room, but you'll have to sleep on the floor. Xiao Shuixian found it hard to accept. She had never shared a bed with a man before, even though Bai Yu was very handsome. Bai Yuemian was speechless. She was the one who paid for it, but she still had to thank her, otherwise Xiao Shuixian would start imagining things again. Bai Yuemian thought it was one of those rundown little hotels. After all, Solag is just a border city.
But when she opened the door, she found that the space was very large, but there was not much furniture, so it felt very empty. "If there are only 2 beds, I'll sleep on the floor," Bai Yuemian said very politely, but Sophie was a little dissatisfied. If it weren't for Xiao Shuoxin, she could find an excuse to sleep with Bai Yuemian. "Miss Xiao, please stay with us for the next few days, your injuries haven't healed yet." Xiao Shuoxin was a little absent-minded. Bai Yuemian was about to remind her that there was something under her feet, but before she could say anything, she saw Xiao Shuoxin fall backward. Bai Yuemian subconsciously caught her, and then Xiao Shuoxin fell into her arms. "You scoundrel, let me go!" The little fox girl in her arms struggled again, and Bai Yuemian had no choice but to let go. At this moment, Xiao Shuoxin's face was so red that it could drip blood. She had never been held by the city lord in her entire life, and Bai Ning was the first man to have intimate contact with her. Xiao Shuoxin appears to be half fox human and half vampire. Her skin is very pale, and it's easy to spot when she blushes. Her eyes are red like rubies. Character illustration in the group, bird and beast writer level is not high enough to post the picture. Her fox ears stand straight up, making Bai Yuemian want to reach out and touch them. After a while, Xiao Shuoxin realized that Bai Yuemian wanted to protect her, but she was too embarrassed to apologize, so she covered her face and squatted down in the corner. What was that so soft? Coming to her senses, Xiao Shuoxin realized that she had just fallen into a very soft embrace, but Bai Yu looked very thin, and her chest was quite flat. Did he hide something in his chest and then use a shielding spell? Xiao Shuoxin muttered to herself, seemingly having made a plan. "Miss Xiao, we're done washing up, it's your turn now." Since Xiao Shuoxin had been in a daze and didn't respond when called, Bai Yuemian and Sophie took a shower first. "Okay, I'll go right away." When it came to taking a shower, Xiao Shuoxin realized how dirty she was. Her original shirt dress was covered in mud and its original color was no longer visible. Bai Yuemian was exhausted after sitting in the carriage for almost a day. While Xiao Shuoxin was taking a bath, she changed into her pajamas, lay down on the floor, and fell asleep immediately. Sophie was also exhausted, and quickly curled up in bed and fell asleep. Xiao Shuoxin had just finished showering in the bathroom. Looking at the flawless young woman in the mirror, she couldn't help but sigh. "This skin tone, it makes me feel like I'm dead." It's normal for vampires to have fair skin. Logically speaking, her mother is a fox person, so she shouldn't be fairer than a purebred vampire. The city lord disliked her since she was a child because of her skin color. Later, her mother was ostracized by the other ladies, and now she's bedridden and has been kicked out. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuoxin couldn't help but cry. Tears dripped from her ruby-like eyes, revealing an eerie red color. She quickly rubbed her eyes and forced the tears back. "No, I can't just cry, I have to protect Mom." The little fox girl patted her face to cheer herself up, feeling a little ashamed when she thought about her plans for the evening. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bai Yu. I will definitely return her to you after I rescue my mother." The fox girl stared intently at Bai Yuemian's chest as she slept. There must be something valuable there. Skirt is easy to get elbowed by Lord Shinha. Bird and Beast drank 8 bottles of iced tea, went to the bathroom 6 times, drank 33 cups of lemonade, and bought a 02 figure at 7 hours 66 minutes. Just finished drawing Xiao Shuoxin's design sketches. Anyone interested can come and take a look. Oh my god. Chapter 56. You despicable perverted bastard, getting horny with other girls in the middle of the night. Bai Yuemian was asleep when she suddenly felt a heavy weight on her stomach. She opened her eyes groggily and saw a pair of blood-red beads floating in the air, which startled her. Suddenly, a pair of hands pressed hard against her mouth. Bai Yuemian felt something was wrong and struggled to get up, pinning the person on top of her down. Only when she felt the soft touch on her hands did she come to her senses. Those blood-red eyes were Xiao Shuoxin's, looking at her pitifully. Looking down, she saw her hand was pressed against Xiao Shuoxin's chest. Bai Yuemian blushed and quickly got up. Xiao Shuoxin silently shrank back into the corner and began to cry quietly. Bai Yuemian held her hands in the air, not knowing what to do. "If you're not my sister, why are you climbing on me in the middle of the night instead of sleeping, and why are you crying?" Sophie was woken up by the crying. She got up and rubbed her eyes, and saw Xiao Shuoxin crying in the corner.
Bai Yuemian was raising her hand and she didn't know what she wanted to do.
Sophie immediately imagined a scene where Bai Yuemian was in heat in the middle of the night and wanted to force herself on Xiao Shuoxin.
Sophie was so angry that she pounced on Bai Yuemian and bit her. "Hey Sophie, what are you doing? Are you a dog?"
Bai Yuemian felt a sharp pain. When Sophie wasn't sucking blood but just biting her, her teeth didn't secrete anything to numb her. The little vampire's teeth were incredibly sharp, leaving deep bite marks that made her scream in pain. Having no other choice, Bai Yuemian grabbed Sophie by the collar and lifted her up. Sophie's short legs thrashed about, but she just couldn't reach the ground.
"Damn it, you perverted bastard, staying up all night and getting horny with other girls, I'm going to bite you to death."
Xiao Shuoxin was still secretly observing the two of them when Sophie's collar was lifted up, revealing her lower abdomen and what kind of underwear she was wearing.
Even Xiao Shuoxin couldn't help but blush.
"You still say you didn't elope?" Xiao Shuoxin recalled Bai Yu's hand pressing on her chubby face, feeling a little shy.
Mr. Bai Yu's hands are so small, but he actually squeezed them. How awful. Now I'll never get married, sob sob.
"Miss Xiao, please say something."
"It's not that I wanted to touch you inappropriately in the middle of the night." Ouch.
Bai Yuemian couldn't control Sophie a bit, mainly because Sophie bit her arm hard again, and Bai Yuemian let go and put her down in pain.
Sophie was full of energy in the middle of the night. She pounced on me as soon as I landed.
Bai Yuemian quickly grabbed the blanket from the bed and wrapped Sophie up like a dumpling, leaving only her head sticking out.
Even in this state, the little vampire's teeth were still grinding loudly, which terrified Bai Yuemian.
"Well, I noticed there were flies on Mr. Bai Yu's face, so I went to check on him.
He probably thought he was being attacked, but he didn't do anything to me."
This was the first time Xiao Shuoxin had ever lied so blatantly, but she couldn't bear to cause trouble for someone who had helped her, so she had to tell a few lies. Sophie was still a little unconvinced, but seeing that Xiao Shuoxin had already made excuses for Bai Yuemian, she had no choice but to shut her mouth.
"Okay, go back to sleep. I don't have the energy to make a fuss." Bai Yuemian didn't even have the energy to ask Xiao Shuoxin why she climbed on top of her in the middle of the night.
She covered herself with the blanket, closed her eyes, and fell asleep again.
"Sister Clea, if we come directly to the Demon King's castle, will they let us in?" In the woods outside the Demon King's castle, since there was no pillow, the sage's book simply transformed into human form and made a lap pillow for Avira.
Because she envied that Bai Ning had a name, she also asked Avira to give her one along the way. Clea always felt that this name was not as good as Bai Ning's, but that was all the little white-haired girl could think of. "With me here, it will definitely be alright, Avira, don't worry." Claire gently stroked the little white-haired creature's head, and soon Avira fell asleep, crying again in her sleep.
"Waaah, Sister Bai, I miss you so much."
Seeing Xiao Bai Mao's heartbroken state, Clea felt bad too, but she hated fickle people. Otherwise, she wouldn't have encouraged Avira to stab Bai Yuemian last time. However, she didn't expect Avira to like that scumbag so much. Seeing Xiao Bai Mao crying every day also made her feel bad. From the moment they first met, Clea had a good impression of Avira.
Otherwise, how could she have gotten away with waking her up?
Later, she felt the innocence in Avira's heart and wanted to protect her even more.
"Don't be sad, Avira. Let that scum worry about you for a while longer, then I'll send you back.
In the meantime, focus on improving your strength."
Claire felt like she was raising a daughter.
She couldn't bear to part with the child who was sad every day, but she was also unhappy about letting that blue-haired scumbag have her. So she could only take the little white-haired girl out for a stroll for the time being.
Sigh, I never thought I'd actually compromise with scumbags. Clea sighed deeply at the sky, then gently picked up Avira and headed towards the Demon King's castle. "Hey, stop right there. Who are you people?"
The guards outside the city were extremely wary of the two, a tall woman whose race was completely indistinguishable, holding a little human girl in her arms. Their suspicions were off the charts.
"Ugh, this is so annoying.
I'm glad I still want to live here for a while longer." Clea glared at the guards, then, in a daze, let them pass. Clea last visited the Demon King's castle hundreds of years ago, and she wonders if the Demon King has changed. The little white-haired girl in her arms woke up, rubbed her eyes, and stared blankly at Clea. Seeing Avira's silly look, she couldn't help but pat her head and say softly, "Are you awake?" Avira nodded, slowly got down from her arms, and turned to look at the unfamiliar scenery around her.
"Hey, Sister Clea, what's that?"
Avira pointed curiously at the demon youth riding two wheels in front of her. It was the first time she had ever seen a vehicle that could be started by its own power.
"I've never seen one before either."
Clea mobilized all the mana in the city and found the factory that manufactured this strange vehicle. It seemed to be called a bicycle and was apparently invented by the current Demon King.
"This Demon King is quite interesting, much more interesting than that old man from before." Clea looked toward the central castle of the Demon King's castle.
There was a strange power inside that was blocking her absolute control over mana.
Although she could break it down instantly if she wanted to, Clea didn't want to alert the enemy. "Avira, it's not convenient for me to stay outside any longer.
Go find the Demon King yourself, and I'll take control of her.
Then you can practice freely in the Demon King's castle." "Won't that hurt Mr. Demon King?"
Clea sighed, thinking, this child is still too naive and too kind.
"Don't worry, it's just that she's allowing you to wander around the city, she won't hurt you."
Then, will Avira still have a chance to see Sister Bai? Little Whitehair seemed a little lost. She couldn't imagine a day without seeing her sister and Bai Yuemian. Clea sighed softly and comforted her, that blue-haired one is probably still angry.
"You should focus on improving yourself first. It's not too late to go back when you can protect them."
Upon hearing this, Avira could only nod slightly and then walked into the castle.
Chapter 57 If leaders don't rest, should they let their employees rest?
Inside the castle, the Demon King opened his violet eyes, stretched rather unceremoniously, and groggily got out of bed.
"Xiao Guang, as the Demon King, can't you be a little more diligent? What kind of leader sleeps until noon every day?" A magic book flew in front of the Demon King, chattering incessantly, which annoyed her.
She grabbed it and tore off a page.
"Hey, I told you not to tear me apart.
I need so much mana to restore my body." The magic book snatched the page that had been torn from the Demon King's hand back, and the book went to a corner to be repaired all by itself.
"Now that I'm a leader, why can't I sleep in? Otherwise, what's the point of my employees' value?
And don't forget, 30 years ago you told me that Tang Tang had also come, and I immediately declared war on the human race."
"And what happened? You told me there would be fluctuations for about 50 years?
You almost ruined my reputation.
Now you want to control me just because I sleep in."
How dare a mere Demon King underestimate the Book of Sages? The Demon King glanced at her and immediately fell silent, the pages of the book opening wide and collapsing to the ground.
It was rare to sense such a sense of despondency emanating from a book. "By the way, Xiao Miao, how does your strength compare to others of your kind?"
"I remember when we met you hadn't fought another book yet, right?" The Demon King took off her pajamas, revealing her beautiful figure.
Her perfectly proportioned breasts seemed incredibly bouncy. "Don't think about it anymore, that's all."
Xiao Miao scratched the spine of the book with a very human touch, and said somewhat hesitantly, "Of course it was very strong, it's just that its kind existed for a longer period of time back then."
Really, the Demon King was a little suspicious. "Back then, she could transform into a human, so why couldn't you?" "Well, that's just because I haven't practiced. The human form isn't that simple, ha ha ha."
Xiao Miao was very panicked. If she came into contact with other sages' books in the future, she would definitely not be able to defeat them.
She was only a little over 1,000 years old and still couldn't transform into human form.
The bad book that fought with Xiao Miao told her that she was only the very beginning stage of the Book of Sages. If you divide it into stages, it goes from the gem, pendant, to the birth of consciousness, to the form of a book, to possessing the realm of the mind, to transforming into human form, and being able to be seen by other beings. She herself has only just been able to transform into the form of a book. The Demon King changed her clothes and came out of her bedroom. The maids outside immediately came forward to wash her face with water magic. Normally, the maids were responsible for getting her dressed, but the Demon King was used to changing herself and making them wait outside. When they arrived at the conference room, her butler suddenly told her that a human girl wanted to see her. The Demon King felt something was strange. Wang Xia, are you sure it's just a human girl? Then she picked up Xiaomiao and flipped through a few pages. Wang Xia couldn't see Xiaomiao, but she felt that the Demon King was spacing out again. Xiaomiao, show me what that little girl looks like. Before long, a little white hair appeared on the page, and the Demon King's interest was immediately piqued. Isn't this the white hair that Tang Tang likes the most? Why don't we just catch it and use it to lure Tang Tang? Xiaoguang, don't forget, how could a human girl possibly escape both of our senses and run so close to the castle at the same time? Xiaomiao quickly reminded him when she saw the Demon King starting to daydream again. Oh right, didn't Xiaomiao detect any other people's mana? No, if even I can't tell, then it must be another book of sages. Xiaomiao flew up again and used 2 pages to make a helpless shrug. After thinking for a moment, the Demon King still asked Wang Xia to bring her over. Wang Xia led her to the reception room. I'll wait for her there. Yes. Hello, little girl, did you come alone? The Demon King asked with a smile. She always felt like a bad older sister who was trying to lure little kids. She was old enough to be a bad grandmother. Yes, Ivira came alone. Remembering her sister Claia's request, she only mentioned that she was alone. So her name is Ivola? What an adorable little white-haired girl. The Demon King couldn't help but think of adopting her as his daughter, and then marrying her to Sugar. Wait, girls in this world can have children, so he could just have one. But who would it be? Bang! Just as the Demon King was still in a daze, a dazzling red light suddenly emanated from Avira's body. Xiaomiao subconsciously tried to block it, but was instantly knocked down and lay sprawled on the ground, unable to fly for a long time. Xiaomiao, although the Demon King looked down on this silly Xiaomiao who called himself the Book of Sages, he was the only friend she could talk to here, and he had just been injured protecting her. The moment the Demon King revealed his weapon, Clea stood directly in front of Avira. I knew there were other people like you here, but I didn't expect it to be you, little one. It's you. Xiaomiao, who had lost her ability to fly, was lying on the ground and couldn't even roll over. It was the Demon King who picked her up and held her in his arms. Xiaomiao, what's the odds between me and her? The Demon King whispered in Xiaomiao's ear. Xiaomiao remained silent, then sighed helplessly. Even if it's a 0.5 split, she could beat both of us half to death. Hearing that she couldn't defeat the Demon King, she decided to reason with him. Miss, you already beat Xiaomiao up before, so there's no need to do it again this time, is there? You're right, but I can also beat her up again. Kriya said coldly, and Xiaomiao in the Demon King's arms couldn't help but tremble. If you insist on fighting, then I have no choice but to oblige. Knowing they were no match for them. Clea felt a pang of envy watching the Demon King and Xiaomiao protect each other. In the past, she probably would have gone for it, but now that Avira was there, she couldn't bring herself to do it. I'm not here to fight. Just give Avira a place to live in the castle, and make sure she has enough mana. The Demon King was skeptical, but having no other choice, he arranged a room for Avira that was relatively close to her. Clea looked around and was fairly satisfied, so she transformed into a magic book and began absorbing mana to restore her strength. Seeing that Clea was too lazy to care, the Demon King started talking to Avira. Little Ivy, my name is Chenxi. You can call me Sister Xiaoguang if you like. Why did you come to the Demon King's castle? Chenxi tried to speak as kindly as possible, but Avira felt a little sad when she heard that familiar address. Chenxi could already feel Clea's gaze behind her. Even though she was blind now. Ha, little Ivy, don't cry. You can tell your sister what's wrong. As long as you don't cry, your sister will do anything for you. Waaah, I miss Sister Bai. Bai? Sister. Hearing this familiar surname, Chenxi froze. There shouldn't be any Chinese surnames like that here. If Tang Tang didn't use any other name either, then is her name Bai Yuemian? Chapter 58. Even if you're not sisters, don't say anything. Bai Yuemian sneezed loudly while walking down the street, and Sophie instinctively asked with concern. What's wrong?
Did you catch a cold last night? Bai Yuemian glanced at the culprit with drooping eyes. The little vampire didn't think it was her fault. She stretched out her little hand and touched her forehead. Seeing her concerned look, Bai Yuemian sighed and didn't say anything. But the teeth marks on her body told her that she had a very hard night. It's not even hot. This weakling's constitution is too weak. How pathetic, this weakling. Knowing that Bai Yuemian was alright, Sophie started mocking her again. Seeing the little brat covering her mouth and laughing, Bai Yuemian couldn't help but grab her a hug, colic. Ouch. Ouch. You wretched bastard, let go of me. Sophie punched Bai Yuemian's arm hard, but the little brat who wasn't sucking blood easily handled it, and the punches didn't hurt or itch. Xiao Xuexin, who was following behind, couldn't help but feel envious of the way the two got along. Her own family was strictly hierarchical, and there were a lot of etiquette rules to follow at the dinner table, making her feel suffocated. Bai Yuemian had a feeling that someone was watching her, but who could it be? Sister Ning, do you think your sixth sense is accurate? Bai Yuemian asked Bai Ning in her mind. I don't know how accurate the information on Blue Star is, but it is here. People who are sensitive to mana can sense the messages mana tells them. Bai Yuemian suddenly had a bad feeling. Put me down quickly, I want to eat those fish. Sophie was tired of hitting, so she pointed to a small stall by the roadside and asked her for money. Stir-fried spider legs? You like this? Bai Yuemian found it hard to believe, but Sophie simply nodded. Yes, demons usually like it, right? Don't you like to eat it? Bai Yuemian shook her head frantically. She felt nauseous just looking at spiders, let alone a demon spider with legs that were half a meter long. Since even getting close to her felt uncomfortable, they simply gave Sophie a few silver coins and let her buy them herself. The little vampire wiped her drool and ran off to queue up with her short legs. Mr. Bai Yu. Xiao Xuexin appeared beside her at some point, looked around, took her hand, and led her into an alley. Mr. Bai Yu, please save my mother. She's seriously ill, but even the city lord doesn't want to help her. Waaah. Before Bai Yuemian could react, the little fox girl suddenly knelt at her feet, grabbed her hand, and pressed it firmly against her chest. Miss Xiao, I understand. Please let go, please let go. Bai Yuemian tried to pull her hand away, but the little fox girl was very strong and she couldn't get it out after trying for a long time. She also fully felt her softness, which looked small but was surprisingly well endowed. Although Xiao Xuexin looked a little pale, her body temperature was normal. When Bai Yuemian struggled, she unconsciously pinched her, making the little fox girl's face blush. Mr. Bai Yu, if only you would save my mother, I would give you anything. Xiao Xuexin was at her wit's end. Although she made some harsh words when she left, what could she do? In the end, she still had to rely on a man. She felt very useless. I promise, just let go first. Bai Yuemian was panicking. Sophie was already looking for them, and if she was seen pressing her hand against Sophie's chest, she would probably be bitten again. Pop. Xiao Xuexin got up and kissed her on the cheek. She didn't know how to please men, but she knew that men liked her type and that a kiss would make them happy. Miss Xiao, you Before Bai Yuemian could finish speaking, a finger pressed against her lips. Xiao Xuexin blushed and said, as long as Mr. Bai Yu can save my mother, Xuexin will be yours. Xiao Xuexin has very fair skin, and her blushing is very noticeable. A little fox girl blushing and begging you to help her, who could resist? Especially since you can just take her away, who wouldn't be tempted? Although Bai Yuemian just wanted to help others, cough cough. Miss Xiao, I will help you, but as you know, before that, I need. Xiao Xuexin couldn't hear what Bai Yuemian said after that. She only knew that Bai Yuemian was making excuses. Gritting her teeth, she wrapped her arms around Bai Yuemian's neck and pounced on her before she could react. Bai Yuemian was shocked. Sister, I said I wanted to talk to my young lady, so why did you start talking? It lasted for about 10 seconds. Bai Yuemian froze, unable to push away the soft, fragrant little fox girl in her arms. Xiao Xuexin whispered. Mr. Bai, this is all I can give you until you save my mother. This is my first kiss, and I hope you can keep a man's promise.
After saying that, he ran back to find Sophie. Xiao Shuoxin only dared to give this much, because she was really afraid that Bai Yu would take advantage of her and then turn her back on her.
However, recalling the kiss from earlier, Xiao Shuoxin didn't dislike it. Mr. Bai Yu's breath smells so good? And
she could feel the size of Bai Yuemian's chest. It didn't seem like she was hiding anything, but rather it was a part of herself that she also had, although Bai Yuemian's was much larger.
Where have you two been?
Sophie ate the spider leg that was half her body long, and looked at them suspiciously. Xiao Shuoxin said she went to find the toilet, so why did they both come back with such red faces? Bai Yuemian panicked as she watched Sophie's sharp teeth easily peel the flesh off the spider's legs, and tried to explain with a laugh.
Just needed to use the restroom, maybe it was a bit hot, huh?
Sophie narrowed her eyes and stepped forward to examine Xiao Shuoxin's face closely.
Fortunately, Xiao Shuoxin didn't use lipstick or anything like that, so Sophie couldn't see anything wrong.
But she had a feeling that the two of them hadn't been up to anything behind her back.
Had they found some other delicious food without telling her? How annoying. You eat too.
Sophie stretched the spider leg over her face, shaking her head as she looked at the distinctive arthropod pattern.
Miss, I can't bite it, huh? I don't have the advantages of your race. You little nobody can be quite good at talking sometimes.
Here, take this as your reward. Sophie tore off a piece of flesh with her little mouth and then held it to her mouth with her greasy little hand. Seeing Sophie's expectant eyes, Bai Yuemian gritted her teeth and ate it in one bite. Surprisingly, it was not bad, not too hard to chew, and the taste was a bit like the roasted lamb she made herself, although she had never seen lamb here before.
See? I told you the demons couldn't possibly dislike it, right? It's really delicious. No wonder it caught the young lady's eye. Bai Yuemian looked at Sophie's smiling face and subconsciously touched her head.
Sophie did not refuse and even shook her head slightly, showing that she was very comfortable. Xiao Shuoxin, standing to the side, bit her lip tightly, feeling extremely unwilling. She knew there was nothing she could do, her first kiss was worthless in his eyes. If anything, she was the third party, the kind of person she hated most.
Chapter 59. How dare you look down on me? Get the minions. Sophie, can we talk about something? Bai Yuemian bent down and whispered in Sophie's ear. What resembles?
Sophie was still eating her kebabs, and her speech was a little unclear. Miss Xiao's mother is sick in bed and no one is taking care of her.
Let's go and help her. Sophie glanced at her and said suspiciously, when someone is sick, doesn't the city lord find a doctor for her?
Why are you, a nobody, so concerned?
It's like this, Bai Yuemian explained to Sophie about Xiao Shuoxin's mother's condition. What? How could there be such a villain? He's even worse than a small fry.
Sophie was furious when she heard that the city lord was ignoring his wife.
Why was he scolding her too? Damn it, I'm going to tear their house down. These fickle bastards should all be turned into mincemeat and fed to the cats.
Bai Yuemian smiled as she watched Sophie clench her little fists, looking indignant.
At least Sophie was kind-hearted. Miss Xiao, let's go see a doctor for your mother.
Bai Yuemian waved to Xiao Shuoxin, who seemed lost in thought in the distance, and then walked towards the city lord's house. The little fox girl pursed her lips as she watched the two figures walking side by side ahead and immediately followed.
Ha! Why won't you let me see you?
You worthless coward, do you even know who I am?
I'm a pure-blood vampire.
In the Demon King's castle, you're not even qualified to be my servant. Sophie and the others wanted to see the little fox girl's mother, but they couldn't go to the butler because a vampire who looked quite old blocked their way.
I'm sorry, miss, this is the city lord's order. Bai Yuemian was puzzled. You dare to refuse even knowing my young lady's bloodline?
Of course the city lord respects your status, young lady, but this place is ultimately managed by the city lord, the steward replied neither servilely nor arrogantly.
So they thought the Demon King's nobles couldn't reach us because we were far away. You wretched bastard, don't force me to take action. Sophie rolled up her sleeves, revealing her slender, unassuming arms. The butler glanced at the group with disdain. None of them possessed much magic power, and the young butler in front of him couldn't sense any of it. However, he didn't expect that Bai Yuemian had simply concealed all of Mana's power. Damn it, they actually underestimated me. Get the minions here. Sophie gave Bai Yuemian instructions.
Bai Yuemian smiled helplessly and pushed Mana to her limbs. Although she couldn't defeat the high-level demons, she could easily handle a few mid to low-level ones. The butler initially thought Bai Yuemian was simply unaware of the dangers of the martial world, until she punched him in the chest and he realized something was wrong. That punch almost made him cough up his century-old phlegm.
Help! Lord City Lord! Sorry Lang.
The old butler, who had been so composed just moments before, now ran away in a sorry state, scrambling and stumbling.
TSK, he runs really fast, Bai Yuemian clicked her tongue.
She hadn't even asked for the location yet, and this old man had already run off. Xiao Shuexin's eyes sparkled behind her.
Mr. Bai Yu was so handsome. The butler was the most powerful person in their family besides the city lord. She never expected that he would be subdued by her in just a few moves. Ahem, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you gentlemen to resort to violence like this? Bai Yuemian looked up and saw a middle-aged man walking over. Xiao Shuexin visibly trembled, but the middle-aged man didn't even glance at her. You are the city lord. That's right, my name is Waaah.
Before Mr. Waaah could finish speaking, he was beaten by Bai Yuemian and howled. Just kidding, Bai Ning gave him a body that Mana was not afraid of anyone. He didn't need any skills and just swung his fists to fight. The city lord originally thought he could beat him, but he didn't expect to be beaten into submission in just a few punches, just like the steward. Stop talking nonsense and take us to see Miss Xiao's mother.
My wife is not feeling well and it's not convenient for her to see you all. Without saying a word, Bai Yuemian punched him again. This time, the city lord didn't dare to be confused anymore and obediently led them into a room. Mother! Xiao Shuexin rushed to the bedside and, seeing her mother so weak, couldn't help but ask, didn't you say you'd find someone to treat Mom? Why is Mom getting weaker and weaker?
The city lord was initially somewhat dissatisfied with Xiao Shuexin's attitude, but he immediately lost his temper after being glared at by Bai Yuemian and Sophie. How could a city lord be so fickle, neglecting to even seek proper medical care for his sick wife?
Bai Yuemian felt very angry and questioned him. The city lord, seeing Bai Yuemian raise her fist and thinking she was going to hit him again, subconsciously retorted, aren't you and I the same kind of people? And how many people do you like? Bai Yuemian was stunned.
Sophia was still recovering, and she had confidently come out to find Avera, but only a few days later she was kissed by a girl. Although it wasn't her initiative plus Olivia, she really felt like she wasn't a good person either.
Seeing Bai Yuemian stunned, the city lord immediately realized that she had been right.
Just as he was about to increase his output, a book appeared out of nowhere.
Where did this book come from?
Unfortunately, the city lord did not recognize the Book of Sages and instinctively slapped it away, mistaking it for an ordinary magic book. Before he could even touch it, he was suddenly hit on the forehead by the red book in front of him. The red book that Bai Ning chose was no joke, its spine was extremely hard. Combined with Bai Ning's own acceleration magic, it easily ripped open the city lord's skull.
You're pretending to be a bull demon, aren't you? Who said 78 is like you? Have you no shame? Bai Yuemian, let me ask you, what would you do if anything happened to anyone in your harem?
What harem? Bai Yuemian muttered under her breath, but still honestly said, whether it's Afia, Avera, Sophie, or Her Highness, they are all my best friends, and I will do everything in my power to protect them.
That's more like it. Look at yourself, you're too lazy to even see a doctor when your wife is sick?
I'll smash you to death. After saying that, he flew over again to beat up the city lord. The city lord himself felt extremely wronged. After all, he felt that he could talk about it, but there was nothing he could do but admit defeat because the book was too fierce. Xiao Shuexin, who was standing to the side, found it a little funny to see her usually stern father being beaten like a son, but she also felt sad when she remembered that she wasn't among the people Bai Yuemian had mentioned earlier.
Phew, that was satisfying. That old Bai Deng deserved it. Bai Ning folded the pages of the book to fan herself, but did she feel hot in this position? Her mother's illness wasn't serious to begin with, but that old man, Bai Deng, was too lazy to see a doctor and just gave her some medicine, which made it worse. Can it be cured? It's nothing. Bai Ning opened the book to the title page, and as the pages slowly glowed, the little fox mother's symptoms were rapidly improving. Sister Ning, when did it start that other people could see you? Bai Yuemian remembered that Bai Ning initially said that no one else could see Bai Ning except her. Right after you named me. Xiao Shuoxin looked at the strangely shaped red book with some curiosity. Bai Yu Mr. Mian, may I ask who this senior is? Bai Yuemian then realized that Bai Ning had just mentioned her name, but it wasn't a big deal. She is kind of like my older sister. It seems no one here knows about the Book of the Wise, so there's no need to tell them. Mom, you're awake. The woman on the bed slowly sat up and saw her daughter rush into her arms. She lovingly patted her head. Shuoxin, how long have I been asleep? It's been a few days, but Mom is better now, so don't worry about her being sick. Thank you for saving me. Can I do you a favor? Bai Yuemian nodded, a little puzzled. What could possibly happen to little fox mother who had just woken up? You're not from around here, are you? Could you please take Shuoxin with you? Mother. Xiao Shuoxin found it hard to believe, was she being disliked by her mother? She patted Xiao Shuoxin's head and explained. Shuoxin, you shouldn't be confined to this small place. When I was little, my mother was captured by demi-human traffickers, but the city lord saved me. I have nowhere else to go, but you have many places to go. This gentleman will take good care of you. Bai Yuemian thought for a moment and nodded. The little fox girl had been behaving very well except for the first night when she was a little strange. With Bai Ning around, one more person wouldn't make a difference. However, she was a little worried that the fox lady would be bullied again after they left. Hey, we'll be back. If we find out you're treating her badly again, you'll be in a vegetable next time. Knowing what Bai Yuemian was worried about, Bai Ning flew to the city lord's head and threatened him, which frightened the old Bai Deng into nodding repeatedly in agreement. Seeing that the matter was more or less resolved, Bai Ning transformed back into a pendant and returned to Bai Yuemian's neck, thinking to herself with a grin. Okay, now my harem grows by one. Bai Yuemian was speechless. Looking at Xiao Shuoxin's red eyes from crying, she felt a little sad herself. She wondered how her parents on Blue Star were doing. Mr. Bai Yuemian, let's go. The little fox girl's voice was hoarse. She was too weak right now, but maybe she could become stronger by being with Bai Yuemian and the others, so that she could better protect her mother. However, the most confused person at this moment was Sophie, who had been ignored the whole time. Wasn't she supposed to be destroying the house? How did she end up taking the little fox girl with her? Didn't she ask for my opinion? Chapter 60 Sister, my name is Sophia. Hey, you don't have any other motives, do you? After leaving the city, Sophie crossed her arms and asked the little fox girl, who hadn't spoken a word the whole way. Miss, I don't understand what you mean. Xiao Shuoxin's pointed ears drooped, and she seemed to be in a low mood. TCH, stop calling me miss all the time. Just call me Sophie like that nobody's do. Sophie, feeling bored seeing Xiao Shuoxin with her head down, turned to Bai Yuemian and started a conversation. Why don't we use teleportation to feed the small fry? Why do you call me a nobody? Bai Yuemian muttered under her breath. Xiao Aiwei might not be in the city. We can only search bit by bit and see if Sister Ning can sense her location. Sister Ning? Is that the book? It feels so strange. Sophie recalled the red book that had given the city lord a good beating. Its design was indeed quite unusual. Hee hee, how was it, little Sophie? Wasn't I cool when I hit him? The white lemon slowly transformed into a red book and flew to Sophie's side. Sophie instinctively picked it up and flipped through a few pages but found nothing interesting. Apart from the magic circle on the title page, the rest of the pages were blank. Why can a book talk? Are you the older sister of a small fish? Are you also a small fish?
Sophie was seeing the Book of Sages for the first time, but Bai Ning's appearance was uninteresting, and she soon lost interest.
Then Xiao Shuexin took over from her.
Bai Ning was a little annoyed that Sophie had marked her as a nobody, but since Sophie was also a member of Bai Yuemian's harem, she could only indulge her for now. However, the little fox girl seemed very interested in Bai Ning, touching and looking at her with her little hands, making her feel itchy.
Hey, it's a purple song fruit, you little brat, wait a minute.
Before Bai Yuemian could react, the little vampire had already jumped off the carriage and gone to pick fruit from a few low trees nearby.
Nana told me there's a magic circle here.
Bai Ning reminded him slowly.
Then why did you let Sophie get out of the car?
Bai Yuemian was about to get out of the car and bring Sophie back, but Bai Ning wasn't in a hurry at all.
She's not dead. If there really is a trap, are you worried that I can't handle it?
Sophie's affection for you is still rising, but it hasn't reached the level of Sophia and Olivia yet. You have to pamper her properly. Bai Yuemian didn't know why she felt a sense of leisure from a book, and could only watch as the red-haired little girl outside picked and ate several purple fruits.
Sister Ning, please stop joking. Sophie is still just a child.
No, vampires grow slower and mature relatively slowly. She's already 19 years old.
Sophie is 19. No wonder Bai Yuemian couldn't believe that Sophie was shorter than Avira and acted like a primary school student, yet she was already 19 years old? Yes, so it's legal even if we use Earth's regulations. How about that, are you even more tempted?
To be honest, Bai Yuemian has always regarded Sophie as her younger sister. After all, she doesn't really feel anything because of Sophie's small size. She didn't react when Sophie slept naked next to her last time.
After all, she's not a pervert. Xiao Shuexin watched the two of them chatting openly. Although she didn't understand what harem meant, she guessed from their conversation that it meant having many wives. Could it be that she also had a chance? If that book helped her, maybe she could find a way to bring her mother out and take care of her. A seed was planted in the little fox girl's heart. Ugh! You wretched bastards! I planted all of these. I just took a nap and look at the mess you've made.
When Bai Yuemian first heard Zayu, she thought it was Sophie, until she realized the voice was different. The person speaking had a softer voice than Sophie. You're the worst kind of trash, your whole family are stinking trash. Sophie immediately returned the greeting. Sophie was usually the one scolding others. This was the first time she had been called a nobody. How could your lousy book possibly plant a tree? I think you just want to keep it all for yourself. Wait, a book? Bai Yuemian suddenly had a bad feeling. As soon as she got out of the car, she saw Sophie fighting with a book. The book was trying to fly up, but Sophie was holding on tightly and wouldn't let go. Just as it was about to be lifted off the ground, Bai Yuemian quickly took Sophie off the ground. Ugh, you wretched scum! You pathetic, shameless, disgusting, and despicable creatures like you, nobody will ever like you. The book in front of her read a long list of things that Bai Yuemian couldn't remember, but somehow it felt kind of enjoyable. You wretched bastard, you better reflect on your actions. Before Bai Yuemian could react, a bright light suddenly emanated from the book in front of her, engulfing her and the others. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in the royal city. Hey, where am I? Where's my purple song fruit? You wretched bastard, how dare you insult me with just a tattered book? If I ever catch you again, I'll tear you to shreds. Sophie didn't care where she was just annoyed that the fruit she was holding was gone. Sister Ning, shall we go straight back to the royal city? Bai Yuemian asked in her heart, but no one answered. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling. She touched her chest and only felt something soft. The pendant was gone. Could it be that Sister Ning was not teleported over? The situation is not good. Bai Yuemian has never stayed without Bai Ning. The surrounding scenery is similar to the royal city, but it is also a bit strange. Does it feel a bit new? This area used to be quite old, but now it looks relatively new. Xiao Shuexin, who was beside her, seemed very interested.
In a sense, this was her first time in a human city. The crowd of people around her made her a little nervous, since her skin color was quite eye-catching among humans. The little fox girl subconsciously grabbed Bai Yuemian's small hand. Sophie immediately felt indignant and reached out her hand as well. Bai Yuemian was a little afraid that other acquaintances would see, but Sophie's little face puffed up, clearly showing that she was angry, so she could only hold her little hand first. Never mind, since we're back, let's go check on how FIA is recovering. Without Bai Ning around, Bai Yuemian was still undecided and decided to ask Sophia what was going on. Ha! Why does it look so new? Where are the vines on the wall? Bai Yuemian walked to the familiar house, but it looked very different. Sophia had told her that Miss Delina had decorated the house with many vines when they were young, but now the walls were spotless and she almost didn't recognize it. Bai Yu swallowed hard and gently knocked on the door. Is Mom back?
Sophia's voice came from behind the door, but it was soft, unlike her usual cool and aloof tone.
Hey, big sister, who are you? A little white-haired girl opened the door.
Bai Yuemian initially thought it was Avira, but then realized that the little white-haired girl's face looked more like Sophia.
Little friend, what's your name? Bai Yuemian asked the little girl in front of her somewhat nervously.
Although she had some idea of what was going on, she was a little hesitant to believe the result.
My name is Sophia, sister.
The little girl smiled sweetly.
Chapter 61. Are you a girl or a loli? Then, Nafia, how old is little sister this year?
Bai Yuemian subconsciously used her usual form of address before quickly correcting herself, otherwise she would probably be considered a pervert.
I'm 11 years old this year. Sophia lowered her head, thought for a moment, and answered with a smile. So cute. What should I do if my girlfriend suddenly turns into a little girl? I need help urgently. Bai Yuemian was instantly struck by her beauty.
She hadn't expected that the tsundere she grew up to be so adorable as a child.
But Sophia was only 11 years old. She remembered that the big white-haired girl was 21, which meant this was 10 years ago? What's wrong, FIA? Is she your friend?
A person about the same height as Sophia walked out. Bai Yuemian carefully examined him before realizing that the boy was Hoshino. However, he still had a mushroom haircut that made it difficult to tell his gender.
No, Dad, it's 2 older sisters and 1 older brother. Hoshino narrowed his eyes. He couldn't tell Bai Yuemian's race, but judging from her features, she shouldn't be a demon. As for Sophie, since she didn't drink blood, it wasn't very clear either. As for Xiao Shuexin, well, she was too obvious.
Miss, are you a vampire? Although her skin color was quite obvious, it was the first time I had ever seen a vampire with long fox ears. Xiao Shuexin was at a loss when asked the question and turned to Bai Yuemian for help.
After thinking for a moment, Bai Yuemian replied, she's a half-vampire, we took her with us after she got injured on the way.
Is that so? Hoshino may be small in stature, but he is not stupid. He quickly realized the problem.
The royal city is in the center of the empire. How could this vampire run to the outskirts of the royal city and get injured? So, what do you want from us?
Bai Yuemian didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Your son-in-law is coming from 10 years in the future to see how his girlfriend looked when she was a child.
I'm Mr. Hubble's student.
Our teacher sent us to the capital to find the white family. Bai Yuemian started making things up.
But logically, she was a student, so she should be alright, right?
Hoshino first patted little Sophia to let her go inside, then slowly took out a cigarette from his pocket, skillfully lit it with fire magic, and leisurely exhaled a smoke ring before saying,
It was quite a coincidence. My father happened to be at the church, and my wife wasn't home. We didn't have anything to contact him at home, and then my father's student happened to come over.
Hoshino has a very strong aura. Without Bai Ning's knowledge, it's hard to know what her current strength is, but judging from the aura of a high-level mage 10 years from now, it's estimated that she wouldn't be much weaker now.
After much hesitation, Bai Yuemian finally told Xingye the truth.
Judging from her appearance 10 years later, Bai Yuemian felt that Xingye was still very easy to talk to.
Well, anyway, please come in first. Hoshino thought for a moment and then let the three of them in. After all, it wasn't good for them to just stand at the door, and besides, they couldn't beat him. "Dad, you're smoking again. I'm going to tell Mom."
Before the group even sat down, Sophia could smell the cigarette smoke on Hoshino and pointed at her, scolding her.
"Oh no, I forgot to remove the odor.
Little FIA, I bought you something delicious, but please don't tell Mommy, okay?" At this time, Sophia was not taller than Hoshino, so he could hold little Sophia in his arms.
"What? Avera wants it too."
Hearing about the delicious food, the bedroom door suddenly opened, and Avera ran out as well. However, the little white-haired girl was only 5 or 6 years old and still walked unsteadily.
"Oh, Avera's awake too? Come give Daddy a hug."
Hoshino had a little white-haired girl on each of his left and right hands, but in Bai Yuemian's eyes, they just looked like 3 little Lolas hugging each other.
"Ugh, Dad's body looks so ugly. Avera smells bad. Daddy just secretly smoked again."
"Then, we should tell Mom."
"Haha, who did Avera learn that from? Don't tell Mom about such trivial things, Mom's usually very busy."
It's clear that Hoshino is panicked because both of his daughters want to tattle on him. Xiao Shuexin felt complicated watching Xingye and the others interact. Having been used to a cold and indifferent life, she envied the warmth of this family, but she guessed she would never experience it in her life.
Cough cough.
Hoshino was unable to persuade the 2 children to keep it a secret, so he had to send them back to their room to discuss serious matters. "You say you come from 10 years in the future, what proof do you have?
Are you a girl, or a loli?" Bai Yuemian spoke frankly. That doesn't count."
Hoshino was caught off guard by having her gender revealed in a single sentence, but even though she was dressed like a young boy, a closer look might still reveal it.
"So you were a bootlicker when you were pursuing Miss Delina Waaah?"
Hoshino suddenly covered her mouth, her face turning bright red.
"Shoo, I believe you. Stop talking."
Seeing the curious looks on Sophie and Xiao Shuexin's faces, Xingye felt incredibly embarrassed. She probably never imagined that she would tell others the most shameful thing 10 years later, which made things easier for Bai Yuemian.
"Ahem, since you're from the future, why don't you rest at my place for now? I'll try to see if there's a way back for you."
Bai Yuemian didn't know what the situation was, but without Bai Ning, she could only pin her hopes on Xingye.
"Ugh, you filthy bastard, let me go."
In the forest outside, 2 little girls were wrestling under the purple song fruit tree. Before Bai Ning could cast a spell to shield them, all 3 of them were pulled into an illusion. This girl even called it a punishment, which made Bai Ning so angry that she transformed into human form to beat her up. The other party had also reached the stage where they could transform into human form, but it was a figure about the same height as Bai Ning, and in the end it turned into the most primitive lowly fighting each other.
"Waaah, let go. My hair's going to break."
Bai Ning forcefully pulled her hair, guessing that the other party had only recently been able to transform into human form and did not yet understand how humans fight. Bai Ning then directly pinned her to the ground and pounded her.
"Let them out quickly, we're too busy to play with you." "Who's playing with you guys? You little minions ate so many of my fruits and think you can just leave like that? No way, ouch. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson."
Bai Ning chuckled, sat directly on her waist, and then grabbed her 2 short legs and forcefully pulled them upwards.
"You stinking bastard, what are you doing? Help! Help! I was wrong. Stop it." The little girl who spends her days planting trees in the forest doesn't have as many wicked thoughts as Bai Ning.
In pain, she pounded the ground, feeling like both her legs were about to break, but she didn't even think that she could simply turn back into a book.
If you know it hurts, hurry up and release them." Bai Ning snorted and got off her.
The other woman glared at her resentfully but still obediently knelt in front of her.
"Once you enter my time slice, you need to find the me in the slice to wake up, otherwise, you will remain asleep forever."
This time, Bai Ning wasn't going to reason with her anymore. She simply tackled her to the ground and tried to persuade her with logic.
"Don't you dare lay a hand on me, you little punk. I'm not lying, there's nothing I can do even if you beat me to a pulp.
The little girl beneath him stretched out her arms to cover her face, looking pitiful. Bai Ning's eyebrows twitched.
She felt really embarrassed.
She had just said not to worry, but several people had fallen victim to the virus. The main problem was that she couldn't help them now, which made her hate the troublemaker even more.
Chapter 62. Dad, my brother says I'm his wife.
Brother, come here for a second. Bai Yuemian was about to go to the toilet when the door next to her suddenly opened a crack, and little Sophia poked her head out and waved at her.
Help! He's so cute.
The big white fur guy is so lively right now, his little face is all smiles and full of energy.
What's wrong, little Fia? Bai Yuemian subconsciously closed the door. Thankfully little Sophia didn't notice anything amiss.
Unexpectedly, little Sophia jumped right into her arms, rubbing her face against hers, which made Bai Yuemian a little itchy.
My brother has a scent that makes me feel so comfortable. Have we met before? Little Fia looked up at Bai Yuemian, her big eyes blinking. What a pleasant smell.
Bai Yuemian thought for a moment and guessed it was probably a natural odor of the succubus's body.
Little Fia, if I told you that 10 years from now we'll still be very, very good friends, would you believe me? Very, very close. Little Fia didn't understand.
After thinking for a while, she said, is it like the relationship with mom and dad?
Bai Yuemian nodded, not expecting that Sophia understood so quickly.
Daddy, my brother says I'm his wife.
Wait a minute.
Before Bai Yuemian could react, Sophia had already run off on her short legs to tell Xingye.
Upon hearing this, Xingye's eyebrows twitched visibly. Miss Hoshino, listen to my excuse. First of all, I'm not, and secondly, I'm not.
Go through the proper procedures or just call directly. Hoshino ignored her and walked towards her with a smile, though Bai Yuemian looked a little scary.
Fortunately, Hoshino was just joking around and there was no real electricity. Even Sophia's current is usually too strong, so Hoshino's would probably be even more intense. You mean, in the future, you were saved by little Fia, and then you developed a relationship with her? If you're a woman, why did you turn out like this?
Well, I ended up in the demon realm for some reason, and I ended up like this to avoid some unnecessary trouble.
Let me see what you look like.
Hoshino sat on the edge of the bed and asked Bai Yuemian to restore her to her original state so she could see.
Bai Yuemian hesitated for a moment but then changed back. Of course, she didn't see her tail.
Her face and height didn't change much, but from Hoshino's perspective, her chest looked like it had changed drastically. Hoshino looked at her small tablet and seemed to understand why Sophia would like her 10 years later. He patted his head hard, trying to ignore the two big little balls of fluff, and asked with some confusion.
Then why didn't you say so when you first arrived?
Bai Yuemian scratched the back of her head and explained, I was just afraid you'd misunderstand.
So you went and spoke to little Fia alone. Hoshino looked at her with an expression as if she were a pervert.
Why did Bai Yuemian feel strangely good being looked at like that by a smoking, socially awkward little girl? Forget it, I won't argue with you for now. I just checked for you, and it seems you were brought here by the sage's book that controls time.
If you want to go back, you need to find it at this point in time. But I don't know where it was 10 years ago either.
No, because the books of the sages have long lifespans, some of them can stay in the same place for hundreds of years.
You can try it and see. Hoshino explained with her head down.
She was sitting on the edge of the bed, and Bai Yuemian could only see the top of her head. However, based on her emotional sensitivity, she could sense that Hoshino seemed to be in a bad mood.
What's wrong, Miss Hoshino? You seem unhappy.
No, you should go and keep little Fia and Evira company today.
I'll take you there tomorrow.
Bai Yuemian felt like she had misheard.
They were just handing her daughter over like that? Hoshino didn't care about anything else.
She went straight back to her bedroom, closed the door, and clenched her fists tightly until her palms were faintly bleeding. There's another possibility she didn't mention in the book, a sliced world. If that's the case, then the entire world was created for Bai Yuemian, and if Bai Yuemian leaves, this world will end.
How could I possibly accept this? I can't accept this, sob.
Hoshino curled up into a small ball against the door and sobbed softly. At this point in time, she was only 30 years old. She had finally fallen in love with Delina and she didn't want to just disappear like that.
There must be a way.
At this moment, Bai Yuemian lay on Sophia's bed with a puzzled look on her face, holding little Sophia in one arm and Avira in the other. The two little ones didn't care whether she was an older brother or older sister, they just really liked the scent on Bai Yuemian and kept snuggling up to her. Sophie had originally wanted to come too, but when she saw that two children had taken up the seats, she snorted and left, saying she wouldn't fight with the kids.
What is Hoshino doing?
She suddenly seemed so sad, and she even told me to sleep with Fia and Ivy. Bai Yuemian thought about it for a while but couldn't figure it out, so she stopped thinking about it. Smelling the milky scent of the two little white-haired creatures, she soon drifted off to sleep.
Unbeknownst to Bai Yuemian, while she was fast asleep, another pair of blood-red beads appeared in the darkness. Xiao Shuoxin had sneaked over while Bai Yuemian was asleep. Since Miss Sophie sleeps alone, this is an opportunity for Mr. Bai Yuemian and me to deepen our relationship.
Although Bai Yuemian cured her mother, she hadn't had a chance because Miss Sophie was keeping a close eye on her. Xiao Shuoxin decided to give herself to Bai Yuemian tonight. The little fox girl clenched her fist to cheer herself up.
Why is it so dark?
There's not even a glimmer of moonlight. Because Sophia's curtains were very thick, it was impossible to see anything in the room at night once the lights were turned off, so Xiao Shuoxin could only slowly search for the bed.
Hey, I found it.
Having finally reached the edge of the bed, the little fox girl was both excited and nervous. After all, she might be giving away her virginity today.
What is this?
Why is it so soft? Xiao Shuoxin reached out and grabbed something large and soft on the bed. Before she could react, the person on the bed grabbed her. This feels so comfortable to hug. Little Fia and little Ivy are too young, especially little Ivy, who is only 5 or 6 years old. Bai Yuemian likes to hug something when she sleeps, and she was afraid that she would crush them, so she simply separated herself from them by a considerable distance, since the bed was big enough. Now that a perfectly sized cushion has suddenly appeared, Bai Yuemian naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately hugged it to her chest.
Wait a minute, Mr. Bai Yuemian.
Xiao Shuoxin initially thought she had found the right person because of the familiar scent on Bai Yuemian's body, but the person holding her was clearly a girl, with a full and soft chest.
What's this? Xiao Shuoxin was held tightly by Bai Yuemian.
Her hands were pressed against her chest and she felt a little uncomfortable, so she wrapped her arms around Bai Yuemian's waist. When she moved down, she suddenly touched a cylindrical object that was warm and smooth.
Why does it look a bit like a tail? Is it from a succubus?
The little fox girl tentatively pinched the base of her tail, and Bai Yuemian trembled from the shock, but thankfully she didn't wake up. Xiao Shuoxin was startled. She had originally planned to climb into the bed in the middle of the night, but now she couldn't even leave. If she were discovered, she would be in big trouble.
Where did Mr. Bai Yuemian go? And who is this older sister? Waaah. Xiao Shuoxin was on the verge of tears, truly caught in a dilemma. Chapter 63 isn't my type, so I rejected it outright. This is such a soft cushion. Bai Yuemian, holding the little fox girl, started talking in her sleep again.
Xiao Shuoxin, in her arms, didn't dare to move. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuemian gradually went too far and actually started nibbling on her ear.
Ugh! Xiao Shuoxin couldn't help but exclaim, then immediately shut her mouth. Fox ears were her most sensitive spot.
Growing up, only her mother would gently stroke her ears. She never expected Bai Yuemian to bite them directly.
Xiao Shuoxin's fox ears were pointed and long, and her fur was soft and dense. Even among purebred fox people, she would be considered top quality. She usually took great care of her appearance, but she never expected that this succubus would waste such a precious gift. Bai Yuemian nibbled a few times and then started licking. She could tolerate the outer edge of the ear, but when she licked the inside, Xiao Shuoxin couldn't help but let out a high-pitched cry. Xiao Shuoxin's cries did not wake Bai Yuemian, but Xiao Fia was awakened.
The little white-haired girl rubbed her eyes, looked in Bai Yuemian's direction with some confusion, and then slowly crawled over, snuggled up to her back, and fell asleep again. Bai Yuemian held one in her arms and another close behind her. After sleeping for a while, she felt a little hot, and her tail started to pat the bed unconsciously.
Occasionally, it hit Sophia's little face. The little white fur felt itchy, so it grabbed the tail with its little hands and put it in its mouth, gently rubbing it with its teeth. Eek! Bai Yuemian's whole body went limp the moment her most sensitive tail tip was licked like that. Xiao Shuoxin finally had a chance to break free and quickly left her embrace. Fortunately, Bai Yuemian woke up in time and snatched her tail back from the little white hare's mouth, preventing Xiaofia from getting a taste of her own medicine. Otherwise, she would have been a pervert if she had bewitched Xiaofia. Xiao Shuoxin originally wanted to sneak away, but because her eyes were too conspicuous, Bai Yuemian quickly spotted a pair of blood-red beads floating in the dark. Fortunately, having had this experience before, she recognized Xiao Shuoxin. Miss Xiao, what are you doing here?
Bai Yuemian woke up halfway through her sleep, her mind still foggy, and spoke softly in her own voice.
Mr. Bai Yuemian, you are actually a woman, right?
Hearing her tone, even if Xiao Shuoxin was stupid, she should know that the girl in front of her was Bai Yuemian. Bai Yuemian didn't react for a moment, and only after a while did she realize that she was not in her original form. Xiao Shuoxin stared straight at her, and after thinking for a while, Bai Yuemian finally hummed in agreement. I'm sorry, Miss Xiao, but I can't use the original version for certain reasons.
This is also to avoid any unnecessary trouble for Sophie and me.
So what is your relationship with Miss Sophie?
Bai Yuemian didn't quite grasp the little fox girl's thought process.
She tilted her head in thought for a moment before giving an uncertain answer. Treat Sophie as a younger sister. Xiao Shuoxin felt a little better after not expecting Sophie to turn out to be the clown.
She was feeling conflicted.
The person she had been grateful to and admired was also a girl. She didn't know whether she should give herself to her again. After hesitating for a while, she pushed Bai Yuemian down and pressed herself against her.
Miss Xiao. Her name is Shuoxin. The little fox girl was a little nervous because it was the first time she had been so assertive. Because it was too dark, she couldn't see Bai Yuemian clearly and didn't know what she was going to do. But the next second, the other's lips landed precisely on hers. Bai Yuemian was shocked.
There were two little ones sleeping next to her.
Sister, how could you do this?
She subconsciously tried to push her away, but Xiao Shuoxin held her head tightly and deepened the kiss. At first, Xiao Shuoxin was quite awkward, but she quickly became skilled and even started attacking her teeth.
Bai Yuemian naturally wouldn't let her succeed.
As for whether she liked her or not, that was true, but Haji Bai felt that she only liked her cuteness. Besides, Xiao Shuoxin was only grateful to her, and she couldn't let the little fox girl continue to do things that she might regret later. Xiao Shuoxin's attacks went unsuccessful for a long time, so she had no choice but to release her lips.
She glared at Bai Yuemian with a bit of anger.
Because her eyes were faintly glowing, Bai Yuemian saw a pair of blood-red beads filled with resentment staring at her.
Why?
Xiao Shuoxin suddenly said something that Bai Yuemian didn't understand at first, but later realized that she was asking why she wasn't allowed to come in. It's not Shuoxin, your feelings for me are just gratitude.
Don't worry about that promise. We helped you simply because we wanted to. What would you do if someone you don't like treated you like that?
Not my type, so I'll just reject them.
But you didn't reject me. That's because
Xiao Shuoxin launched a sudden attack, and Bai Yuemian was caught off guard and lost her defenses. Although her teeth were not as strong as Sophie's, they still hurt when she bit. Afraid of hurting her, she could only let her attack freely in her mouth.
It had been a long time. Finally, Xiao Shuoxin let go, and Bai Yuemian immediately gasped for breath.
Looking at her like this, the little fox girl was very puzzled. Listening to their conversation, she clearly felt that she was a top, so how come she was so weak when kissing?
How could a bottom have so many lovers? If Bai Yuemian knew that the little fox girl was mistaking her for a weakling, she would probably start cursing.
Unexpectedly, Xiao Shuoxin wanted to continue, which startled Bai Yuemian so much that she immediately grabbed her little hand.
Alright, Shuashin, that's enough. I need to rest. Heaven knows how the seemingly gentle and weak little fox girl could suddenly become so assertive.
Bai Yuemian quickly gave up, feeling a fire burning brighter and brighter in her heart. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Fortunately, the two little ones weren't woken up, or they would have really been killed.
Xiao Shuashin felt a little regretful.
She touched her delicate lips and found that they were already a little red and swollen. After all, it was only the second time, and she had been so rough. Although she couldn't see clearly, Xiao Shuashin remained fixed on Bai Yuemian, her ruby-like eyes shining with unwavering determination in the darkness, as if she had made up her mind.
Good morning, Waaah. What happened to you? Did you go out for PC games last night?
When Xingye saw Bai Yuemian come out in the morning, he wanted to greet her, but he didn't expect her eyes to be completely dark, as if she hadn't slept for several days. Suddenly, he seemed to have a bad feeling and went up to her, grabbing her ear.
You made a move on little Fia. Bai Yuemian was stunned by Xingye's words. It's not that you take me for someone else, it's just that I really didn't sleep well. Really? Hoshino asked suspiciously. Bai Yuemian nodded repeatedly.
She could have slept well last night, but Xiao Shuashin suddenly came over and kissed her. Her desire was aroused, and after trying to stay awake for a long time, she was finally about to fall asleep when Xiao Shuashin snuggled up to her back. She was restless in her sleep, touching and stroking here and there, and even found her tail. In the end, Bai Yuemian had no choice but to hug her tail to sleep.
Sigh, even though I'm hiding it, why can't they find my tail? What tail? Bai Yuemian was startled, not expecting Xingye to have such good hearing.
He told her she had misheard, but fortunately she didn't dwell on it too much. Hurry up and get ready, I'll take you to the demon forest to find the sage's book.
Chapter 64. Was my girlfriend this charming even when she was a child? Knock, knock, knock.
There was a sudden knock on the door. Bai Yuemian ran to open it, somewhat puzzled.
Here he comes. Who could it be so early in the morning? After the door opened, a pretty black-haired girl stood in the doorway.
Her familiar face still looked rather youthful.
Bai Yuemian subconsciously called out, "Via." Olivia at the door looked a little strange. Sister, do we know each other?
The black-haired girl tilted her head and asked in confusion. Bai Yuemian then realized that Olivia was only 14 years old at this time. Although her breasts were already beginning to develop, they had not yet surpassed her own.
After all, she's a princess, we've met her before.
Bai Yuemian explained, but Olivia was still a little suspicious. After all, the way she called Via just now sounded very intimate, as if she had called her that many times before.
Oh, what brings the little princess here?
Hoshino peeked out from behind and greeted Olivia, who smiled and nodded.
Miss Hoshino, you promised to teach me magic theory today. As she spoke, Olivia walked into the house and sat down on the sofa.
Hoshino rubbed his hands awkwardly. He had spent the whole night thinking about how to save the sliced world and had forgotten that he was supposed to teach today.
Olivia sighed almost imperceptibly and looked at Bai Yuemian, asking. Nice to meet you, miss.
I am Olivia, the princess of the empire. Olivia stood up, picked up her skirt, and gave a very standard bow. Bai Yuemian was stunned for a moment when he saw his girlfriend's cute appearance before she had fully grown up.
Oh, what are you daydreaming about? Her name is Bai Yuemian. She's Dad's student.
She's coming to stay at my house for a few days. Hoshino jumped up, patted the back of her head, and explained to Olivia.
Only then did Bai Yuemian react and greet her.
Olivia walked up to her. At this point, she wasn't even as tall as Bai Yuemian, only reaching about Bai Yuemian's shoulder. The little princess curiously looked up at her, stood on tiptoe to smell her, and said somewhat strangely.
It's not the scent of your hair, Miss Bai, you have a very pleasant scent about you. Have we really never seen it before? Olivia looked at Bai Yuemian with a smile. Such a direct gaze made Bai Yuemian blush a little.
It can only be said that Olivia is always so good at this, no matter the situation.
No, after all, I can't enter the palace, right? Ha ha ha. Bai Yuemian couldn't help but feel that the succubus's scent was a bit troublesome. Why did so many people like to smell it? Olivia didn't answer, but suddenly tiptoed and tickled her face. Feeling the soft touch on her face, Bai Yuemian covered her face in surprise. Your Highness, Princess. Olivia's actions have left Bai Yuemian completely bewildered. Wasn't this their first meeting? The little princess covered her mouth and smiled faintly. Being by Miss Bai's side makes me feel very safe. I think we will definitely have a close relationship in the future. This kiss is my mark. Hoshino, standing to the side, stared at Bai Yuemian with some displeasure. Seeing that she had flirted with the princess, he seemed to understand why he hadn't dared to talk about his relationship with Sophia and the others before. Sigh, I hope little Fia won't become the next me. The 30-year-old girl sighed, and just as she was about to take out a cigarette, she saw that Olivia was still there and silently put it back. Shalvia, I have some things to take care of with Bai Yuemian later, so I really don't have time today. How about we do it another day? Hoshino also felt very sorry, but compared to the possibility of their world being disrupted, they should deal with Bai Yuemian's matter first. Okay, I understand, Ms. Hoshino. Goodbye, Ms. Shiro. Olivia still had that standard smile. The seemingly innocent girl smiled sweetly at her, and Bai Yuemian's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected her girlfriend to be so charming even when she was a child. Bai Yuemian was still savoring the princess's smile when Xingye couldn't bear to look at her anymore. He walked over, kicked her, and ran off to change his clothes. Ugh, why is it so noisy so early in the morning? After Olivia left, Sophie came out of the room yawning, her hair still uncombed with a few stray hairs sticking up. Bai Yuemian was wondering why she had been kicked when she saw Sophie's dazed expression and couldn't help but go up and ruffle her hair. Ugh, why are you feeding these little fish? The little vampire swayed from side to side as she was being touched, but she didn't shake off Sophie's hand. After a while, Sophie's red hair was completely a mess. You wretched, stinking fish, you'd better comb my hair. Okay. Bai Yuemian smiled and nodded, then gently stroked Sophie's hair and began to style it. This was the scene that Xiao Shuixin saw as soon as she stepped out of the room. A hint of resentment flashed in her blood-red eyes, but she concealed it well. There will be an opportunity, the little fox girl whispered. Okay, let's go. Hoshino changed into a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, looking almost like a tomboy. His exposed thighs, though slender, looked very healthy. Little Fia, take good care of your little sister. Daddy will be back after he sees the older sisters off. Be careful on the road, but no smoking, Dad. Little Fia spoke in a cute but fierce way, and Hoshino smiled slightly, patted her little head, and then led the three away. Bai Yuemian. The teleportation array in the royal city had not yet been activated when Hoshino suddenly called her name. What's wrong, Ms. Hoshino? What kind of person will I be in the future? Hoshino's question was a bit sudden, and Bai Yuemian thought for a moment before honestly answering. Hoshino, you grew your hair long after that, but Miss Delina said she still prefers you as a girl, you're very pretty. She really said that. Yes, you two love each other very much. Hoshino is a great father. You've protected Fia and little Ivy very well. Hoshino didn't answer, but her flushed face said it all. Alright, the teleportation has started. Let's go. Hoshino walked in quickly by himself, while Bai Yuemian smiled slightly and led Sophie and Xiao Shuixin into the teleportation array as well. I remember that location is behind Solog, so how do I get there? Upon reaching the border, Xiao Shuixin asked, somewhat puzzled. Hoshino didn't answer. She stretched out her small hand and waved it gently, and Bai Yuemian floated up. I know flying magic, I can just carry you all over. So that's how it was solved? That's amazing. Bai Yuemian was sent flying before she could even react. Luckily, Xingye somehow managed to block the wind, otherwise she might have been blown off. The journey wasn't too long. After passing by Solug, it didn't take long to fly to the grove of chorus fruits, though there were no fruits yet. So this is a time slice.
The moment the group landed, the Book of Sages, who was watering the trees, noticed the aura of Bai Yuemian and the others, and instantly realized that this was a world created for Bai Yuemian. Upon hearing the word slice, Hoshino couldn't help but tremble. Her worst fear had come true.
Okay, now that you found me, this world can close down. Come here.
The Book of Sages beckoned to them with its pages, gesturing for them to come closer, but Bai Yuemian didn't understand what it meant.
Wait, what do you mean by the world shutting down? Isn't that the past?
The other person didn't quite understand her question.
Didn't the person who brought you here explain to you? This is just a point in time that I stored in the main world.
Then she threw you into this world, which means that this world was created specifically for you.
Finding me in this slice of the world means that you've passed the test. So that means it's all over once I leave this world. Almost, it will stop permanently. Bai Yuemian suddenly hesitated.
This world was so real, and suddenly being told that the world would be destroyed as soon as she left Bai Yuemian feeling lost. Let's go, Bai Yuemian, I have a way to save this world. Just as she was wondering what to do, Hoshino suddenly smiled and encouraged her to leave.
Chapter 65. Then why do you like so many girls?
The sage's book had some doubts, but she couldn't be bothered to care. She had always been indifferent to the matter of sliced worlds.
In the main world, she felt that she was a slice of herself, and to her, wasn't the self in the main world also a slice of herself?
They had always been one individual. There was no such thing as a true self or a clone.
I never expected you to come up with a way to end this so quickly. Alright, I'm going to begin the teleportation.
Encouraged by Xingye, Bai Yuemian slowly walked forward, ultimately unable to bear leaving this world. It was all too real.
But ultimately there was nothing she could do. She didn't belong here, nor could she stay here forever.
Sophie, who was standing nearby, was confused, but when she heard things like the world stopped, she understood the outcome.
Hey, you little rascal, wait a minute. What will happen to them if we leave like this? I don't think you need to care.
This world was created because of you, and it has already completed its mission. The Book of Sages urged that this world could now be shut down.
Bai Yuemian finally turned back to look at Xingye, then walked to the Book of Sages. Relax your mind and don't be too tense. The Book of Sages reminded them, and then a dazzling blue light gradually appeared beneath their feet. Just as they were about to leave, a petite body suddenly rushed into Bai Yuemian's arms. Hoshino. Bai Yuemian was very surprised.
In theory, the people of this world could not leave, and even the Book of Sages could not understand it. If the souls of the sliced world were to forcibly leave, they would simply dissipate. Hoshino didn't speak, but hugged Bai Yuemian tightly with her two small hands. Then she felt a pure mana enter her body, but she didn't have a chance to feel it. Before her eyes, the world began to fade.
Ha! You guys are back so soon.
As the light faded, Bai Yuemian opened her eyes to see Bai Ning on top of another little girl, punching and kicking her. She only stopped when she saw the others appear. We ran into Hoshino from 10 years ago, and she came up with a solution for us. Bai Yuemian answered honestly, but at the last second Xingye suddenly rushed into her arms, and she didn't know what he was doing.
It seemed like he didn't come out with her. However, Bai Ning was no ordinary person. She quickly noticed that there was another mana in Bai Yuemian's body. With a small hand raised, a figure gradually appeared in front of her. What? The people inside the slice can come out too? Isn't this the world I stored away?
The little girl suddenly pushed the white lemon off her body and ran in front of her, staring at her intently.
Phew, at least I won the bet.
Hoshino clutched his chest, panting heavily.
Putting his consciousness into the mana and having Bai Yuemian take it out was too risky, but thankfully it was successful. I see. But this doesn't count as a success.
Mana in the sliced world doesn't belong to the real world. Your consciousness will eventually dissipate and return to your own world, Bai Ning explained.
I know, so I want to ask you not to shut down the world I live in.
Now that it's started, please let it continue. Hoshino bowed deeply to the Book of Sages, while Bai Ning sighed beside her.
No one would waste energy on their toys all the time. To keep this world running, they would have to keep injecting mana.
Although they had a lot of mana, it was still very troublesome. Hoshino, so small, maintained that pose. It's admirable to set aside your dignity for the people you want to protect, but when you set aside your dignity, others can completely ignore you. This world has never been friendly.
At this moment, Hoshino looked weak and helpless, and Bai Yuemian opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. What, you want to help her? You need to understand that she's just one of countless time slices. That guy has stored countless time slices, you can't help everyone. Bai Ning walked to her side and reminded her, and although what she said was true, Bai Yuemian still felt very uncomfortable. Don't be like that. If all these worlds came to the real world like you, how could I possibly manage them all?
The Book of Sages waved its hand, trying to refuse, but Hoshino stubbornly refused to leave. At this moment, her body had begun to become somewhat transparent.
Although it's selfish of me, could you please let that slice of hers continue? Bai Yuemian couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to help her, so she stepped forward and persuaded her. Bai Ning smiled slightly and didn't say anything. This was the person she was looking for. Although he had many romantic entanglements, she would not let anyone down.
I really want to see 10 pretty girls snuggling up to you. Bai Ning couldn't help but start fantasizing about the future, but she probably never imagined that one of the 10 girls in the future would be her.
To be frank, why should I help you?
You guys ate my purple song fruit as soon as you arrived, and this guy even hit me.
The little girl glared fiercely at Bai Ning, while Bai Yuemian gave an awkward smile and symbolically patted Bai Ning's head twice.
I'm sorry, I'll deal with her when we get back. Then he whispered to Bai Ning, Sister Ning, please help me out. Bai Ning smiled and shook her head, then transformed back into a pendant and returned to her neck.
And there's her too. Let this lowly vampire water and weed my fruit trees.
The little girl pointed at Sophie again, and the little vampire got angry again when she heard someone call her a nobody. Bai Yuemian quickly hugged her and explained.
Sophie, just listen to her. How about I grant you one request in the future?
Really? Sophie suddenly remembered that she hadn't drunk blood in a long time, and now seeing Bai Yuemian's fair neck made her feel extremely uncomfortable, instantly forgetting what someone had said before about tearing up a certain book. Bai Yuemian nodded, and after hesitating for a moment, Sophie happily ran off to water the plants.
The Book of Sages looked on in surprise at Sophie's sudden obedience and ran over to mock her.
Sophie was immediately annoyed, but she held back for the sake of the reward, thinking she would tear her apart later.
Alright, in that case, I'll let this slice continue running.
This time, she transformed into a bracelet and flew onto Bai Yuemian's hand. Then, she emitted a very high concentration of mana that enveloped Xingye, preparing to take her back to her world.
Thank you. Entrusting FIA to you in the future was definitely the right decision for me.
Hoshino fulfilled her wish and came over to express her gratitude. Although strictly speaking, this world was not the future of her world, it was not far off. No, I think that once the world has started to function, it cannot be stopped at will, just like if you fall in love with someone, you cannot just abandon them.
That's always been my belief.
Hearing her words, Hoshino covered his mouth and chuckled, then why do you like so many girls?
Bai Yuemian blushed instantly. No, not at all. Besides, I'll love them all forever. Hoshino didn't say much.
The fact that mana from the sliced world could last this long was already the limit.
She smiled and looked at Bai Yuemian. Just before she disappeared, her lips moved, and fortunately, Bai Yuemian understood. Come visit us sometime. Hoshino returned to his room, but Bai Yuemian looked at the bracelet on her hand and fell into deep thought again. So, why are you wearing it on my wrist? Hey, I think you guys are pretty interesting. Please take care of me from now on.
Bai Ning was eating a flower cake in her own mental realm when she suddenly sneezed and said, somewhat puzzled.
Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Could it be that someone else can enter my mental realm?
Chapter 66. Please stop taking those tonics.
What?
You're saying Yuemian ran off to the demon realm.
Olivia waited for a long time but did not receive any news from Bai Yuemian. Unable to bear it any longer, she went to Sophia and learned that Bai Yuemian had gone to find Avira.
Sigh, I really want to get rid of these troublesome parasites. Olivia's hatred for the demons who attacked her reached a new level. If it weren't for the senior Bai Yuemian's side last time, she would probably have been in danger.
But who is that senior? They seem to have a pretty good relationship with Yuemian. Olivia was a little confused about Bai Ning's identity. If she was a protector or something, why didn't she appear when she imprisoned Bai Yuemian before? It's my fault.
I can't even take care of my own sister, and I have to ask Bai Yuemian for help. Sophia tried to get up, but the side effects of the mana potion were still there. She stumbled and was about to fall when she suddenly bumped into a soft embrace.
Miss Sophia, if you're not feeling well, just rest.
Olivia made a sarcastic remark and helped her back to bed.
Where are Miss Delina and the others? Mom and the others went back. Are you the only patient at home? Don't you even have a maid? I don't like being touched.
Olivia was speechless.
You seemed quite happy when Bai Yuemian touched you before. Would you like me to borrow Yao for a few days? I'm planning to go find Yuemian. No need, I want to go too.
The white-haired man looked at Olivia with a stubborn gaze.
How can you go like this? The journey is so far.
Olivia could only sigh as she watched her struggle to get out of bed, though she herself would probably do the same.
What good would it do you go? Do you even know how to find her?
Sophia pursed her lips and remained silent. The distance to the demon realm was too far, and the communication gem couldn't travel that far, so Bai Yuemian simply didn't take it.
Sigh, never mind, I think I can find it. Let's go together. Although the marker has faded a bit due to the distance, Bai Yuemian should be able to be relocated once we enter the demon territory. Olivia couldn't bear to leave Sophia alone at home, even though she was a formidable rival.
As a princess, she disdained taking advantage of someone in distress. She had her own pride.
Thank you, thank you.
Sophia bowed her head and thanked her softly.
Olivia smiled slightly. No need to thank me. You are still my competitor. I just don't want to take advantage of your vulnerability. I want to win Yuemian's heart by virtue of my own abilities.
Sophia nodded, her eyes also igniting with fighting spirit.
The two girls packed up a bit and set off for the demon realm. Olivia didn't even bring Yao with her, leaving the cat maid in a terrible predicament. I told you to keep an eye on the princess, how did you do your job? When the old king discovered Olivia's disappearance in the palace, he was furious. He was about to pass on the throne, but she was gone. So the maid had to bear all the blame.
Waaah, Your Highness, you've really screwed me over.
Why didn't you take me with you? I knew it wouldn't be good. Why did you agree?
When Bai Ning came out after resting, she saw the bracelet on Bai Yuemian's wrist and felt like the sky had fallen.
Her house had been robbed while she was eating a pancake? Hey, Sister Ning, this has nothing to do with me. She put it on herself.
Bai Yuemian tried to pick it, but the harder she tried, the tighter it shrank, so she had no choice but to give up.
Kukuku, don't even think about getting rid of those few stinking bastards. You can't do it. Hey, what's your name? We can't just keep calling you hello all the time. Me? I have no name. I knew it. Can I call you Bai Z then?
Bai Yuemian thought that since this guy liked this purple fruit so much, she might as well name it a homophone of Z and Z.
Bai Z. Yeah, if you don't like it, do you want to change it? No, no need, I like it very much, thank you, thank you.
Bai Z thanked her quietly, but Bai Ning, who was standing next to her, immediately felt jealous.
She hadn't planned to have this kind of brat.
Plus, her name wasn't unique anymore, so she suddenly felt very dissatisfied with Bai Yuemian.
What?
She threw us into an illusion, and you're just going to forgive her like that? Sophie walked over from a distance and complained, still munching on a piece of fruit.
Why are you still eating? Did Bai Z agree to this? What does it matter? I watered her and she ate some fruit, so what? It's just a little tattered book.
Ugh, those wretched vampires.
Bai Z suddenly transformed into human form and started wrestling with Sophie.
Although she couldn't beat Bai Ning, teaching a vampire who wasn't drinking blood a lesson was still easy for her.
Bai Yuemian sighed.
Bai Z was both bad at the game and loved to play, so she could only bully people like Sophie.
Ning, Sister Ning, what's wrong?
Bai Yuemian suddenly felt a resentful gaze coming from the other side. She turned her head and saw Bai Ning looking at her with a displeased expression.
Who told you to be so nice to everyone? This kid isn't a girl.
It's not that great, it's just that Bai Z doesn't have a name and it's hard to address her. Besides, why isn't she considered a girl?
Bai Ning turned her head away angrily. Bai Yuemian couldn't help but find it a little funny.
She didn't expect that the usually carefree Bai Ning would be jealous over a name. She smiled and rubbed her little head. Bai Ning was so small that she only reached her chest. It was indeed fun to tease her.
Alright, let's go. Let's go check out the Demon King's castle first. Maybe little Ivy will be there.
The group had lingered here for quite a while, and Bai Ning still hadn't sensed Avira's location.
Miss Bai, it's getting late.
Why don't we rest for a bit before continuing? Xiao Shuexin suddenly spoke up to remind her.
Bai Yuemian looked at the sky and saw that it was indeed getting dark.
Although she didn't think there would be any danger with Bai Ning and Bai Z, she still nodded for the time being.
Bai Yuemian looked for tents in the carriage, but there were only 2.
She guessed that Xingye and the others hadn't expected there to be more people.
Then I'll sleep in the carriage. Sophie, you and Shuexin can each have a tent. There weren't even any blankets in the carriage, so they figured they'd be rock hard.
Just use them yourselves, Sophie and Xiao Shuexin exchanged a glance and nodded.
Darkness fell quickly in the forest, and Bai Yuemian soon felt sleepy.
She closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, she felt something pressing on her stomach. She opened her eyes groggily and found Sophie riding on top of her.
Sophie? What's up so late? Bai Yuemian was speechless. What's with this?
Someone keeps climbing into my bed every time I go to sleep these past few days.
You little bastard, didn't you say you'd grant me one request? I want to drink blood. Gulp. Bai Yuemian was speechless. Did Sophie crawl over in the middle of the night to have a midnight snack?
But seeing how hungry Sophie looked, she nodded. Upon seeing Bai Yuemian agree, the little vampire eagerly bent down, then habitually kissed her neck before stabbing her with his fangs. Sophie secretes something similar to anesthesia when she drinks blood, which only makes her feel numb and comfortable. This can immerse the prey in the sensation, and it can be considered a way for vampires to paralyze their prey.
Click.
Sophie was inhaling a little too quickly. Bai Yuemian was feeling a bit dizzy when she suddenly heard the sound of the carriage, which startled her.
Hey, Sophie, stop inhaling, someone's coming.
Bai Yuemian had no idea what Xiao Shuexin was up to in the middle of the night, but now that Sophie was pressed tightly against her, she didn't know how to explain herself if she were seen. The tricky part is that vampires don't care about all that when they're eating. Sophie continued to drink blood obliviously. After all, it had been a long time since she had truly eaten in the real sense. It wasn't until Bai Yuemian saw the pair of blood-red beads that she realized it was too late.
Ha, Shuexin, why aren't you resting so late?
Bai Yuemian greeted them awkwardly, but the little fox girl ignored her.
It smells so good, I really want to drink it.
Xiao Shuexin, unaware of what was happening, staggered towards Bai Yuemian, then directly leaned over to the other side of her neck and bit down on it with her small mouth.
Ouch! Bai Yuemian couldn't help but cry out.
Before she could react, Xiao Shuexin had hit her hard.
Because the little fox girl had fox human blood, she didn't have Sophie's ability to anesthetize. The bite was excruciatingly painful for Bai Yuemian.
However, the two women were surprisingly strong, and Bai Yuemian was pinned to the wooden board and unable to move. She could feel her blood rushing into their bodies through their soft little mouths.
Help! Please stop sucking. I'm not going to be drained dry today.
Bai Yuemian felt her strength rapidly draining away, and slowly she fainted.
Chapter 67. Should we tie her up?
Early in the morning, Xiao Shuexin rubbed her eyes and slowly opened them. She had slept very well last night, which was rare for her.
How did I get here? The little fox girl clearly remembered sleeping in a tent, so how did she end up lying in Bai Yuemian's arms when she woke up in the morning?
All she remembered was dreaming that she ate the most delicious food she had ever eaten in her life, and then she ate until she was full. Thinking that the person next to her was still asleep, Xiao Shuoxin got up to get down first, but she was startled when she saw Bai Yuemian's appearance after sitting up.
Miss Bai, are you alright? Miss Bai.
Bai Yuemian's originally delicate skin was now as pale as hers, and her eyes were noticeably sunken, as if she had overindulged in sex and had no idea what had happened to her the night before.
Ugh, what's all the noise about so early in the morning?
Sophie was awakened by Xiao Shuoxin's exclamation and grumbled somewhat dissatisfyingly.
Hey, Miss Sophie, what are you doing here?
No, I haven't even asked you why you're with these lowly fodder.
Sophie, unusually quick-witted, took the initiative and turned the tables on her.
Last night I dreamt of a wonderful fragrance, it felt so real, and then I woke up here.
Xiao Shuoxin answered honestly.
Sophie awkwardly curled her hair, probably because Xiao Shuoxin had smelled the blood she had sucked last night, since Xiao Shuoxin was also half vampire.
Bai Yuemian let out a hoarse sound like a zombie, raising her arms to try to get up, but she failed after trying for a long time.
Seeing this, Xiao Shuoxin quickly helped her sit up.
Bai Yuemian held her forehead and drank some water before she could speak. You two almost killed me yesterday. Bai Yuemian had never felt death so close before.
Even the oppressive feeling from that lucky driver was not as strong as the two vampires in front of her. If it weren't for the abundance of blood in this body given to her by Bai Ning, she probably wouldn't have woken up this morning.
Xiao Shuoxin was somewhat puzzled. What happened yesterday? Seeing the little fox girl's innocent and confused expression, Bai Yuemian could only sigh.
After calming down, she got out of the car and picked a few purple berries from the surrounding area to eat. There was no other way. If she didn't replenish her energy, she felt she was going to die.
Wow, it tastes really good. No wonder Sophie likes it so much.
Not only does it taste good, but this fruit seems to replenish vitality, and Bai Yuemian feels herself recovering quickly. While she was eating, the bracelet on her wrist suddenly emitted a faint light, and then Bai Zi flew out and appeared in front of her, head down and buttocks up. Bai Yuemian carefully poked her little bottom. It felt soft and nice to the touch.
Hey, Bai Zi, are you alright?
She poked it a few more times, it just felt too good.
You stinking trash, have you had enough fun yet? Bai Zi finally couldn't hold back and turned around to glare fiercely at Bai Yuemian, though a faint blush spread across her face. She's fine.
Last night, she suddenly wandered into my mental realm while I was sleeping. I didn't want to bother with her, but I couldn't sleep peacefully.
When I woke up, she was you can forget about coming in again, you brat.
Bai Ning appeared beside her at some point, but her face was also flushed.
Bai Yuemian was increasingly curious about what these two had been up to yesterday. Hey, you hit me like that before, so let's call it even, okay?
Bai Zi didn't improve her spatial abilities, and she didn't have her own mental realm. Yesterday, she originally wanted to take advantage of Bai Ning's sleep to go and check inside her, but she found that there were unfinished flour cakes.
She was hungry anyway, so she just ate some.
Afterwards, seeing that there was grass all around and only a blanket near Bai Ning, Bai Zi lay down next to her. They had kept a good distance before they went to sleep, but who knew that when she woke up in the morning, she had put Bai Ning's little feet in her mouth. When she was discovered, she was kicked out.
Bai Ning gave a haughty snort and then transformed back into a pendant, putting it back around Bai Yuemian's neck. Since she couldn't enter Bai Ning's territory now, Bai Zi was too lazy to transform back and simply got into the carriage like that. The horse pulling the cart was brown. Horses in this world eat a lot of things. I don't know if they eat meat, but they certainly like fruits and the like. I fed it several yesterday, and it was full of energy, shaking its head slightly, ready to set off at any moment. Bai Yuemian sighed, packed her things, and got into the car. Sophie and Bai Zi were still staring at each other, and for some reason, these two kept calling each other trash fish, trash fish. She ignored them.
Xiao Shuoxin, on the other hand, sat properly in the corner, looking every bit the refined young lady, a pleasing sight indeed, except for the time yesterday when she almost suffocated from being sucked dry.
Let's go, Mana. Let's head to the Demon King's castle.
Sister Claire, when can we go find Sister Bai and the others? Inside the Demon King's castle, Avira had lost count of how many times she had been asked. Because she was worried that prolonged interference with Avira's emotions might have side effects, Clea had given up on influencing the little white-haired girl's emotions some time ago.
As a result, she was asked about Bai Yuemian's whereabouts every day. Sigh, didn't I already tell you? They're already on their way.
Claire felt unhappy watching her little white-haired girl, whom she had raised like a daughter, bewitched by that succubus, but there was nothing she could do. Ever since Avira gave her a name, she had become more and more doting on her.
Knock, knock, knock.
Suddenly there was a knock on the door.
Without even looking up, Clea knew it was Chenxi.
She didn't like interacting with this demon king. Although she wasn't from this world, spending so much time in the demon realm had picked up some of her dislikes. Instantly, she transformed back into the ring on Avira's hand.
Here you are. Unaware of Claire's inner thoughts, Avira took small steps to open the door.
Chenxi peeked in and looked around, only to find the 1.85-meter tall figure hadn't appeared before carrying in a small cake.
Come on, little Ivy, try my cake.
Chenxi smiled and pushed Avira to the table, then placed the cake on it.
She was very confident in this masterpiece.
There was no such thing as cream in this world. She was sure that this cake would win over the little white-haired girl and allow her to find out more information about Tang Tang.
Thank you, Demon King's sister. Avira didn't stand on ceremony.
Chenxi had been taking good care of her during this time, so she ate without any worries. The food tasted very good, and little white-hair ate very quickly, but it still felt a little lacking.
It's delicious, but not as good as Sister Bai's.
You little rascal, this is the first time someone has said that her cooking isn't as good as others. It seems that Tong Tong's cooking skills have improved again.
Little Ivy, do you know where Bai Yuemian is right now? She couldn't hold back any longer.
Ever since he found out Bai Yuemian was here, he had been thinking about her constantly. He wanted to sneak a kiss while she was asleep, to cuddle up with her while they were playing around, and so on. He couldn't think about it anymore, or he would lose control of his expression. After all, he was still considered very proper by others.
Sister Bai?
I heard from Sister Clea that we're almost at the Demon King's castle.
We should be able to see her soon, right? Avira smiled.
She hadn't seen Sister Bai for several days, and she'd even heard her before. She really needed to apologize.
Should she give Sister Bai a kiss?
She remembered Sister Bai seemed quite happy when they kissed. She was quite surprised.
The person she had been longing for was almost here? Should she just tie her up to prevent her from going back?
No, Clea would kill her. She had to think of another way to keep Tang Tang here.
Chapter 68. Sister Bai can do whatever she wants to Avira. Demon King's sister, what is your relationship with Sister Bai? Avira was curious about the relationship between the two, so she asked.
She was helpless when she heard this strange way of addressing her. She had corrected Xiao Bai Mao several times, but Xiao Bai Mao just wouldn't call her sister Xiao Guang. There was nothing she could do but let her be.
I'd say we're good friends.
She said uncertainly that he still had a very proper image in Tong Tong's mind, and Bai Yuemian probably didn't know what he was thinking.
So how did you two meet? How did you meet?
For Bai Yuemian, it might only have been a few years, but for her, the time she traveled through was different. It had been hundreds of years.
She couldn't help but fall into memories.
They met in college and were assigned to a dormitory room with only 2 people. It was originally a 4-person dormitory, but the other 2 roommates lived off campus, so it was just the 2 of them.
Hey Xiaoguan, don't you have your own bed? Why are you always lying on my bed? They slept in bunk beds.
Whenever she saw Bai Yuemian sitting on the bed, she would get down and use her legs as a knee pillow, which was soft and comfortable.
Isn't Tonton's lap pillow more comfortable than her bed? Don't be so stingy. I told you not to call me that.
Bai Yuemian smiled helplessly and patted Chenxi's head. Chenxi's hair was very soft and didn't prick her when she rested it on her lap.
It felt quite nice to the touch. What does it matter? Tang Tang is as sweet as cotton candy, so that's why it's called Tang Tang. Where did you learn all these things? Tang Tang, do you want to try mine? Before Bai Yuemian could answer, Chen Shi suddenly sat up, then held Bai Yuemian's head and gently laid her down on his lap.
Bai Yuemian felt a little uncomfortable with the softness under her head. Chen Shi was a bit shorter than her and looked rather thin overall, but her thighs were quite fleshy. No wonder Chen Shi liked to lie on her lap.
Tang Tang, do you have someone you like?
Chen Shi's long purple hair fell down, and she whispered in her ear, making her feel ticklish.
No, what's wrong? And then what? What about after graduation?
I don't know, maybe I'll find someone I like and marry them.
Bai Yuemian didn't want to think too far ahead.
Her parents were both government employees, and they could support her even if they were laid off. Besides, the university she attended was not bad, so she would generally not have to worry about food and drink in the future.
Looking for a partner, Tang Tang, how about giving it a try? Chen Shi's illogical words startled Bai Yuemian. Was her roommate for the next 4 years really a bronze-level person? Oh, just kidding, Tang Tang, don't be nervous.
Chen Shi quickly explained that at this time, Tang Tang still felt that her orientation was normal.
I knew it. Hikari, you scared me. If you were a lesbian, I really would have had to run away.
Bai Yuemian joked with her, then closed her eyes to rest.
Okay, Xiaoguang, I'm going to sleep now.
You can go back to your top bunk too.
I'm not sleepy yet, Tang Tang, you should go to sleep first.
Chen Shi shook his head and gently massaged her temples. Bai Yuemian didn't think much of it and slowly drifted off to sleep.
Tang Tang? Is she asleep?
Chen Shi heard Bai Yuemian's breathing gradually become steady, and whispered in her ear. After confirming that the person on his lap was asleep, Chen Shi could no longer resist. He bent down and kissed her from her forehead to her neck, but hesitated for a moment before kissing Bai Yuemian's lips. Tang Tang, I wish your whole body were covered in my marks.
Wouldn't it be happier for two girls to be together? Chen Shi slowly lay down next to Bai Yuemian.
The bed wasn't very big, and she held Bai Yuemian tightly in her arms, falling into a deep sleep while inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Returning to her thoughts, Chen Shi looked at the little white-haired girl who was still waiting for her. She only mentioned that she and Bai Yuemian were just roommates, and Avira believed her without thinking much about it.
They're here.
Clea suddenly said something that Avira didn't understand at first, but after a while she realized that Bai Yuemian had arrived. Clea completely lifted the restrictions on the surrounding mana, and White Lemon outside the city instantly sensed Avira inside the city. Avira's location has suddenly become obvious, she's right inside the Demon King's castle. Bai Ning felt a bit confused. The location of the little white hair had never been clear before, so why did the Book of Sages next to Avira suddenly loosen its restrictions?
Bai Z was still eating her fruit.
Sophie had already finished eating the fruit. She picked herself and tried to snatch it from her hand, but Bai Z reacted faster and dodged to the side, causing Sophie to miss.
Bai Z made a face at Sophie and then turned back into a bracelet on Bai Yuemian's wrist.
Sophie was so angry that she jumped up and down, but there was nothing she could do about it.
Alright, Sophie, stop fooling around. Do you want to come with us or go home first? Sophie thought about it and decided to go back first.
She didn't really want to see Chen Shi now that she had returned so quickly and dejectedly. The routine check at the entrance continued. Bai Yuemian thought for a moment and took out the letter Hubble had given her. Sure enough, having connections made things much more efficient. The guards let her through without even checking her luggage.
Bai Yuemian felt an even stronger sense of unease in the city.
The city where the Demon King lived had seen the emergence of many modern things. Not to mention the bicycles everywhere, there were streetlights and other similar items all along the streets, and even something resembling a bank.
Just who is this Demon King?
Bai Yuemian felt that this mysterious Demon King was becoming more and more like someone from her hometown.
Hey, you little brat, I'll head back now. As soon as Sophie entered the city, her family's butler came to greet her. It must be said that she was indeed a noblewoman.
The little vampire seemed a little reluctant to leave.
Bai Yuemian promised to take her with her when she left before she left with the butler. This was Xiao Shuoxin's first time visiting the Demon King's castle. The prosperity here was far beyond what Solod could compare to. The little fox girl was very curious about everything on the street and walked around looking at things. Sister Ning, does that mean little Ivy's book is probably still there? Most likely, but I wonder if we could win a fight with this kid in tow. Although Bai Ning doesn't like Bai Zi, it's undeniable that Bai Zi is also capable of fighting. Her age of several thousand years is no joke. It's best if we don't fight. There was no way around it, Clea's oppressive aura was too strong. She stood there like a wall, and no one could get past her. Following Bai Ning's guidance, the group arrived at the central castle. Bai Yuemian was a little puzzled as to why the little white-haired boy was in the Demon King's house, although she was also very curious about the Demon King. Gentlemen, please follow me. The door suddenly opened, and Wang Xia bowed to the group. Bai Yuemian thought for a moment and followed them directly. She didn't believe that with Bai Ning and Bai Zi there, the Demon King would dare to make a move. Bai, Sister Bai. As soon as Bai Yuemian entered the reception room, a soft, sweet voice sounded behind her. Turning around, she saw the little white-haired girl she hadn't seen in a long time. However, Ivira was very nervous and hesitated to approach. Bai Yuemian chuckled and walked forward, hugging Ivira tightly in her arms. Although she didn't say anything, the hug was the best comfort. Feeling the familiar embrace, Ivira buried her face in Bai Yuemian's arms and whispered, "I'm sorry, Sister Bai. You were so good to Ivira, but Ivira still hurt you." "It's okay, it's good that Ivy is back." "That wasn't what you really wanted, was it? Everyone was worried about you." Bai Yuemian looked around but didn't see anyone else. Xiao Shuoxin saw the two hugging and silently pulled Bai Zi out. Bai Ning was naturally admiring their affectionate interaction, but she wasn't satisfied and was waiting for their next move. While Bai Yuemian wasn't paying attention, the little white-haired boy suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed her hard on the cheek, then looked into her eyes and said, "Sister Bai, no matter what, it's all Avera's fault. Tonight, Avera wants to sleep with Sister Bai. Sister Bai can do whatever she wants to Avera." Avera spoke very seriously, and she probably meant to let Bai Yuemian vent her anger, but why did she express it so strangely? Bai Yuemian thought that the little white hair wouldn't do anything to her anyway, so she nodded first. However, Chen Shi outside felt unwell at this moment. "Ahem, Demon King, spying is wrong." Wang Xia saw her master sneaking around through a crack in the door, looking completely unseemly, and couldn't help but remind him. However, Chen Shi's attention was entirely on Bai Yuemian at the moment. Seeing Avera's actions, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Was her own sugar a lolicon? Was that why she didn't like someone older like herself? At this moment, the Demon King vaguely began to consider turning herself into a child. Chapter 69. Sister Bai's skin is so white. Demon King, please calm down. You are the Demon King, how can you be so disrespectful? Wang Xia hugged Chen Shi's waist to stop her from rushing in, but Chen Shi didn't care about that at the moment. "I don't want to. I haven't seen Tang Tang in so long, how can I possibly resist?" No, you should think of it this way, if you approach Miss Bai with a superior attitude, she will consider you very noble and respect you even more. But if you just barge in like this, Miss Bai might think the Demon King is nothing special and ignore you. Wang Xia rambled on, and Chen Shi didn't understand a lot of what she said, but she ignored her and heard it anyway. "Wang Xia, are you telling the truth?" Seeing that Chen Shi believed it, Wang Xia quickly added, "Of course it's true, Demon King. No one cherishes things that are easily obtained, only valuable things are treasured, aren't they?" Wang Xia, what you said makes sense." Chen Shi nodded and decided to see Bai Yuemian again tomorrow morning. At this moment, Bai Yuemian had no idea about Chen Shi's many ulterior motives, because she had encountered a thorny problem. "Damn it, I forgot to bring my clothes in." Bai Yuemian was about to take a shower as it got dark, but she forgot that she didn't have any clean clothes. She really didn't want to wear her old clothes after several days of travel. Although she had magic to clean them, she didn't know how. so she was left awkwardly in the bathroom.
Sister Bai, Ivy has brought you some clean clothes.
May I come in now?
Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Bai Yuemian was just considering whether to go out naked to find clothes when Ivala arrived just in time.
Bring it in, little Ivy, I didn't bring any clothes with me. Hearing Bai Yuemian's words, Avira hesitated for a moment before opening the door and coming in.
She originally thought that the little white-haired girl was just coming to put away some clothes, but after waiting for a long time, she didn't come out.
Bai Yuemian turned around with some doubt and saw a scene that made her blood boil.
Little Ivy, why are you dressed like this when you come in? Avira came in wearing only a small bath towel, her face flushed, her skin with a touch of immature pink, her collarbone outlining two soft curves that rose and fell slightly with the little white hairs breathing, and her tooth eyes exposed looked chubby.
Ivy wants to help Sister Bai scrub her back.
Little white hair said hesitantly, but his eyes were full of anticipation.
Bai Yuemian was silent for a while before nodding. What bad intentions could the little white-haired guy have?
It was just that she hadn't seen him for too long. Seeing that Bai Yuemian agreed, Avira seemed a little excited and ran behind her on her little feet, waiting for Bai Yuemian to take off her bath towel. It was the first time Bai Yuemian had been completely open with Xiao Bai Mao, and she was unusually a little embarrassed.
As the towel was removed, it was the first time that Ivira had seen Bai Yuemian's snow-white skin so closely.
Since she was in the demon realm, she simply didn't use her shape-shifting ability, and her tail swayed involuntarily in front of Xiao Bai Mao.
Sister Bai's skin is so white.
As expected of Bai Ning's product, Avira stared blankly at Bai Yuemian's smooth back, momentarily stunned.
Little Ivy, can we begin? Even someone as thick-skinned as Hagibus would get nervous being stared at by a teenage girl.
I'm sorry, Sister Bai. Avira snapped out of her daze and realized she had been staring at Bai Jie's back. A blush began to spread across the tips of her ears. Bai Yuemian originally thought that the little white-haired boy's hands would be soft and weak, but she didn't expect his strength to be quite good. He rubbed her very comfortably and unconsciously hummed a few times.
Is it comfortable, Sister Bai?
The little white-haired boy cautiously peeked out and asked.
Kimoji, oh no, it feels so good. Bai Yuemian squinted as she answered, surprised that Avira had such talent. Up ahead. Avira swallowed hard. Bai Yuemian's breast swayed with her movements.
Avira had never touched them directly before, and this was the first time she had ever found them so attractive. Noticing that the little white fur's hands were starting to reach elsewhere, Bai Yuemian opened her eyes to try to stop it.
However, because her tail was swaying up and down, Ivila accidentally stepped on her tail and lost her balance.
Little white hair instinctively grabbed onto something around him to hold onto, but ended up hugging Bai Yuemian's waist. Since the bath towel had also slipped off, the two of them were now pressed tightly together at zero distance.
Little Ivy, why don't you get up first? Feeling the softness behind her, Bai Yuemian knew what it was. At this moment, she sat up straight and dared not move. Avira didn't say anything, slowly got up and quickly ran into the bathtub, only showing half of her head and started blowing bubbles. Bai Yuemian took a deep breath.
Anyway, she was almost clean. Although her tail was stepped on by Ivy's little foot, it was not a big problem. She quickly put on her clothes and left the bathroom.
This is much more fun to post. Hey, why did it run away? Let's press the password.
Bai Ning was thoroughly enjoying herself in the mind realm when Bai Yuemian suddenly ran away, leaving Xiao Bai Mao alone in the bathroom, completely bewildered.
You seem to be enjoying this very much.
The sudden sound behind her startled Bai Ning. When she turned around, she realized it was the same girl from last time, but she didn't know how she did it, as Bai Ning hadn't noticed her at all.
How did you get in? Seeing Bai Ning's nervous expression, Clea raised an eyebrow. Stop just calling me you all the time. I have a name. My name is Clea. Clea walked up to Bai Ning.
Her height of 1.85 meters and unfathomable aura made her feel quite intimidated. When she stood up, she only reached Bai Ning's abdomen.
How did you sneak in without my permission? Your barrier is so weak, it opened by itself without me doing anything.
Bai Ning pursed her lips. She knew she was weaker than Clea, but she didn't expect the gap to be so big.
Clea could even freely enter and leave her domain. So what exactly is your purpose?
Are you just going to stand there and grin like an idiot?
I want to help her put it on.
Bai Ning thought about it and decided to answer honestly, since she felt she couldn't lie to her.
You went through all this trouble just for this? What about Avira? Did you just play her for nothing? Clea was surprised by Bai Ning's answer. She hadn't expected such a trivial reason. No, Bai Yuemian is kind to every girl.
If it weren't for you helping me, she would have won her over long ago.
Clea sighed. So what do you get? Someone here spying on her? And then entertaining themselves. Ugh, I'm not spying on you, what's it to you?
Seeing Bai Ning's defiant look, Clea roughly understood, so, you've fallen for her too. She used a declarative sentence directly, but Bai Ning naturally wouldn't admit that she just wanted to see Bai Yuemian stick to her, not that she wanted Bai Yuemian to stick to her.
Sigh, I don't care what you think. Keep an eye on that succubus.
If she dares to make Ivy cry, I'll make her physically disappear. After saying that, he left her mental realm before Bai Ning could react. Bai Ning suddenly felt confused.
Could she have fallen for Bai Yuemian?
But it seemed that their relationship had indeed changed since Bai Yuemian gave her the name Bai Ning.
Chapter 70. What does Sister Bai's mouth taste like?
The little white-haired girl in the bathroom became increasingly shy, so she submerged her entire head in the water until she couldn't hold it in any longer and finally poked her head out.
Huff huff huff, Avira breathed heavily, but a faint blush still lingered on her face. Really, how could she fall down like that? But Sister Bai is so flexible.
Avira recalled the feel of Bai Yuemian's body. Her hands seemed to still retain her scent.
Why does my chest feel so tight when I think of Sister Bai? I wish it could feel like this every day, Avira murmured to herself.
Bai Yuemian had no idea that the little white-haired boy who had originally relied on her now had other thoughts.
She just thought it was a small accident.
At this moment, she was even more curious about what kind of trouble this demon king was up to. She had been there for so long but hadn't made any moves.
Bai, Sister Bai, Ivy is done washing.
Bai Yuemian was lost in thought when she suddenly heard a soft, white voice coming from the doorway. She turned around and saw Avira standing there in a cute cartoon nightgown, her head down, not daring to look at her.
What's wrong, little Ivy? Come on up.
Bai Yuemian chuckled softly, lifting a corner of the blanket to signal her to come in. It seemed that what happened in the bathroom made the little white-haired girl quite embarrassed. Normally, she would have pounced on him long ago. Seeing that Bai Yuemian didn't seem annoyed, Avira slowly moved onto the bed and then covered her face with the blanket.
Bai Yuemian couldn't help but find it a little funny. What's wrong, little Ivy?
Why are you so shy today after all this time? Upon hearing this, Avira trembled slightly, then pulled the blanket down, revealing only her bright, sparkling eyes, and whispered. I'm sorry, I accidentally stepped on Sister Bai's tail in the bathroom just now. Upon hearing this reason, Bai Yuemian chuckled and rubbed the little white-haired boy's head.
It's all right.
Little Ivy is so thin, she won't get hurt. We need to raise Ivy to be plump and fair-skinned so she'll look nice.
Avira doesn't want to get fat, Sister Bai won't like me. Avira muttered something under her breath, but Bai Yuemian didn't hear her clearly.
Seeing that it was getting late, she figured the Demon King wasn't going to look for her anymore, so she yawned and prepared to go to sleep. Just as Bai Yuemian closed her eyes, a small hand suddenly poked her arm.
What's wrong, little Ivy? Sister Bai, aren't you going to hit Avira? After all, before.
Avira originally wanted Bai Yuemian to hit her a few times to vent her anger, but she didn't expect Bai Yuemian to prepare to rest. Bai Yuemian found the little white-haired boy's pitiful appearance somewhat amusing.
Little Ivy, didn't I already say it's okay, as long as you're alright? How could I bear to hit cute Ivy? Upon hearing Bai Yuemian's words, Avira just bit her lip, then suddenly opened her arms to Bai Yuemian.
Bai Yuemian instantly understood what she meant. The child hadn't seen her for too long and wanted her to hold her while she slept. Without thinking too much, Bai Yuemian hugged the little white-haired girl and gently leaned her against her chest. She pressed her face against the top of her head and smelled the familiar milky scent.
Bai Yuemian quickly fell asleep.
As the even breathing sounds began above, Avira mustered her courage and quietly lifted her little head from Bai Yuemian's arms. After watching her for a while to make sure she was asleep, she kissed her cheek.
What does Sister Bai's mouth taste like? A kiss on the cheek wasn't enough for Avira. She suddenly remembered seeing Bai Yuemian and Sophia biting each other's lips before.
Watching Bai Yuemian's small mouth slightly open with her breath, Avira slowly moved her face closer.
Bump!
The room door was suddenly opened, startling little white hair, who quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be dead.
Ugh, how annoying, they went to bed so early. Bai Z walked in from outside.
She was supposed to rest soon, but she smelled the aroma of zisong fruit. She had almost finished hers, so she couldn't resist and stole a few. However, Xiao Miao caught her red-handed. Sigh, why am I talking to someone of my kind who doesn't even have a human form for so long?
Bai Z sighed.
After Xiao Miao caught her, she didn't tell the Demon King.
Instead, she asked Bai Z to tell her about her experiences.
As Bai Z talked about this fellow human who was thousands of years younger than her, she got more and more engrossed. Before she knew it, several hours had passed.
Huh, there's another person here.
Bai Z noticed that there was another person lying next to Bai Yuemian when she got closer. She thought that this was probably the person Bai Yuemian was looking for, so she didn't pay much attention to it. She tried to enter Bai Ning's mental realm, but as expected, she failed again.
That wretched little fish is so stingy. It only accidentally nibbled on your foot. I could have given it to you to eat.
Why are you being so stingy?
Bai Z said resentfully, there's no other way.
Bai Ning won't let me in, so I have to sleep outside. Looking at the two people pressed tightly together, Bai Z scratched his head and decided to sleep on the other side. On the other side, Avira only quietly opened her eyes when she heard Bai Z stop moving. Little White Hair was certain she had never seen this person before, but what was she talking about just now?
Can feet be eaten? Little White Hair didn't understand.
However, Avira vaguely saw her figure, which was about the same size and petite as her. She suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, as if her things were at risk of being taken away by someone else. She had never felt this way before. The thought that Bai Yuemian might one day stop liking her and hug other little girls instead made Avira feel a sharp pain in her chest. Bai Yuemian's warm breath brushed against her face, making Avira want to possess this person even more, but she couldn't do it now.
Is there anything we can't do?
The voice that suddenly rang in her mind startled her, and she realized it was Claia.
Avira pouted unhappily and said, Sister Claire, could you please stop? You always scare Ivy. Clea chuckled, ignoring Avira's complaints. I'm here, Avira. Don't worry. Do whatever you want. I can cover for you even if it's the whole world. To be honest, it would be best if Xiao Bai Mao could come to his senses. With her help, Avira could completely monopolize Bai Yuemian. Sister Bai will be unhappy, won't she?
Ivira has already hurt Sister Bai, and I don't want to make her unhappy again.
Claia was speechless. How could a playboy who used to have 3,000 concubines suddenly only have one? It was Bai Yuemian who was in the wrong, okay?
As a pure love advocate, she had already made a lot of concessions to Bai Yuemian for the sake of Avira. Well, seeing that the little white-haired girl was still blaming herself, Clea decided not to say anything more. Maybe she would realize it when she understood her own power. For now, let her decide for herself. Avira was interrupted by Clea, and now she was a little embarrassed to secretly kiss Bai Yuemian in front of her, so she simply closed her eyes and went to sleep. Looking at her child's pathetic appearance, Clea sighed and did not say anything, preparing to rest. Bai Yuemian was sleeping quite comfortably. After all, the little white fur's body scent seemed to have a hypnotic effect. However, because she was sandwiched in the middle, Bai Yuemian suddenly felt a little hot as she slept, and her tail began to move involuntarily. After Bai Z fell asleep, she habitually wanted to eat something. This time, instead of finding her toes, she found something moving around on her face.
She grabbed it and bit into it. Bai Yuemian's tail was extremely sensitive. She couldn't withstand such intense stimulation and woke up instantly.
Her body went into a limp state and she lay weakly on the bed. A large amount of mana squeezed out of her body, and she couldn't help but release her charm again.
Chapter 71 Sister Ning, come help me.
Before the little white-haired creature could react, it accidentally inhaled a large breath of the sweet air released by Bai Yuemian, and then gradually lost consciousness.
Bai Z, let go. Ugh. Bai Yuemian didn't have time to pay attention to Avira. Her own tail was still in Bai Z's mouth.
Bai Yuemian pinched Bai Z's little face, trying to make her let go, but instead, she started sucking even harder.
Sister Ning, are you there? Bai Z's tongue was incredibly agile, licking Bai Yuemian until she was in heaven, her lower limbs aching so badly she couldn't muster any strength. Surprisingly, Bai Ning didn't reply, so Bai Yuemian had to rely on herself.
She shakily reached out and struggled to snatch the tail back. Looking at her own wet tail, Bai Yuemian was speechless.
Her own tail wasn't anything to eat, so why was she so fixated on biting it?
Bai Z seemed to sense that something had been stolen. She frowned, clicked her tongue, and reached out to try to snatch it back, which startled Bai Yuemian, who hurriedly ran to the other side.
Sister Bai.
Bai Yuemian was on guard against Bai Z when suddenly a pair of hands wrapped around her neck from behind, and a soft little body leaned against her.
Avira.
Bai Yuemian turned around and saw the little white-haired boy with dazed eyes pressing against her, his little mouth moving restlessly. It was obvious that he had been bewitched by her.
Sister Ning, come help me quickly. Bai Ning still didn't reply.
Afraid of hurting the little white hair if she kissed too hard, Bai Yuemian could only shake her head to prevent Avira from kissing her inappropriate places. Avira noticed that the person in front of her was moving around restlessly, so she pouted and suddenly pinched Bai Yuemian's small face with both hands, then brought her face close to Bai Yuemian's.
Little Ivy, wake up. Well, without Mana's strength, she couldn't even compare to the little white hair. Just as she was about to be pressed against, Bai Yuemian took a step back, causing Avira to lose her balance. Just as she was about to fall, Bai Yuemian picked her up and hurriedly took her into the bathroom, gently placing Avira in the cold water. Fortunately, the effect was obvious. Xiao Bai's face was not so red anymore. In the cold water, Avira gradually woke up. Looking at Bai Yuemian's disheveled appearance and recalling what she had just done, Avira turned her head away and dared not look at her. Yes, I'm sorry, Sister Bai, I lost control again. Avira stammered, and Bai Yuemian didn't blame her for looking at her. She rubbed her head to comfort her, wiped her body, changed her clothes, and went back to sleep. However, this time she casually left Bai Z on the ground, since she wouldn't catch a cold anyway. Phew, I didn't expect this bed to be so comfortable. Bai Yuemian opened her eyes the next morning. Although there were some minor incidents last night, her sleep quality was still quite good. Looks like you slept well last night. Bai Yuemian suddenly heard Bai Ning's voice on her right hand. She turned her head and saw the little girl with long dark blue hair looking at her with a cheeky expression. Sister Ning. Why didn't you talk to me last night? Yeah, that thing on Ivira came to my mental realm last night. I didn't have time to deal with you then, but you handled it pretty well, didn't you? Bai Ning smiled slightly as she looked at the little white-haired boy sleeping in Bai Yuemian's arms, then got up and stretched. Bai Ning seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood today. What's so good about it? Bai Z also came to cause trouble last night. To put it bluntly, it was her who made me lose control of myself. The thought of Bai Z actually hugging her tail and nibbling on Bai Yuemian made her so angry that her teeth itched. If it weren't for her, Avira wouldn't have fallen for it last night. Right now, the culprit is still drooling and fast asleep on the ground. Bai Ning smiled gently. What Clea had told her last night seemed to have made her understand something. Since Bai Yuemian's harem was all organized by her, why couldn't she join in? Miss Bai, His Majesty requests your presence in the reception room. A woman's voice suddenly came from outside the door, interrupting the two. Bai Yuemian did not expect that this demon king was so patient, resting for a night before coming to find her. Okay, I understand. She didn't think much of it.
She had wanted to meet this person who seemed to be from the same hometown for a long time. After changing her clothes, Bai Yuemian followed Wang Xia to the reception room. A figure slightly shorter than her was standing with his back to her, but he looked somewhat familiar.
Excuse me, may I ask your name?
Bai Yuemian had met Olivia's father before, but that old man was very frivolous, and she didn't know anything about this demon king.
Tang Tang, it's only been a short time since you last saw me, have you already forgotten me?
The demon king with long purple hair slowly turned his head, and Bai Yuemian saw that familiar little face.
Tang Tang, you're a little different than before. Xiao Guang? What are you doing here?
According to others, the demon king should be hundreds of years old, but I've only been here for a short time.
Tang Tang, what would you think if I told you that I have been waiting for you for more than 200 years?
She slowly approached Bai Yuemian and then hugged her tightly. Although Tong Tong's scent had changed a bit, her fragrance was still perfect. She took a deep breath of that familiar scent that he hadn't seen for hundreds of years.
Several hundred years? Xiao Guang, when did you arrive?
I arrived a long time ago. I've been looking for Tang Tang for ages, but I've had to wait for her for ages. Bai Yuemian never imagined that her fellow villager was actually her former best friend, who had even risen to the position of Demon King. So, you also started the previous war.
Bai Yuemian couldn't believe that the kind-hearted Chun Shi would actually go out of her way to start a war.
Chun Shi poked her finger, explaining somewhat embarrassedly, something told me Tang Tang was coming, but I miscalculated the time, and without thinking much, I rushed straight to the human territory. I never expected my best friend to be so impulsive.
How come I never noticed before?
Tang Tang, stay here with me in the demon realm from now on.
I can give you everything. Bai Yuemian smiled and shook her head. Although the offer was very attractive, she would have to go back to find Sophia after finding little white hair.
She had been gone for so long, and they would probably be worried.
However, Chun Shi, who was standing to the side, didn't think so. She and Tang Tang hadn't seen each other for so long, and Tang Tang wasn't even willing to spend time with her?
She immediately thought that Tang Tang might have someone she liked elsewhere. She thought that Avira was just too old to have aroused her suspicion, and besides, with Klaya around, she didn't dare to do anything reckless since Klaya had the bigger fist.
Chun Shi's eyes suddenly turned dangerous. Why, Tang Tang? This offer is clearly so good. It's not a matter of good or bad. I've made some very good friends among the humans, and I have to go back. Can Tang Tang stay with me for a few days? We haven't seen each other in so long.
Seeing that Bai Yuemian was so ruthless, Chun Shi thought for a moment and decided to stall her for time.
Chapter 72, If you can't solve the problem, why not just deal with the people who have the problem?
Bai Yuemian thought that she hadn't seen Chun Shi for a while, so she wasn't in a hurry and simply nodded. Chun Shi smiled slightly, pulled Bai Yuemian to sit on the sofa, and then, as before, let her lie on his lap. Having not seen Chun Shi for over 200 years, Chun Shi was going crazy with longing for her.
However, in Bai Yuemian's heart, she was still just a close friend.
Chun Shi was afraid that if she expressed her love and was rejected, they wouldn't even be able to remain friends.
Tang Tang, how did you become a succubus?
Chun Shi had wanted to ask for a long time. When she came here, she was still using her original body, but Bai Yuemian had obviously changed. Although she knew that her soul had not changed, she was still a little curious.
There was a bit of an accident.
I got hit by a truck on my way home from get off work, and then someone made me into a body and brought me here.
Chun Shi did not answer.
She had attended Bai Yuemian's funeral, but she never expected that Bai Yuemian had arrived hundreds of years earlier than her.
Then how did you become the Demon King?
Chun Shi's size wasn't small either. Bai Yuemian could only see part of her small face while lying down. Although it was said to be hundreds of years, her best friend hadn't changed at all.
I was teleported directly to the demon territory by Xiaomiao.
The Demon King was about to die, so I said I wanted to become the Demon King, and then I beat down all those who disagreed, and that's how I became the Demon King.
Sister Ning, look at her, she starts out as an overpowered hero, while I, with my weak strength, can only be overpowered by a little girl. Xiao Guang, can a human like you become a Demon King?
Of course.
Whoever has the bigger fist is the Demon King. Luckily, Xiao Miao helped me back then.
After she finished speaking, she took off the hair accessory, shook it, and a book suddenly appeared out of thin air, then shook itself in a very human-like way.
Are you Bai Yuemian? Shouldn't you be a human? How did you become a succubus?
Without letting her say more, Chen-Shi simply closed Xiaomiao's case and placed her on the table.
Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet, Hikaru, let go.
Ignoring Xiaomiao's protests, Chen-Shi stared at Bai Yuemian's little face. She still couldn't forget the despair she felt when she heard about Bai Yuemian's death. Fortunately, she had found her Tang.
This time, she absolutely couldn't let go. Xiaoguang, you must have had a tough time lately.
Chen-Shi had been alone in the demon realm for so long, and at the beginning, he didn't know anyone. Fortunately, he met Sophia, but Chen-Shi could probably only rely on himself.
Yes, that's why I hope Tang can spend more time with me. The two of us can definitely make this place even better. Faced with Chen-Shi's invitation again, Bai Yuemian did not rush to refuse. If possible, she would also like to live in a modern world. The entertainment in this world is too lacking. Maybe she should consider bringing Sophia and the others over? On second thought, she decided against it.
Xiaoguang was just her best friend, and if Sophia saw this, she would be extremely jealous.
Is there anything I can do to help Xiaoguang right now?
Bai Yuemian thought that since they had met again, she should definitely help Chen-Shi if he was in trouble. As if she had hit a nerve, Chen-Shi's expression suddenly turned a little awkward, and she stammered, "Yes, there is something, but it's too much trouble for Tang, so maybe we should just forget about it."
Judging from Chen-Shi's expression, Bai Yuemian knew that nothing good was likely to come of it. Come on, I know you too well. So, what's the problem? It's not a big problem, it's just that I didn't study finance, so I'm not very good at the political stuff. It's not that you studied this field, sister, and it's not what I studied either. Management isn't about managing government affairs. However, it's not impossible to try. After all, power is highly centralized here in the demon realm, so it should be easier to deal with than on Earth. Sigh, never mind, let's go, take me to see it. Hee, I knew Tang was the best. Come on, let me show you my office. Chen-Shi pushed Bai Yuemian out of the reception room and then opened the office door. How is it? Does Tang look pretty? Bai Yuemian's lips twitched as she looked at the pink wallpaper covering the entire room. That definitely has your style.
When Chen-Shi was in college, she liked to put a lot of pink dolls in her bed curtains. Now that she has her own office, she is even more unrestrained.
Hee, I knew Tang would be interested, hee.
Chen-Shi suddenly pulled a large box out from under his desk, and Bai Yuemian had a bad feeling when she saw it. Sure enough, Chen-Shi, who had been smiling, suddenly became shy and hesitant.
It's all here, please, Tang.
She suddenly clasped her hands together, and Bai Yuemian felt like she had dug herself a huge hole.
How much of this do you have here? Not much, about a few months. Won't things get chaotic if documents aren't approved for several months? How could a leader of the demon race have been slacking off for months? It's a miracle there hasn't been any internal turmoil.
No, if someone causes trouble, we can just take care of them. Chen-Shi spoke the most domineering words in the most calm tone, truly embodying the idea that if you can't solve the problem, you'll solve the person with the problem, right? It's ridiculous, but while the previous Demon King was said to be the strongest, he didn't have a significant lead. This Demon King is simply outrageous, even several of his top subordinates combined were beaten down.
He's terrifyingly strong.
Anyway, with Xiaomiao's help, we can deal with any fools, hee. Ignoring her cutesy act, Bai Yuemian obediently took out a few documents and started reading. It wasn't anything major, just a few funding items.
Ordinary ones were fine, but if they were about construction or reconstruction, then something big could happen. Xiaoguang, these are all about disaster relief and reconstruction. Are you just going to ignore them? Really?
Let me see now, I already asked Wang Xia to allocate funds, just give me what you think is fine.
Aren't you afraid the money won't reach the disaster victims?
They wouldn't dare, that would cost them their heads.
Haki was speechless.
It really was because his fists were big enough, otherwise things would have been in chaos long ago.
Let me take a look for you first. After that, you'll still need to handle the payments. By the way, how's the demon clan's finances lately? Don't worry about that. I'm very good at finance. I can get a lot from the masses and nobles just by opening banks. Aren't they afraid you won't let them pick it up? Judging from the manners of those human nobles, Bai Yuemian didn't think the demon race would be any better. Let's make money by attracting investment.
The previous bicycle business was quite profitable.
Besides, what can I do if I delay giving it to them? As long as the money of the grassroots people is guaranteed, that's enough. Anyway, those nobles are all rolling in money. Bai Yuemian shook her head and continued watching.
She went behind her and massaged her shoulders. It has to be said that she was really good at massage.
Bai Yuemian rarely felt so relaxed, and her work efficiency also increased a lot. Before they knew it, the sun had set. Today was a rare sight with 3 blood moons.
Bai Yuemian had never been able to figure out the pattern of blood moon appearances and had only seen one a few times.
Let's go, Tang Tang, you must be hungry too, let's go eat. She pulled Bai Yuemian up.
She touched her stomach and realized she was indeed a little hungry, having only eaten a little something this morning.
Let's go then.
Bai Yuemian stretched and walked ahead, and she took the opportunity to hug her arm.
Chapter 73. It smells so good, it smells like candy. The central forest is located between the demon race and the major human kingdoms.
The demon race is to its north, the empire is to its east, and there are various human regimes of different sizes to the west of the forest. As for the southernmost Ileo mountain, no one has reached it to this day. It is said that this place originally had no name and was just a very strange forest. Later, a demon king came to the edge and gave it this name. The trees here can easily reach a height of 100 meters, with trunks that are tens of meters in diameter. Mana cannot be released in most places here, making it a paradise for wild animals.
What a bunch of useless trash.
Deep within the forest's protective barrier, a man in black robes kicked away the demon kneeling before him, while the others dared not move an inch.
I gave your lord's blessing, yet you couldn't even handle the imperial princess and a few students. My lord, a truly unexpected situation has arisen. Olivia is protected by the Book of Sages, and 9 is completely unable to handle it. What about White's 2 daughters? I haven't received any news yet. 5 dared not continue. The demons he sent out were all at least at the level of magicians, but they suddenly lost all communication in the middle of the forest and have not received a reply yet. 5th, your men seem to be causing trouble too. The man in the black robe wore a mask, but his eyes clearly revealed a dangerous aura. Please give me some time, my lord, I will definitely find the answer. The 5 was trembling with fear. The previous 5 had been chopped into minced meat in the same way. I don't care about the fate of your bunch of useless trash, I want Olivia dead. Now that 9 has been captured, he can also sacrifice himself for the master. After saying that, he ignored the trembling figures at his feet and went alone into the basement. Inside, there was a book that exuded an ominous aura, emitting a black light that covered the area in darkness. Lord, when will we be able to unify the world? He couldn't resist touching the book that held such a strong attraction for him. The moment his fingers touched it, the lines of death instantly crawled onto his fingers. He quickly cut off the blackened fingers, and soon new ones grew back. Lord, am I still not enough to satisfy you? The man squinted at the book before him, which reeked of death, his eyes revealing resentment. Candy, is it delicious? Inside the Demon King's castle, she was feeding Bai Yuemian. She was enjoying the feeding process, and Bai Yuemian cooperated by opening her mouth, just like feeding a small pet. Not bad, it's been a while since I've had fried chicken. Bai Yuemian licked her lips and refused she's offer to feed her. She was already full, but there was still a lot of food left to eat. Xiaoguang, did you make all of this? Yes, I've been preparing for this for a long time. Taking the opportunity, she leaned on her shoulder and acted coquettishly. Bai Yuemian smiled and rubbed her head. She squinted her eyes comfortably.
Her best friend was good in every way except that she was a little clingy.
This tastes really good.
At some point, Bai Ning sat down to the side and started eating.
Food wasn't important to them, since manna was enough.
However, having human form made eating good food more enjoyable, and she had also developed the habit of eating while following Bai Yuemian.
Who are you, Chen? She had met the kind of person Xiao Miao mentioned before, a little girl who looked a lot like a Vera, but it was clearly not the one in front of him.
I'm Bai Ning, hello fellow villager of Bai Yuemian.
Bai Ning looked up and greeted Chen Shi.
Chen Shi also had a certain affinity for mana. She could clearly feel that the manas around her were unconsciously gathering around Bai Ning, as if they liked her very much.
Hello.
Chen Shi's sixth sense told her that the little girl in front of her was ridiculously strong, and she definitely couldn't beat her.
Alright, Bai Yuemian, it's about time you should go and rest.
You haven't seen the Demon King for so long, so sleep with Chen Shi tonight.
Turns out we're allies. Thank you, my little son in the world.
Chen Shi glanced gratefully at Bai Ning, then looked expectantly at Bai Yuemian, who was somewhat speechless.
No way, Sister Ning, you're going to bed so early?
I've been looking at documents all day, and I was hoping to go out and have some fun tonight.
Oh, Tang, I'll take you out to play tomorrow. Let's rest today.
Ignoring her resistance, she pulled Bai Yuemian and ran towards her bedroom. Seeing her eagerness, Bai Ning smiled slightly and continued eating what was in front of her.
Hey, is eating really that comfortable?
Bai Ning knew it was the little guy next to Chen Shi without even looking up.
Yes, you can try it when you take on human form.
Xiao Miao can't eat anything right now, which is why she thinks manna is the most delicious. She'll change her mind once she tries other things. Xiao Miao flew up to her and looked closely at her face, then asked with some confusion.
Tell me, how many of our kind are there?
In the past 1,000 years, including you, I've only seen 3.
Who knows? I've existed for over 3,000 years, and it wasn't until I met Bai Yuemian that I encountered someone like me.
Bai Ning took the book from Xiao Miao and started flipping through it, which immediately made her very shy. In human terms, it felt a bit like having her skirt lifted up and her panties being stared at.
Ugh, okay, stop looking. What's so interesting about it?
Xiao Miao struggled and flew up, then left the room. Bai Ning smiled slightly, having eaten and drunk her fill, and prepared to watch Bai Yuemian and Bai Ning's live broadcast. In the bathroom, Chen Shi swallowed hard as he looked at the underwear Bai Yuemian had thrown into the laundry basket. Then he slowly picked it up and couldn't help but take a deep breath.
It smells so good, it's the smell of candy, hee. Xiaoguang, are you done washing up yet? I'm going to turn off the lights.
Bai Yuemian waited in the bedroom for a long time, but Chen Shi still hadn't finished washing up. She lay there for ages, and it made her sleepy.
Immediately.
Chen Shi was startled.
She quickly stuffed Bai Yuemian's undergarment into her pocket and hurriedly left the bathroom.
Tang, where are you sleeping?
Chen Shi found it a little strange to see Bai Yuemian sleeping on the sofa.
It's not really appropriate to sleep together. Anyway, there's a blanket, I'll just sleep on the sofa. Bai Yuemian still believes that Chen Shi is a true straight woman, unlike herself who has already turned gay.
How can I let you sleep on the sofa?
It's okay, Tang, the bed is big, let's sleep together.
Or is Tang disgusted with me?
Before she knew it, Chen Shi started acting cute again.
Who could resist their best friend's sweet and pleading request to sleep with them?
Since she wouldn't do anything to her anyway, Bai Yuemian simply got into bed and lay down next to her.
Hee, I knew Tang still liked me.
Before the blanket was even properly covering her, Chen Shi had already pressed herself against Bai Yuemian, making her a little shy. Before she could even say anything, Chen Shi already looked pitiful, as if she would cry if she asked her to leave even a little.
Bai Yuemian opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Chapter 70 For the Demon King turned into a lowly. Tang, can you hold me while I sleep?
We haven't seen each other for so long, I'm so afraid that when I open my eyes you'll be gone again. Bai Yuemian didn't speak, but simply wrapped her arms around Chen Shi's waist and let Chen Shi lean gently against her chest. Looking at the familiar little face in her arms, Bai Yuemian still had a kind of illusion. She never thought she could see her good friend again. She nestled obediently in Bai Yuemian's arms, wrapped her arms around her neck, and didn't make any small movements. She closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. Bai Yuemian was tired after looking at documents all day, and couldn't help but gently peck Shi's forehead.
Good night, Xiaoguang.
Bai Yuemian said good night and slowly fell asleep, but the person in her arms was not so obedient.
Everything was just an act for Haji Bai to see. Tang Tang still falls asleep so quickly, just like always.
Shi opened her violet eyes and carefully examined Bai Yuemian's delicate face.
Tang Tang has become so pretty. Bai Yuemian's face made it hard for her to look away.
During her university years, Bai Yuemian was already a veritable campus beauty, but she never cared about that. If it weren't for the occasional candid photos being posted on forums, no one would know that their school had such a campus beauty.
Bai Yuemian's strength has improved again.
Shi remembers that when she used to pinch Bai Yuemian's breasts while she was sleeping, they weren't this big. Today, when she leaned into Bai Yuemian's arms, they were obviously much bigger. She used to be about the same size as Bai Yuemian, but now she's a whole size bigger.
Shi doesn't have a strong possessive desire, she just wants Bai Yuemian to have eyes for her.
However, Tang Tang still doesn't understand her own feelings and seems to have someone else in her heart.
Tang Tang, if I turned back into my childhood self, would you like me a little more? She couldn't help but think of Bai Yuemian's attitude towards Avira.
I remember I was sleeping.
Bai Yuemian rubbed her eyes, then got up from the grass.
She was surrounded by a cherry blossom grove, and it took her a moment to realize that this was Bai Ning's territory. Never mind all that for now, come and try my flower cakes. Bai Ning brought over a few flower cakes.
Bai Yuemian was a little surprised but didn't say anything. She picked one up and took a small bite.
No wonder Bai Ning always had a fragrance on her body, she probably ate these often.
So delicious. I never knew you could cook like this, Sister Ning. The flower cakes were made to perfection, the aroma of the petals wasn't lost during baking, and the sweetness of the cakes paired perfectly with the floral fragrance. Eat more if you like it, there's more here.
Bai Ning brought over a few more, then knelt down in front of Bai Yuemian and watched her eat.
Bai Ning's gaze made Bai Yuemian a little uncomfortable. What's wrong, Sister Ning? Why are you staring at me?
She didn't say anything, but stood up, moved to a different spot, and leaned on Bai Yuemian's shoulder.
Bai Ning's unusual behavior made Bai Yuemian a little nervous.
The usually very unserious Bai Ning was now giving off a virtuous wife and loving mother vibe.
If Bai Yuemian didn't know her strength, she would have suspected that something had possessed Bai Ning. Bai Yuemian, how many girls have you kissed so far?
I mean, the kind where you kiss them mouth to mouth.
Bai Yuemian couldn't understand her thought process.
Did she start to think that her progress was too slow? But she had already tried her best.
FIA, Your Highness, Shueshin, and then that seems to be it. So how do you feel? Fortunately, Bai Yuemian didn't sense Bai Ning's questioning tone, which relieved her. It's pretty good, isn't it? Kissing a girl you like is definitely a happy thing. Then, can I try it with you?
Bai Ning turned to look at Bai Yuemian, who suddenly said something surprising. Bai Ning thought she had misheard, until Bai Ning repeated it to Bai Yuemian and she realized that Bai Yuemian was serious.
Sister Ning, is this also a mission? No, I just want to try it. It's okay if you don't want to. Seeing that Bai Yuemian seemed unwilling, Bai Ning lowered her head.
It seemed that she was experiencing the emotion of sadness and grief for the first time, even though she had never felt these extra feelings when she was alone before.
Seeing Bai Ning lower her head, Bai Yuemian quickly realized that she was unhappy, and hurriedly explained, without Sister Ning, how could I not be willing?
I was just a little surprised.
Real.
Bai Ning tilted her little face up again.
This was the first time Bai Yuemian had seen her so closely.
It had to be said that Bai Ning was indeed a product of consciousness bestowed upon her by the world. Her face was simply impeccable. Although she was the same height as Aloli, her face was stunning. Bai Yuemian didn't answer, but gently cupped her face in her hands, feeling the smoothness and whiteness of her face as soon as her hands touched it. As Bai Ning watched Bai Yuemian's face get closer and closer, she involuntarily closed her eyes, feeling her heart beating faster and faster.
Is this what it feels like to be nervous?
It was a very strange experience. I had only heard about it from others before, but experiencing it myself was truly amazing.
It was just a very brief moment of close contact.
Bai Ning's lips were small, and Bai Yuemian didn't dare to linger for too long. After they separated, she touched her lips, seemingly a little unsatisfied.
Is this a kiss? I love it.
In that case, how about that request? Seeing that Bai Ning seemed to be in a good mood, Bai Yuemian quickly pressed her advantage, but was soon interrupted.
Count me in then, you still need 6 more, keep it up. Bai Yuemian sighed.
She could only say that Sister Ning was indeed Sister Ning. Even if she had to bring her along, she still wanted to see the stickers.
Alright, your consciousness can sleep here with me tonight.
Bai Ning chuckled and patted her thigh.
Bai Yuemian quickly understood what she meant and lay down on her.
Bai Ning lowered her head and kissed Bai Yuemian's forehead, then placed her hands on her temples.
Get some rest, let me clear the fatigue from your mind.
Feeling her chaotic thoughts gradually calming down, Bai Yuemian quickly returned to her body. Why didn't she stick her head out? Bai Ning felt a little regretful as she watched Bai Yuemian regain consciousness.
With Bai Ning's help, Bai Yuemian slept very well.
When she got up, she stretched and felt that her previous fatigue had disappeared.
It's another energetic day, Xiaoguang, time to get up.
Bai Yuemian patted the spot next to her, the texture felt a little off.
Xiaoguang. Is it morning already? Good morning, Tang Tang. It was the same familiar tone, but why did her voice become as soft and sweet as Xiao Bai Mao's? Bai Yuemian had a bad feeling. She directly lifted the blanket and saw a little purple-haired lowly rubbing her eyes as if she hadn't woken up yet. The demon king who was fine yesterday had turned into a lowly. Chapter 75. How can the demon king be so cute? Are you Xiaoguang?
Bai Yuemian found it hard to believe.
Could her sister shrink after sleeping next to her for one night? Yeah, what's wrong, Tang Tang?
Shenshi sat up to get out of bed, but suddenly realized that her vision was not quite right.
Why does it feel like Tang Tang has grown taller? And my voice.
She touched her face as if realizing something, and hurriedly picked up the mirror beside the bed to look at herself.
I didn't expect it to be true. She was speechless. Last night, she dreamed of Bai Yuemian.
In the dream, Tang Tang said she liked Lolas, so she used the magic of physical reversal. Unexpectedly, her own body was also reversed in reality.
Bai Yuemian was completely confused about what was happening.
Xiaoguang, how did you become like this after just one night's sleep?
It's all because of you. She was furious. If it weren't for what Bai Yuemian said in her dream, how could she have turned herself into this? It's all Bai Yuemian's fault. Why? I didn't do anything. Bai Yuemian was on the verge of tears. Why was she always being blamed for nothing?
Hey, Hikaru, why have you shrunk?
Hearing the commotion, Xiaomiao woke up and flew around Shenshi, seemingly very interested in her shrunken appearance. She didn't answer.
If Bai Yuemian found out that she had a wet dream and ended up shrinking herself, she felt she would be laughed to death.
Xiaomiao, what's wrong with Xiaoguang? Why did she become like this overnight?
Let me see, it looks like a time reversal spell, but who has the ability to use this kind of spell on Hikaru? Bai Yuemian and Xiaomiao both started thinking for a moment. Shenshi quickly explained that it was caused by the instability of the magic power in his body.
This explanation was a bit untenable, but Bai Yuemian didn't ask any more questions. If someone really wanted to hurt Shenshi, they would probably have been beaten to death long ago. Ahem, it's time for the Demon King to get up. There are still many tasks to complete today.
Wang Xia's voice came from outside the door. She habitually pushed the door open and walked in. She was stunned when she saw Bai Yuemian in the room. She didn't say anything until she saw Chen Shi. Miss Bai, when did you have a daughter with the Demon King? Wang Xia was about to collapse.
She had been keeping such a close eye on the Demon King, but when did he have his child? Why didn't she know anything about it? Wang Xia's words almost made Bai Yuemian spit out the water she had just drunk. She quickly explained. Don't talk nonsense. She's Xiaoguang, you can ask her if you don't believe me. Bai Yuemian pointed at the miniature version of Chen Shi with a strong desire to survive. Wang Xia looked at the little Chen Shi suspiciously, and had to admit that he really looked too much like the Demon King. Are you the Demon King? Only after getting closer did Wang Xia sense that Xiao Chenxi did indeed possess some demonic aura, and she asked uncertainly. It's me, Wang Xia. You can go out now. Keep this a secret for now. After thinking for a while, Chen Shi admitted that she couldn't use the body reversal technique for the time being unless she used a disguise. Otherwise, she would continue to maintain this state for the time being. Wang Xia didn't ask any more questions and walked out without giving anything away. Only after she left the room did 2 streams of blood flow from her nose. Waaah, how can the Demon Lord be so cute? Once out of Chen Shi's sight, her little assistant stopped acting altogether, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I never knew before whether the Demon Lord would be a 0 or a 1, but now that he's like this, he can only be bullied and held in Miss Bai's arms. Speaking of which, it seems Miss Bai slept with the Demon Lord last night. Could something have happened last night? He. Wang Xia had already started fantasizing about Chen Shi's future embarrassing life. She walked out while laughing foolishly, leaving the maids completely bewildered. As Wang Xia left, Bai Yuemian couldn't help but turn her gaze to Xiao Chenxi again. Her face, which was originally full of girlish vitality, had become round and chubby, and Bai Yuemian couldn't resist pinching it. Tang Nigan, huh? Little Chen Shi is a sweet and soft little loli without using magic. When Haji Bai pinched her cheeks, she mumbled something indistinctly. Her little hands subconsciously tried to push Bai Yuemian away, but her softness made it seem like she was just being coquettish. Chen Shi was actually very happy. Although she had shrunk, it seemed that the effect was indeed good. After all, Bai Yuemian would never have interacted with her like this before. When will you be able to change back, Xiaoguang? I'm not quite sure. I've never used it before, but I guess this is the only way for now. Chen Shi spread her hands helplessly. If she were to revert back to normal in a short time, the maximum amount of mana in her body might decrease. She needed to stabilize the mana in her body now. So what about your subordinates? Bai Yuemian was a little worried about her subordinates. After all, she had heard Chen Shi say that he only agreed to let her become the Demon King after beating her subordinates into submission. Now that she was in this state, did she still have any deterrent power? Just say it's my sister, that'll do. And if someone causes trouble, I can just beat them up and that'll solve the problem. Chen Shi waved his hand, indicating that he had great confidence in his subordinates. He had only shrunk, not weakened, and any disobedient ones would be beaten up and then obeyed. Xiao Miao swayed in the air a few times and transformed back into the hair ornament on her head. To her, it didn't matter what Chen Shi looked like. What she liked was Chen Shi's soul and personality. The body could be disguised, but the soul could not deceive the Book of Sages. Bai Yuemian was about to ask Bai Ning, but then she realized that the pendant on her chest and the bracelet on her wrist were missing, and she didn't know where Bai Ning and Bai Zi had gone to play. Woohoo, this cake is really good. In the conference room, Bai Zi asked the maid for a few cakes and started eating. Since both Bai Ning and Bai Zi looked like little girls, the maid thought they were family members of the guests. She fed Bai Zi bite by bite, praising her as she ate, and felt a great sense of accomplishment. Bai Ning on the other side was much quieter, taking small bites of pastries and wiping her mouth after finishing, which was quite a ritualistic gesture. You guys seem to be enjoying your meal very much. Playa suddenly walked in, and Bai Ning froze for a moment, but quickly recovered. What's up? Why are you looking for us so early in the morning? She had almost been devoured by her before, so Bai Ning was naturally not going to give her a friendly look. Bai Zi, who was standing to the side, found it a bit strange. She could recognize the aura of Clea's kind, but it seemed that she didn't get along well with Bai Ning. Who is she? She seems very powerful.
Bai Zi communicated directly through consciousness, and Bai Ning remained silent for a while before telling her about her relationship with Clea. She's lived for over 10,000 years.
Bai Zi didn't even dare to imagine how strong Clea was.
She hadn't experienced even a fraction of Clea's time, and she was afraid she would be treated like Karami.
Chapter 76. I never expected Sister Ning to be wearing a blue and white bowl. Don't be so tense, I'm not here to cause trouble. Claire also took a pastry from the maid and savored it carefully.
After nodding in satisfaction, she continued. Take good care of your succubus during this time, some unclean things have come from the forest.
What dirty thing?
Bai Ning felt confused, she hated riddle tellers the most.
I don't know, they might be after the human princess.
Oh, I forgot to mention, that white-haired guy somehow found your location. Claire took a sip of tea and slowly added to her drink. Bai Ning was taken aback, then began to sense the mana within the demon territory, and indeed found the figure of the big white-haired man.
Oh wow, my girlfriend has come looking for me. This is going to be interesting.
Bai Ning seemed to have foreseen what was to come and began to grin mischievously.
What kind of bizarre taste do you have?
Clea rolled her eyes at her, then got up to leave.
Anyway, I've already reminded you, so I won't say anything more.
Don't worry, just kill them all, no matter how dirty or disgusting they are. Bai Ning felt it was a small matter, but Clea smiled slightly, walked out without answering.
Not long after, the door opened again, but this time it was Bai Yuemian. Hey, Sister Ning, what are you doing in the conference room?
Xiao Guang is in a bit of trouble, and I was thinking of asking you to take a look. I searched for Bai Ning for ages but couldn't find her. I never expected her to end up in the conference room. Bai Yuemian looked at her face and felt a little embarrassed. After all, she had kissed her last night, although it was Bai Ning who asked her to.
Why are you blushing?
Do you want a good morning kiss? Bai Ning couldn't help but smile mischievously as she noticed Bai Yuemian's little expression.
Bai Yuemian felt indignant after being struck by Bai Ning's words.
Seeing Bai Ning's cheeky expression, she couldn't help but go forward and pick her up.
Hey, wait a minute. There are other people here. Bai Ning was suddenly pulled into someone's arms, and before she could react, she was forced to lie on Bai Yuemian's lap. Ha! This pose seems to be. Since Sister Ning is so rude, then she needs to be taught a lesson.
Bai Yuemian lifted her skirt, revealing a blue and white bowl that perfectly suited Bai Ning's figure.
I didn't expect Sister Ning's panties to be so childish. Upon hearing Bai Yuemian's words, Bai Ning's face immediately turned red, and she struggled to get up. However, Bai Yuemian didn't give her a chance and slapped her soft little bottom. Damn it, aren't you afraid I'll teach you a lesson, ugh? Bai Yuemian didn't think that much about it.
She didn't expect Bai Ning's buttocks to feel so good, and she couldn't help but pat them a couple more times.
I never thought even a small fry like me would have this day. I'm going to fight them too. Bai Zi, who was standing nearby, was very happy to see Bai Ning being punished. She ran over and wanted to join in, but Bai Ning couldn't stand the scene and turned back into a pendant to hide. Well. Bai Yuemian touched the pendant around her neck, surprised that Bai Ning was so easily teased. Then, looking at Bai Zi, who was leaning her head towards her, she subconsciously asked, "You want some too?" Bai Zi shook her head frantically. She was joking. Bai Ning could handle the embarrassing stuff, she didn't want to be so humiliated. "Miss, please tidy up this place. I heard from the Demon King that there might be a meeting or something." Bai Yuemian briefly explained the matter to the maid who was standing there dumbfounded, and then left the conference room. Ugh, so much to do today. Why do I have to be a corporate slave even in another world? Bai Yuemian was annoyed just thinking about today's tasks. There was a bunch of stuff left to deal with at Shenxi's place, and she also had to help her attend a meeting later. The worst part was that she hadn't even received her salary yet. Ah, I found you, Tang Tang. Bai Yuemian was still grumbling when the culprit came looking for her. Looking at the well-fitting dress she was wearing, Bai Yuemian asked with some confusion, "Xiao Guang, how come you have a dress that fits you perfectly?" Forehead. Shenxi was silent for a while before explaining, "I borrowed it from the maid, they happen to have a little girl of similar size at home." Actually, these were clothes I had prepared for Avera, but I ended up wearing them myself first. Is it pretty, Tang Tang?
Chen-shi twirled in front of her, her skirt billowing with her movements, leaving Bai Yuemian stunned for a moment. She suddenly found Chen-shi incredibly cute, and couldn't believe it herself.
Am I really a lolicon? Yes, it's beautiful, very cute. Chen-shi noticed Bai Yuemian's expression.
The Demon King nodded to himself, seemingly having gained something, at least his attractiveness to her had indeed increased.
Hee, let's go.
I still have a lot of things to take care of, so I'll leave them to Tang Tang.
Chen-shi took Bai Yuemian's hand and led her towards the office. Feeling the soft little hand in her palm, Bai Yuemian couldn't help but gently squeeze it.
She had to admit that it felt really good. The interaction between the two was witnessed by a white-haired person in the corner.
Avera bit her lip in resentment.
The things she was afraid of had still happened.
She wouldn't always be a loli, but there would always be cute lolas.
With such charm, someone would eventually come and snatch her away.
Regret it?
I told you that someone as promiscuous as her would easily get bored with the old and crave the new. Why not just arrest her, then she'll belong to you alone. Claudia naturally recognized that it was Chen-shi in his smaller form, but she would prefer to see the little white-haired girl wake up so that she could lock the blue-haired succubus in a dark room and force her to agree, whether she wanted to or not. Avera was silent for a moment, then shook her head.
Sister Bai will be sad. It's okay, as long as Sister Bai still likes me, it's alright.
Claire watched the little white-haired boy walk away alone, lost in thought.
Should we add more fuel to the fire? But wouldn't that be going a bit too far?
The optimistic and cheerful Hockey Bai was completely unaware that he was being targeted.
Tang Tang, carry me upstairs.
Upon arriving at the office, Xiao Chensi immediately opened his arms to her, indicating that he would carry her to a chair. This chair isn't that high, Bai Yuemian muttered softly, but still did as she was told.
Why does it feel like Chen-shi has become even more clingy since she shrunk?
Unfortunately, even sitting on the chair, Chen-shi, being so small, still couldn't reach the tabletop. She struggled to reach out with her little hands but couldn't grab anything.
Isn't there magic that can control objects? Bai Yuemian remembered that Sophia had used it before.
Well, yes, I do, but I prefer to do things myself, otherwise I feel like I'll become useless. Bai Yuemian remained non-committal, as she herself did not like relying on magic. Watching Xiao Chensi stand on the chair to get the documents, Bai Yuemian, as if possessed, snatched the chair from her and then hugged her onto her lap. Realizing where she was sitting, Chen-shi blushed instantly.
Looking at her fair and rosy face, Bai Yuemian couldn't help but smile mischievously. Will this get us there? Chapter 77. Why is your stomach moving?
It has to be said that the shrunken Chen-shi feels really good to the touch. Her whole body is soft, and her body temperature does seem to be a little higher than before.
Chen-shi's lips curled up slightly. Although she was a little shy, she surprisingly didn't dislike the feeling. Does Tang Tang like me this way?
Why do you ask that? Because Tang Tang seems to really like touching my belly. Little Chensi pointed to her little belly, and Bai Yuemian kept touching it because it felt so good. She only awkwardly withdrew her hand when she was pointed out. It's okay, Tang Tang can touch it if she likes it, I have no objection. Chen-shi lay down in her arms, and Bai Yuemian could clearly feel Chen-shi rubbing against her chest, which was a little itchy.
Tang Tang hasn't answered me yet, which one of me do you like?
Well, I can only say that little Hikari is very cute, but wouldn't it be very inconvenient for you to keep doing this?
Bai Yuemian wouldn't only think of herself.
Chen-shi is now the Demon King, and if he continues to act like a child, many problems are bound to arise.
It's okay, as long as Tang Tang likes it.
Chen-shi tilted her small face up to look at Bai Yuemian above. It has to be said that this angle was absolutely stunning.
Bai Yuemian's sensibilities were directly exposed.
However, her words sounded strange.
People who didn't know better might think she was a lolicon.
Bai Yuemian suddenly felt that her best friend was acting strangely, and at the same time, Chen-shi's little hands became restless, actually grabbing her hand and putting it inside her clothes.
Tang Tang, my tummy hurts so much, can you rub it for me?
Chen-shi spoke in a coquettish tone, which made Bai Yu's soft scalp tingle slightly.
Help! My best friend has turned into a little girl. She's so cute, what should I do? Bai Yuemian couldn't resist the adorable Chen Shi, so she gently placed her hand on Chen Shi's lower abdomen. It had to be said, it felt soft and squishy, but... Xiao Guang, why is your stomach moving? Bai Yuemian was a little tense. She could feel something rhythmically pulsating inside Chen Shi's body. Oh, don't worry, that's me absorbing mana. Little Chen Shi was still lying in her arms enjoying the massage, her little face showing a very typical giving up expression. Bump! Bai Yuemian was playing when Wang Xia suddenly pushed open the door and rushed in. She was taken aback when she saw the two in their strange positions, then coughed twice to signal them to stop. The Demon King is in trouble. The Imperial Princess and the Hubble family's daughter are downstairs. The maid is trying to stop them, but she can't hold them off any longer. Ha! Bai Yuemian and Chen Shi were both shocked. Haji Bai didn't know why the two people from her family had come here, while Chen Shi was completely unaware of the two of them. Aren't all the people in the Demon King's castle just freeloaders? They just let two people in like that. To be honest, Chen Shi was quite confident in her mana perception before this, but since Bai Yuemian came, it seems that her perception has become useless. Wang Xia didn't have time to answer because the two of them had already rushed to the office door. You two cannot enter here. This is the Demon King's office. The Demon King will be angry. The maid was still trying her best to stop them, but it wasn't very effective. Sophia was very anxious. She was angry at her own incompetence. Demons always valued strength above all else. In her imagination, Bai Yuemian must have suffered a lot of bullying at the Demon King's place in order to find Avira. So, she didn't care about the rules and rushed in with Olivia. However, what she saw was somewhat different from what she had expected. Bai Yuemian, who is she? Sophia pointed to the little girl in her arms and asked. Bai Yuemian was filled with regret at this moment. Why did she impulsively pick up Chen Shi? But who could have imagined that Sophia would find her way here? Faced with Sophia's questioning, Bai Yuemian stammered and couldn't give a coherent answer for a long time. Chen Shi thought for a moment, then got off Bai Yuemian and said, I am the Demon King's sister, and Miss Bai is helping me with my things. Sophia believed it without question because the statement was so flawless. Olivia, however, was a little suspicious. She had seen what the Demon King looked like before, and the little Chen Shi in front of her seemed somewhat familiar. Seriously, are you just barging into the city like this? Aren't you afraid the Demon King will arrest you? An aura of authority emanated from Xiao Chenxi, but her small size diminished its effect. We will apologize to the Demon King later, mainly because the person we found is too important to us. Olivia bowed to Chen Shi. After all, she was the princess of the empire, and her current status was not that of a demon king, so she really couldn't say much and could only swallow her words. No one bullies you here, right? Sophia ran up to Bai Yuemian and carefully examined her to see if she was injured. It's all right, FIA. Don't worry, don't forget I am. Bai Yuemian was about to speak when she suddenly stopped. She realized that Olivia was still standing to the side. What's wrong, Yuemian? Why are you looking at me like that? Olivia tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with confusion. No, Via, actually Bai Yuemian was a little flustered and was about to explain when she was gently interrupted by the other party. Back then you didn't even say goodbye. Olivia pursed her lips, feigning a hint of anger in her voice, but her eyes remained soft. Bai Yuemian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to tell the truth. She had initially thought that Olivia would hate her after learning she was a succubus, but to her surprise, Olivia only widened her eyes slightly before revealing an expression of understanding. I see. No wonder you seemed a bit strange. Why did Yuemian think I disliked you? Because Via said she didn't like demons. Bai Yuemian muttered softly, and Olivia just smiled slightly, then stepped forward, hugged Bai Yuemian, and explained gently. I love you, Yuemian. No matter who you are, I will love you. Feeling the familiar embrace, Bai Yuemian immediately relaxed.
Seeing this, Sophia was not willing to be outdone and quickly hugged Bai Yuemian from the other side, and for a moment she was caught in the middle and unable to move. Is this the person Tang Tang likes? She was very familiar with this kind of look.
The love that Sophia and Olivia showed for Bai Yuemian was so sincere.
Looking at their impeccable appearance, she felt a rare sense of defeat.
No, I'm the Demon King now.
How could I be inferior to a few human girls?
She knew she absolutely couldn't doubt herself first.
She patted her cheeks to cheer herself up. She was extremely confident in her abilities and believed that she would definitely be the winner.
Tang Tang, you can play with her for a while.
I'll take her back later. She glanced at the three people hugging each other and gave them some time. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and she didn't like to interrupt other people's reunions. This was her confidence as the Demon King.
Yuemian. Olivia paid no attention to Shi's actions.
She hadn't tasted Bai Yuemian's lips in a long time, and now that she smelled her fragrance again, she couldn't control herself. Although Sophia also wanted to, she was too embarrassed to take the initiative and simply pressed her chest against Bai Yuemian's to feel her heartbeat.
Chapter 78. Hee, this feels kind of good. It seems a bit hot, maybe. Olivia and Sophia suddenly pushed Bai Yuemian onto the sofa, and then each of them pinned down one of her legs. Yuemian, I've been going crazy missing you all this time without you. Don't you have anything to make up for it?
Olivia kissed her neck, her hands starting to wander everywhere, which Bai Yuemian quickly stopped.
Hey, have you looked for someone new lately?
On the other side, Sophia gripped her arm tightly and asked, worried that Bai Yuemian might find someone new and then ignore her.
Maybe, there is one.
Bai Yuemian felt utterly ashamed. It seemed she was relentlessly pushing Sophia's limits, but she was even more unwilling to hide the truth.
Okay, Yuemian, you didn't just come out to find Avira as an excuse, did you?
Olivia's eyes turned dangerous, and Bai Yuemian quickly explained her relationship with Xiao Shuoxin. So you mean the child is just grateful to you, and she doesn't understand what liking someone means?
Bai Yuemian nodded repeatedly, showing a strong will to survive.
Sophia seemed thoughtful and did not pursue the matter further.
As long as Bai Yuemian was willing to be honest, she had no complaints. So, what about Ivola? Is she alright? Bai Yuemian couldn't help but shudder when she thought of Clea next to the little white-haired boy.
That's great. Little Ivy now has a super bodyguard by her side.
I reckon she's practically invincible. Invincible under heaven. Sophia didn't understand what she meant, but Olivia had met Bai Ning before. Just like that senior next to Yuemian. Bai Yuemian nodded, except that Clea was stronger. Olivia suddenly kissed her cheek, startling Bai Yuemian. Aren't we sisters?
There are other people here, why are you doing this? Sophia, naturally not wanting to be left behind, blushed and kissed her other cheek.
In an instant, Bai Yuemian was surrounded by two fragrant and beautiful girls. This feels kind of good. Bai Yuemian couldn't help but giggle foolishly, but this scene was seen by the little fox girl outside.
She had arranged a very good place for her to stay these past 2 days, but not seeing Bai Yuemian made her feel a little sad for some reason. Hearing that she was in the office, she couldn't help but come and see her.
Is this the person she likes?
Seeing two girls sitting on Bai Yuemian who were no less beautiful than herself, Xiao Shuoxin felt a sense of defeat.
She had nothing now and seemed to have nothing to give Bai Yuemian except herself. The little fox girl was very disappointed.
The strongest people are never short of beautiful women, and what she had was not worth mentioning in their eyes.
Hey Shuoxin? Come here quickly, let me introduce you.
Bai Yuemian was enjoying herself when Olivia suddenly started to slip her hand inside her clothes, startling Bai Yuemian. Noticing Xiao Shuoxin outside, she quickly tried to distract Olivia.
Is this the child you rescued in Solag? Is she alright? She looks a bit pale. Sophia felt something was off about Xiao Shuoxin's pale skin.
It's alright, she has vampire blood, and Shuoxin is quite strong.
Bai Yuemian then introduced them to each other.
Sophia hadn't experienced much of the ways of the world, but Olivia was different. Because of her status as a princess, she had seen many people approach her with ulterior motives. It's normal for her to admire strength, but Olivia doesn't like being the center of attention. She's very sensitive to that kind of gaze, while Xiao Shuoxin's eyes reveal a desire for power.
Olivia was immediately impressed by this fox girl.
She managed to remain undetected right under the Demon King's nose. She was quite cunning for her young age.
Xiao Shuoxin naturally noticed Olivia's meaningful gaze.
She disliked being around people in positions of power, like her family members who were arrogant and disrespectful. However, she couldn't protect her mother without the help of others, which put her in a dilemma. Xiao Shuoxin, right, why do you keep staying by Yuemian's side? Olivia smiled slightly. Xiao Shuoxin disliked the aura of authority surrounding her, so she bluntly made a startling remark. Miss Bai hasn't taken my virginity yet. I've been waiting for her to make her move on me.
Are you really the Demon King's sister? How come I've never seen you before?
Shen Shi originally just wanted to clear his head by himself, but he ran into Qi Xiao, who had nothing to do, and then Qi Xiao started following him around and wouldn't leave.
She swatted away the finger that was still poking her cheek with disgust, and explained impatiently, I've told you so many times, believe it or not, as a cadre, don't you have anything to do? Believe it or not, I'll tell your sister that you're slacking off. Qi Xiao seemed to recall the fear of being dominated by Qin Shi.
She trembled at first, but then seemed to remember something and regained her confidence.
It's all right.
I was suspended from my post by the Demon King last time, so I have nothing to do these days. Shen Shi then remembered that last time this silly child went to the human race alone to cause trouble, she was kicked to the side of the road and came back, causing her to lose a lot of money. At that time, she suspended her cadre position.
Hello little friend, do you have time to come with your brother? Suddenly, the road ahead was blocked. Little kid.
Shen Shi's lips twitched. She had been the Demon King for hundreds of years, and this was the first time someone had called her that. Shen Shi looked up and saw a refined-looking demon man smiling at her.
Roll.
Shen Shi didn't even want to look at her, her eyes were only on her Tang. For some reason, a single word uttered by a little girl made him feel a little scared, but when he realized it, he laughed at himself.
Little friend, you can't be so rude. It seems I need to teach you what manners are. Wu didn't sense any magic power from Chen Shi.
Although Qi Xiao beside her had some strength, she was still no match for her. Therefore, Wu subconsciously assumed that Chen Shi was a young lady from the demon race who had come with bodyguards.
Seeing the hand reaching out to Qin Shi, Qi Xiao immediately stood in front of her, pointed at Five and cursed, Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you a pervert? This is near the Demon King's city, aren't you afraid of being chopped into mincemeat by the Demon King? Five smiled slightly. The Demon King isn't in the city right now. So what if I kill you all now?
The word Five suddenly piqued Chen Shi's interest. It seemed there was a traitor within the city. Looking at Chen Shi's fair and chubby little face, Wu couldn't wait to grab her and take her back.
As for Qi Xiao, he could easily crush her. Hey, hurry up and run. I'll hold him off.
Qi Xiao whispered in Chen Shi's ear. Although she wasn't particularly sensitive to mana, her sixth sense told her that the man in front of her was very strong.
Chen Shi couldn't help but think more highly of Qi Xiao.
He hadn't expected her to have such a strong sense of justice, especially since this was, in a sense, their first meeting. However, since he felt underestimated, he naturally had to take action himself. Chen Shi walked in front of Qi Xiao, and a demonic aura immediately rushed towards him.
Annihilation.
She slowly raised her right hand.
Wu's pupils contracted.
Although he couldn't see, he felt an extremely terrifying aura of death rushing towards him.
He subconsciously rolled to the side and then scrambled to his feet. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he probably would have been killed instantly if he had been hit. Qi Xiao, who was behind, was still confused.
From her perspective, Chen Shi simply raised his hand and said Five before she started scrambling up. Chen Shi was a little surprised. Although it was just a basic attack, he didn't expect it to be dodged.
Who are you? Five dared not be careless anymore. A seemingly harmless little girl could unleash a deadly attack with a single move. You should ask your great-grandmother.
Chen Shi wasn't a villain, he didn't say much and just unleashed his ultimate attack.
The myriad worlds are deathly silent.
His tone remained calm. The Demon King's attacks were always simple and unadorned, without any special effects, purely for eliminating the enemy. With an attack covering an area of hundreds of meters and targeting only 5 alone, he had nowhere to hide. Wu watched helplessly as her body turned to ashes. Since Chi-Chu was not the target, she still did not sense any attack.
No, what happened to him? Going to see his great-grandmother. Oh wait, this is just a clone.
Chen Shi raised an eyebrow and immediately began locating the target. The 5 souls, far to the south of the central forest, were nearly scared out of their wits.
Had the demon clan become this terrifying in the years since they left? A little girl had instantly killed them with a wave of her hand, and now she could even locate them?
Fortunately, they had the master's cover, and they were almost found.
Interesting, they actually blocked me.
The loss of perception struck Chen Shi as odd. It seemed there was something else behind this man.
Chapter 79. You must sleep with me tonight. Noticing Chi-Chou's stunned gaze behind her, Chen Shi turned around and glanced at her. What's wrong? Do you believe it now?
Gu, I believe it, I believe it.
Chi-Chou felt like a clown. I'll give you this credit for now, and I'll give you a raise later. Really? I haven't been promoted in ages. Would the demon lord really be that kind?
Because Chen Shi had been instilling the old ways of working long ago, the people in this world had never been exposed to such advanced ideas before, and they instantly regarded the company as their home. The most typical example was several cadres of the Demon King's army, who were all deeply brainwashed. Chi-Chu is a case in point. The workload keeps increasing, but her wages don't go up.
When asked, she's told that the money is going towards production and construction.
What's hardest to believe is that she actually took it seriously and worked incredibly hard, making Chen Shi feel embarrassed. Xiao Chenxi decided to return to the palace first and conduct a thorough investigation of the city, as the demon had suggested.
They've left, still spacing out.
Seeing that Chi-Chu was still standing there in a daze, Chen Shi couldn't help but remind her, and she then realized what was happening and quickly followed after her.
What are we going to do now?
Of course, we should clean up all the people who need to be cleaned up. To be honest, I feel like I've been too lenient lately, and I suspect some people in the military are getting restless. Even though Chen Shi spoke in a very calm tone, Chi-Chou felt a chill run down her spine. For some reason, she felt the oppressive aura of a demon king emanating from the little girl in front of her.
Alright, time to get back to work.
Thinking about the series of things that would follow, Chen Shi felt upset again.
The atmosphere in the Demon King's office was a little strange at that moment.
Bai Yuemian, what this child is saying seems a little different from your explanation. Sophia suddenly narrowed her eyes, her words carrying a hint of threat. I told you we shouldn't let Yuemian run around outside, and now she's being naughty again.
Olivia was also very unhappy. She was willing to give Bai Yuemian anything, but she still wanted to find other girls?
No, Xuexin, don't talk nonsense.
Bai Yuemian was on the verge of tears. Why didn't you play by the rules if we weren't sisters?
Xiao Xuexin was a little surprised that Bai Yuemian was so naive. She had originally thought that Bai Yuemian was a master of romance.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I didn't finish my sentence. Miss Bai hasn't really made a move against me yet.
After all, Bai Yuemian had helped her, and Xiao Xuexin wasn't the type to repay kindness with enmity. So she explained her relationship with Bai Yuemian to the two of them. After hearing this, the two of them weren't so angry anymore, but they were still very unhappy.
Yuemian is still flirting with other women outside. You have to sleep with me tonight. No, Bai Yuemian should come with me.
Sophia wasn't going to back down either, and the two started arguing again in no time. Xiao Xuexin watched the drama unfold silently, never expecting that the two young ladies would actually clash like this. Bai Yuemian was so busy trying to mediate the fight, though it didn't work, that she didn't notice that Clea had already walked to the door.
Yes, it might be a little cruel, but Avira, believe me, this is for your own good.
Clea gathered mana in her fingers and then released a very inconspicuous spell, which disappeared into Bai Yuemian's brow. Bai Yuemian suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. It was as if she had lost something very important. Before she could think about it further, Sophia was eager to see Avira. Although she said she was fine, Avira was her beloved younger sister, and she needed to see her in person to put her mind at ease.
Avira. Bai Yuemian suddenly felt a sense of distance. This name should have appeared very frequently, so why did it feel so unfamiliar? Even a little repulsive? Avira was clearly a very important person in her heart. Bai Yuemian. Bai Yuemian.
Bai Ning suddenly shouted her name, finally bringing her back to her senses.
Hey, what's wrong with you? I feel like some of your memories are being stripped away. Stripping away. Bai Yuemian couldn't understand this explanation.
In her opinion, she just had a strange feeling and couldn't realize that her memories were fading away.
Have you noticed that someone around you has become a stranger? Bai Ning asked the question in a different way this time. Sister Ning, do you know what I am to Avira?
As she tried to recall, the little white-haired boy in her memory became increasingly unfamiliar. My head hurts so much, Bai Yuemian felt increasingly dizzy, and then fainted amidst the exclamations of the others. Bai Ning had already transformed into human form and was standing by the bed.
She looked at the unconscious Bai Yuemian with a furrowed brow.
She should have expected this beforehand, but this was the first time she had seen someone's memories stripped away.
Senior, what exactly happened to Yuemian?
Olivia had met Bai Ning before, and seeing her furrowed brows, Olivia became worried as well.
I'm not quite sure either. Bai Yuemian's current state seems to be caused by artificial amnesia. Man-made.
Olivia was a little confused.
Could it be that Bai Yuemian had recently bumped her head?
It wasn't caused by a collision or anything like that, it was caused by someone using magic.
There's one more thing I haven't mentioned. Bai Yuemian's memories will gradually fade over time.
Bai Ning thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure out who did it. If there's anyone capable of doing something right under her nose without her noticing, it seems to be only Clea.
But that doesn't make sense.
Wouldn't this just make Avira sad?
Bai Ning couldn't understand why making Bai Yuemian forget everyone wouldn't do her any good. Just then, Bai Yuemian slowly opened her eyes.
She was a little drowsy, and Sophia quickly went over to check on her.
Bai Yuemian, are you feeling unwell anywhere? I'm still a little dizzy, but otherwise I'm fine. Bai Yuemian gave a somewhat forced smile.
She had inexplicably felt a pain in her chest earlier, but it felt much better now.
Sister Bai, are you alright?
Avira brought her a glass of water, and Bai Yuemian accepted it despite some hesitation.
Thank you, little friend. When Avira heard Bai Yuemian address her, she could hardly believe her ears. Sister Bai, what did you call me just now? Little friend, have we met before?
Bai Yuemian felt that this girl was strange, and she had no impression of her at all. Upon hearing her repeat it again, Avira's tears welled up instantly, but she bit her lip tightly to keep from crying and ran out of the room alone.
Hey Bai Yuemian, what's wrong with you? Is it fun to make Avira cry like this? Sophia looked at Bai Yuemian with displeasure, feeling that Bai Yuemian was teasing Avira. Do I know her?
The image of Sophia before her eyes began to blur in her memory, and now she had to try hard to recall even a little bit.
Alright, let Bai Yuemian rest for a bit.
Bai Ning chased the group out. She was now certain that Bai Yuemian had lost her memory.
Excuse me, what exactly happened to Bai Yuemian?
Sophia felt a little awkward around the little girl in front of her, who was about the same height as her younger sister. She looked young, but she was quite composed at the moment.
Someone has messed with her brain. We need to find a solution quickly.
Right now it's just Avira, but she'll only forget more and more over time.
Although it was a bit embarrassing, she could only go and ask Claria first. Chapter 80 Sister Ning, come keep me company. Sister Clea, Sister Bai, she seems to have forgotten about me, Waaah.
Seeing this, Claire remained silent.
She patted Avira's head.
The little white-haired girl was too soft-hearted.
If things continued like this, she felt that Bai Yuemian would definitely get tired of her. Liking someone wasn't something you could just silently watch over, you had to fight for it. Hey, Bai Yuemian has suddenly started losing her memory. Have you ever encountered this situation before?
Bai Ning pushed open the door and walked in, looking at Clea with a somewhat suspicious expression.
I don't know, I've never encountered this situation before.
She paused, then looked at Avira, who was almost 2 heads shorter than her, and said earnestly.
However, I know that this kind of magic that can gradually strip away a person's memories is easy to solve.
Just go directly into her memories and cause a change in her emotions.
What if it fails? Accelerating memory loss.
Bai Ning didn't think this was a good method, and she hesitated.
And there's another condition, the effect will be best if the person with the most severe amnesia enters. Clea looked at Avira in front of her and added. Bai Ning looked at Avira's red and swollen eyes and hesitated to speak. The world generated by Bai Yuemian's memories was probably all scenes from Earth. Could the little white-haired guy really handle it? What about the others? Can there only be 1 inch? Too many external souls could cause a collapse, so only one can enter. Avira, come here for a second.
Bai Ning waved, looked at the little girl who was about the same height as her, hesitated for a moment, and then said.
Avira, Bai Yuemian is not doing well right now, but according to Clea, you are the best choice. Would you be willing to go to the world in Bai Yuemian's memories alone?
There are certain risks involved. If it collapses, you will all be in danger, and the help we can offer is very limited.
Avira kept her head down and didn't answer.
Bai Ning didn't urge her either, just waited quietly. After a while, the little white-haired boy seemed to have made up his mind, raised his head, looked at Bai Ning, and said seriously.
Avira has to go save Sister Bai. If she loses Sister Bai, Avira won't be able to live. Did Bai Yuemian really become this important to Avira?
Bai Ning was also very worried. This was the first time she had ever felt this way.
Is this yet another emotion I've never experienced before? It seems that since I met Bai Yuemian, the fluctuations in my heart have become increasingly complex. As evening approached, both Sophia and Olivia tacitly refrained from visiting Bai Yuemian, fearing it would affect their subsequent actions. Bai Ning also kept quiet about their plans. Seeing Bai Yuemian becoming increasingly dazed, Bai Ning sighed. Stop daydreaming, it's time to sleep.
Bai Ning reached out her little hand and made Bai Yuemian, who was still sitting on the bed in a daze, lie down.
She still looked silly. Sister Ning? Isn't it time to sleep? Sister Ning, come keep me company.
She seems to have become even more dull as her memories continue to fade. It feels like Bai Yuemian's intelligence has declined in just over 10 hours.
However, Bai Ning patiently helped Bai Yuemian lie down and covered her with a blanket.
Go to sleep, I'll stay with you. Bai Ning crawled into bed on her own initiative, and Bai Yuemian suddenly smiled foolishly and hugged her small body.
However, at this moment, Bai Yuemian's eyes were full of dependence on her.
Listening to Bai Yuemian's heartbeat, and soon hearing her regular breathing from the top of her head, Bai Ning looked up at Bai Yuemian's sleeping face and gently pecked her cheek.
Trust me, everything will be all right.
Bai Ning touched Bai Yuemian's little face and murmured to herself. Fortunately, there is still a chance to salvage the situation. I never thought that I, who was once almost invincible, would encounter something I couldn't handle. Although I don't know who did it, I will definitely make them pay the price.
Knock knock knock.
A very soft knock came at the door. With a thought, Mana, who was near the doorknob, instantly entered an invisible entity state and then opened the door. Avira, come here and lie down with me. Bai Ning stood up and waved to the little white-haired girl who was still hesitating at the door, making room for her. While asleep, Bai Yuemian felt a little uncomfortable that her pillow was gone and started groping around. Seeing this, Bai Ning immediately shoved the little white-haired girl into her arms without thinking much. Lying in Bai Ning's familiar arms, Avira was no longer as nervous as before, and at Bai Ning's prompting, she closed her eyes.
All right, let's begin.
Bai Ning transformed back into her red book form, hovering above the two and connecting their consciousnesses.
Come on, Avira. Not only you, but we all can't lose Bai Yuemian. Where am I? It feels like I had a really long dream.
Bai Yuemian stretched and sat up in bed. The familiar light blue wallpaper surrounded her, and the textbooks on the table were neatly arranged.
I actually dreamed that I traveled through time. I guess I've been too tired lately. I slept until noon, but luckily it's the weekend. However, I haven't finished my homework yet.
Ugh, seriously, there's so much homework in high school.
Although reluctant, Bai Yuemian ate a simple lunch and started doing her homework.
However, her phone rang not long afterward, with the message clearly addressed to Teacher AI.
Teacher AI?
What a strange surname.
Does this surname even exist? Bai Yuemian seemed to have no recollection of this teacher.
Although it felt a little strange, she couldn't keep the teacher waiting, so she quickly answered the phone. On the other end, Teacher AI wasn't very familiar with this device. She was startled when the call was connected, and the phone fell to the ground with a thud. Hearing a loud voice from the other end, Bai Yuemian was even more puzzled.
Hello, teacher, is there something you need? Sister Bai Yuemian, your teacher wants to talk to you about something tonight. Would you like to have dinner together? Teacher AI acted according to Bai Ning's instructions.
Because this world was dominated by Bai Yuemian, Bai Ning could only transmit a small amount of information and knew only the general outline of what was happening inside. She had to figure many things out on her own. Bai Yuemian felt something was amiss when she heard a little girl's voice on the other end of the phone.
Are you Teacher AI's daughter? Could you let her answer the phone?
Bai Yuemian spoke as if coaxing a child, but the other person was a little unhappy.
She was almost an adult and no longer a child. No, I am Teacher AI. Can Bai come over tonight? Ha! Hearing this soft, sweet, lowly-like voice say she's a teacher feels a bit detached from reality. Okay, I'm sorry, teacher, I might not have woken up properly.
Although it's noon now, this excuse is perfectly valid.
Bai Yuemian then exchanged locations with the other party and hung up the phone. Strange, I don't remember this Teacher AI at all.
Bai Yuemian found it increasingly strange, so she simply stopped doing her homework and started playing a game of Peaceful Nikki. She found a few friends and started matchmaking, but the more she played, the stranger it felt. Everyone seemed to revolve around her, and her friends, who were usually not very good-tempered, were just encouraging her to keep going when they saw her terrible gameplay. She couldn't play the game for long, and she couldn't continue. She was able to win every game with her skill level, as if everything revolved around her.
Bai Yuemian didn't like this feeling of being cheated. Knock, knock, knock. Just as she was getting bored, there was a knock on the door. Bai Yuemian was a little confused.
Logically speaking, her parents were at work, so who would come over at this time?
They're here.
She straightened her slightly disheveled nightgown and opened the door. A girl with long purple hair was standing outside, smiling at her.
Good afternoon, Tang Tang. Chapter 81. But I just like touching legs. Who are you?
Half of the purple-haired girl's face was shrouded in mist, giving Bai Yuemian a feeling of reality and dreams merging, but due to the influence of the world, she did not question it.
Oh, is Tang Tang just kidding me? Okay then, my name is Chunshi, Tang Tang can just call me Xiao Guang. I love Tang Tang the most.
As the girl uttered her name, Chen Shi's face instantly became clear.
Oh, it's Xiao Guang. How come I didn't recognize you before? Ha ha.
Bai Yuemian smiled awkwardly.
How could she have forgotten her, who was clearly her good friend? It's okay, Tang Tang, do you have any plans for tonight? Let's go out and have some fun. Sorry Xiaoguang, Teacher AI needs to talk to me tonight, maybe next time. Does Tang Tang mean she's going to abandon me?
Chen Shi suddenly narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous aura emanated from him.
No, Xiaoguang, it really is the teacher's request. I promise you I'll go next time, okay?
Bai Yuemian was pressed against the wall by Chen Shi step by step, and then Chen Shi raised his thigh and pressed it against her crotch, and a strange feeling suddenly appeared.
Xiao Guang, let go of me first, it's a little itchy. Bai Yuemian lowered her head, not daring to look. She didn't know why her former best friend had suddenly become so domineering. Chen-shi smiled as he looked at Bai Yuemian's shy expression. Then, he placed his hands on the wall, leaving Bai Yuemian nowhere to hide. Without saying a word, he slowly moved his lips closer. Yeah, why is the door still open here? The sound from outside the door pulled Bai Yuemian back to reality. She blushed and pushed Chen-shi away, but he didn't seem annoyed and just smiled at her. Mom, why are you back so soon? Bai Yuemian hurriedly went to the door to greet Lu Lian, and pushed Chen-shi away in the process. Lu Lian is over 40, but looks only in her early 30s. Due to her wealthy family background, Lu Lian completed her master's degree before giving birth to Bai Yuemian in her time. In addition, both of them are only children. Having a child late in life directly led to Bai Yuemian being pampered by both families from a young age. You finished your work, right? By the way, yeah, why is your face a little red? Do you have a fever? She knew her daughter's health very well, and she noticed even the slightest change in Bai Yuemian's expression. Mom's fine, it's probably just a bit hot at home. Bai Yuemian glared at Chen-shi resentfully, but the guy made a face at her. Oh, Cece's here too. Is she here to play with Yaya? Yes, but Tang doesn't seem to want to talk to me today. Chen-shi adopted a sad expression, looking pitiful and on the verge of tears, which immediately displeased Lu Lian. Bai Yuemian, why did you refuse Cece's invitation to play? Are you thinking about playing games again? Because Bai Yuemian had good self-control, Lu Lian didn't restrict her phone use. However, occasionally, when she got really into it, Bai Yuemian could play on her phone for an entire day, and no one could help her in those situations. No, Mom, it's not that I wanted to refuse Xiaoguang, Teacher AI just needed to talk to me tonight. Seeing that her mother was about to get angry, Bai Yuemian, full of survival instinct, quickly explained. Lu Lian's face softened after hearing her explanation, and she told Bai Yuemian to go and greet Chen-shi. Bai Yuemian breathed a sigh of relief and pushed Chen-shi back to her room. Since her mother was home, she didn't believe Chen-shi would dare to cause any trouble. Alright, you heard me. I'm really busy today. Let's talk next time. Back in her room, Bai Yuemian plopped back down in her chair and started scrolling through her phone. If she let Chen-shi go home now, Lu Lian would inevitably scold her again, so she decided to just ignore her and do her own thing. However, Chen-shi was not going to behave himself. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her neck from behind, gently blowing air into Bai Yuemian's ear. As a fragrant breeze brushed against her earlobe, Bai Yuemian covered her ears and shuddered. What are you doing? Nothing happened. Isn't this normal between best friends? Chen-shi looked at Bai Yuemian innocently, leaving Bai Yuemian speechless. Tang, can I come with you tonight? I really like Teacher AI too. Bai Yuemian thought about it and agreed. After all, the teacher didn't say that she couldn't bring other people, right? Thank you, Tang. Chen-shi seemed very happy and then gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. Bai Yuemian wasn't sure if this counted as being best friends and felt a little shy, so she gently pushed her away. In a Western restaurant near the school, Teacher AI seemed a little uneasy. It was a place she had searched for a long time to find that had a similar dining style to her own. After sitting down, she kept staring at the book in her hand, as if waiting for something. Before long, words began to appear automatically on the previously blank book. Avira, from my observation, this is a world completely centered around Bai Yuemian. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but Bai Yuemian's soul doesn't belong to your world. This world is where Bai Yuemian lived before. Everyone here will act according to Bai Yuemian's wishes. You need to cause a huge change in Bai Yuemian's emotions without letting other people notice anything unusual. The task of saving her is entrusted to you. Leave the white lemon. So Sister Bai is from another world? No wonder she knows so many things I've never seen before. Avira sat with her hands clasped on her knees, dressed in a women's suit. Her height gave the outfit a somewhat mature look, and her long, snow-white hair drew frequent glances from those around her. Teacher AI, I'm sorry, there was some traffic on the way, it's getting late. While Avira was still in a daze, a familiar figure sat down in front of her.
Bai Yuemian clearly didn't know what Teacher AI looked like, but she subconsciously found this white-haired little girl.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Teacher AI. We're out of food at home, so I'm just asking to freeload. I hope you won't be angry, teacher.
Little White Hair only realized there was another person when he heard Chen-shi's voice, but the other person didn't seem to recognize him.
Yes, of course, Chen-shi classmate. Bai Yuemian was carefully examining Ivira. How could she have no recollection of a teacher who so perfectly matched her own sensibilities? But speaking of which, was Teacher Ivira even an adult? Hey, what does Teacher AI teach again?
Bai Yuemian whispered in Chen-shi's ear, and the other looked at her with some surprise.
Tang Tang, are you still half asleep? Teacher AI teaches art.
Since Avira was a character forcibly placed in by Bai Ning can interfere with other characters, but she cannot affect Bai Yuemian herself.
Therefore, all the NPCs in this world know Avira, but Bai Yuemian does not. Maybe. Bai Yuemian's direct gaze made Avira blush.
There was no way around it. The combination of a uniform, a lowly, and white hair was simply a full-on buff. Chen-shi naturally noticed Bai Yuemian's restless gaze and reached out her small hand to stroke her smooth thigh.
Bai Yuemian snapped back to reality and quickly grabbed Chen-shi's mischievous little hand, saying, "Can you behave yourself? It's so itchy. But I just like touching your legs. Don't you have one yourself? Nothing feels as good as candy." Bai Yuemian's lips twitched. How come she hadn't noticed Chen-shi's frivolous behavior before?
Avira felt a little jealous seeing the two of them so close, so she got up and sat on the other side of Bai Yuemian.
Teacher, it's a bit hot like this.
Bai Yuemian looked at herself, now caught between two scents, and whispered a reminder, but why did she feel this scene was so familiar?
No, it's alright, Bai. Let's see what we want to eat first. Even sitting down, Avira was considerably shorter than Bai Yuemian.
The top of her white hair rubbed against Avira's neck, and the familiar milky scent wafted into her nose. Bai Yuemian couldn't help but press her head against Avira's and suck on it a few times.
Perfect score. Chapter 82. Is this considered a rebellious disciple who defies his master? Avira naturally noticed Bai Yuemian's actions, but she pretended not to notice.
Her face flushed, she pointed at the food on the menu, unsure of what to choose. Some of the dishes were ones that Bai Yuemian had made before, but there were many others she had never seen before.
When Bai Yuemian realized what she was doing, she was stunned. She had just started sucking on it so cleanly? What's more, the teacher didn't seem to be resisting at all.
Yuemian, is it okay if I call you that from now on?
Avira asked cautiously, feeling a little uncomfortable with the change in address. Okay, teacher.
What flavor do you like to eat?
I can do anything.
Little White Hair answered softly. Bai Yuemian thought for a while and ordered a black pepper steak for her. As for herself, she didn't know what to choose.
She didn't particularly like steak anyway.
Tang, there's a two-person set meal here.
How about we order this? It'll save us some money.
Chen-shi, who was standing next to her, handed her the menu with a smile.
Bai Yuemian glanced at it and immediately agreed.
She didn't know what to choose anyway, and they were all pretty much the same to her. Chen-shi gave a triumphant smile and handed the menu to the waiter. The dishes were served shortly afterward. It wasn't until she saw the heart-shaped platter that she understood what this guy meant.
Bai Yuemian sighed and didn't say much.
She felt that this guy had become strange.
How did she and Chen-shi meet again? Yuemian, why do you and Chen-shi look so alike?
Avira naturally had no idea what a couple's package was, and just felt it was a bit strange.
Chen-shi ordered a couple's set meal. Teacher, please don't mind her. She's just like that, not very proper. Bai Yuemian offered a casual explanation, but Xiao Bai Mao's eyes darkened, and he became depressed again. So, teacher, what brings you here?
Seeing that the three of them had almost finished eating, Avira was still repeatedly poking at the remaining steak on her plate with her fork. Bai Yuemian couldn't help but ask her a question.
Seemingly finding it a little difficult to say, the little white-haired boy hesitated for a moment before cautiously speaking. Yuemian, I don't have anywhere to stay right now, could I stay at your place? Bai Yuemian was completely bewildered. A full-time, officially employed teacher had nowhere to live?
Shenshi also stopped what she was doing and listened to their conversation. Seeing Bai Yuemian's bewildered expression, Avira finally realized they were teacher and student, and quickly shook her head to explain.
No.
Well, it's just that I couldn't find a suitable place to stay, so I was thinking of staying at Yumian's place for a few days. As Avira spoke, she became less and less confident.
In reality, she just wanted to sleep with Bai Yuemian again that night.
She didn't know how to change Bai Yuemian's feelings, so she could only try to get closer to her.
I'll ask my mom then. No matter what, she is my teacher, and besides, Ivolet is so small, she's not a threat at all, is she? Just then, her mother was home, so Bai Yuemian made a phone call to her.
To her surprise, her mother readily agreed.
Could it be that her mother and teacher AI were very close?
Turning her head, she saw the little white-haired girl looking up at her expectantly. Bai Yuemian found it inexplicably adorable, nodded, and patted her head. Avira froze for a moment, then nuzzled her head closer and began to sob softly.
Teacher, please don't cry. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have touched your head.
A few tears fell onto her legs. Bai Yuemian was a little confused as to why Avira would get so emotional just from touching her head. However, seeing the little white-haired girl like this, Bai Yuemian subconsciously hugged her and comforted her. I guess I'm the first person to treat a teacher like this, Bai Yuemian complained helplessly. Shenshi, who was standing to the side, became unhappy again and sat down on her lap.
Ugh, Hikaru, stop messing around, I can't see.
Although the two girls smelled pleasant, this was a public place.
Bai Yuemian felt a little embarrassed, which was unusual for her.
I don't care, Tang, I want to go to your house too.
Okay, you come down first, Xiaoguang.
Shenshi wasn't sitting still, her little hands were wandering around, making her feel all itchy.
There were 2 extra people in the house out of nowhere.
Luckily, my dad had something to do tonight and was staying out, so I decided to sleep with my mom.
The other 2 rooms could be used by the 2 of them. Avira was a little disappointed that she couldn't be with Bai Yuemian, but she knew she couldn't rush things.
Sister Shenshi is acting strangely, she seems not to recognize me. As Avira reflected on Shenshi's actions today, it seemed as if he belonged entirely to this world.
Click.
The door was suddenly opened, and Avira immediately looked towards the doorway alertly. A slender figure cautiously crept in.
Teacher, are you asleep?
Bai Yuemian asked softly, and only relaxed when she saw that it was someone she knew, Avira, and replied softly, After receiving a positive reply, Bai Yuemian hesitated at the door for a moment before walking over and sitting on the edge of the bed.
Avira was a little curious and wondered what Bai Yuemian was doing so late. Teacher, did we know each other before?
I mean, a long time ago.
Avira didn't speak, she didn't know how to answer.
She simply got up and sat down next to her, hugging her arm tightly.
Teacher.
Still speechless, the little white-haired girl rolled over and sat on her 2 thighs.
The 2 were now sitting face to face. Bai Yuemian could clearly feel her body temperature.
Then, with a forceful push, she was pinned to the bed by Avira. When she came to her senses, she was already unable to move. As she watched Avira's small face getting closer and closer, she felt a little nervous, but why did she feel a strange sense of anticipation? Having gone through so much, Avira is no longer the innocent little girl she used to be. She wants to possess Bai Yuemian beneath her and kiss her lips like her sister did, but after hesitating for a while, she gives up. It's not the right time yet, she's afraid that Bai Yuemian will kick her out of this world.
Avira could only bury her head in Bai Yuemian's neck, nuzzle her chin, and then fall asleep holding Bai Yuemian like that. Teacher? Teacher. Bai Yuemian was completely bewildered. Avira had fallen asleep without saying a word? And the thing was, she was holding her so tightly.
Bai Yuemian was a little afraid that her mother and Shenshi would see her so close to her teacher.
However, her worries were unnecessary. Lu Lian went to bed early, and as for Shenshi, since Bai Yuemian had given her room, Chenshi was reluctant to get off Bai Yuemian's bed after lying down.
Wouldn't this be considered disrespectful and rebellious towards one's master?
Bai Yuemian muttered under her breath, somewhat speechless. The milky scent emanating from Avira seemed to have a hypnotic effect.
Before long, Bai Yuemian's eyes became unable to open, and her consciousness gradually became hazy.
Chapter 83. It's okay, we're all girls, aren't we?
As the alarm clock rang, Bai Yuemian gradually opened her eyes, realizing that it was another dreaded Monday and feeling that life was utterly tasteless.
Suddenly, a cute whimper came from her arms.
Bai Yuemian then remembered that she and her teacher had slept in each other's arms last night. The two looked at each other for a moment, and Bai Yuemian didn't know what to say.
She could only awkwardly say good morning. Avira felt a little embarrassed when she thought about her bold behavior last night. She nodded and slowly got up from Bai Yuemian's arms.
After hesitating for a moment, she actually started changing her clothes right in front of her.
Teacher. I'm still here. Unfortunately, it was too late.
Avira simply displayed her body in front of her.
Although there was nothing to see about the white hair, the white body made her throat inexplicably dry. No, it's okay, we're all girls, aren't we?
Avira was shy, but she wanted to see if this trick would work on Bai Yuemian, since Bai Yuemian seemed to have been very interested in her body before. Fortunately, it seemed to work. Although I felt ashamed, I knew it was meaningful when I saw Bai Yuemian's cheeks turn slightly red.
How about it? What do you mean, how about it? Bai Yuemian was completely bewildered, she hadn't yet come to her senses. I've only shown my body to Yuemian. Is mine nice?
Ugh, seeing Avira say such a thing with such an embarrassed look on her face, Bai Yuemian's nose suddenly felt hot and a nosebleed gushed out.
She couldn't help it, Avira was just too cute.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Bai Yuemian covered her nose and rushed into the bathroom. She was shocked to see her teacher with a nosebleed.
Had she always been this outrageous? Good morning, Tang Tang. Oh, are you hurt? No, I'm probably just a little bit feverish, huh?
Bai Yuemian chuckled, thinking it best not to let Chenshi know about this, as it was rather embarrassing.
Really? Tang Tang, what do you think of this outfit?
Chenshi spun around in front of her, her skirt fluttering slightly, revealing her fair and healthy thighs.
Wait, aren't these my clothes?
Where are yours?
I didn't wash them.
I saw that Tang Tang had a lot of clothes in her closet, so I just took them to wear. Chenshi casually picked up the collar and took a deep breath, the scent of Bai Yuemian filling the air, making her squint her eyes involuntarily.
Bai Yuemian, is it okay for you to do this in front of me? There's no other way, Tang Tang won't let me put on any more, so this is the only way I can replenish my energy.
After saying that, Chenshi tried to pounce on her again, but Bai Yuemian nimbly dodged and turned to prepare breakfast. Chenshi pouted in dissatisfaction, but still followed her into the kitchen.
Hey, where did these steamed buns come from?
These are the ones I made earlier, Bai Yuemian said, picking up her phone to check the time. I was originally planning to make something else, but it's getting late, so I'll just have some steamed buns.
After steaming, Avira came out.
She tied up her white hair, and her small frame had a rare intellectual feel to it. It was the first time little white hair had ever seen steamed buns, but as long as they were made by Bai Yuemian, she wouldn't be picky. She held them in her hands and started gnawing on them like a hamster.
The teacher is a little too cute. Bai Yuemian couldn't look away for a moment.
The feeling that Avira gave her was too strange. Whether it was the inexplicable familiarity or the sudden tears yesterday, they all told her that her relationship with Avira was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Chenshi, standing to the side, started to get upset again, and grabbed Bai Yuemian's arm, beginning to whine and act coquettishly.
Tang Tang, look at me too, aren't I cute?
Chenshi then made a heart shape with her hands over her chest and looked at her expectantly. If she hadn't known that Chenshi had designs on her body, she probably would have been bewitched. She nodded perfunctorily and began to admire Avira again. Chenshi's lips twitched. She realized that she probably lost because of her body size. It's okay, forced love may not be sweet, but it's thirst quenching. Since Tang Tang won't give her face, she'll just take the initiative herself.
Yuemian, is there something on Avira's face?
Noticing Bai Yuemian's direct gaze, the little white hair lowered its head in embarrassment. Unexpectedly, this action further aroused her interest, and her nose suddenly felt hot again.
Oh no, we can't look anymore. Bai Yuemian reluctantly looked away.
No, it's just that the teacher is too handsome,
Okay, we should go now, goodbye teacher.
Anyway, the school doesn't schedule art classes in the morning, so Avira's work hours are quite flexible. Watching the two leave home, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart as she recalled what Bai Yuemian had said before leaving.
After breakfast, Avira didn't know what to do. Actually, she could have gone with Bai Yuemian, since she had nothing else to do anyway, but Bai Yuemian left too quickly. Avira, can you hear me? Suddenly hearing Bai Ning's voice in her mind, Avira quickly responded. Yes, is Sister Ning here too? No, Bai Yuemian's consciousness can't contain me. Being able to communicate with you is already the limit. Any more and Bai Yuemian will find out.
Bai Ning paused for a moment, then explained.
Bai Yuemian's condition is not very good.
She is still losing her memory, and people she has forgotten will appear in this world.
This means that you may meet another Avira. Time is getting tighter and tighter, but I believe you can do it.
Bai Ning's voice grew softer and softer until it disappeared completely.
Avira sat alone in a chair, lost in thought.
Every time she tried to muster up the courage, she couldn't take the last step. Now, time was running out, but she couldn't even think of a solution. As the bedroom door opened, Lu Lian smoothed her disheveled hair and walked out sleepily. She had gone to bed early yesterday, and when she saw the little white fur in the living room, she was stunned for a moment before instantly waking up. Her eyes lit up as she picked up the bewildered Avira.
What an adorable child! Are you Yeye's friend? Where is Yeye?
Avira, blushing as she looked up from her pair of oversized white breasts just like Bai Yuemian's, explained.
Sister, I'm Avira. Yuemian went to school.
Hearing Avira's address made Lu Lian very happy, and she subconsciously forgot about Teacher Ai, the person Bai Yuemian had mentioned yesterday. Lu Lian sat down on the sofa with Avira in his arms and started sucking on her hair. It has to be said that his actions were exactly the same as Bai Yuemian's.
Avira didn't know how to refuse, and since this was Bai Yuemian's mother, she didn't even dare to say a word. What does the little one like to eat? I'll go buy it for you. Oh my, you're so cute. I wish Yeye could bring home a child as adorable as you. Speaking of which, Yeye was quite cute when she was little too. She's not so fun to be around now that she's grown up. Maybe we should have another 1 inch.
Lu Lian stroked Avira's hair while talking to himself. The little white-haired girl had no chance to explain and could only obediently let her head be patted.
Chapter 84. I want Tang Tang to kiss me.
Xiao Guang, I suddenly remembered something very important.
Bai Yuemian suddenly stopped walking. What? Tang Tang finally figured it out? It's a bit sudden, but I'm ready. I haven't finished my homework.
Chen Shi's expression immediately fell, and she replied somewhat speechlessly.
I thought it was something serious. You can just talk to the teacher about it. Tang Tang, your grades are so good, the teacher is unlikely to make things difficult for you.
But that's our teacher's homework, I don't want to get scolded by her for a whole class period. Waaah.
Bai Yuemian squatted down, covering her head, full of regret.
She should have known better than to leave her homework until Sunday. She had forgotten about it yesterday because she had dinner with her teacher. Chen Shi seemed to have thought of something, and squatted down next to Bai Yuemian with a chuckle.
Tang Tang, I have a way to get your teacher to forgive you.
Real. Bai Yuemian was a little uneasy. Every time Chen Shi said something like that, it never seemed like anything good.
You can trust me, but I have one condition, I want Tang Tang to kiss me.
Chen Shi had been longing for Bai Yuemian's moist lips for a long time, but she had never been able to find an opportunity.
I knew it. I'd better think of another way.
Although she didn't seem to mind physical intimacy with Chen Shi, she didn't want him to get his way so easily.
Hey Tang Tang, are you sure?
If the teacher finds out that one of her favorite students is leading the way in not doing homework, she might lecture you for the entire class meeting. Chen Shi covered her mouth with a mischievous smile.
Bai Yuemian couldn't help but shudder when she thought of her old teacher's appearance.
After thinking about it, Chen Shi's request didn't seem so unreasonable. At worst, she could just give him a slap on the face.
Okay, close your eyes first. Bai Yuemian blushed and moved closer. Even though she had never done it before, why did she subconsciously feel so skilled?
Chen Shi obediently closed her eyes, but just as Bai Yuemian leaned her little face over, she suddenly turned her head, and the two ended up with their lips touching. She took the opportunity to open her eyes and gave Bai Yuemian a sly smile.
For a moment, their eyes met.
Bai Yuemian was stunned for a moment before she reacted, and a blush instantly spread from her face to the tips of her ears.
Ugh, you let me go.
Bai Yuemian struggled to push Chen Shi away, but he anticipated her move and pressed down hard on the back of her head, intensifying the kiss.
Waaah!
Chen Shi seemed to have taken some kind of poison, unleashing her full offensive power. Bai Yuemian was forced to retreat steadily, and what was most difficult to bear was that Chen Shi's little tongue kept trying to pry open her teeth. Seeing that she was about to succeed, Bai Yuemian had no choice but to raise her hand and slap Chen Shi.
Tang Tang, are you serious? Chen Shi, who had just been doing all sorts of bad things, now had a sinister expression, which made Bai Yuemian feel uneasy. Bai Yuemian opened her mouth, not knowing what to say.
She was the one who was taken advantage of, but it seemed like it was all her fault.
Oh, I was just kidding. I'm so sorry, Tang Tang, I didn't mean to. Don't be so nervous.
Chen Shi's expression changed in an instant, and a sunny and cheerful smile reappeared on her cute little face, as if what she had just seen was Bai Yuemian's illusion.
I didn't mean to hit you, but you just kept coming right up to me. This is still mine.
Bai Yuemian's voice grew softer and softer, but Chen Shi didn't pay attention to what she was saying. Instead, he watched Bai Yuemian's shy, downcast posture, licked his lips, and seduced her in an almost cloying tone.
It's okay, Tang Tang is just so attractive to me, I really can't resist. Tang Tang, can't you say yes?
As she spoke, her originally black eyes suddenly turned purplish red, and an aura that Bai Yuemian found strangely familiar filled the surroundings. The words that came out of Chen Shi's mouth seemed to have a magical power, constantly stirring her heart.
Xiaoguang, I were both girls, this isn't right.
Bai Yuemian initially intended to refuse, but for some reason, she became increasingly expectant and staggered towards Chen Shi.
That's right, that's more like it, Tang Tang. Why can't girls do it together?
Chen Shi smiled and opened her arms. Just as she was about to succeed, a hand suddenly reached out from behind Bai Yuemian and pulled her back, instantly bringing her back to her senses.
Bai Yuemian, you're so careless.
How could you get so close to someone with such ulterior motives? A few strands of white hair fell beside her face. The newcomer smiled and brushed the stray hairs behind her ear. Her white hair, just like Avera's, was very attractive.
Sophia, you can't say things like that. Tang Tang is just a little weak. But you were being so intimate with some girls just a few days ago, how come you're reaching out to me today? Ugh. You're talking nonsense. When did I ever get intimate with other girls? I only like.
She almost let it slip, but thankfully Sophia shut her mouth in time. Realizing she had been caught out by Chen Shi, she glared at her angrily.
Fia Bai Yuemian silently repeated the name.
It was that strange feeling again. When she first met her, she couldn't remember who she was. Only when she heard her name could she roughly recall their relationship. This memory seemed to have appeared suddenly.
Bai Yuemian, you have to believe me.
I stay home by myself on weekends. Sophia seemed afraid that Bai Yuemian would misunderstand, so she quickly stepped forward to explain and hugged her arm.
Bai Yuemian blinked, wondering why Sophia was so insistent on explaining the weekend's itinerary to her.
But to be fair, the feel of her breasts was indeed quite different from Chen Shi's.
Chen, naturally, wouldn't allow Su Fei to stick so close to Bai Yuemian in front of her, so she grabbed Bai Yuemian's other hand. In an instant, Bai Yuemian's other arm was enveloped in soft warmth, and she was being carried along the main street by two very different JK girls. Hey, I'm not that weak. I can walk by myself. Walking like this was too eye-catching. Although passers-by thought it was just a friendly exchange between girls and just smiled, it was still too embarrassing for Bai Yuemian. Are I really that close to Sophia? Why are we so close when we meet? It's okay, Tang Tang. You almost fell just now. If you're really tired, you can rest in my arms for a while. Mine is much softer than some other people's. After saying that, She gave Sophia a provocative look. The white-haired JK was immediately annoyed and hugged Bai Yuemian's arm even tighter, trying to achieve the same effect as Chen, but she could only make her feel like her arm was about to break from the pain. Alright, let's hurry up and go, we're going to be late. Bai Yuemian forcefully pulled out her almost numb arm. If the two of them continued, she would not only be late, but she was also afraid that her arm would break. She didn't know that Sophia, who looked so thin, was so strong. Chen didn't speak, but gave Sophia a meaningful look and quickly followed. Sophia silently rubbed her flat chest and fell into doubt. End of book.